where's my sound? There's my sound. So I just saw the most absurd thing on Twitter. The New York Times, they posted the role of declaring the winner of a presidential election in the United States falls to the news media. The broadcast networks and cable news outlets have vowed to be prudent. Here's how it will work. They've now deleted that tweet, but did you know that the role of declaring the winner of a presidential election in the United States falls to the news media? Like, what unbelievable chutzpah. What planet are they on? Thinking that the role of declaring a winner in a presidential or any political campaign falls to the news media. Just completely absurd. So, Rodney Martin, what are your thoughts on this election?
How's my sound, Luke?
Sounds great.
Well, I think I sent you, tweeted out, I tagged you on what my final prediction, my map is.
Yeah.
And I think it's about 283 for Trump electoral votes, 256 for Biden. Now, there's a lot of asterisks and provisos in there. It's totally different dynamic from 2016. There's a lot of benefit Trump had in 2016 that he does not have in 2020. However, the big, no, Trump's not going to get 307. It's kind of a chat. But I do think that Trump is going to pick up votes elsewhere.
Not
if
yet.
he say he can lose Wisconsin, he can totally lose Wisconsin and still win the election. I think he's going to pick up Nevada. As a matter of fact, I just saw a report on Clark County television that the Democratic turnout in Clark County, which the Democrats have to have a huge turnout in Clark County, that's Las Vegas, by the way, for them to win Nevada, because the rest of the state is solidly GOP. If the Democrats don't have a solid turnout in Clark County, Trump is going to pick up Nevada. Now, in Arizona, where I am, there's been all these predictions that Arizona is going to go blue, blah, blah, blah. I voted, and then I today took a drive around the polls. Yesterday, I took a drive around the couple of the early voting centers that were open, and then today I drove around. And what's interesting now, if there was a stereotypical Democratic voter and a stereotypical Trump voter, Luke, I think we know what that means. I think we can see them. We see them.
Yeah.
A vast majority of the people I saw online, both in the early voting at the early voting stations prior to this today, election day, they were dominated by people that I just don't see as being Democratic voters.
Yeah.
Surely there were some, but for the most part, these have every appearance to be Trump voters. So in Arizona, the two predominant Democratic counties, reliably Democratic, are Coconino and Pima. Those will go Democratic. I think there's going to be a surprise in Maricopa because the riots, every campaign sign, Luke, has a tagline relating to public safety and safe communities. The riots in Phoenix, not only just in the, shall we say, the higher end of Phoenix, including Scottsdale, they bled over into Scottsdale, but even in what we would call South Phoenix, south of 24th Street, where you would have, shall we say, the lower income areas. Even those candidates there are running on taglines of public safety. I think the riots are going to backfire. I think that's the sleeper issue in this election. Ultimately, though, the two big issues are going to be COVID versus the economy. There's going to be people saying, oh, we need to stay the course on COVID and be cautious, and Trump mismanagement and blah, blah, blah. And then there's going to be those that are deeply impacted and concerned about the economics, the unemployment, people losing business, losing jobs, losing homes. When we say about losing homes and losing jobs, that's all, even with the CARES Act, that's all deferred. That's just putting off the cancerous tumor to later, unless Congress, acts in a much broader manner. So I think Arizona will remain red. I don't know how the Senate race is going to be between McSally and and that other idiot. But I hope McSally wins, and she's a horribly flawed candidate. I had hope in Mark Kelly is the Democratic, the astronaut that's married to Gabby Giffords, the astronaut that all of the other astronauts have endorsed his opponent. So that tells you when your coworkers are endorsing your opponent, to me, that speaks a lot. I can't think of any fellow astronauts that have supported Mr. Kelly. They've all endorsed, including Buzz Aldrin, have all come forward and endorsed McSally. But McSally was a flawed candidate. I had hoped that the governor, Ducey, would step down and run for that. He was in a catch-22. This seat is only for 2 years. It's the remainder of John McCain's term, so they have to run again. And Arizona, for the very first time, is not dominated by the top 5 statewide offices being all Republican. It just so happens the Secretary of State, the last election was elected, a Democrat was elected. And so that would mean had Governor Ducey stepped down to run this time, a Democrat would have succeeded him as governor, and that probably was intolerable. So he chose to just let McSally run. Hopefully she can win and carry on. If she loses, he's assuming that Kelly can only do so much damage in 24 months, and he will run in 24 months when it's up again. Problem is, it could mean the Senate majority. So it was a damned if you do and damned if you don't. But I think Arizona will stay red. Ultimately, the election, Florida is going to stay red. There was a poll out yesterday. 49% of the Hispanic vote was polling for Trump. A lot of that has to do with the Cubans, and then of course the non-Cuban Hispanic males poll very high for Trump. Florida is going to go for Trump. The big one that's going to determine it is Pennsylvania, and I don't care how many polls they talk about or how much rhetoric they say about Joe Biden being from Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is an energy state, and Pennsylvania voters, I think, probably heard Biden loud and clear on his fracking inconsistency and the fact that he said he was going to get rid of fossil fuel, which would devastate the economy in Pennsylvania. So for my prediction to come true and for Trump to win and for the Democrats, doing a partial Democratic autopsy, it's going to be Biden's own gaffes that loses him Pennsylvania and the election.
And anything that you've seen today or yesterday that's tilted you in any direction?
In terms of what happened, my prediction on the election?
Yeah.
What I've seen in polling reaffirms what I posted last night, which I think you received, that map, Luke.
Yes.
Just reaffirms that. The only thing that is scary is this wave of emotionalism that has swept. Americans are becoming more and more low IQ and caught up in emotions and susceptible to the boob tube. And I'm hoping that there is still enough to go out and come in from the rural areas. All Trump has to do in some of these states, particularly Wisconsin, again, I wrote Wisconsin off, but if Trump carries just 20% to 25% of the vote in the urban areas, say Madison and Milwaukee, and has a heavy turnout in the rural areas, then he can carry Wisconsin again. And by the way, I think that's exactly what's going to happen in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and how much do we need to be worried about election fraud by the Democrats in Pennsylvania in particular?
Well, the New York Times just dropped a story about an hour ago. I don't know if you got it, Luke, where the post office says they can't account for 300,000 votes. And my concern is the Postal Service Employees Union has endorsed Joe Biden. And I find that problematic. If you're going to basically make the Postal Service responsible for the carrying out for the vast majority of the election, I'm not sure. We'll find out what the in-person vote count is versus those that voted early. But if you're going to basically want to farm out your election and the worker, to an entity, and the entity's workers have endorsed one of the candidates, I find that to be problematic. So will there be fraud? There's probably already been fraud, and I'll tell you a story after this election's over because I know firsthand of at least one incident of election fraud. and out here in Arizona. So if it's happening, that I know, cases that I know about, sure, it's happening. And keep in mind, this is where, and I'm going to cross over into another issue, but it's relevant. Remember, the Democratic mantra on illegal immigration is that it's a victimless crime. Well, it's not, because for the most part, they will steal social security numbers from citizens, use them, incur income where the legitimate person has a tax liability. But with that social security number, which they clone onto a fake card, they can get driver's license or actually clone the driver's license of the legitimate person and then go and register to vote. So you have multiple felonies here on this as a result of this so-called victimless crime.
And I've heard people talk about Republicans need to win Pennsylvania by 3 percentage points to be able to outdo the amount of Democratic fraud. What do you think about that?
That's probably about right, 2 to 3, probably. And keep in mind, Trump only won it by about 58,000 votes last time.
Yeah.
I mean, it was razor. It was the last state that came in that put him over the top when they declared him the winner. But keep in mind, one thing that also, you asked if anything I've seen, change my opinion one way or the other. The chairman of Joe Biden's, or the campaign manager of Biden's campaign. Now, if you're supposedly way ahead and all these polls are correct, you have the final polls have you 8 to 10 to 12 points ahead. Why would you make a statement, and this is a direct quote from Joe Biden's campaign manager, there's absolutely no way Donald Trump can claim victory on election night. If you're so far ahead, you need to be making such a defensive, an emphasis on defensive statement like that. And it goes to what we talked about on your prior show, Luke, about internal polls. I think the internal polls, which are real to the campaigns, both in the Biden and the Trump campaign, are entirely different as opposed to the polls that are being pushed out by the mainstream media.
Yeah, because you didn't see the campaigns in Ohio, right? So if the polls were right, you would have expected to see the campaigns in Ohio, but we didn't see that.
Well, have you noticed, Luke, speaking of Ohio, how the mainstream media in the last 4 days have just stopped talking about Ohio because they know it's lost?
Yeah.
I mean, when they stop talking about something, or they tell you not to talk about something, you know that there's the opposite is the case. So they stopped talking about Ohio about 3 days ago. There hasn't been any real big headlines about Ohio in about 3 days. And even the stuff about Pennsylvania, it's talking about that, Biden was trying to put together additional events yesterday to get back into Pennsylvania.
And why did Biden go to Minnesota if the polls are correct? I mean, Biden chose to campaign in Minnesota. So why would he bother to even campaign in Minnesota if the polls are accurate?
He might be losing Minnesota. Now, Minnesota, the last time it went for a Republican was either Nixon or Reagan. It was Nixon in 1972. So, I wasn't so brash as to put Minnesota. But like I said, when we started this conversation, there's a lot of provisos and asterisks on my prediction. And I did note that I think Michigan and Minnesota could go either way, but I put them blue just because of the effects of what happened in 2018. Now, to counter that, the Michigan governor is so vastly unpopular and bankrupting people and starving people that could turn out more of the old Reagan Democrats. And that's how Trump wins. And that's how Ronald Reagan won Michigan and pierced the blue wall, was the Reagan Democrats. If Trump can keep the Reagan Democrats, then he carries Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
And it'd be interesting if Trump doubles his share of the black vote and comes close to doubling his share of the Latino vote.
Well, I think he's going to vastly improve his share of the Latino. The highest percentage for the Latino vote going to Republican was George W. Bush. He got 43%. Trump will probably, get close to 30. I don't think he'll beat George W. Bush's record on that, but I think he'll come close. and that will swing. Let me tell you where the increase in the Latino support for Trump will make a difference. I think it may carry Nevada for Trump, and it will carry Florida for Trump, and Arizona. Those 3 states is where it will count. Trump has amazing support among Latino men, both, not, and when I say Latino, I'm talking about the non-Cubans.
And Reuters is already calling a couple of states for Trump. They're projecting New Hampshire and Indiana for Trump.
New Hampshire. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a gain from my map, because I thought that New Hampshire would go for Biden, given some of its liberal tendencies over the last 4 to 6 years. So if New Hampshire goes for Trump, that's a bellwether. That means Trump could be on his way to a good night. He did not carry New Hampshire last time. Hillary Clinton carried New Hampshire. So that's a pickup.
Right. And
I'm not a good, I tend, when I'm prognosticating, to be very conservative. I'd rather be surprised than disappointed. So that's good news about New Hampshire.
Laura Ingram tweets, according to Beltway insiders, George Washington's army only has a 3% chance of surviving the winter at Valley Forge.
Yes. Yes, and keep in mind, I did see an interesting headline. The thing that plagues the Democrats isn't so much 2016; it's that old headline: "Dewey defeats Truman."
Yeah. I mean, if it comes to what people are feeling, Republicans seem to have much more confidence, and Democrats seem to be experiencing much more anxiety this time around.
Well, here's the thing: the Democrats have created what, in my opinion, we'll see if I'm correct. I might be wrong. A house of cards. They created this mystique. They went out there full court press with the mainstream. Remember, I said that Joe Biden hasn't had a real campaign with the exception of ads. His campaign has been the mainstream media. So they painted this picture of inevitability. However, Luke, if you really look and pay attention over the last 48 hours of coverage, they've been trying to walk that horse back somewhat, or donkey, shall we say.
Yeah, I think his campaign chairman said they don't need to win either Pennsylvania or Florida to win, which is kind of a weird thing to say.
Good luck with that, because I think that both Biden and Trump has to have Pennsylvania. And of course, if Biden has already lost one state that Hillary Clinton carried, he's probably going to be sweating bullets here.
Yeah. So it's been about a month since I spoke to you last. Anything that caught your attention? Did we speak after the final debate between Trump and Biden?
Well, I thought that Trump won that hands down. I thought that the loser was the media, who didn't believe that Trump, who is a TV person to begin with, could carry himself that way. But there is one thing. There is one individual that I want to call out, and that's Matt Drudge. Mm-hmm. I don't know what happened to him in the last 6 months, but maybe it's because he's no longer relevant. Because people are now getting their news faster from social media, from Twitter, and all that. But he has proven himself to be basically the mouthpiece for the Lincoln Project, if he's even still a Republican. And when all of this is over, I do believe that elections have consequences, that there should be ramifications, and that guy should be shut out. Because it's one thing for your opponents to be spewing poison, but for someone who supposedly, it's like a Trojan horse. He has been a Trojan horse and doing the mainstream media's bidding. And I just think that he needs to be ignored to death.
Well, he's like, I know Drudge secondhand because I knew Andrew Breitbart fairly well. And so Breitbart worked for Drudge for many years. So Drudge is a contrarian. He's not really an ideologue. So in 2008, for example, Drudge supported Barack Obama over John McCain. So it's not that he's betrayed his conservative principles.
That wasn't hard to do, by the way.
Yeah. But I think this is this is true to who Drudge is, in that he looks for like a contrarian, exciting angle. So he would tell Andrew in the 2008 election, electing Barack Obama may be very bad for America, but it's going to be good for my website.
Well, let me tell you what my opinion is. I think his coverage and what he does is representative of his mental state and his emotional he's emotionally retarded, Luke. And I think his coverage and how he handles his site and such reflects that.
Yeah.
Just my opinion. That's my opinion. And, I think it's, when you have the future of the country, and a lot of good people's kids has to live in this cesspool. It's not something to play things and to play, try to play both sides the way he plays both sides. So I think he should be ignored to death. And of course, he probably is a certain extent. Also, I've seen reports that the actual early voting numbers have not trended Democrat the way that they thought that they would and should, for them to carry some of the key states. Now, I'm still looking at that. I know it's not. I know Arizona, I think, is going to be a surprise. I think Nevada is going to be a surprise. If what you're reporting is correct, that New Hampshire has been called for Trump, that's already a surprise because they've lost one already.
Okay, it hasn't been called, and the person who made that announcement has now deleted it. So it hasn't been called. It's just based on early projections. So either they put it back or not sure what to do. But I've followed Matt Drudge since 1998, and I know that in every presidential election since then, he's essentially called the winner by 1:30 p.m. West Coast time on election day, and this is the first time he has not done that. So in 2000, I remember at around 1:30 p.m., he was predicting George W. Bush in a squeaker. Then he also correctly predicted George W. Bush in 2004. He was able to call Barack Obama very early in 2008. And I remember 2012, he called Barack Obama the winner around 1:15 p.m. my time. In 2016, around 1:22 p.m. West Coast time, he posted that Drudge was in there with a chance. So whatever one feels about Matt Drudge, I would not discount him being the first outlet to correctly predict this election based on exit polls, etc. So right now, on top of Matt Drudge is a photo of Donald Trump smiling. So
there's a conspiracy theory too, that when you really start thinking, maybe Drudge did all this because in psychological operations, there's an old saying that you could, a pissed off person will always react and do more than someone that is cocky and confident. The Democrats being cocky and confident, and the GOP being pissed off at how Trump's being treated. Maybe Drudge was fanning that fire.
Yeah.
And also, the flip side is, if you piss somebody off on purpose, your idea is to also make them make mistakes too. So there's a negative side of that. When someone's really pissed off, they make mistakes, like Richard Spencer screaming into the mic that everyone will be his slave or bow before his feet or something.
Yeah. So have you been reading any good books lately?
I haven't. I've been tending to medical stuff, and then I've been moving. I moved into a new townhouse, and so that's taken up a lot of time. And then my aunt is gravely ill, not COVID, just gravely ill. So I've been kind of spending some time supporting her and my uncle.
Okay. So why don't you pop back into the stream a little later if you feel like it, if you see anything.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll link back in.
Okay, great, Rodney.
Okay, take care.
Good to talk to you, my friend.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Rodney Martin there. Okay, this is Hillary Clinton from 2007.
I don't feel no ways tired. I come too far from where I started from. Nobody told me that the road would be easy.
Mahalia Jackson? An early Aretha? No. That was the gospel icon Hillary Clinton of Illinois back in 2007. You probably noticed, ruefully, that Hillary Clinton isn't around much this year. You might think that's because she's a turnoff to voters because she's inauthentic and unlikable. That'd be sexist, though, so check yourself. Besides, this weekend we learned the real reason for Hillary Clinton's absence. She's been busy training Kamala, or is it Kamala Harris, to overcome the fact she grew up in Canada and adopt a brand new identity. Kamala Harris has emerged anew, like a butterfly from a cocoon. That's right. The Kamala Harris that spent her adolescence in Montreal, in Quebec, is gone. In Florida on Saturday, Kamala revealed a new lived experience. Turns out she's a proud, lifelong resident of the Deep South here in the United States. Listen to her.
We will tell them we were hanging out in a parking lot this particular Saturday afternoon with Kamala and all our friends. We will tell them how we organized and mobilized. We will tell them we emailed and we called folks and we texted until folks got tired of hearing from us, but we knew they'd get over it.
It's a good thing being a phony isn't a crime, or she'd be doing 30 to life. But there's no going back now. This is who Kamala Harris is now. She's from the Deep South. At an event in North Carolina, she seemed like any other Deep Southerner. You really couldn't tell the difference between her and anybody else from rural Alabama. See for yourself.
Because you see, Fayetteville, when we get this thing done on Tuesday, Joe Biden and I are about to get rid of that tax bill.
Feelings in order to get white people to continuously vote for them in the name of, oh, it would be just so much worse with these leftists in charge. So I am voting out of hatred in a way, out of punishing the Republicans. I'm also voting, I guess you could say, to a degree out of fear, a kind of Hobbesian fear, in the sense that the Democrats have established themselves as a powerful hegemonic entity, one that is kind of channeling many different aspects of American society. You have a tremendous amount of white suburban professionals entering the party en masse. You obviously have, African Americans. You have Wall Street to a very large degree, and so on. I don't feel like I myself, or the alt-right, or our movement, or whatever you want to call it, is equipped to take on these people at this moment. If we are going to take them on directly and put ourselves out into the line of fire, we're going to be crushed. And I don't want to be crushed. I want to try to fight battles that we can win, play games that we can actually win. And so I don't want to put myself or others or the movement in the line of a rising hegemonic force. Now, you could just say that that's cowardly, but I don't think it's cowardly at all. There has to be a mean that we reach, that is a golden mean, Aristotelian mean, between courage and foolhardiness, and of being brave but not being an idiot. And this is a rising tide force. And I think that there are a lot of bad things that are going to come about through Democratic hegemony. There are also some good things. In terms of all of that populist stuff that Trump talked about, I'm going to provide you health care. We're not going to let anyone suffer. Even newer ideas like UBI, universal basic income, of taking care of the working class to some degree. Unlike in Central Europe and Northern Europe, our welfare state just is awful, and people go bankrupt due to healthcare bills. There are just clear ways that there can be government action to help out average Americans, and that certainly includes a lot of struggling white people. And the liberals are clearly in a better position to deliver these things. They're also in a position to deliver woke lunacy, but they, again, in terms of these ideas that would help out workers or struggling people, the Democrats are simply a better option. I don't know, in terms of darkness over light, I guess I have a little bit of inner darkness. I'll admit that. But I on all of those lines, I think a lot of times people who are foreigners, they just get this image of Trump that comes from the liberal media as Trump's a fascist, Trump's a nationalist, Trump's a racist, Trump's an anti-Semite, Trump's a sexist, Trump's anti-gay. None of those things are correct at all. And indeed, the opposite is true on most of those things. And so we need to stop kind of buying in to this kind of liberal mainstream narrative that Trump is our guy on our side. Trump has not done anything for us. He will not do anything for us. He will not have our back. He will allow us to be damaged.
And so we need to stop kind of buying in to this kind of liberal.
Okay, who do we have in the chat? We got Rodney again. Rodney, you're back.
Real briefly, look, when he's done, I got to respond to this garbage.
Go ahead.
Okay, so
we need to stop kind of buying in to this kind of liberal.
Okay.
So Mr. Spencer is voting Democrat.
Yeah.
Because he supports the welfare state. Our welfare system is not on par with the Europeans. Healthcare, he supports universal basic income. All of this is based on himself. He has no concept of the country as a whole. He has no core. I've said this once before. He has no core beliefs. So Mr. Spencer, for years, by virtue of Mr. Redney, the publisher, had a universal basic income. He was paying him to go around and do whatever. And by all accounts, when Richard Spencer attacked Charlottesville like Paulus at Stalingrad and got crushed, Redney cut him loose because he did not want to be, a co-defendant in that suit. So there's no more National Policy Institute. Richard Spencer now lives at home with his mother at 38 years old. So he is talking just like any other disenfranchised person who's made piss poor life choices and now wants the rest of us to pay for them. He wants the rest of us to pay a salary to him because he's made himself unemployable. He did not use his college education productively. His great gamble at the various beer hall putches that he tried to put on failed. So he wants the rest of us. He's no different than these dirty, filthy leftist Marxists that run around talking about democratic socialism or outright communism. It's all based on their own personal grievance. The system doesn't work for them, so they want to reform the system. The fact is, the American system has worked fine for 200 years, vis-a-vis, look at the influx of people from Europe. Americans don't migrate to Europe to get away from a bad economy, et cetera. They may go to some tax shelters, such as in the Caymans and the Bahamas, but that's very slim. Now let's talk about the Democratic Party that he talks about. I know this for a fact because let's just disclose it on your show because I posted it yesterday, Luke, and you liked it. For 32 years, I was a Democrat. For the first time in 2020, I voted a straight GOP ticket to punish the Democrats for their extreme leftward bent, for a lack of freedom of speech, lack of expression of ideas, for an abortion in every pot, for collective guilt. I mean, for literally wanting to take the approach of these leftists here. And I'm not the only ex-Democrat that did that. I know of several more that did the exact same thing. I even know people that worked on progressive candidates campaigns, such as Howard Dean, that voted Republican this year. But let me get back to Mr. Spencer. The Democratic Party has always been a party of those professional, that he talks about, executive. It's always been that. The Republican Party, for the last, say, 50 years since Nixon, per se, has been the party of the blue-collar worker. And then you have the old Rockefeller Republicans. But for the most part, the Democrats have for years been that party that he described that he seems to think is just now metamorphosing. Actually, what's happening to the Democratic Party is a schism. It's not turning into a hegemonic party. It's about ready to split in two between the moderate to traditional Democratic wing and this extreme left-wing AOC squad, Bernie Sanders wing, that they have just temporarily decided to not fight, kind of like Chiang Kai-shek and Mao Zedong during World War II. We'll stop fighting each other to fight the Japanese. That's what the Democratic Party has done for 2020. Both of those wings hate each other. They hate each other with a passion. So the Democratic Party is far from being a hegemonic political force. And if and when they lose tonight, you think that the crocodile tears that they all cried and the autopsy they went through in 2016 is bad, just wait. There will probably be a movement outright by AOC and that gang to actually break from the party and form a traditional social democratic party. Spencer is completely wrong. He has always operated much like a lot of his other nerds from a sense of grievance. And, you know, I've always said, Luke, the fundamental flaw between the left, like an Antifa, and the white nationalists is those Antifa creeps, they're committed. They are committed to their ideology. You cannot buy them off. But if you go to a white nationalist like Richard Spencer and offer them an $80,000 to $125,000 a year job, full benefits, a car allowance, they would flip in a minute. Spencer would be right back in the fold as a good Republican conservative like he was when he used to sing the praises of the IRS and the federal bureaucracy and such. And you can find him on video doing that. That's my rejoinder to him.
Great. Thanks, Rodney. So we're going to bring Lucy onto the show. So I gave her the contact information, so I'll just wait for her to Skype me. Meanwhile, we'll listen to a little bit here from Fox News.
Has essentially scared away voters from voting in person at the polls today, which is a disadvantage to them. The fact is that both of these campaigns have been fundamentally different since the beginning. The president has the opportunity of incumbency to use his position. He's been building a ground game for 4 years. The Trump campaign is very confident that that ground game will come out today, especially in places, as Carl mentioned, like Pennsylvania, where they do acknowledge it will be a cage fight to the end. They will have to count all of the votes there and hope that their turnout is high in the rural areas. But they're confident that Arizona will come through. Despite that blue creeping into Arizona, they think they will get Texas, and they also think they can pick up Nevada based on a couple of different policy positions they've taken in the remaining days of this campaign. So they are confident, and the fact is that Joe Biden has, a last-minute ditch effort to Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign argues that they didn't have any last-minute emergency trips to anywhere. They had a very planned-out, deliberate path to victory, and it's interesting to see the Biden campaign come out and say that they have other ways to victory without Florida and Pennsylvania. I think that's going to be a really tough pull for Joe Biden.
Katie, thanks.
We'll be back throughout the night. Stocks up on this election day. The Dow surging 555. We're going to focus for the next few minutes on the economy, how it plays into this election. Earlier today, President Trump said a recovery from the coronavirus lockdowns will benefit everyone. But Joe Biden is framing the vote as a battle between the wealthy and the workers.
We have to rebuild the middle class. We have to give ordinary people a fighting chance. They can do anything when you give them a chance.
We closed up the greatest economy in the history of the world for any country, not just for our country. And we are now opening it up. We had the best year we've ever had last year, and I think we're going to be right in that category for next year. So that's very successful.
Let's talk about all of this with Maria Bartiromo, host of Mornings with Maria on Fox Business. Maria, good evening. Your thoughts on this day and where things stand?
Hey, Brett. Well, look, I think that if you're looking at the broader polls with Joe Biden in the lead for all of these weeks and months, the message of the market has Donald Trump in the lead, because I think that the only way this market continues this tremendous rally that we saw today and yesterday is if the Republicans hold on to the Senate in a Joe Biden win. I mean, I think the only way the markets rally in a Joe Biden win scenario is if the Republicans hold on to the Senate, making it impossible for him to get get through his tax increases. $4.3 trillion of tax increases is what Biden has been promising, particularly the capital gains tax going all the way up to 44%, the corporate rate going from 21 to 28%. So I think the market is rallying with some expectation that this president gets a second term. Having said that, I think also a rally is being identified just for the fact that we're getting some clarity. Markets do not like uncertainty. One interesting point to make is the early exit poll data that we're seeing at this point, and the surveys, according to reports, show that exit polling show that voters believe that the economy is the #1 issue. 34% of the people found economic recovery as the biggest issue, followed by inequality, followed by COVID-19. That's an important point to make because, of course, as you heard, the Trump administration wants this to be about the economic recovery and Trump's policies in terms of moving the needle on things like income inequality, on things like economic growth. At the same time, we are also seeing some conversations about what each player would do in terms of their cabinet. A lot of conversation going into Election Day that Elizabeth Warren wanted to be Treasury Secretary. That is now taking the back burner. Apparently now Senator Warren feels that she is best positioned in the Senate, and now Joe Biden is apparently talking about the CEO of TIAA, Roger Ferguson, potentially being a Treasury Secretary. Wall Street is betting that should President Trump win a second term, he would keep Steven Mnuchin in as Treasury Secretary, at least for the first year, if not all 8 years. So again, I think the message of the market so far has been that President Trump gets a second term. The message of the voters in terms of these polling shows Joe Biden, but that's not what you're seeing in terms of the markets, because if Joe Biden were to win and we had a Democratic sweep, I would expect a big sell-off in stock prices. That would mean, of course, he gets those tax increases in, as well as some significant spending programs as well.
I distinctly remember being here in 2016 after we made the call at about 3 a.m. and the Dow futures were tanking with the Trump win. And you said at the time, Maria, this is a buying opportunity. And if you put all your chips on Maria's advice, you made a lot of money back then.
Thank you.
That's for sure.
Well, look, I was just looking at economic policy, and economic policy, which includes tax cuts, deregulation, opening up the spigot on energy, and redoing trade deals to put American workers first, was clearly, in my view, moving the needle on economic growth, and I think that's what investors reacted to.
And that was exactly what ended up happening. Maria, thank you very much. So coming up, Harris Faulkner will join us from Liberty State Park with some final thoughts.
Okay, that's pretty exciting, guys. Harris Faulkner is coming up.
But the content within it changes. And who's to say that NATO is always going to be pro-Washington?
It's true. Also,
you need an army. You're going to have a continental army in the European continent. And
yeah, that's
maybe a kind of post-NATO
yeah.
would be it.
And let me just interact with the chat here, right? People here wrote down and basically posted their main reasons why they support Trump. Let me just tell you, like 4 more years of just stability, or because he quote unquote saved your family $5,000, like is that are you serious? Like is this your political, is this basically a justification? Oh, he saved my parents $5,000 and that's why I'm voting for him, and that's my like great
Biden or Trump?
Oh, Trump. Right. Oh, Trump saved my parents like $5,000.
Oh, in terms of taxes or something?
Yeah. Like stuff like
you'll pay your $5,000 in taxes.
I mean, it's a legitimate reason, I guess, but it's coming from the voter perspective. But I guess it's not as political as the stuff we're talking about now.
Are you ready to go?
Right.
No.
Yep.
So I would understand if some farmer in the Midwest is saying, "Okay, Trump saved me $5,000."
Well, the farmer.
So I rang Lucy, but she wasn't ready to go.
It's a weird example to choose because the farmers have actually had some trouble under Trump, but you probably didn't know that, which is understandable. But yeah, there are people who might fear these things, but again, Trump doesn't deliver anything. I mean, Trump could have delivered a national healthcare system. He had an opportunity to do that in 2017, and he failed. Trump could have delivered immigration. Now that would have been hard, but he could have done it. and he didn't do that. Trump could have delivered UBI during coronavirus, and instead he claimed that the virus is a myth and a Democratic hoax or whatever. And so Trump really does not have what is the right word? We don't have any experience of him actually delivering anything. And I don't think there's any reason to. I think he lacks policy imagination. He just kind of goes hunting where the ducks are. He sees what's hot and what is anti-liberal or something, and he just goes there. And but in terms of actually having a vision for policy, I don't think he has one. I don't think the Republicans have one. The Republicans have been largely in control of Congress since 1994. They have more or less had a hegemony in Congress. I can't name to you a single proposal that they have implemented outside of tax cuts for the rich. There is just an absence of imagination, and I just don't think there's any real justification for continuing to support the Republicans outside of, oh, the liberals are so bad, let's just yell stop at them. No, I would almost rather see what the liberals can do. Can the liberals start delivering national health?
Okay, so go ahead. What's on your mind?
Yes, I want Biden to win.
And do you have any reasons behind that?
Yes, I do, because I think that everybody's really complacent with Trump. I think Trump's completely useless. I don't think anything's changed with Trump. And I don't think Republicans should even have a figurehead or anything like that. They think they've been successful or anything. I think that Biden should win. And it's funny because they're complete losers. And it's good. I think they should understand that.
And so Republicans are complete losers, but how about you? Are you a complete loser or are you a winner?
I'm a complete loser as well.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah, I think, I don't think anyone, I really don't think anyone, any modern European man, unless he's in an extreme state of denial, could describe himself as a winner. I think you'd have to be, if you are honest, you've got so little power over your own circumstances or anything like that. If you don't feel you're a loser, you're in a state of denial, in my opinion.
Why?
Because, nowadays, who's got a family? Who's got, who could say they've got any kind of control or power over their own life? I think that would be very few people. And I think people are like, they think like Trump, it kind of gives them they feel like they have some kind of power or they've won something if Trump wins. It's about words. It's not like about the reality of the situation. They're not getting anything from it. Nothing's changed. With Trump, they were all still broke, living in trailers. Their kids were on drugs, and they were, they were laughed at and all that. And I think it's just better if Biden wins, because they shouldn't even have the thing where they can delude themselves into thinking they're not complete losers, in my opinion.
Okay, great. Thanks for calling in. So I'm going to move on with the show. The audio wasn't so great, so apologies for that. But at least it was worth trying. And I want to. What do I want to do? Let's. That looks like an old girlfriend there on Fox. But let's go back to Tucker Carlson from last night.
Don't judge yourself. All of America just vomited simultaneously. Could you stand 4 years of that? Eddie Scarry's been thinking deeply about that. He's a columnist over at the Washington Examiner, author of Grow Up and Vote for Trump, Why 2020 is Your Last Chance to Become an Adult. We're happy to have Eddie Scarry on tonight. So, Eddie, if Joe Biden's elected president, obviously he's not going to serve. I would be stunned if he served out his first term. Kamala Harris would run the country. Would she do so as a Canadian or as someone from Mississippi?
Well, this is something that I want everyone to think about, that exact question, which I talk about at great length in my book. You know, everyone in D.C., you live in D.C., you know D.C. very well. Everyone here knows that she is a California prosecutor, fairly smart. California prosecutor. She gets in front of a North Carolina audience and suddenly becomes Forrest Gump. She suddenly becomes Quick Draw McGraw. I'm not really. I would say I don't quite understand it, but we know what's happening. It's a pandering to the nth degree, and I don't think this stuff really works anymore. To be honest,
I did not violate their rules.
What we saw with Donald Trump in 2016.
So we're going to have to figure out a way to solve this problem. But I would say that Trump's solution is worse, and there's at least a little bit of hope here. I'm going on Hobbesian fear again. There's a little bit of hope that once Trump is out of office, that a lot of the big tech censorship will calm down, because we did not face this level of censorship in, say, 2014. You know, the idea of getting banned from Stripe or PayPal or Twitter or YouTube was just not thinkable outside of people who are doing really, really outrageous stuff and, you know, like calling for violence or just being total lunatics. You know, we were fine. And I think there's at least a little glimmer of hope that when things calm down a little bit and the liberals feel like they're in charge again, that they're going to kind of allow us to do our thing. Right.
I mean, I have with this whole basically labeling Twitter and so on as publishers, like that's such a technical thing. I guess if kind of the roles were reversed with the US and Germany, I think like people here are to a certain extent more practical. They'd say like, bruh, obviously like this is now a public platform.
Exactly. It's a public good. It's a public good.
Okay, who do we have in the chat? We got Colin Liddell here. Colin, what are your thoughts today as we head into election results in the United States?
Well, you know, it's still a little bit early, but I mean, how can you doubt that Trump's going to win, really? You know, when you look at the campaigns, you look at the candidates that the Democratic Party chose. I mean, I think we're all expecting some kind of concrete data quite soon that confirms the idea that Trump is going to win. I mean, the stock market, for example, that seems like an obvious hint that you know, we can expect Trump to do very well.
Yeah. Anything else that you're picking up from your perusal of the news and of social media?
Well, you know, I just think that there's all sorts of things you can look at, and you can read various things into them, like where they campaigned and so on, like which states they've been visiting, which states are in play, or you know, Elizabeth Warren stepping back from being the finance minister, things like that. So there's all sorts of little hints and you know, subtle things that you could you know, you could read whatever you wanted into them. But I think we're really waiting for some kind of hard data that shows. I mean, there was talk about New Hampshire being projected for Trump. I mean, that's still not being confirmed as far as I can see. So if that comes through, then obviously that would be very, very solid for Trump, and it would point to the direction that things are flowing in. It's going to be such a, you know, I mean, you know, that meme of the screaming liberal, you know, that we had in 2016 and, you know, 2016, 2017, 2018, you are here kind of thing. Well, I think in this election, that screaming liberal is going to be replaced by Richard Spencer.
So if the mainstream polls are right, then the campaign should have been in Ohio, but the campaigns didn't bother going to Ohio, neither Biden nor Trump. So that means that the campaigns don't believe the mainstream polls. Also, if the mainstream polls are correct, why did Joe Biden waste his time going to Minnesota? a couple of days ago. There was no reason for him to go to Minnesota based on the mainstream polls. Also, the type of campaign that Biden has run over the past week exemplified a guy trying to get to 270. This was not a guy running like Hillary Clinton in 2016, who was running with the idea of getting 400 electoral college votes, just trying to make it a total wipeout. So that's what's coming to my attention. Joe Biden has not run a campaign in particular over the last week or so based on anything like the mainstream polls.
Yeah, his campaigning has been very, very sparse. And so because it's so sparse, you can infer quite a lot from that. With Donald Trump, he's been doing, rallies everywhere. So it's less obvious what he's up to. And also that has a certain, value as well, because it makes it harder for the opposition to know what's going on inside his camp. Whereas with Joe Biden, like if he goes to, if this guy who prefers to kind of like hide in his basement, if he goes to somewhere like Minnesota, there must be a real reason behind it. So obviously they're suggests they're very scared of losing it. And there's just so many things that are going against Biden. I mean, people are just sick of the lockdown, from what I can tell. And it's these Democrat-run states that have been imposing the worst lockdown. So they've been kind of shooting themselves in the foot in that respect.
Yeah. And have you ever seen a politician who is as passionately loved as Donald Trump? These chants, we love you, directed towards Donald Trump. I've never seen anything like it. The emotional connection that many Americans seem to have with Donald Trump, his base, it goes with an intensity beyond anything that I saw even with Barack Obama and his base during his best years. I can't even think of any similar examples around the world.
Well, you actually used the wrong word there. You called Trump a politician, and the fact is, most people don't really think of Trump as a politician, especially his fans.
Yeah,
they see him as an insurgent, and that's the whole appeal. This is somebody who's not a politician. This is somebody who doesn't mince his words. He doesn't, hide what he really thinks. Who's subject to, string pulling from donors and vested interests. And Trump sends off this. He sends out this signal that he's really on their side. And of course, you might be you can be ultra cynical and say that Trump is just part of this oligarchy and he's playing a different kind of game. But he's succeeded in convincing the people who support him that he is not a politician and that he's a straight talker, and that's going to be very, very popular with a large part of America.
I've never watched campaign speeches. I've always hated them, found them boring. I've never liked listening to politicians' speeches. And I'm just going to confess something. Late last night, I got into bed and I watched Trump's final campaign appearance in Michigan. And I even shed a few tears. Like, it was just such a beautiful American sight. There's something that he does that's beyond my reason and rationality. He just taps into something. Like, when he gives his campaign speeches, he doesn't just give a campaign speech. He just starts talking about whatever's on his mind. Like, I think yesterday he said, "This election's not about me." And then he says, "Well, actually, it is about me." I mean, when do you hear a politician talk that way? He starts musing about how these environmental regulations mean that you have to flush a toilet, 6 times now. He talks about how Twitter's trending is so boring that, and then he says, "I've been trending since I was born." Just as you said, he does not speak and carry himself like a politician.
Yeah, well, a lot of the things that people perceive to be negatives about Trump, especially the left, they see him as this racist, sexist, egotistical asshole, and that's already been sold to his base. That's what they like about him, and so they constantly attack him on things that everybody already knows about him, and that just reinforces his brand, as it were. And so, he is a bit of an egotist. He is a bit of an asshole, but that's part of the charm of Trump. People like that about him. And so, I mean, if you really want to attack somebody successfully, you have to tell people something about him or her that they didn't previously know, and then that would probably have more impact. But instead, they just reinforce, they say Trump is Trump, in other words, and that's what people like anyway. So it really makes him very, very resistant to those kinds of attacks.
And he can't be parodied very effectively because he parodies himself. Like, he makes fun of his own self in a way that eliminates the ability for others to effectively mock him.
Yeah, I mean, with Sleepy Joe, I mean, a lot of Democrats probably don't realize how Sleepy Joe is because the leftist liberal media have been covering up for him for so long. And so when Trump comes out with these attacks, he picks a point that hasn't been emphasized and that needs to be emphasized, and that has a real effect, I think.
Yeah. Now, it's not necessarily that the candidate with the most intense base wins the election. It's entirely possible that, I mean, no Democrat's passionate about Joe Biden, but that's not necessarily a devastating thing, right? I can think of many examples where one politician has a fired up base, the other politician, there's very little enthusiasm for him, but still the politician with the most intense base, he doesn't necessarily win.
Yeah, this is a problem for Trump, and also it kind of relates to the so-called sailor strategy in a sense as well, because the idea is if you motivate and animate your base, you should win in American elections. And of course, it's also important not to piss off other groups too much, because as we all know, America's incredibly diverse. And, when you look at what Trump's been doing with certain things, which maybe didn't make sense at first, this thing about releasing black people from prison a bit early and, things like that. And, this pointless, what seemed to be pointless, this kind of diamond and silk thing, and hanging around with black churchmen. Trump's been doing a lot of work to reach out to groups that you wouldn't normally expect people. You wouldn't normally expect them to vote for him, and people, especially in the alt-right, have heavily criticized him for this. And I think from what we are, the signs that we're picking up now seem to suggest that Trump's strategy has been paying off. He's actually managed to keep his own base very, very enthused, but at the same time, he's also appealed to certain other groups, at least enough to prevent them voting for Joe Biden, and in some cases even sort of flipping to him.
Now, I don't know how much of a Drudge watcher you are. It doesn't bother me emotionally that Drudge has gone against Donald Trump the past 2 years. And I have so many memories of presidential campaigns where Drudge has called the winner hours and hours and hours before anyone else. So I still expect to get the first word on who wins this election from Matt Drudge. And I'm looking at Drudge right now, and on top of his website is a picture of a smiling Donald Trump with a Make America Great Again hat. Now, this is not accidental that Matt Drudge is choosing a smiling Donald Trump to be on top of his website. To me, this indicates that Matt Drudge has information that this is going to be a good night for Donald Trump. Any thoughts? Okay, you still there, Colin?
Yeah, hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess there's something in that. If Matt Drudge must have much more of the inside track than either you or me. So I would say that those image choices are not purely random and accidental.
Yeah. And
but the big question is how much voter fraud will there be, and will it have an impact in, say, places like Pennsylvania? And the other thing that keeps coming to mind is Trump really an outsider, or is this whole thing actually supposed to happen? Because when you look at the Democrat campaign and how badly they've actually run things, and the very, very poor selection of candidates. I mean, Joe Biden, this guy who's just like tottering on the brink of the grave, really, and Kamala Harris, this completely kind of charmless monstrosity. It's almost like they picked those two candidates because they wanted to actually lose. I mean, I can't shake off this suspicion.
Who would want to lose?
Yeah, I know it doesn't make sense. But why did they? If they wanted to win, they could. I mean, even if they wanted to win with Joe Biden, they could have picked somebody else besides Kamala Harris. But the combination of this pathetic old man, Joe Biden, and this disgusting creature, Kamala Harris, it's just like, wow, what's going on here? Why did they pick such a and also there's just like no chemistry between these two,
Mm-hmm.
It just like, if you actually tried to pick a worse pairing, you probably couldn't. So it's almost because of that, it's very, very difficult to shake the suspicion that this is actually a planned demolition, so to speak.
But by who?
Well, I haven't really gone into the rabbit hole, but maybe they want maybe they want Trump to win. Maybe whoever they are. I don't like to use the pronouns, because once you start using the pronouns, it's tinfoil hat time, I think. But maybe they really like what Trump's doing in the Middle East with moving the embassy to Israel. Maybe they're looking forward to some sort of policing action against Iran. There could be something like that afoot. Or maybe they just realize that Trump's good for the economy. He neutralizes the working class. He gets the working class behind him with his populist talk, and but he still allows the American economy to be dominated by the same people who have been dominating it for the last few years. And so, I'm not going to get into conspiracy theories, but I'm just going to really point to the fact that if the Democrats were serious about winning, they would never in a million years have picked these two.
Now, Joe Biden's not an easy guy to hate. Or what is your reaction to Joe Biden?
Well, I don't particularly like him. I don't actually, I can't be bothered to hate almost any politician. They're not really worthy of that passionate emotion, in my view. But I have a kind of like gentle contempt for the man. And even if you think he's got a certain kind of sort of everyman quality that appeals to working class Americans, he's just so over the hill that it sort of it really undercuts all that. So there's no real benefit in. Maybe 8 years ago there might have been some point in having Joe Biden up front as the main candidate, but not this time round. And then you kind of amplify the how bad a choice it is by pairing him with Kamala Harris. And if you had a kind of younger, more attractive, or more sensitive type of female candidate, that would create a better chemistry with this poor old man that they're hoping to get into the White House. But not Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, she has that. She's like the nurse who's going to give poor old Uncle Joe the deadly injection, so that somebody can inherit his fortune.
Yeah. Now, George Gilder came out with a book in 2018, essentially arguing that Google is going to be superseded by blockchain technology. I don't know exactly what blockchain technology is, but my free market instincts do accord with the idea of backing away from trying to regulate Google and Twitter and big tech, and allow the market perhaps to work, and maybe other forms of the internet will come along that will, say, supersede big tech's dominance. Do you have any thoughts on the desire on both sides of the political spectrum to increasingly regulate big tech? I'm thinking of the Microsoft analogy, that the Justice Department launched a big antitrust suit against Microsoft, but seemed to be pretty useless, that if they just allow the market to do its thing, Microsoft's dominance was going to be reduced anyway. Do you have any thoughts on the thorny question of regulating big tech?
Yeah, I mean, if they regulate big tech and make them susceptible for what is published on their platforms, then that's just going to encourage them to police what people say more heavily. So there's no getting around that. So I think we've got to, to a certain extent, it would be great if the market could decide this. But at the same time, why can't the government just impose a rule that if people don't actually break any laws, they can't be kicked off the platform? That would be the best solution. If you're not actually committing a crime on social media, they shouldn't be able to deplatform you from it. That's what I think should happen.
Yeah. And
one problem though is, of course, that these companies are not just national, they're not just local to America, they are international, and therefore they rub up against a lot of different sets of laws. And in the case of Europe, in addition to other things, like in America, obviously fomenting acts of violence and promoting terrorism would be a problem for some people on social media. In the case of Europe, using certain words or promoting certain historical narratives would actually be illegal. So there would be a difference between European and American law that they would have to deal with. But I think it would be good if they could just stipulate that as long as no national laws are broken by whoever is using social media, that they're entirely safe from being deplatformed.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have any additional thoughts? Anything else that's on your mind today?
Well, I'm just waiting for the first hard data to trundle in and confirm my predictions, which were made some time ago, that Trump was going to have quite a healthy victory.
Okay, great. So why don't you, if you feel like it, pop back in as the results come in?
Well, if I can, I will, Luke.
Great.
So maybe speak to you later. Cheers.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Okay, here's
and famously it said Florida. Interestingly enough, tonight we're going to be watching Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and Ohio, which are critical for the president to hold and which come in relatively early. And then we're going to be looking at Arizona and Iowa that come in much later in the evening. The president needs to carry most of those states. On the other hand, this is likely to be a repeat of Russell's whiteboard, only instead of saying I'm having difficulty getting it screened up here.
Wow. Other way. Go the other way.
We could get him some graphics.
There's a lag. I don't know. I got to hold it closer to my face.
That's good.
But rather than being Florida, 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 it's Pennsylvania, 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 which will be interesting because, as we know, look, they voted over 6 million voters last time around, and we have 2.5 million mail-in ballots this year, and they're going to have a long time and a lot of work to do to get those counted, and they can receive ballots that were mailed today and received by Friday. So it's going to be a couple of days before we're likely to see Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania's final returns. But in sort of honoring Tim Russert, I wish it was a warmer state, but it's going to be Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, maybe Harrisburg. Don.
If Biden were able to carry it in 16 electoral votes, that makes his path in the North and the rest of the country a lot easier. On the other hand, if President Trump is able to hold on in Georgia, and as I say, the Biden campaign a little bit concerned about Florida as well, he might hold on to the southeast of the country, and then it's a battle in the upper Midwest.
Yeah, could be a long night if that's the case. Britt, what else are you seeing inside the voter analysis survey? Biden, it says, is benefiting from the turnout of folks who did not vote in 2016, which is interesting because we heard a lot from the Trump campaign about registering new voters.
We did, Brett, and I think the Trump campaign believed that there were a huge number of voters who were for Trump but didn't vote in 2016, and they set about what they said was this massive registration campaign in which they mobilized these voters and brought them to the polls. So one would have imagined, if they were correct in their analysis, that we would see the electorate swollen by a significant number of Trump voters and that he would lead among new voters. Our voter analysis so far does not reflect that, which is not good news for the Trump campaign. I might add one other thing that shouldn't go unmentioned here, and that is that we're seeing something else I've never seen before in a presidential election. That is that outside in the streets here in New York and in cities across the country, we are seeing stores boarded up against the possibility that the result of the election will be violence in American urban areas, and perhaps elsewhere as well. That is
Okay, and speaking of violence, I found very disturbing news this evening. A Jewish man was murdered this morning in downtown Los Angeles in a jewelry robbery gone bad.
Really a striking development, and one that I think we all ought to keep an eye on as the night wears on. I rather suspect that the fear is not that the Proud Boys and others will come out if Trump loses, but I think the fear is that if Trump manages to win, that the people who have caused so much trouble in urban areas throughout this campaign will be out in force again. They're intent on destruction.
I mean, it's a great point. And, we live in a world now, in a country, Chris Wallace, where we've become used to that, where we've become used to people routinely pulling out plywood and boarding up their windows every time there's potential for unrest in this country. And, you look at Midtown Manhattan, it's a shadow of what it should. Our panel, Chris Wallace, Britt Hume, Katie Pavlich, Karl Rove, and Donna Brazil. Welcome back to all of you. Karl, let's bounce out to you with a look at some of what you see here in the early going at 7 o'clock. Not any big surprises at that point.
No, and not really much data either. You're right about Georgia. Georgia's going to be an interesting case to watch because it is absolutely certain that we're going to have one runoff, the Kelly Loeffler Warnock Collins race, because you have to have 50% of the vote, and there are 13 candidates on that ballot, whereas there are only 3 in the race involving incumbent David Perdue. And you're also right about the South Carolina race. A lot of money, and illustrative of a big strength the Democrats have shown in this election, and that is their ecosystem for small dollar fundraising that they began 16 years ago called Act Blue. Harrison, who is the former Democratic State Party chairman, has raised over $50 million in the third quarter and running against the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. So money doesn't always result in determine the outcome in a race. Both of these men have sufficient enough money to spend, but the idea of having over $50 million in a state with 3 million people and probably 2 to 2.5 million voters, pretty strong set of numbers that Republicans are facing in every single Senate race. There's not a single competitive race in which a Republican senator or a Senate candidate has outraised his opponent.
Well, it only took a few seconds, but the Fox News Decision Desk can now project President Trump will defeat former Vice President Joe Biden in the state of Kentucky. Not a surprise there. But the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, is up for election there. He was leading going into today. We'll see where that race heads in Kentucky as far as the Senate Majority Leader's fate. Donna, your look at tonight, what you're looking for early here as we start to get the actual vote tabulations coming in.
Well, I was sitting here telling Carl about Virginia, and I say Arlington, Prince Williams, Loudoun, and a couple of counties would be coming in early, and of course they've already called it, but now Georgia. Trump carried Georgia by 5 percentage points in 2016, and the last time, as you all know, that the Democrats carried this wonderful state was in 1992. But there's been an increase in younger voters, non-white educated voters, and I think the key tonight is looking at the suburban vote. And if suburban women continue to turn out in large numbers in favor of the Democrats, Georgia's going to be an interesting state to watch once all of the votes are tabulated.
Katie Pavlich, let's go over to you. Your thoughts as we get these first tallies in, and we've got Kentucky in now. We're looking at about 26 minutes away from the next round.
I think going forward tonight, looking at ticket splitting will be interesting. In Arizona, Martha McSally has been down, but President Trump has gained in that state. In Georgia, the state that you just called, or did not just call, excuse me, but we're discussing right now. David Perdue, Senator Perdue, skipped the last debate with his opponent, John Ossoff, to campaign with and for President Donald Trump. He is depending on President Trump to carry Georgia to get him over the finish line. In Michigan, it's interesting because they're counting on every last vote with the ground game there for the Trump campaign. The Michigan Secretary of State has said that 100,000 of the absentee early voting mail-in votes have been counted. There's 170,000 to go in Detroit. They also registered 18,000 new voters today, and those voters cast their votes in Democratic strongholds like Detroit, Ann Arbor, and another place in Michigan. And so interesting to look at that number for the president as he tries to take back Michigan as he won in 2016. But in terms of Georgia and other states like it, those Republican senator incumbents are really depending on the president to pull them over the finish line.
Carl, it's very early in the night, but what we're looking at is our voter analysis survey, and as these raw vote totals come in, these numbers from these states. But can we, looking at what we see now, say that this is likely not a landslide either way?
Well, I'm not certain that we can deduce that from the polling that we've had and the election returns thus far, but I suspect that's exactly going to be the case. Both sides have been revved up. You generally have a blowout when there's one side that's revved up and another side that's become dispirited, either because of internal divisions or simply a lousy candidate. We've had two campaigns here that have focused on revving up their bases, and so I think it'll be a big, huge turnout, and I think it will be relatively close, closer than I think either side thinks. You're at the moment in a campaign now where if you think you're going to win, you think you're going to win strong, and I know that's the attitude.
Are you working the refs? Are you working the reporters at this point? What's happening? If you're in the campaign, are you working the reporters saying this is what we're seeing? I mean,
first of all, you're getting 1,000 phone calls and emails and text messages from people saying, "What do you think? What do you think? How do you think it's going to turn out?" And it drives you absolutely insane. and then you're sitting in some little room somewhere trying to absorb all of this data and all this information. I remember one particular night when a guy kept walking around the room with a cigar, and his father said, "Don't worry, Senator, it'll be all right." And I was in the presence of two presidents of the United States. So at one point in 2004, I ran out of assistants. I had two great assistants, Ilse Earl Hernandez and Susan Ralston, and I had them busy doing weird things. So I looked around the room and said, "Who could I bring over here and have help me?" Because I had a computer that showed all the target percentages or all the ballots, what we were getting, but I needed somebody when I would bark out the name of a county to tell me how many votes we needed as our vote goal for that county. And I looked around the room. No, I wasn't going to be 41. It wasn't going to be Barbara Bush. I said, "Condi, get over here." And Condi Rice sat next to me for the next hour and a half or 2 o'clock until about 2 o'clock in the morning as I barked out, Lucerne County, Pennsylvania, Hamilton County, Ohio. And I had a very talented assistant who went on to greater things in life as Secretary of the State.
Now he just barks for whiteboards.
Exactly,
he needs more whiteboards.
So, Chris Wallace, one of the issues that we talk about a lot in campaigns is likability. And one of the comparisons that we see some of in this Fox News voter analysis is the difference between Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden on this issue. And, it was fascinating in 2016. Voters didn't really love Hillary Clinton or President Trump. So they had to decide between two characters that they weren't all that excited about. It's a little bit different this time around.
Absolutely. In the poll, Honest and Trustworthy in 2016, the final poll, Donald Trump 37%, not very good. Hillary Clinton 33%, even worse. This time, Donald Trump still stuck at 37% on Honest and Trustworthy.
At just some point, the stress gets too great, and they have to burst. And the BLM, you could call it, woke leftism, but I think it might be more accurate to call it a new Christianity. And Christianity, again, is a highly mutable religion. It can take many different forms. But we had people, they're talking about their own personal guilt, my white privilege that I have to expunge in some way. And they're washing the feet of Black people. There was actually one image of this woman who had covered herself in human feces and shit, and was talking about how she's debasing herself. And other people, doing penance and raising their hands like kind of evangelical Christians. It is deeply Christian. And we shouldn't be terribly surprised that the Christian movement, which has taken so many different forms and originally arose among the rabble, is kind of now emerging again as this pro-African-American, anti-oppression, white guilt, savior complex, and George Floyd, that it's emerging like that. And we can see similar forces happening with QAnon. And QAnon, unlike BLM, it tracks heavily with Christians. So it tracks heavily with people who are already in the religious right or the Tea Party or these type of Republican groups. And it's kind of like an anti-conspiracy theory, because it's most conspiracy theories about how these wicked people are controlling the world and they're going to eat us all or something. But QAnon is about how Donald Trump is a savior. He's the good guy, and he's destroying the pedophiles and blood-sucking demons, in the government, and that we need to just kind of withdraw and be anonymous and trust the plan and just allow this great person to do his work, and for the kind of Holy Spirit of patriotism to do its work. And so you're absolutely correct of that second religiosity. Just the QAnon is a religion. It's other things as well. It's highly political. It's connected to kind of an internet culture of, kind of disbelieving everything you see almost to a fault. I think each of us is skeptical of the mainstream media, to say the least, but to think that every single fact that the mainstream media gives you is false and it's all a lie and it's a cover up, that is paranoid at some point. And that's kind of where a lot of white Americans are going. So I think QAnon will remain even if Donald Trump loses. And I think he probably is going to lose. I think it might even arguably be more intense after Donald Trump loses. But it will remain, and it is a way for particularly white conservatives to kind of achieve meaning in their lives. It first emerged in 2017 after Trump signed an omnibus bill that didn't fund the wall, if I'm remembering correctly. And
Trump leading Florida by 90,000 votes
trust
with
the plan,
51%
guys. Everything's going
reporting.
right. Just let Trump do Trump, and we'll get there. And all of the evil, devil worshipping pedophiles will be put in jail. And it was this kind of way of responding to the disappointment of Trump. And but I think now it's taken on a life of its own, and it's much, much greater than that. But yeah, we should not be surprised as people who have, engaged in text like, Spangler or Evola or so on, that in this mass society, in a declining, anxiety-ridden mass society, that there are going to be these new religions emerging. And I think all of them are going to have deep connections with Christianity. They're going to be kind of heresies of Christianity, or kind of total vulgar expressions of Christianity, with both BLM and QAnon.
Yeah, I think if Trump loses, they're just going to say the deep state now triumphed over him, and he's going to come back somehow later or something.
It's going to be more intense. Yeah. And it is weird. I remember in the alt-right days of 2016 where, I thought most of what was happening was really productive and good. But then even around the edges, you had all this kind of weird wackiness going on. And like the flat earth thing, that emerged also at that time of the alt-right and Trump. And I think those things were connected. That became a huge meme. But keep this in mind, as big as the alt-right got in 2016 and 2017, QAnon dwarfs us. I mean, large percentages of the Republican Party believe in QAnon. I mean, I saw some poll, it was like over 50% or some horrifying thing. And then 20% of Democrats think that it's correct. I mean, it's just wild. And the alt-right never achieved that kind of, influence. I mean, I maybe for the good, maybe the only way we could achieve that influence is if we created a absurd religion. But I do think that at least what we should take from it is that we do have to think spiritually, and that we have to put forward something that is, positive for our future, and not wacky and ridiculous, but that's serious. But we are going to have to enter that spiritual realm as well.
So moving on, there was another question posed by our admin, which also appeared in chat, that now with big tech censorship accelerating, with the First Amendment sort of withering away slowly, do you think that Republicans are going to be more critical of both markets, which of course these big tech companies are private entities? Do you think they're going to be more critical of these global giant private companies, or do you think they're going to stick to this sort of trust fund neoconservative ideology?
It's a good question, because one thing, and I don't know the answer, one thing that Trump definitely did was rip the GOP out of this.
Trump has a 92% chance of winning Florida, according to the New York Times. Georgia tilting Trump,
spending and welfare. Trump just
North Carolina tilting
ripped
Biden.
them away from that, and they now will just overtly say deficits don't matter. I mean, they do matter, of course, to some degree, but they're just saying, oh, it doesn't matter. We never really meant that anyway. At the same time, there are many forces within the GOP that want to bring you back to that, rock-ribbed Republican pocketbook ideology of yesteryear. And I guess I don't know who's going to win out in this battle, but my sense is that Trumpism won't go away if Trump loses. And I do think he will lose, prove me wrong. But I think there are many people in the GOP who are, let's go back to the old ways, limited government, individualism, no nationalism, vague Christianity or whatever. And I think that MAGA spirit is so powerful that it's not going to go away, and that the GOP will have to reconcile themselves with it at some point.
Okay. Right. And now my last question before I'm going to get a smoke. So have you heard of the German game Heimatdefender, which is a sort of generation identity game that released a few months ago and has been picking up.
I heard about it. I heard about a game. I'm not quite sure what it is, but I heard about this.
It's a sort of jump and run. I heard it. It was compared to sort of Mega Man, where you jump around in 2D and fight against sort of
Metroidvania kind of stuff.
And you play as Martin Sellner and other people.
Play as Martin Sellner. Well, I could make a joke about that, but I guess I'll refrain. I don't have anything against it. I don't know that much about it. Maybe it's fun, maybe it's not. I remember that there were people in America like William Pierce who would create these video games that were nationalistic and racialist. And I don't know how far those went. I mean, we don't have the power of the mass media companies behind us to get this game in everyone's living room. And do we want it in everyone's living room? I don't know. I don't know what to say. It's amusing. It's not really my thing. I don't like video games.
Do you think?
But
I don't know. Do you think, from your perspective, that these sort of people help? These sort of games help, or do you think that more of sort of a subliminal messaging inside of mainstream productions, sort of unpolitical games, but that push our values, would be better?
Trump increasing sort of in Florida
shift.
I'm not. I mean, I think any mass market video or media that we create is going to be overwhelmed by what's already there. And so I'm a little bit skeptical of the efficacy of doing this. But I don't know Heimat Defender. I could check it out. Maybe I would hate it. Maybe I like it. Who knows? But I don't think we're going to just unseat those things. I think what we're doing is really difficult, and it's some way we have to kind of think about it as a top-down strategy and not just a kind of bottom-up one, that we're going to have to capture an elite in some way and get our ideas into their heads, get our ideas into culture makers' heads and start putting them forward. And that might sound impossible, but it's actually not, because to say that all Hollywood culture is just liberalism on steroids or something is wrong. Hollywood will go there in some to some degree, maybe to a limited degree. They will go there in terms of evoking dangerous ideas. And if we can start planting our ideas into their heads, they will be able to reach the masses in a way that like an identitarian group in Austria could never do, just because they lack the funds and resources, et cetera. And so right. I do think we kind of need a bit of a top-down strategy, and it's harder and it takes more time, but it's ultimately more rewarding.
Right, that's true. Like I'm actually more or less trying to develop something that's like trying to achieve something like that, trying to reach people who are actually like important, who aren't just running around saying nonsense and so on. And also just one of the developers, like who is working on the game we referenced, actually wrote in chat. He said that there's like an English version coming soon. So that's another thing to look out to, right? But
I'll check it out. I usually just play chess on my iPhone.
You just play chess, do you?
Yeah, I lose to people from around the world.
The only way I play chess is I go into like chess.com and then I put the chess computer on my phone, and then I just...
This is why I'm losing.
Down in Florida, you have places
you
like
are
Sumter
insulting
County, where the Villages
the game of
that both campaigns have focused on. Do you populate? Is there vote total coming in from those places?
There is a vote total, but there's not a percentage breakdown. In other words, you can look at this, Brett, 67% in Sumter County. You're right. Villages, seniors, how are they breaking right now? Do they have concerns about COVID? Are seniors voting differently in Florida than they are perhaps in Pennsylvania? President's at 67% of the vote, about 58,000 raw votes. From 2016, he was at 70% with 52,700 raw votes. So that's about, quick math again, forgive me, but it's about 70,000 plus here from 2016. This year, we've got about 70,000 votes in here, too. So what we cannot see through the projections we're getting from the Associated Press is the percentage in this county of the vote. You can find that on the Secretary of State's website, et cetera. But this only lets us know that we're pretty close to 100%, but not entirely there. If this is as far as Donald Trump gets in Sumter County, and that's where he was 4 years ago, he's got some work to do in that part of Florida. But again, it could be offset in different aspects. I can tell you on the phone with the Trump campaign throughout the day, they're confident about Florida. They say they're in the game in Georgia.
Winning Florida.
North Carolina
Trump
as well.
needs Florida
Ohio,
to win. That's what, 29 electoral votes, I think? And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what it is, right? 29? That's 29
electoral votes. So
it's what he needs. And it looks like we are cruising towards victory there, which is a big deal because the polls were looking better for him out of all of them, but the polls basically had him tied. And now they're saying the margin could be +3. So far, so good in Florida. But let's move on here. Thank you, Scott. Very intelligent, academic as always. The brilliant and the highly respected Scott. But we're going to bring on Steve here. I want to get Steve's take. He is obviously a cowboy, and whereas Scott is the academic from university in D.C., Steve is the cowboy from the mountains. He is the hill folk, the timeless wisdom of the country. And I want to hear from Steve. What is your take so far on the election?
Well, I got to say, people are really biting their nails on Florida. But it's my understanding that a lot of the rural counties that really come out for Trump, they came out for Trump last time, are not quite reporting all the way. So I think we're going to see a lot of lean in his direction with that. And he's up in, was it Miami-Dade County? He's up there by like 100,000 or something like this. He's looking good there anyway, which is a nice flip for him. And then on Virginia, it's not a surprise. He didn't win it last time. I mean, he got beat there by like 250,000 votes or something like this. So nobody campaigned there, as you said. But I think he'll have a stronger performance there than last time. So that's something to look out for. And then I just got to say, Vermont come in disappointing me early. Had my chips in on Vermont, so I think that New Hampshire is going to be pretty split. I think it's going to go Biden. I think it'll go 53% Biden. But besides that, that's what I'm looking at right now. And then these people that say that Texas is going to go blue, I just don't see it. There's no way.
Okay, very good. I agree with you. I think your takes are basically spot on. I think the stuff about Texas going blue is basically a meme. It is going to be a reality in politics in this decade, presumably, but not anytime soon, not in 2020. I think the Georgia, the Sun Belt flip, I think that's exaggerated. I think you're right on the money on the Northeast, on Virginia. It's good stuff. It looks like New York Times just called Virginia, so I'm going to put that down tentatively for Biden. I was going to say one thing before we moved on. Oh, yes, about New Hampshire, because I know we haven't actually talked about New Hampshire so far. The margin in New Hampshire in 2016 was 1%. It was right around 1% in 2016. And I'm told, because I actually worked on the New Hampshire campaign in 2016, I campaigned in the Manchester area, which is down in the south of the state and the biggest city there. I campaigned there. I knew a lot of people on the campaign. And I'm told that it was honestly due to cheating in the northern part of the state, in like Dover, where we didn't have poll watchers and things like that, or maybe it was Concord, where we ended up getting cheated out of the vote because it was a very slim margin. What'll be interesting is that in New Hampshire and in New Mexico, the impact of Gary Johnson on the ballot as a libertarian probably had an outsized effect on the margins. In New Mexico, where Gary Johnson was governor, he won a significant proportion of the vote. It'll be interesting to see where the Gary Johnson voters will go, because I doubt that many of them will stick with the libertarian candidate, Jo Jorgensen, who's a bit of a joke this year. I don't know if you saw the libertarian ticket, her and the vice president. It's kind of a disaster. So we'll see. In New Mexico and New Hampshire, that's a factor. Will the libertarians break for Trump? Are they more right-wing, or will they break for Biden? And I think the same question can be posed for New Hampshire and what effect that'll have on the ultimate margin. But Good thoughts there, Steve. And at long last, we got to bring in Vince of the Red Elephants, who, if you're not following, and by the way, follow all these guys. I don't know if Scott has a channel here, but follow Steve, follow Vince. Vince is the numbers guy. This guy is like a human calculator. He's got this encyclopedic knowledge. He knows the numbers better than I do. I can tell you that because I look at the numbers for an hour after the show. I think Vince doesn't look at the numbers for 1 hour per day. So we're going to bring in Vince. Vince, tell me, what are you thinking so far?
Yeah, I mean, that's just a symptom of autism, unfortunately. I wouldn't give myself that much credit, but one thing that I did notice, and yeah, on calling Virginia early, Fox called Virginia before they even called Indiana, and NBC called Indiana before they called Virginia. So, and another thing I have to say about that is that all these media outlets were constantly saying that, we're not going to call these states too early. We have to wait until all the votes are counted and so forth. But now, we have this one after another, all these states are being called by all these different media outlets, some calling some states, others calling other states. So I think that's important to note. I don't know what's going to happen in Virginia. I would likely give that to Biden. I didn't have that with any potential of going red. But one thing that I noticed in Florida, and I don't know if you guys noticed the same thing, by the way, the New York Times gives Trump a 93% chance of winning Florida right now, according to the ticker. But in Miami-Dade, Trump already has 120,000 more votes than he did back in 2016. He had 333,000 votes in 2016. He's already got over 420,000 votes in Miami-Dade. This is a massive turnout for Republicans in the state of Florida. Florida, I'm least concerned with. It's more, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and even Minnesota, that I really want to start to see numbers on before I really am able to gauge on what the results of this election will be. But I think I've always been very confident that Florida was going to go to Trump, especially with some of the numbers that we've seen. And then the Gary Johnson thing, you mentioned this. I've actually talked about this on my show. In Minnesota, which I think we're going to see a ride effect there in Minnesota. We might even see a ride effect in Pennsylvania as well as Wisconsin. But in Minnesota, Gary Johnson got 112,000 votes in Minnesota. We're not going to see this year. And I doubt that a lot of those votes are going to go to Joe Biden this time around. I would venture to guess that a lot of those are probably going to go to President Trump this time around. So we'll have to see. And Trump only lost the state by 40,000 votes. So it's, Minnesota might even be in play for President Trump this time around, but we'll have to see how this happens. But the only way that Joe Biden can win, like Joe Biden's campaign came out and said, well, we can win without Pennsylvania and Florida. The only way they can do it is if they win Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Minnesota, all at the same time. They have to win Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Arizona. I just don't think that that's going to happen. It's a slimmer path to victory for Joe Biden than President Trump, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's I think that's a really important point to make. I'm going to throw a map here on the screen really quickly and show everybody kind of where we are here as far as what the pathways are for victory for either candidate, because I think that's another important point for how we think about the election. In order for Biden to win, he needs to sweep virtually every swing state. Not only the ones that he's winning, but even the ones that are a toss-up and the ones that he's losing. If Trump wins Arizona, North Carolina, which he won handily in 2016, he only needs to win one out of the 4 Midwestern states. He needs to win some combination of Pennsylvania by itself, Michigan by itself, Wisconsin plus another, Minnesota plus another, and he's got it. For Biden to secure the victory with certainty, he needs to win Minnesota and Wisconsin and Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Like you said, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, they all went to Trump in 2016, in spite of the polling. In Minnesota, even though Trump lost, he only lost it by 1%. Michigan was close, Wisconsin was close, Pennsylvania was close, and Trump won. Minnesota was close and Trump lost. Biden has to do a clean sweep out of all those 4 states for him to win a narrow victory. Trump needs to win either just Pennsylvania, just Michigan, or some combination of Minnesota and Wisconsin plus something else. And so when I look at it that way, I think just on the basis of this cumulative probability, that alone gives Trump a better and a clearer path to victory there than Joe Biden. Additionally, I think it's interesting to note that Joe Biden has been campaigning today. Donald Trump is not doing any campaign events today. He's been doing 5 or 4 campaign events for the weekend and for the past week about. Joe Biden has largely been in the bunker, confined to Delaware, not been campaigning. Their ground game has virtually been non-existent for most of the year. And now you're seeing at the last minute in the last week, they brought out Barack Obama, and now they're blitzing all these states. Kamala's in Detroit today. They've been going all around Pennsylvania. They've got surrogates all over the country. And so I want to go back around, and I guess any one of you guys can take this, but as far as determining what the real probability is here, what does it say that the Joe Biden campaign appears to be scrambling? Because they assured us it was a landslide. The polls show that Joe Biden is way ahead in Arizona, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Some polls even say he's ahead in Georgia.
Democratic
they say that a high turnout scenario has Joe Biden winning Texas. And they're tweeting out today, Joe Biden still has a path. Joe Biden can win without Florida. And they're sending out their campaign surrogates on Election Day to do additional campaigning. How much should we read into something like that? I guess maybe we'll go to Steve for that one. Are you there, Steve?
Sorry, I missed you. I was just out.
Oh, no problem.
I was just gonna.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that. Well, like I said, the only way that he can win without getting Florida and Pennsylvania is if he wins Arizona and all three of those Midwestern states, or all three of those Midwestern states in one of these states that Trump is up big in. By the way, the New York Times has Georgia at 66% for Donald Trump and climbing. It was just at 52% a couple of minutes ago. I don't think that we should read too much into that. I mean, if we just look at all the data that was coming out just yesterday and a couple of days ago, we can see that in a lot of these states where Joe Biden is supposedly up big in the mainstream polling, Republicans are even leading in mail-in ballots requested and mail-in and early person ballots returned. And they're leading right now on Election Day. There's a huge turnout for Republicans. Like I said, just if we want to gauge this turnout for Republicans, just look at some of these counties where Donald Trump got 100,000 less votes last time around, and then add in the Gary Johnson factor, add in the riot factor, and so forth, and then add in the coronavirus factor. If you look at Pew Research, they say that Democrats are 77 to 80% of Democrats are fearful of getting the coronavirus while outside. We're only 20% of Republicans
what this balance is for the state of North Carolina so far.
But one of the things that we're all looking at is whether or not President Trump will be driving up these numbers in these rural areas, because that was one of the early indications in the evening in 2016 that the balance had shifted and that they were finding voters that they, that nobody had really campaigned to all that much, frankly. And they have said all along, Bill, that that is the key to their success again tonight. Is there any indication in anything that you're seeing that that's happening? I know you just showed us one county where he was falling short of that in Florida.
Yeah, this is North Carolina from 2016. It's a great point, Martha. It's sort of the area that we're focused on. Donald Trump flipped 6 counties in North Carolina from 2012 to 2016. This is one of them. This is Robeson County. He was nearby there in Fayetteville just a short time ago, 52.5% of the vote from 2016. For comparison's sake, to let you know how well he did here in 2016, look where you were in 2012. Barack Obama had 59% of the vote in that county alone. So this year, in 2020, I'll go to 2016, does he match that? Even at 20,000 votes, if these races in these states are this tight, that makes a big difference in the outcome for the 15 electoral votes in states like North Carolina. Another one here. This is white. It is rural. It is a part of the country that Donald Trump has been holding these campaign rallies at for some time. It's Rutherford County. It's right next to Asheville, North Carolina, the western part of the state. 74% of the vote. Again, it's only 21,000, but that can make a big difference in a race that's very tight. 74%. Does he meet the margin of that percentage this year? Does he exceed it or does he get below it? So we'll see shortly here when this map starts to fill in North Carolina. Coming up shortly.
Bill, one more. Let's go to Ohio. First of all,
Trump is doing well.
You're right. The Trump campaign feels confident not only about
in the Midwest,
Florida, but Ohio. And looking at our voter analysis survey, they have reason to be about some of the numbers that we're getting out of there. You're from Ohio. Yes. You know it well. But you look at
Trump
those
is
counties
basically North
along
Carolina,
the border,
Pennsylvania, and Arizona from winning.
I tell you, 4 years ago, guys, when we were here,
that
that was the indication to me that this was going to be a very close race between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Up here in northeastern Ohio, these were deep blue 8 years ago. You know, you think about Ashtabula and Trumbull and Mahoning. That runs right along the Pennsylvania border. Who are these voters? They're blue collar. They're steel workers. They've been voting Democratic for generation. And in 2016, look what they did. They flipped. These are significant places here when you get a 60-40 split, and Ashtabula down to Trumbull, 53%. Mahoning County, where you find Youngstown, the president did not win that county, but he came as close as you have seen for any Republican in decades. And Brett, I knew at that moment that Donald Trump was in this campaign when a lot of people thought he was out from 4 years ago. So how do we look at that now across the border here in Pennsylvania? All these counties here, he was just here in Butler County over the weekend. He had some 50,000 people turn out, 61,000 raw votes there from 2016. But you pop around here and you look at his margin, 76.8, 68.5, 80% in some of these counties. He needs these numbers to offset the following. This is Philadelphia down here. This is Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. Philadelphia clocked in 560,000 votes for Hillary Clinton in 2016. So you got to offset it in the countryside if you're going to overcome that in the city of Philadelphia.
All right, you do that better than anybody. So we're going to come back a lot, and we'll be checking in throughout the night. Thank you, Bill. We have a race to call, and that is for the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell. We can now project that he will win that Senate race against Amy McGrath, the Democrat. She spent $73.4 million on this race. We're looking at it not being that close. And Mitch McConnell will go on to another term. We just don't know whether he will be Senate Majority Leader or Senate Minority Leader by the end of the process tonight.
Yeah, during this process, though, Amy McGrath did manage to put some pressure on Mitch McConnell that he has not felt in prior races. But we see tonight that he has a very decisive win in Kentucky. And, you know, he has been at the helm of one of President Trump's most fervent errands, which has been loading up federal judges and the federal bench with conservative judges, and just put Amy Coney Barrett on the bench as well. So, I mean, obviously this allows Mitch McConnell to, in one way or another, depending on what happens with the presidency tonight, to continue in his role as a senator. But whether or not he will be in that majority leader spot is a big, big question tonight.
You know, we should introduce Dana Perino and Juan Williams.
Let's do that.
With Chris Wallace and Britt Hume. Dana, this is a big win for Mitch McConnell. A lot of people thought this was the one. This is the one that's going to go down. And Senator McConnell is going to lose to Amy McGrath. But it's not going to be.
You have to say, look, I think that she raised $100 million. You don't see Republicans out there clamoring for campaign finance reform because they raise this much money, but he took it seriously, especially early on. But I think that you have to look at the Democrats and say, for Chuck Schumer, the candidate recruitment in that race was really not very good. Plus, think about what Mitch McConnell was able to close on, the confirmation of a new Supreme Court justice in Amy Coney Barrett, and she's a very popular person across America. The other thing is that you called West Virginia for Shelley Moore Capito. She was the first woman to represent West Virginia in the Senate, and she will be returning there for another 6 years. I think when it comes to candidate recruitment, when you look at Mitch McConnell, what he was able to do versus what Chuck Schumer was able to do, even though there are very close races to watch tonight in the Senate, that Mitch McConnell probably wins when it comes to that score.
Juan, let's bring you in to the conversation here. It makes me think about South Carolina, about Lindsey Graham's race against Jamie Harrison. Lindsey Graham also probably got a bit of a lift from the Judiciary hearing, which he ran as the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Your thoughts as we look ahead to that race, which has been very tight for Lindsey Graham?
Well, again, to me, I don't see that race, the confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett necessarily driving votes. I think it is an accomplishment for Mitch McConnell, clearly. But I think that when you look at that, the question is, are people now turning out to say thank you, or are people moving on and taking that for granted? And I think in large part, what we're seeing tonight is people are responding to, in the case of Mitch McConnell, someone who has tremendous power in Washington and who can bring home the goodies for Kentucky. And in the state of South Carolina, I think if you look at the advertising that Lindsey Graham's been running, he's made it clear that he is part of the tradition, part of the legacy in terms of leadership, strong leadership in that state. And making Jamie Harrison out to be the newcomer. And usually in these races, Martha, people want to be the outsider. They want to be the change agent, not in the case of Lindsey Graham versus Jamie Harrison. But I just want to go back for a second to that Kentucky race, because I think so much of that was driven in the internals on the Democratic side by what happened with the police killing of Breonna Taylor. And what you get then all of a sudden was a tremendous divide among Democrats in terms of who the nominee would be, and a black candidate coming up strong against Amy McGrath. She just barely held on at the very end of that Democratic primary process. But I don't think that she was positioned in terms of the fact that Mitch McConnell brings home the bacon in a big way for the state of Kentucky, and it's hard to go up against that and that legacy.
Yeah, Britt, I mean, he's a survivor.
Yeah, he is, and I'll say this about him. I don't go back to Lyndon Johnson. I wasn't on the beat in Washington quite back that far, but I go back a ways, as does my colleague Chris here. And I think Mitch McConnell is the most effective floor leader in either party that I've ever seen. I mean, in his quiet and understated way, he has been extraordinarily effective, and he has this sort of ability to know what the rules are at the right moment. And he's
negotiated the Trump administration pretty well.
He did, and I know for a fact that he has privately thought that Trump made everything harder, but he's worked with him effectively without completely yielding to him. And the loyalty to him among his Republican colleagues is extraordinary, and to that one can attribute his ability to keep the votes together for these judicial nominations, which was job one for him.
And look how he handled these judicial nominations, the justice nominations. When it came to Merrick Garland in 2016, as soon as Barack Obama named Merrick Garland, he said he is not going to get a vote. He's not going to get a hearing. It's just not going to happen. Conversely, when Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away, he immediately said he's going to get a vote. He wasn't sure whether it was going to happen before the election or not, but he was going to go full speed ahead to name this. And by doing that, he kind of forces everybody in his party. He plants the flag, and they have to rally around it. He's really, I agree, an enormously effective Senate leader.
And he will be in the Senate for 6 more years. Again, we don't know which leader position at this moment.
So polls closing minutes from now in a big haul of states, including Florida.
Okay, let's check out what Nick Fuentes
non-white
has to say.
demographics, the less resources and energy and time you have to expend on pandering to white voters. I think we're seeing that. I think we're seeing that opportunity cost. All that effort that went into the First Step Act, all that effort that went into getting that rapper freed from, what was it, Sweden or whatever, all the energy that went into the Platinum Plan and everything that was said to accommodate BLM and George Floyd and all the black speakers at the Republican National Convention.
Donald Trump won
If all
South
those
Carolina.
opportunities were used instead to appeal to that traditional white demographic that delivered Trump his victory in 2016, I think it would be a different race. I think it would have been much easier for him. It's not to say that you can never pander to non-white voters, but it's about putting the resources where you're going to see a return, where it's going to pay off. How much should we do for the black vote? And we might get double digits of a constituency, which is 13% of the population. We might, by a hair, get double digits. In other words, slightly more than 10% with a constituency that's 13% of the population. We have sacrificed in order to do that all the energy and resources that could have been spent on winning back the white voters, which constitute anywhere between 60 and 70% of the population and more, depending on some of these swing states. So I want to go to Steve because I know Steve. Steve, are you there, by the way, this time?
Yes, I'm here this time.
Okay, just making sure. Because I know you met Kanye West, and I've seen some of your tweets about LeBron James, and it's very good stuff. And I know you have strong feelings. So I want to get your take on this idea of pandering to the whites versus non-white voters for the past few years.
Yeah, well, I think it does come at a tremendous opportunity cost because, the Trump campaign could be running with their immigration victories. I mean, they've just racked up in the last 2 years, immigration victory after immigration victory.
Okay, we got new polls closing here.
States, 175 electoral votes are up for grabs.
It's 5 o'clock on the West Coast. It's 8 p.m. on
America.
the East Coast.
We are going to win my home state of Florida. We win Florida, and it's all over.
The people are choosing. The votes
people are choosing.
Who will cross the threshold? Who will be the president of the United States of America?
It may come down to Pennsylvania. And I believe in you. I believe in my state. If we win Pennsylvania, we
Thanks
win the
for the
whole
super
thing.
chat, young Elliot. So can you feel it, guys? The feeling is the feeling of victory.
It's 8 o'clock here in New York City. Polls have just closed in another 16 states. Let's begin with the big prize, Florida, the biggest electoral prize of this hour and a must-win state for President Trump if he is to secure a second term. The Fox News decision desk is currently poring over a lot of voting data from the Sunshine State, a lot of actual votes, plus what we know from voter analysis, but it's not ready to project a winner there.
Very tight, as expected, in Florida as we wait for the rest of that to come in. And while Joe Biden could win the presidency without Florida, he would have a much tougher time without Pennsylvania, where both candidates have focused so ferociously over the course of the last several days. It could be a while before we know who wins the Keystone State. It could be days or weeks, perhaps, before we know what happens in Pennsylvania. It didn't begin to process their mail-in vote until today. They've also got some counties that they won't even begin counting until Wednesday. They're going to go through the day of vote in Pennsylvania, and then in those 7 counties, they'll start opening envelopes and beginning the mail-in vote.
I'm more optimistic. It is not, however, too early to call the winners in a dozen other contests, including the District of Columbia. In fact, let's start with our nation's capital, liberal stronghold. Biden will easily defeat President Trump, according to our Fox News voter analysis. Not surprisingly, Biden's home state of Delaware will also vote decisively for the former vice president. Biden will also coast to victory in Massachusetts, according to our Fox News decision desk.
And the reliably blue state of Rhode Island will also be added to the Biden column tonight.
Trump wins
Ditto
Oklahoma.
for Connecticut, where the former vice president will coast to victory
Polls
as
are
well.
closed in
Biden will
Pennsylvania.
also prevail in Illinois, where the president has long railed against the violence in Chicago. He will also pick up the perennially blue state of
Biden
Maryland,
wins
according to the decision
Massachusetts,
desk.
Illinois,
and finally,
Connecticut,
Joe Biden
Maryland,
will win the
Delaware,
state of New Jersey.
District
So
of
a
Columbia,
big blue
New
run for
Jersey.
him in those states, none of which are surprises tonight.
President Trump also racks up some electoral votes at this hour. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Trump will easily win the state of Alabama. We're also watching a Senate race there. The president will also prevail in Mississippi, according to the Fox News voter analysis. You will not be shocked to learn that the Republican president will breeze past his Democratic challenger in the state of Tennessee.
Fox
Trump's
can
odds
also
on
project
Pinnacle
that
now
President
up
Trump will
to
win Missouri, which has now
45%.
voted Republican in 6 consecutive presidential contests. The president will also beat Joe Biden in Oklahoma, according to our decision desk.
One of the few states where we cannot project a winner at this hour is New Hampshire, where we need to analyze more voting data before making a call in the Granite State. Finally, let's turn to Maine, one of the 2 states that does the winner-take-all. Does use the winner-take-all method
Ohio
for
is
allocating
definitely
electoral
going,
votes.
Trump.
They do not, actually. They
There's
split
no
out
doubt.
one. Our decision desk can now project that Joe Biden will win 3 of Maine's 4 electoral votes. But again, there's another one that's split out. We don't have enough data yet to determine the winner of Maine's 2nd congressional district, which represents the state's 4th electoral vote. That importance of that one vote really could loom large if the national electoral contest comes down to the wire. The other one that splits it out, Nebraska.
So Maine is also a state that has a very closely watched Senate race at this hour. Republican Senator Susan Collins is trying to fend off a challenge from Democrat Sarah Gideon in a race that could help determine overall control of the Senate. It is too early to make a projection on that race at the moment. The other big Senate race of the hour is in Alabama, where incumbent Democrat Doug Jones faces a strong challenge from
Trump wins
Republican
Alabama,
Tommy
Mississippi,
Tuberville.
Tennessee,
Too early to
Oklahoma.
call that contest, which if Tuberville prevails, could be the first Senate flip of the night, and that would leave them with only 3 pickups in the future if they were to do that.
And there you see the balance
Trump
of power.
wins
Fox
Missouri.
News can project that Republicans will keep their Senate seats in Tennessee and Oklahoma, while Democrats will keep their Senate seats in Illinois, Maryland, New Jersey, and Delaware. All of the other Senate races in the states where the polls have now closed are still too early or close to call. The same for gubernatorial races. We'll bring you any surprises in that as we get
U.S.
them.
dollar is
So let's take a
rallying.
look at the electoral map right now. You've got 56 for President Trump, 91 for Joe Biden. It's almost as if, you're playing the what-if game, and we're easily starting
Biden
to
wins
fill in
Maryland.
some of the ones that you punch in that are givens,
Massachusetts.
essentially, across the map. And the battleground states, obviously, are going to be blank for some time this evening. If we could just pull up North Carolina and Ohio again, just to demonstrate what we were talking about earlier tonight, about how some of these states are going to look very red or very blue early on in the evening, but we're still waiting for more data, obviously, to come in these places, because the mail-in vote leaned heavily towards Biden, and the walk-in vote today is, you can see 65-31 in North Carolina, and we'll get Ohio up there as well. But this is where we want to be cautious.
Right. And you see less than 1% of the precincts in. You see the numbers on the screen. And in the states that we can make a projection, that's based on our voter analysis and where our
Biden
decision
wins
desk
Maine.
knows that state's going to go. Bill Hemmer is back with a look at where things stand tonight. So far, some key states. We talked about Florida.
So Trump
We're
is
talking about Pennsylvania
overperforming
all
the
night long.
mainstream
Bill?
polls.
Hey guys, good evening again. I just let our viewers know again. This is real-time data. You're seeing it at home the same time we're seeing it here. In Florida, you got 82% of the vote tallied now, okay? Talk about the panhandle. It closes at 8 o'clock a moment ago, as we mentioned. So these counties that are gray will start to fill in, and indeed they are red. I would expect this, based on 2016, a lot of Trump votes to be right here.
Okay, let's go back to Nick Fuentes.
Electorate is going down as a proportion of all the people voting in the country. And I want to kind of gauge what your thoughts are about that fact and how Trump is doing with whites versus this, he's sort of losing with whites, and then he's surging apparently with Hispanics and potentially blacks.
Yeah, I've said this before. I've actually talked about this a lot on my show, which is that the pandering for the black vote, that's an expensive vote, and that's an expensive thing to do, is to pander for the black vote, because you could be talking to people in Minnesota. You could be talking to people in Wisconsin. You could be talking to people in Michigan. You're actually going to need to get these states consistently, not just for President Trump, but for the Republican Party into the future, because we are looking toward what
Trump
they
has
call
won
an electoral
Alabama,
winter
Oklahoma,
because of what
Mississippi, and
might happen
Tennessee.
in Texas. Now, I say maybe that won't happen until 2028. Maybe that might not happen until 2036. But we are looking toward an electoral winter
Dems
because
spent
of what's
more than
going to
100
happen in
million
Texas. So
opposing Senator
you're going
Mitch
to
McConnell.
need that replacement for Texas, and that's going to consistently be in the Midwest. And you're going to consistently have to go to these states instead of wasting your time pandering for the million votes that's going to come from the Black community. You have to realize this. Think about it like this. Out of the 62 million votes that President Trump got in 2016, approximately 56 million of those were from white voters. Now, you might be able to pick up a few percentage points with Black voters. You might be able to pick up a few percentage points with Hispanic voters, with Asian voters, but that's not going to replace the disaffected white vote that's not as enthusiastic or may not be as enthusiastic to vote for you this time around in places like Ohio and places like Pennsylvania and other Midwestern states like this. It's something the Republican Party really needs to realize. He might get 40% of the Hispanic vote. Most of those votes that we're seeing where he's getting an additional 120,000 votes, or maybe even more than that, an additional 120,000 votes in Miami-Dade County, most of those might be coming from the Cuban vote. But that still doesn't change what's happening in the Midwest. That still doesn't change what's happening in Pennsylvania. By the way, the polls just closed in Pennsylvania, so we should be seeing some statistics come out from there. Also, in Georgia, I think you mentioned this, they're giving Trump a 77% chance of winning in Georgia. The only 1% of the vote has been reported in North Carolina, but they're saying 63% for Joe Biden. So we can't really tell much from that. We have some breaking news. Laura Loomer has, and this was expected, lost her race because there's just not enough Republican votes in the districts that she ran in. So she's lost her race. Laura Loomer. Sad day.
F in the chat for Laura Loomer.
F in the chat for Laura Loomer. So that's what I have to say about that. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but
yeah, no, that's perfect. That's perfect. And I agree. And Republicans are so stupid. I try to, we all together collectively have been saying for years, the America First audience understands this. Everybody that watches this show, that supports our movement, understands this. We have been sounding the alarm for years. This is what red-pilled me on everything in 2016. I looked at that meme of all the different electoral college maps based on if only a certain demographic voted. And I looked at, if only white people vote, it's all red. In fact, I'll pull it up.
Okay,
right now.
We've got Colin Liddell back with us. Colin, any thoughts on what we're seeing so far?
Actually, it's Rodney.
Oh, Rodney. Sorry, Rodney. Go ahead.
I don't have a sufficient enough accent to be Colin, but I was just listening to the guest on young Nick's show. I'll be nice. He obviously has no idea how to, as far as politics or to run a campaign. He talked about Trump's outreach to blacks as being a complete waste. You win anything militarily or otherwise by putting your opponents on the defensive and to try to make them defend their shit, pardon my language, then allowing them to run an offense. So when Trump did that, keep in mind, Trump was campaigning in Minnesota. I don't know where this guy was. Trump had rallies in Minnesota and Wisconsin and in Michigan, all up in there. So Trump was not ignoring those voters in favor of doing the outreach to the black vote. But the black vote showed, keep in mind, Trump won in 2016 because large part 5 million blacks stayed at home and didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. And so Trump recognized that Joe Biden is not as flawed a candidate as Hillary Clinton, but he also saw that there was an opportunity. The fact that if you look at all the Democratic cities, and there was a significant discussion within the black community about, wow, things really do suck. So all Trump had to do was to peel off maybe an additional 2 or 3% of the black vote, while at the same time, he knew that his support in the Latino community was increasing. And we see at Miami-Dade, he has increased it by 20% over 2016. None of these were dumb moves or a waste, contrary to these alt-righters. in politics, you have to, it's all about offense and keeping your opponents on the defense. And to make the Democrats have to defend their natural base, they already lost in 2016, the Great Blue Wall. So they had to go back and try to recapture them and try to bring the Reagan Democrats back into the fold. And if Trump could open a second front and make headways with the Latinos and the blacks, and then there was a side benefit in that all these suburban women voters that are not voting for Trump tonight seemed to think that Trump hadn't done enough to reach out to those demographics. So he was attempting to address that as well. So there was an overall strategy there. And then one final thing, Luke, these blasts and numbers that we see coming in early as these polls close, it shows Biden way up, and then you see him whittling down. That's the early vote count. That's all those mail-in ballots and the early vote count. And what we're seeing, and I'm going to make another prediction, and I could be wrong, that I just put a link in the chat. For instance, early voting in Arizona did not favor. Republicans outperformed Democrats in early voting in Arizona. That's a huge indicator. The fact that in early voting, the Republicans outperformed the Democrats. And then I know for a fact that the Republicans outperformed the Democrats at the in-person voting today. But I think that when all is said and done, and when they analyze these numbers, Luke, we're going to find that what was supposedly the Democrats' wheelhouse, the early voting, the mail-in voting, they are not going to do as well as the media has been promoting.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
Florida, by the way, Florida, the Panhandle has not come in because it has not closed yet. That is reliably conservative. That is basically South Alabama. The Panhandle will cement Florida for Donald Trump. And that's it for now.
Thanks, Rodney. Thank you. We'll keep hearing from you, I hope, as the night goes along.
Is playing out right in front of your eyes. Why is it that the map looks like this? Why is it that the map, I should say, looks like this with a seemingly unbeatable blue wall where Republicans are scrambling to carve out a 1% advantage in Pennsylvania to win the whole thing barely with 278 electoral college votes, whereas 4 years ago we got 306, and in 2004 we got Colorado and Nevada and New Mexico, and in 2000 we got New Hampshire, and in 88 we got I think Michigan and all these other states. Well, you're watching in real time. It is because of these massive demographic changes, the changes in the voters, and it has to be addressed. I initially thought when I first came upon this or discovered this, I thought like, oh, I'm just wrong. Clearly, it wouldn't be this way because people would care. I thought it can't possibly be the case that I figured this out and this is, that we're in existential jeopardy here of losing our country. I said, probably Republicans know about this. And, then you start to figure out, well, who's controlling the Republicans and so on. But anyway, so important. It's the most important thing. And we're watching it play out in real time. I'm going to go through some of these announcements, and then I'll throw it back to Scott. We haven't heard from Scott in a minute. So let me just read off some of the calls that have been made so far. We'll go over to the New York Times and look at our map.
And we'll take a look. Tucker Carlson tonight. Tucker, great to have you with us. It's 8:15 on the East Coast. What are your thoughts as you look at what we've heard so far?
Kind of not what we were told to expect. I'm especially interested in Florida. It does look like the president's got a very good shot of winning. But I'm interested in this because elections tell you what the parties actually look like. Not what you imagine they look like, but you find out who voted for them. So the coalitions become really clear. And in Florida, the population center, of course, Miami-Dade County, biggest county in the state. Hillary Clinton 4 years ago got 334,000 votes there. An hour ago, with 84% reporting, Donald Trump had already outstripped that by more than 100,000 votes. Now, Miami-Dade is 70% Hispanic. That's not what you would have expected if you've been watching for the past 6 months this attempt to racialize everything, to make Trump the greatest racist in world history. You would expect, whether you buy that or not, you would expect that would depress the votes for Trump in Miami-Dade County. But the opposite happened. He's doing better there with non-white voters than he did 4 years ago. Now, I'm not exactly sure why that is. I suspect, the BLM message is a mixed blessing. It doesn't appeal to all voters in the same way, and it turns some off. And some of those are Hispanic voters. But we'll figure it out in the coming weeks. But the obvious lesson is this is not what people predicted. This morning, the New York Times, Nate Silver had the president's chances of winning Florida at 31%. So you have to kind of wonder, how did that, I mean, these are smart people. They have access to all the data. They've thought about this deeply. It's their job to think about it. How could they be that wrong on the day of the election? And again, I'm not quite sure I know the answer, but at some point, we, the media, need to pause and ask ourselves serious questions about how we're thinking through what's going to happen and how we present it, because our predictions affect outcomes to some extent, and they also, of course, determine our credibility. People judge us based on our predictions. And so something really went wrong in the way we predicted a number of these races. And let me just restate something really quick. Florida is the future of the country, not simply because it's multi-ethnic, which obviously it is, but because that's where people are moving.
Yeah.
Florida and Texas are two of the states that have the biggest inflow from other states, Americans moving from state to state. They're moving to Florida in huge numbers. And so it does tell you something about where we're going. And I think if you're a Republican or a Trump voter, it tells you something more hopeful than you expected.
Yeah, I think you're right. And the key is that Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and we're starting to get more and more of that vote in. Florida, the Trump people feel confident about at this hour.
Yeah.
But Georgia, North Carolina, question marks. It's part of his path to 270. He can clearly get there. It's not as big a window as the Trump people wanted, I think, at the beginning of the night.
Yeah, again, it's not what we expected. I mean, certainly if you live in the world that I live in, the media world, the political world, I mean, not many people believe the president had any chance whatsoever. I mean, none. I mean, this was going to be a blue wave. This was going to be an early night. And again, we don't know. It's 8/18. We don't know the outcome. And I think it's always been a pretty tough race for the incumbent president. But it's not what people thought it was last night. And again, you have to ask yourself, why is that? Why is the demonstrated reality so different from what purportedly smart people said it was going to be? And again, I don't know the answer to that, but we're going to have mountains of data. This is the second election in a row that people paid to get it right apparently got it wrong.
For Donald
and
Trump.
I just think it's important to learn from your mistakes, and I hope that we do. I really do, and take them seriously. Like, well, how did we screw it up? We, in effect, lied to people. How did that happen?
You know, with the Hispanic vote, Tucker, when I look across the tabs on a number of states, it looks like the president, and this is obviously very early looking at this data,
Right.
It looks like he's doing better with Hispanics than with African-American voters, at least in the states that we have seen coming in so far, and that could change throughout the evening. But you know what everybody, the sort of conventional wisdom on Florida is, oh, well, that's just the Cuban vote, and Cubans are Republicans. Right. That's what we've been hearing over and over again. Do you think that holds up to be true, or do you see this Hispanic trend being broader than that across the country?
Well, I mean, I would just say two things. Again, Donald Trump did better in Florida, in Miami-Dade, 70% Hispanic county this year than he did 4 years ago. Florida is actually less Cuban. The Hispanic population of Florida is, I mean, just to be precise about it, since you ask, is less Cuban than it was 4 years ago. And it is a very diverse community. I mean, not everyone we call Hispanic is, from the same culture, has the same views, obviously. And we should always be clear about that and not pretend that all people of any group are the same, because they're definitely not. I just think it's interesting that the emphasis from the leaders of the Democratic Party for months has been on race and racism, and the conversation we've been having as a country has been about racism. You would expect, and their intent, of course, the whole point of this was to affect political outcomes. It's really remarkable, no matter what the final result is, that this president, specifically this one, denounced every day as a racist, is doing better with non-white voters. And again, I do think that the BLM message is clearly very appealing to a lot of white suburban voters. It's clearly very unappealing to a lot of non-white voters. Who expected that?
Yeah, we've got a call real quick. Stand by, Tucker. President Trump will win the state of Indiana, home state to Vice President Mike Pence. We can make that call. The Fox News decision desk projecting that the president will win Indiana. Tucker, you mentioned BLM. Earlier, Britt Hume talked about all the boarding up of Manhattan and Georgetown, kind of getting ready. And we're in a different place in this country.
We are in a different place, and I guess what I'm struck by is how readily and passively we've accepted it. I mean, this is a great and free country filled with courageous and decent people. Why for a second would we put up with the assumption that we need to hunker down and protect ourselves from violence on an election day? It's very distressing, and it's not a partisan point at all. I'm just saying that as someone who's lived in this country
for 51 years. We shouldn't have to fear violence. We should be brave in the face of threats.
Trump is surging in North Carolina.
Very kind of bewildering and sad to see that, and you just hope that your children and your grandchildren won't grow up in a country where it's taken for granted that you need to hide inside or arm yourself or close the liquor stores or put plywood over your windows on Election Day. That is the rule in the third world. I've covered elections in disordered, violent countries, and everyone does what they're doing in Georgetown, where I partly grew up, by the way. I know the neighborhood very well. Everyone does that in a lot of other countries. You don't want that here, and I don't know exactly what the answer is. And again, I'm not making a partisan point. There are certainly partisan points to be made, but I'll skip it on election night. I want to make it a point as an American, which is that's not acceptable. You don't want to live in that country, and whatever it takes to fix that, we should do. I think it probably begins with the expectations of our leaders. Violence is never an acceptable or legitimate form of political expression, ever. And I don't care what they say on Twitter. I don't care what they suggest from the podium. That is totally wrong, and we should never put up with it, for real.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was too slow an evolution to come to that conclusion over the course of the summer, and we saw things sort of, allowed in places
Trump
like
is
Portland
winning
and
everywhere.
Seattle, and that sort of set the tone for what we then saw in all of these other cities. And then Democrats started to play catch-up, Tucker, at the DNC when they saw some numbers coming back that showed, no, actually, Americans do not want to get to the point where they go, oh yeah, I guess we're going to board up the windows again for whatever's coming down the pike. It's not normal, as you aptly point out.
No, and the assumption behind it is just so poisonous that people of a certain color or poor people like violence or will accept violence. No, all people, no matter what they look like or no matter what they make, despise disorder, chaos, violence. It's a threat to the things they care about most, their families. It's always wrong. The law and order, not repression, but law and order, literally order. These are laws, we obey them. This is order. We stay within these lines because we've learned over thousands of years we need to if we want to preserve society. That message resonates with everybody, everyone. Every human being wants that. And I don't know why we've gone through this kind of mass psychosis where both parties kind of lost faith in that. But it's always true in every country, in every moment. And I do think the results tonight, when you disaggregate them, when you break out the numbers, you will see that a lot of voters who wouldn't have voted for Trump under any other circumstance may have voted for him tonight because they were really horrified by what they saw in our cities over the summer.
Trump, if President Trump loses tonight,
yes,
why would he lose?
He would lose partly, I believe, well, probably many reasons. And, if he loses, I always tell my children this, when you lose, blame yourself first. Don't blame other people. Blame yourself first. I think that's morally important for all of us, not just for politicians. But I would say there are a lot of reasons, and they're obvious. I do think the coronavirus, the administration's response to it, also the political uses of it, it was used as a partisan cudgel, had an effect. I think the general feeling that things are out of control, and I actually don't think that's primarily the president's fault, but we could debate it. It doesn't matter. The incumbent will always suffer if people feel like, wow, what's going on? Why doesn't someone restore order? This is scary. I don't know. The future makes me anxious. That feeling will always hurt the guy who's up for re-election, because every election, and any strategist will tell you, is a very simple question. Do you want more of the same, or do you want something different? And in a time of anxiety, people instinctively say, I want to change the channel. I want something different. So it's probably a bunch of different things, but I think the theme is what I just said.
And if he wins, conversely.
And if he wins, of course it'll be, look, I don't like what's happening now, but these people are really scary. They're really scary. Really? Look, Republicans held both the legislative branch and the executive for 2 years in 2016. And they didn't make that many changes, but they made no structural changes. They didn't change the system at all. We're looking, if there's a Democratic sweep, at Democrats in the first year changing the Electoral College, changing the voting age, changing the number of states we have, changing the Supreme Court. Changing the fundamentals, changing our system itself. And I think most people, even Democrats, are conservative, small c conservative, and they fear radical change. So this is like a pretty good country, actually, despite its faults. Do you really want to tamper with the formula to overthrow the system that served us for 250 years? I think most people, if you calm down and maybe took Trump out of it, would say, no, I don't really want that. But that's what we could get. And I think it has scared people.
Yes,
But
Trump up in North Carolina.
Joe Biden, I think, prevailed in the primary because he represented a return to normal. People saying, I would like the establishment back, please. Thank you very much. I was okay with it.
I think that's right.
And in the reality, as you point out, that may or may not be what they end up getting, and they may or may not decide that they actually wanted to go back there. Who knows?
I think that's really smart, and a lot of this, certainly me, I missed this completely, missed what Biden was really about. But you're absolutely right. I mean, in the short term, what happened was all the energy in the Democratic Party was behind Bernie Sanders, and the donor. He really was the popular choice, I would say, in both 2016 and 2020 among Democratic primary voters, and Democratic donors put the kibosh on that. I mean, people like Mike Bloomberg, who just, by the way, spent $100 million in Florida, $5 for every person in the state of Florida. People like that said, no Bernie Sanders. So Biden was the default. And I think, and I've known Biden for 30 years, and anyone who knows him will tell you he's a warm person. Nobody hates Joe Biden personally. I certainly don't. But I don't think the Biden of 1985 is the Biden we're looking at today.
Tucker, as always, thank you.
Thank you.
Polls closing in just a few minutes.
Keep it here.
Quick break. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Tucker. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, it's
time will keep rolling on in Marion County, which is a mid-sized county that I use sort of as my avatar for how in-person early voting in Florida will go. The Republicans are doing very well with less than 1% in, but it's 68.9, 31.1. So we shall just
this is Carter
see.
Godfrey.
Some of the Democrats kind of starting to come in now. Biden's up to 51, Trump's 48. That's the way it happened last time. It goes back and forth. So we're just going to have to keep waiting and seeing. In Georgia, less than 1% of the vote is in. And with that, Trump has 67% to Biden's 33%. But do note that this is only a small portion of Chatham County, which is Savannah, and that's going to go Democratic, no question about it. Savannah, and not Georgia. But just early results, I figured I would let people know what is going on. And is there anything really new in South Carolina? No, I don't think so. So that's the situation there. Paul, how enthused do you think Trump voters are in your neck of the woods in relation to Biden voters?
Well, I'm not in Lancaster. I also don't speak to the people at the college across the street where I work. I'm sure you'll find some. It's not enthusiasm for Biden that I'm seeing. It's hatred of Trump. And the view is that he's some kind of dangerous dictator who's taking over the country.
Go the other way, theoretically. In Georgia, only 3% are in. Biden up 0.1 percentage point. It says no votes are in North Carolina, but I thought it was a submission of votes, but no votes are in, it says. But yet it says Biden plus 2. I don't exactly know how that's possible. I wouldn't put much stock in that. Now the New York Times says Trump up almost 3 points in the votes that are actually in. That's not a prediction. Not looking likely that Florida is going to vote for Biden, but we need to wait on that. We need to, I'm not going to make any predictions. I made my official prediction, but I'm not going to call the state yet. In Georgia, Biden is now up 0.4 percentage point, and it's still a flip a coin, but he has 54% likelihood of winning for the votes that are already in, according to the New York Times. However, only 3% of the votes are in. That's worth repeating. People should not flip out because of that, even though I know some will. And in North Carolina, once again, no votes are in, but it says tilting Biden, 65% Biden plus 2. But if no votes are in, I don't know how on earth that is possible. But what I do know for damn sure is that Florida is
I'm going to cut to live.
So a hell of a big acknowledgement.
This is live now.
And you're going to see more Hispanics like party chairman, nominees for statewide office. This I think marks a turning point of sorts, because Biden did well enough among Anglo folks in like the Orlando suburbs, not all of them, thank heavens, and Jacksonville, Duval County. He did well enough there that if not for the Hispanics, he'd be winning the state. But the Hispanics totally came through in Dade County, and so they are certainly within the Florida GOP. You're going to be seeing a lot of them for years, and they deserve all the attention that they'll be getting. So very interesting. But I don't think, Paul, that after this, people will really look at Florida as a bellwether or swing state for election season. Or do you think I'm overestimating?
No, I think you're right. I think North Carolina will become a kind of bellwether state, or is a bellwether state right now. Virginia is like New Jersey, but I think you're right about Florida. I mean, Florida may move into the solid Republican column, after tonight.
Mm-hmm. And in Georgia, Trump is expanding his lead over Joe Biden. He is at 57% to Biden's 42% now. So that obviously is very good for the Republicans. Biden is not getting the kind of turnout that he needs. And in Fulton County, DeKalb, very, very little of it is in yet. But it's not I can't imagine that's going to be any different than Fulton. It's the same thing. And in the suburbs of Atlanta, the reliably Republican Cherokee County, which is north of DeKalb County, Fulton County, my apology, that is going strongly for the GOP as anticipated. In Cobb County, which used to be strongly Republican, but now it's become more Democratic leaning, Biden is winning it with an astounding 64% of the vote, but only 31% is in. This is quite interesting. The initial returns from Muskogee County, which is Columbus, this is a traditionally rock-ribbed Democratic stronghold. Trump is leading Biden he has 69 to Biden's 31, but this is only 1% of the vote in. It's Savannah, which is Georgia's second major city, if you will. The Democrats there, with 10% of the vote in, are at 71% to Trump's 29%. Savannah and Chatham County, which is what Savannah is in, I know the area very well. Spent a lot of time there over the years. And it is very likely that Trump will do a hell of a lot better than this in the county. These are probably the inner city Savannah precincts reporting right now. But because the Republicans in Chatham County have a big presence, surprisingly big presence for such a Democratic bastion. They actually had the mayor's seat, and I think a majority on the city council until last year in Savannah, which is the most Democratic part of Chatham County. So people were thinking Trump's going to get mauled in Savannah. He's going to lose the county that it's in, and obviously Savannah itself, but he's not going to do that badly. They're very sure of that. So things are looking decent in Georgia. It's way too early to get safe about it, but things are looking decent, and that is important. Now, in Florida, 90% of the vote is in. The New York Times confidence level has it at more than 95% for Donald Trump. I, at this point, must call officially, I think I'm the first person to do it, I am calling Florida for Donald Trump. That is my objection. So people who are watching this, because I can't go on Twitter and do this right now, please, if you'd be so kind, say, in Cato's opinion, Trump has won the state of
what's the
Florida.
single most
I don't think that
important
violates
issue?
the
If it's
Twitter
the economy,
guidelines,
overwhelmingly 79-19 for Trump. If you think it's the coronavirus, 74-25 for Biden, and more people, a lot more people think the coronavirus is a bigger issue. So that would seem to indicate that Joe Biden was going to win in Florida, and it looks now, we're not calling it,
North Carolina
but it looks like
tilting
Biden might
Trump.
well lose. And I'm thinking why. Part of it, I think Tucker put his finger on, that maybe people are frightened of Biden. And, particularly with the talk about socialism, you have Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans. President in Florida hit those hard. He's going to turn it into another Castro Cuba. He's going to turn it into another Maduro Chavez Venezuela. I think that had an impact. I think just, in the end, some people just feel more comfortable with Donald Trump as the leader over the next 4 years than with Joe Biden. And then I think something else we haven't talked about enough tonight, ground game. The Trump organization has had an enormous ground game, and just as the president has campaigned in front of a lot of people, they have had people, millions of people, knocking on doors and doing the old-fashioned kind of blocking and tackling of campaigning. The Biden campaign, just as Joe Biden didn't go out and meet with a lot of people and hold big rallies, the Biden campaign was doing a lot more of it virtually and on the phone. And it could conceivably be, at least in Florida, that the old-fashioned way of knocking on doors and neighbors, getting neighbors to go out and vote, may be the difference.
Yeah, just a couple other things to point out here. I'd love to get Britt to weigh in on this. Looking at these voter analysis in Florida, would you say that Joe Biden is a strong leader? 3% say yes. Would you say that Donald Trump is a strong leader? And you've got 86% of those who say yes to that going with President Trump. Same kind of breakdown that we're seeing in honest and trustworthy. President Trump does not fare well on that, didn't fare well on it in 2016, and yet it looks like people are leaning in his direction regardless of that. They think Joe Biden is very honest and trustworthy, but strong leader seems to be more important.
It does tell you something what people now expect from political leaders, right? That,
really?
That honest and trustworthy wouldn't necessarily be the big bellwether you would imagine. By the way, folks, just to hark back to 4 years ago, and we talked about this on this night.
Here we go.
We've got a minor shift in the betting odds, which were well up over 60, 65% Biden. Now it's 59.2 to 40. So at least some people who have money on the line have begun to think that Mr. Trump has a better chance than they did for many, many, many weeks, because the betting averages didn't move at all. A couple other things, Martha. We've talked about the gender gap. Women outnumber men in this country 50.5% to 49.5%. That's been true for some years now. In this electorate, according to our voter analysis poll, or whatever we're calling it, it's 53-46 in this electorate, women over men, and Joe Biden's winning that cohort by 18 percentage points. Of course, that's it's a national number, so it doesn't necessarily tell you much about the battleground states or anything like that. But it's something to keep an eye on through the night, because women are.
We are seeing the kind of
you guys are the majority, Martha, and even more so in this election tonight.
And we are seeing, as expected, the gap in suburban women that was expected. That seems to be showing up in a lot of these states as well. Dana?
Well, actually, I was just looking at New Hampshire because we haven't called that yet, and we said we're waiting on it, as Bill mentioned earlier. Well, one of the things there is you have the split, as Britt has pointed out. Women voting at 51% to men at 48%, a little bit closer than usual, but going for Biden 61 to 37. And New Hampshire was one of those states that from the beginning, President Trump only lost it by just a tiny amount
3,000
in
votes
2016, or 2,700 votes. So that was one that you would think that they could have picked up. And the way, if things get real tight here and you need, 4 electoral college votes to get you to 270.
Trump's stronger in North Carolina.
I also wanted to point out on Florida, I think, the fact that the president went back over and over again, he never tired of going there. He would hold rallies there, but Chris mentioned the ground game, but also think of how many new registered voters that the Republicans had over the Democrats in Florida. It's a really big deal. I also think that the handling of Governor DeSantis of COVID seems to go well with how they think that the economy went. When President Trump 2 years ago said, America will never be a socialist country, and then he went back over and again to the Cubans, to the Venezuelans. And it's not like we don't have real-time examples of what's happening in Venezuela, because we do. The other thing is you have to remember the boat parades. And as you saw, Brett, sure. I mean, there was enthusiasm. People were trying to figure out, okay, we can't gather in large groups, but how can we show our enthusiasm? And maybe there was something to it.
Yeah, I mean, Congressman Mike Waltz, a mutual friend of ours, Republican, going for re-election and cruising to that. He was down there for a number of rallies and said the enthusiasm in Florida was real. Juan, as you look at the other numbers we're seeing, are Democrats worried about inner cities like Atlanta, like Columbus, Cleveland? Are you hearing concern about turnout in some of those big cities in the battleground states?
Well, I think that you have to focus here, and if you focus in on Philadelphia, which has been primary, as we saw in the last few days of campaigning, so far they're not concerned. They're feeling pretty good about that. But I just wanted to go back to Florida for a second and talk about that Latino vote, Brett, because, I mean, if you look at that right now, what you're seeing in Florida.
Okay, who cares what Juan Williams has to say? Let's get some Cutter Gottfried here.
A traditionally rock-ribbed Democratic stronghold. Trump is leading Biden he has 69 to Biden's 31, but this is only 1% of the vote in. In Savannah, which is Georgia's second major city, if you will, the Democrats there with 10% of the vote in are at 71% to Trump's 29%. Savannah and Chatham County, which Savannah is in, I know the area very well. Spent a lot of time there over the years. And it is very likely that Trump will do a hell of a lot better than this in the county. These are probably the inner city Savannah precincts reporting right now. But because Republicans in Chatham County have a big presence, surprisingly big presence for such a Democratic bastion, they actually had the mayor's seat, and I think majority on the city council until last year in Savannah, which is the most Democratic part of Chatham County. So people were thinking Trump's going to get mauled in Savannah. He's going to lose the county that it's in, and obviously Savannah itself, but he's not going to do that. They're very sure of that. So things are looking decent in Georgia. It's way too early to get safe about it, but things are looking decent, and that is important. Now in Florida, 90% of the vote is in. The New York Times confidence level has it at more than 95% for Donald Trump. I, at this point, must call officially, I think I'm the first person to do it, I am calling Florida for Donald Trump. That is my projection. So people who are watching, because I can't go on Twitter and do this right now, please, if you'd be so kind, say, in Cato's opinion, Trump has won the state of Florida. I don't think that violates any Twitter guidelines. If you think it does, don't do it, but I don't think it does. So anyway, in my opinion, Trump has won the state of Florida. I think Trump has won Florida. So that is the situation there. I don't think it violates any Twitter guidelines. I think that Twitter was nervous about people posting like fake election results or something like that. And obviously, that's not what I'm doing. So anyway. Moving on to actually, we'll do the super chat because I don't want to forget about that. It's very easy to do with all of these results just pouring in. Okay, from Blog of the West, should Jill Biden be feared as a first lady? Well, I don't think she'll ever get to be first lady, Blog of the West, but I don't imagine she would have a lot of power because Kamala would be the real force behind the throne, if you will. So that's my take there. Paul, anything to say about what Blog of the West brought?
Yeah, I'm not sure Joe Biden, were he to win, they remain the chief executive very long, given his decrepit condition. And the fact that, everybody knows that he's just a front to get rid of Trump and to bring the far left to power. It's quite likely he'd land up, I don't know, in a resort somewhere. And, they may not, and they probably, if necessary, would invoke the 25th Amendment to get rid of him. I don't think he's going to last. He might last a few months at the most. So I don't think his wife will have very much time in which to act as a first lady. And I suspect that certainly within a year's time, Kamala Harris will become the acting president.
From Mark Erjavec, Paul understands the illogical alliance within the left, i.e. Muslims, Muslim membership, gay membership, etc. Why are most Jews also in this alliance? I will just use a qualifier here to say that in the U.S. it's a special case because in a lot of other countries, the U.K., in Canada, I think even in Australia, the Jewish population there does vote for the right of center party, not real right-wing party, but a right of center party. So I'll just throw that out there. I think this is within the context of American politics. Paul, very quickly, because we have a lot of other stuff to get to. Would you mind sharing your views on this?
No, I think we've gone through this before. And I think Jewish leftism is attributable to one cause above everything else: hatred of white Christians or Christians who are seen, as white. I suppose blacks are not considered to be Christians or Hispanics, but it is white Christians who are associated with the mass murder of Jews in Europe. And you've had Jewish organizations pushing this nonsense for years, and most Jews buy it because, just as there were traditional anti-Semitic views that you found in the Catholic Church and other Eastern Orthodox Church and so forth, Jews traditionally have disliked Christians, and this is sort of part of their ethnic solidarity. But I think this has become very extreme in the case of the contemporary left, which is not really, the Jewish left is not interested in socialism or Marxism. It's interested in replacing the present population with third world populations that are less Christian, less white, and with whom the Jews feel safer. Now, I know this is crazy. It's also crazy that most American Jews consider Donald Trump an anti-Semite, when he has been the most pro-Jewish president in the history of the United States. But the fact that he's allied to the Christian right, which is also pro-Jewish, somehow it makes him into an anti-Semite. I mean, it's utterly irrational. It's like the person who told me, he was not Jewish, by the way, he was Protestant, who told me that, the white nationalist unleashed the riots this summer and Donald Trump triggered it by holding up a Bible or something. It's total nonsense. There's no relationship to reality. But I would say despite the generally high IQ of Jews and their professional successes, they are politically insane. I mean, there's no other word to describe their political attitudes. I would say, however, there's probably, 25 to 30% of Jews in America who are politically rational and who will be voting for Trump. And in many cases, they're very Orthodox Jews, and they're voting for Trump because he's good on Israel. And he really has not pushed the left social agenda as much as the Democrats would.
It's worth noting that Trump would not have done as well as he's doing in Florida without Jewish support in South Florida, particularly in Palm Beach County, where he's improved his margin. There is a very large Jewish Republican presence here in Florida. I am part of it, so that is definitely worth considering.
Okay, Mike Pence gave just a beautiful prayer last night. Not sure if you heard it.
It's whether we're going to chart a course, and Michigan will play an outsized role in this decision, so hear me out. It's whether we're going to chart a course based on our American heritage of faith, and family, and patriotism, and freedom, or whether we're going to let Joe Biden and the Democratic Party surrender our country to the radical left, shut down our economy, topple our heritage of freedom and values into an avalanche of socialism and decline. So let me say to all of you from my heart, for everything that has always made America unique and exceptional and great, for the freedom that generations of Americans have fought to defend, we've got to decide right here and right now that Joe Biden will never be president of the United States. We're going to re-elect President Donald Trump for 4 more years.
This is Mike Pence last night.
Men and women, I got to tell you, when I got the phone call 4 years ago to join this ticket, I said yes in a heartbeat. Because I heard and saw in this president both the vision and the leadership ability to make this country great again. We served alongside each other every day for the last 4 years. And, some people think we're a little bit different. But I got to tell you, we've got to be very close friends. And I can tell you firsthand, when the Klieg lights are off and the cameras are off, there's never been a day gone by in the last 4 years that I haven't seen this president against unprecedented resistance and opposition by the Democrats in Washington, against unrelenting and unfair attacks by their allies in the national media. There hasn't been a day gone by that I haven't seen our president get up and fight to keep the promises that he made to the people of Michigan. Now it's our turn to fight for him. It's on, Michigan. It's time to bring it. It's time to do what you did 4 years ago. Tell your neighbors and friends what 4 more years means. 4 more years means more jobs. 4 more years means more judges. 4 more years means more support for our troops. And it's going to take at least 4 more years to drain that swamp.
There's no reason to believe that Trump will lose Texas.
Just like the president says, a little deeper than we thought it was. We're draining it, though. We found the plug. And we're going to pull it tomorrow. So I got to ask you to do a couple of things. Air Force One is on its way in. And before you know it, President Donald Trump will be in the House. But on all of our behalf, I want to ask you to do a couple of things. First and foremost, about 47 minutes from now will be Election Day. Tomorrow morning, the polls open at 7 a.m. Stay open until 8. So I'm going to ask you personally. I need you to vote, Michigan. Vote to re-elect President Donald Trump to the White House. And remember, friends don't let friends vote alone. Bring a family member, bring a coworker, bring a neighbor, and vote to re-elect President Donald Trump for 4 more years. And after you vote with a friend, number 2, I want you to tell somebody why you came out late at night. Why you're here on this historic night in Grand Rapids. I want you to tell them all that we accomplished in those first 3 years with a president that kept his promises to Michigan. I want you to tell them about the choice that we face and how we're going to set a course for this nation for generations to come. You know, the president and I were on 60 Minutes the other night. Right. But he got a question during his interview, and he gave an answer I'll never forget. Because the reporter, I'm looking out at all of you, the reporter looks at the president, and she said, "So how would you describe your supporters?" And the president answered without missing a beat. She said, "How would you describe your supporters?" And he said, "They are people who love our country. So go tell your neighbors and friends that you love our country, and we need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House." And finally, this is just from me and from my family. As I've traveled around this country the last 4 years, I've become convinced that this is a freedom-loving nation. And this is a nation of faith. And so, if you're inclined, like the Pences are, to bow the head and bend the knee at your house, from time to time, I'd encourage you to do that the next day. And when you pray with confidence. In these challenging times where it seems like there's more that divides us than any time in my lifetime, we ought to claim those ancient words that have seen Americans through much more challenging times than we could possibly imagine. The words of an ancient promise that say, "If his people who are called by his name will humble themselves and pray and turn, that he'll do like he's always done in the long and storied history of this great nation. He'll hear from heaven and he'll heal this land."
Wow. Wow.
This
wow.
One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So pray for America. Pray.
Wow, that was such a powerful moment last night. Wow, thank you, Mike Pence. That was a beautiful moment.
In terms of the Latino vote, again, the success that President Trump had with the Latino voters in Florida, I think, is a key element in what he's doing. We also have to talk a little bit about, at some point, how he's doing with black men, which has been a big discussion, had been a big focus going back to the State of the Union through the conventions for the Trump campaign, hoping even recently with some of these rappers coming into the White House, embracing the president, that he could sway black men to come with him. But, you know, again, it's really about black women who have turned out, and they've been strong for Biden in the states that we've seen so far, 92% in Virginia, 94% in Georgia, 95% in North Carolina, 93% in Florida. It's in Florida, obviously, the case more Latinos than blacks, but it's the strength of black women that it seems to me is pushing what Brit Hume is talking about with the differential. You see more non-white women pushing towards Biden.
Let's get to Carl Rovin here. Carl, your thoughts on what we're seeing develop here tonight in Florida?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, of full disclosure, I think one of the big issues here is voter registration. I say full disclosure because I was involved in a nationwide voter registration program in 13 states that allow online registration. Think about this. 2016, there were a total of
Something's happening in
Republicans
Virginia.
were 340,000 below the Democrats. Today, they're about 130,000 below the Democrats. That's the smallest margin between Democratic and Republican registrations in like 30 some odd years. And Florida was a much smaller state with a much less of a population for that long ago. And this has to be factored into it. And we may be seeing that tonight. Sumter County, for example, where the villages are, has both grown in population and grown in importance as a result. And it's full of seniors. The villages is a senior retirement community with about 10 different or 12 different sort of installations or components of it. And today, Trump has been winning that county with about 90% of the vote in by better than 2-1, significantly above where he was 4 years ago. I suspect that's in part a sign of what the movement into Florida has done and what the changing nature of the Florida electorate is like.
Hey, Carl, I want to ask one thing. Just interrupt you real quick. We talked about this earlier tonight, and I just want to bring it up now. In all of these states, you have absentee ballots requested, and then absentee ballots, according to the secretaries of state, that come back, that have been returned. In Florida, as of this afternoon, you had the requested at more than 6,004,000. As of this afternoon, 4,649,000 of those ballots have been returned. We're trying to get an update for tonight. Is that an issue if the separation in some of these states fits below that number?
Yeah, well, yes, there's some people who just decide not to vote. The bigger number come from people like myself. I was planning to do a mail-in ballot, got my ballot at the house, and then decided my wife went and voted at the early vote location in Texas, and she said, look, like a breeze, walk in, walk out. Well, I went there, I took my ballot, ran it through the shredder, went to the early voting location. If I'd shown up with it, it would have taken me maybe 10 minutes to do the whole thing. Surrender my blue ballot, sign one form, and then go. Instead, by not having it with me, I had to spend 20 minutes, and I'm a provisional ballot, but that's the way a lot of people handle it. They just get rid of the ballot or turn the ballot in and end up voting in person.
I don't know if an angel is landing or what's happening there, but somebody's
doing a wonderful life.
Yeah, it's a wonderful life. 4.737 cast so far, but some of these states, we should point out, extended the deadline for those ballots to come in, and there's different statewide rules, like Pennsylvania, where you don't have to have a postmark or a signature on the envelope. Okay, we're minutes away from getting our first look at Arizona and Michigan, Wisconsin, a host of other states. But first, a quick look at where the race stands now. President Trump has a total of 73 electoral votes in his column. Joe Biden has 91.
Okay, so Mark Halperin tweeted a minute ago, this is the most important tweet of the night. Assume that Trump wins Florida, Texas, Iowa, Ohio, then Georgia and North Carolina become the most important states. Trump is winning Georgia and North Carolina. If Trump wins them both, then the whole election is Pennsylvania and Arizona. So right now, the whole election essentially is Pennsylvania and Arizona. So if North Carolina tips to Trump, which it is, anxiety will be off the charts at Biden headquarters. Unlike Florida, it is a state filled with voters in the new Democratic coalition, white college-educated voters and African Americans. So it's going to all come down to Pennsylvania because North Carolina and Georgia are solidly Trump. And that's the way it is. Trump looking pretty strong right now. Let's get some commentary here from Cotto Godfrey.
I will say that I think a lot of Jewish leftism now, what I've seen, does have to do with socialism and Marxism, much more so in the past, but there's still a remnant of that. But the bottom line is that a lot of Americans, period, Jews and Gentiles, have come to hold unhealthy views about the history, heritage, and culture of their own people, of the country they live in. It's the societal sickness that is a problem, and it goes both ways. By the way, I will say that Florida has, relatively speaking, quite a large and secular Jewish Republican presence, and that's why I was referring to Palm Beach County, not a lot of Orthodox. Well, there are some, but that's not what's pushing Trump there, really, from my point of view. So anyway, that's my take on this very controversial matter. So moving on to Life of Brian. As Paul Godfrey wrote about Bloom years ago, the enemy of our enemy is not necessarily our friend. Interesting. Paul, anything to say about that?
Yeah, no, I think I might have been saying that thinking about.
Okay, let's get a little something here from Ann Coulter.
Spectacularly wrong. Absolutely no idea. I was just thinking, I mean, I've been rather pessimistic, though not voicing it publicly. But if you take the polls out, the polls look really bad. It's hard to believe the pollsters could be this wrong 4 years later after being spectacularly wrong the last time. But if you took that out, every other piece of data to me says Trump is winning. He has just unbelievably enthusiastic supporters. Last night he's speaking at a rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan after midnight. At 1 a.m. he's calling a rapper up on stage. And there were about 5,000 people in the audience, just stunningly enthusiastic. What I hear from people yeah, of course, it's anecdotal, is shocking numbers of people are secretly saying, yes, Trump, I won't tell anyone, does suggest to me that there is the shy Trump voter effect. Now, is that 3 points or is it 20 points? I could believe anything. The riots, I think, haven't helped Biden. I mean, there are a lot of them in swing states, and the Democrats are pretty soft on the rioters and tough on the police. And I think as far as COVID goes, come on, nobody could have stopped it. Trump has thrown an enormous amount of money at the vaccine. In fact, it'll probably come along if Biden wins before Biden takes office, which will be somewhat unfair. But what's really ticked people off is what can be controlled, and that's the Democratic, almost entirely, I think, Democratic mayors and governors calling for preposterous shutdowns, preposterous measures, and they haven't had fewer deaths than an open state like Florida. So I don't know.
So things in Virginia are looking better for Republicans, and we've got some Republican upsets in House of Representative races.
About Jews who assume that the enemy of their enemy, are Muslims who are not their friends or something like that. But I have another theory about this, that there is an ideal foe for people. That is to say, an enemy you would rather fight against than even a real enemy. And I think in the case of the Jewish left, it's white Christians who are not their enemies, but may have been their enemies 1,000 years ago or in Eastern Europe or someplace like that. But it's the ideal enemy. So even if you're threatened by a real enemy like Muslim terrorists, you pretend, as most American Jews do, that the enemy are white Christian anti-Semites because you're used to having that enemy. And I think this is true of other groups. I encounter these very devout Catholics, and they're still fighting the Reformation. I mean, every day of their lives. I mean, they cannot get over the fact that Luther and all these Protestants 500 years ago, created an alternative form of Christianity to the Catholic Church. They're really bitter about this, or the Irish, are still angry at the English for what they did to them in Ireland or something. At first, I thought only Jews were behaving like this. Now I've noticed that you have just among all these ethnic groups an enemy that the Serbs hate the Turks, right? No matter because they fought them hundreds of years ago, they still hate them. I have a Serb friend. Everything is the fault of the Turks. So, or Greeks hate it. Well, the Greeks and Turks have been fighting more recently. So there's an ideal enemy. And even if the ideal enemy is not your enemy anymore, you prefer having that enemy to what may be a real enemy. So, but I think that statement about the enemy of your enemies is not necessarily your friend was made with reference to Muslim terrorists or Muslims coming into Europe. Who are much more dangerous to Jews than the white Christians who are dangerous because they've lost any nerve. They're totally demoralized, not because they can do any harm to Jews.
And Fref has left a super sticker, a pair, sort of jumping up and down with his mouth wide open, and says, ha, ha, ha. Thank you, Fref.
And it's interesting, CNN is being much less biased. It seems that the Fox News desk and their calls is quite anti-Trump. The guy who's in charge of the Fox News desk is a strong donator to the Democratic Party. So I'm picking up on Twitter that CNN is presenting much more even coverage on the debate than Fox News. But at the White House, they are watching Fox News, and the president will speak to us tonight.
I love pears. I have fond memories of picking them on my uncle's farm as a boy. Let me see. There are some other super chats here, but we're going to wait a while until we get them because we have to get back to election night coverage. Interesting as this segue has been, really sort of out of work for election night commentary. Holy shit. But we went into it all the same, and now we're moving back to election coverage. From another call has been made in Vermont. Phil Scott, a Republican, according to the New York Times, has won re-election. Shock, shock, shock. I say that Vermont does have a history of electing
Republican governors.
Yes, Republican governor. That is continuing now, even though obviously Biden has won New Hampshire, has won Vermont, long since won Vermont. Donald Trump has been called the winner in Arkansas. That's interesting, not surprising, but interesting because some totally insane polling out of there showed the race competitive over the summer, but that turned out to be a load of nonsense, needless to say. Tom Cotton, who is a Republican, has won re-election to the U.S. Senate in Arkansas as well. Let me see if there's anything else here. Are there any other calls that I can make at the time? No, or I can report at the time from the New York Times. No, that is it. So that's the situation right now, everyone. Let's move on to Michigan, where last I checked, the Republicans were out to an early lead, but very, very little of the vote had been counted as of yet. Trump is still in the lead in Michigan with 5% of votes in. This is interesting because I always predicted that he would do well in Michigan. A lot of people said, no, he won't, no, he won't. But I always thought he would do better in Michigan than some gave him credit for. And that is the situation here. He has 58% of the vote as compared to Biden's 41% of the vote. And in Wayne County, where 3% of the vote is in, Wayne County is Detroit, for the first time ever that I've seen this, Trump is actually leading Biden 53-45. In Macomb County, where less than 1% of the vote is in, very important, suburb north of Wayne County, Trump has 75% of the vote, Biden's 23% of the vote. And in Oakland County,
several
with 26% of the
House
vote
seats
shockingly,
flipping
Trump
Republican.
has 59% of the vote to Biden's 39% of the vote.
That is remarkable. Wayne County is almost entirely black.
A large part of it is, yeah.
Yeah, so Trump must be getting black votes. That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah, and they're also the Republican gross points in just.
Yeah, but that's a minority. You know,
Trump should win Ohio,
an affluent minority. No, he is obviously cutting into the black vote somewhere. Where is? I don't remember. Where's Macomb County? I used to live in Michigan.
Just northeast of Wayne County.
Of Wayne County, that's right. It's a northern suburb of Detroit. Yeah.
And Macomb County is very working class, very white, and Trump was said to need to win it by big margins, which is not untrue.
Andrew Sullivan tweets that this is like being blindfolded on a roller coaster.
And right now, he's at 75% of the vote there.
Right.
And I mean, he's less than 1% in, but hell, it's not a bad place to start. Oakland County shocks me. 26% of the vote is in, and 59% of the vote has gone to Trump, while 39% of the vote has gone to Joe Biden. And I did not expect to see this. This is, I mean, I'm sure it'll close. If it doesn't close, I would be shocked. But it's looking like Trump is on course to win Michigan right now, which, you know, if you had told me that he would be doing better in Michigan at 8:45 p.m. Eastern time than he is.
And GOP very confident about Arizona, meaning that this whole thing is going to come down to Pennsylvania.
In Ohio, I would have said you were insane, but that's exactly here now. This, even though only 3% of the vote is in out of Wayne County, I'm sure Biden will win Wayne County. He should have been winning it by a lopsided margin from the get-go. There's no excuse at any time for a Democrat to be losing by 7 points in the county where Detroit is. I mean, that's a joke.
Right.
But he is. And in Ann Arbor and Washtenaw County, which is just to the left of Wayne County.
Biden wins New Mexico.
Leads,
Trump wins
57%
North and South Dakota, Wyoming,
that's not really
Louisiana.
all that great for a place like
the University of Michigan is there.
Exactly. That's pretty bad, actually. I thought he's kind of offside at 70-30 or 75-25 deal, but it's not. And 8% of the vote is in, so it's not, you know, not a great deal of the vote, but it's not nothing. Yeah, the Democrats, I'd be very, very, very nervous about Michigan right now if I were a Democrat. Only 5% of the vote is in, but this is not going from the onset the way the Democrats there needed to go. In Indiana, 44% of the vote is in now, including 33% of Marion County, which is Indianapolis, and 52% of Lake County, which is Gary. And Trump is ahead,
presidential race, but who controls the U.S. Senate, which is a major question at this hour.
Yep, we know Mitch McConnell has secured his seat in Kentucky, but we're waiting for a lot of big states to come in. Georgia, as we have mentioned, is probably not going to be known this evening, but places like North Carolina, where Tom Tillis has been in a tight race against Cal Cunningham, is one we're going to be watching for, hopefully over the course of tonight or the next couple of days, as we get ready to make the next set of race calls. And it is now 9 p.m. on the East Coast, and the polls have just closed in 14 states across the country. Several of these are considered crucial battlegrounds for whoever will win the White House. Let's start tonight with Arizona, a state that could make or break President Trump's bid for a second term, although the president spent the last 8 months trailing Joe Biden.
Trump getting stronger in North Carolina.
He did manage to close that gap in the campaign's final days. Still, as of this moment, our decision desk has no decision to announce on the Grand Canyon state.
Nor can we make a call in Texas. Democrats have been trying to turn Texas blue for several presidential cycles. A win by Joe Biden tonight would obviously be devastating to Trump's campaign. The Trump campaign thinks they can pull that out in Texas, but it might be close.
And then there's the upper Midwest, which played such an important role in President Trump's upset victory over Hillary Clinton back in 2016. 3 states from that region are up for grabs at this hour, which Democrats are ahead in all 3 at this moment, according to the Fox News voter analysis, although it's too early to project the winners. In Wisconsin, where pre-election polls favored Joe Biden, although it should be remembered that they incorrectly showed Clinton winning 4 years ago.
Michigan, where President Trump barely squeaked a victory than candidate Trump in 2016, and Minnesota, where Trump narrowly lost in 2016, and they invested some time in Minnesota this time around. We can, however, project that President Trump will beat Joe Biden in Kansas, based on our voter analysis tonight.
And the Republican president will also defeat his Democratic challenger in the state of Louisiana. In Nebraska, one of 2 states that does not use a winner-take-all method for allocating electoral votes, Trump will win 4 of the state's 5 electoral votes there. Too early to project a presidential winner in Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, which represents the last electoral vote.
Remember, Maine's the other one. We still haven't called that other congressional district there either. And similarly conservative Wyoming, President Trump will rack up another easy victory there. And the story is the same in North Dakota, where the president comes out on top. And unsurprisingly, Trump also wins South Dakota.
In New York, the Fox News decision desk can project that Joe Biden will cruise to an easy victory over President Trump in a place that he used to call his hometown. He calls Florida home now. Biden will also win the state of Colorado, according to our decision desk there, but too early to project a winner in New Mexico, where Biden enjoyed strong support in pre-election polling.
All right, let's turn now to the Senate races, where polls have just closed. The first state, Colorado, where our decision desk can now project that Democratic Governor John Hickenlooper, the former governor there, will oust Republican Senator Cory Gardner in the first Senate flip of the night. Remember, Democrats need 4 net, or 3 and the White House, to take over control. This is 1 net in the Democrats' column. Another closely watched Senate race is the special election in Arizona, where Republican Senator Martha McSally faces a strong challenge from Democrat Mark Kelly, a former astronaut. Kelly currently has a lead over McSally, but again, it's too early to call that race.
Similarly, Michigan Senator Gary Peters, a Democrat, is ahead of Republican John James, although it is too early to project a winner in that race.
Finally, Fox projects that Republicans will keep Senate seats in Nebraska and Wyoming. Made it through that one.
Yeah, that's a long list.
That's
We got a lot
lot
of information in there. I mean, yeah, obviously some of those races President Trump has spent a lot of time on. In Michigan, polling for John James, a veteran who has...
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Let's go back to Carter Godfrey.
It's not beyond surprise. Let's move over to Ohio again. In Ohio, with 49% of the vote in, Biden is at 55 and Trump's at 44. If you had told me before we went on tonight that Ohio would be like this, I would assume that everything I thought about the election was way off and Trump would be losing everywhere. But this is an insane deal where the Republican is doing better in Florida than he is in Texas. He's doing better in Michigan than he is in Ohio. And in Kentucky, which has the Cincinnati suburbs, Trump is doing exceptionally well in these suburban white counties, majority white counties, Kenton County and Boone County. Trump is at 61% in Boone County and 59% in Kenton County. So he's doing that well there. That should be a guide for how well he'll do in Ohio, but it's not quite come out to that thus far. It's still a lot of the vote to go. But Paul, this election is bizarre. It really is. There's no national trend. That I can say for sure.
Well, no. In the case of Ohio, we have Cuyahoga County, Hamilton County, Franklin County. Those are all the Democratic strongholds in the state. They've all reported. The rest of the state is Republican.
Yes. That's why I think Trump's going to win. I'm very sure that he will win.
No, all three counties have reported, haven't they? All those urban counties. Yeah.
Yep.
So, I assume we'll make up the 10. The only other areas around Toledo where the Democrats do well.
The vote in Cuyahoga, about half of it's in Columbus, more than half, and in Hamilton, about half. So a lot of quite a few Republican guys have yet to even have their votes thrown out there. But I think Trump will win Ohio, but it will be interesting. John Kasich has to be laughing right now. Okay, let's see here. This is a tweet about Florida. In Florida exit polls, a tweet from the New York Times, 42% said they were better off today than 4 years ago. Only 20% said they were worse off, and 3 out of 4 people in that better off group went for Trump. Interesting. Very interesting.
And Trump's lead in North Carolina and Georgia getting stronger.
I don't really believe in exit polls, but it's interesting to see that at least. Another tweet from the New York Times. So far, Biden is outperforming Clinton's numbers in Houston and Dallas, but if he is to win the state, he probably needs to.
So the New York Times is far more optimistic about Republican chances and Trump chances than Fox News.
See 2016 by more than he is doing right now. Well, Biden's not going to win Texas, so that's a non-issue by my standard. The vote total there is 48% for Donald Trump, 51% for Joe Biden. Texas will, much to my surprise, it'll be closer than I thought it would be. 62% of the vote is in Texas. So, the Republicans, I'm sure most of the counties outstanding, even though they're not terribly high population, but they're still outstanding, are quite Republican, extremely Republican, in fact. So I think that that Trump will win Texas, but maybe only by about a point or two, bizarre as that may seem. In Travis County, which is Austin, 90% of the vote is in, and Biden is 73% of the vote there. In Dallas County, 81% of the vote is in, and Biden is at 66% of the vote there. In Tarrant County, which is Fort Worth, 80% of the vote is in, and Trump's at 49.4, Biden's at 49.2. And in Harris County, which is Houston, this is interesting, Paul, because the Democrats' ground zero was not Dallas County or Bexar County.
It's Houston. It's Harris County.
It is. Yeah. And it's at 80% of the vote in, and they're not doing all that hot. They 43% for Trump, 56% for Biden. You would think that it would be something like Dallas or Travis County, but for whatever reason, there was a huge Republican turnout in Houston, and it wound up obviously not overwhelming the Democrats, but they did not have that like some sort of bizarre loss there that people were expecting.
The place where they did best was the University of Texas in Travis County. Everyone there voted. Everyone there's on the left. I mean, Austin is like Seattle politically. I mean, there's no difference.
It is. Yeah, in San Antonio, with 88% of the vote in, 59% for Biden, 40% for Trump. So, by the way, Bexar County is overwhelmingly Hispanic, and it's doing better for Trump than Dallas.
Okay, interesting that CNN and New York Times both much more optimistic about the Republicans than Fox News.
Joe Biden will cruise to an easy victory over President Trump in a place that he used to call his hometown. He calls Florida home now. Biden will also win the state of Colorado, according to our decision desk there, but too early to project a winner in New Mexico, where Biden enjoyed strong support in pre-election polling.
All right, let's turn now to the Senate races, where polls have just closed. The first state, Colorado, where our decision desk can now project that Democratic Governor John Hickenlooper, the former governor there, will oust Republican Senator Cory Gardner in the first Senate flip of the night. Remember, Democrats need 4 net, or 3 in the White House, to take over control. This is 1 net in the Democrats' column. Another closely watched Senate race is the special election in Arizona, where Republican Senator Martha McSally faces a strong challenge from Democrat Mark Kelly, a former astronaut. Kelly currently has a lead over McSally, but again, it's too early to call that race.
Similarly, Michigan Senator Gary Peters, a Democrat, is ahead of Republican John James, although it is too early to project a winner in that race.
Finally, Fox projects that Republicans will keep Senate seats in Nebraska and Wyoming. Made it through that one.
Yeah, that's a long list.
That's
We got
a
a lot of information in there. I mean, obviously, some of this races President Trump has spent a lot of time on. In Michigan, polling for John James, a veteran who has run before in the state of Michigan, running again now. Gary Peters giving him a run for his money. That one, as we said, too close to call it.
And really,
Or too early to
Michigan,
call, I should say.
yeah, Michigan, where it goes on the presidential, as you look at the race to 270, it's now 129 to 94. How Michigan and the presidential race fares there could affect that Senate race very closely. Let's just talk for a second. Cory Gardner losing to John Hickenlooper, Chris. Gardner was one of the most vulnerable senators out there. Colorado is purplish, leaning blue. Your thoughts on that?
Well, it's interesting. There are about 9 toss-up races, but there were 2 that looked likely to flip. One was Alabama, Doug Jones against Tommy Tuberville. And interestingly enough, we haven't called that. Everybody thought that was likely to go to the GOP. We haven't called it yet, not to say it won't happen. And then the other one was leaning Democrat, was the incumbent Republican Cory Gardner in Colorado against the former governor, 2-time mayor of Denver, 2-time governor of Colorado, failed presidential candidate in this cycle, John Hickenlooper. So assuming that Doug Jones does lose, we're exactly where we were at the beginning of the night, which is a 53-47 majority for the Republicans. They need to pick up 3 more seats, flip 3 more
John
Republican
Cornyn,
seats, and
senator,
House,
wins
so
in
Kamala
Texas.
Harris, as the tiebreaker, or 4 net to take over the Senate. A couple of things. I've been in touch with the Biden campaign. They are, although we haven't called it, they're waving the white flag of defeat in Florida. They think that Florida is gone, accentuating the positive, making the best case of it. They say that they very much underperformed among Cuban Americans. They think that the president's socialism, Democrats, Biden allegation stuck. But what they're saying is there are not a lot of Cuban Americans outside of Florida, so they don't think that'll be an issue in other Hispanic communities. They say they're overperforming in Ohio in the suburbs. You heard Bill Hemmer talk about around Columbus. They say in Cincinnati they're overperforming as well.
If you mention his name, as in the debate, we have to bring him in. Bill Hemmer. Bill Hemmer's at the board. Pull up Ohio. You can ask him questions.
Well, no, can I tell you one thing, Bill?
Sure can. Yeah,
My son, Peter, has just sent me an email, and he says, does Hemmer really know all of those counties, or is he reading off a teleprompter? And I said,
right here.
do not tug on Bill Hemmer's cape.
No, exactly.
You tell him I said hello, too, Chris. Okay?
Yeah, but are you reading off a teleprompter, or do you really?
No, I'm just looking at this monitor right here, which shows me you, actually. And you, listen,
don't start pointing at various points in my face.
This is a perfect time to mention the race of 1876, where you and Britt covered that, right? So
Trump's getting stronger in North Carolina.
Brett and I covered the election of 2000 in
88%
Tallahassee.
likely
That's
win.
where Brett and I became friends for the first time.
That is true. You're at another network.
We've got that on you guys, okay?
But all right, so let me ask you about the Biden campaign claims that they're overperforming in the suburbs of an area that matters a lot to you, Cincinnati. Is that true?
It is true at the moment, based on what I can see a little bit. I would actually buy that argument more so up here in Franklin County, which is Columbus, and up here in Delaware County, where I talked about a little bit before. It's a growing part of the state. Also a lot of farms, too, up in Delaware County, too. But I can buy that part of the state a little more than I can the argument in Cincinnati. What I will tell you, Chris, however, so what are we? Are pop out here. We're at 59% of the vote in Ohio. And this is Montgomery County. That is Dayton, Ohio. That is one of a few counties that the president flipped from 2016 to 2020. So what's happening in Dayton, Ohio? Joe Biden's got a clear lead, 60 to 38% right now, but the raw numbers still are a bit on the low side. We're going to get that probably another double, I would say, in Montgomery County. I would also say, since you're talking about the suburbs of Cincinnati, this is Butler County. It's north of Cincinnati, the home of Miami University, Oxford, Ohio, class of 1987.
Virginia
so this
looking
is Donald Trump right now with
close.
64% of the vote from 4 years ago. See the raw numbers right there, about 160,000. This is where we are now. We're about 110,000, so at least 50,000 votes are still outstanding. Trump's at 53.7. Just go back again. He was at 64.8. He could get there, but again, a lot of those votes right now outstanding would have to go to him. So I can buy that argument a little bit, Chris, I think, but so much of come on. So much of this, 41% of the vote, is yet to be.
All right, Juan, Dana, Britt, you're in the game here with Bill, so he's in. Go ahead. You can ask.
I want to ask Bill a question. I do want to point something out about Colorado and Cory Gardner, who I was always kind of wondering. I heard he was in trouble, and we kind of knew that Colorado's trended blue for some time now. But listen to this number. In the state of Colorado, men versus women in the vote. Biden won the men vote 49 to 47, but listen to this number with women, 61-36, Biden over Trump. Now, it's pretty hard for an incumbent Republican running with a guy at the top of the ticket who gets crushed that badly by the majority gender in our country to win re-election, and he didn't.
So who else has a question for Bill Hemmer at the board? It's Ask
My
Bill.
son Peter does, but he's not here.
Peter's not here. He doesn't get to play. Juan, what about it?
Peter can text me, too, by the way.
Okay, I'll do that.
I'll get you on the hotline. The thing is about the Cory Gardner, too, is that he was the most bipartisan member there. And, as you look across these states, if
Virginia
Republicans
and
to
New
lose,
Mexico
and
may
they're
have been
looking at,
called too
You
early.
think there's going to be wholesale change? I don't really think so. John Hickenlooper was governor of Colorado, and I know Colorado is more of a reliably blue state now for Democrats, but it's still fairly moderate, and so there's that. I guess, Bill, one of the things that I was wondering is, in Colorado, how much, we're talking about the suburban vote a lot, and I don't know if we can see that on
Can't
the
really
map
see
there.
it just yet. It really hasn't filled in just yet there, Dan.
Well, that's a terrible question then.
That's okay.
I'll do better next time.
How about North Carolina, Charlotte, Mecklenburg, all that
I think this is really interesting, guys. You have about 22% of the vote still to be tallied here. Joe Biden's sitting pretty good.
All right, let's go to Rodney Martin. Rodney.
Hey, Luke. Fox News is just bizarre. First, they don't appear to be linking directly to the state elections websites. But put that aside, even on their own, if you go on their website, their electoral map, Fox called Kansas for President Trump, yet they've not put that on their electoral map. So you kind of have to balance the map and then go to the Secretary of State's, the elections offices of the various states. So North Carolina bothers me and Ohio bothers me. But the out the gate, when the results were first announced in these states, these are the early voting, the people that mailed ballots in or dropped them off at voting centers. Those are supposed to be trend all Democrat. Now, what's interesting, the early results that have just been coming up on the websites from the election offices in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota have Trump leading.
And
if that's the case, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Trump's taking the lead in Texas. Sorry, back to you.
Yeah. Well, Texas, I mean, they have that, teasing people, but all of the Democratic strongholds, Harris County, they've all come in. So the remaining outvote in Texas is all Republican. Texas is going to stay red. So if you factor all of it, this is going to be interesting. Even if Ohio goes, if Trump maintains these leads in Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, he doesn't need Ohio.
Wow.
I mean, that's 36 electoral votes right there. Even on I'm just reevaluating my map because I had factored Pennsylvania going for Trump, but Biden picking up the other three. But if the initial vote counts are in this, let me look at say Wisconsin. The initial vote count, these are the early ballots. They open first, 64-34 Trump. Now that should be reversed if we listen to the mainstream media. All of this early voting, which should be open and tabulated first, shouldn't that be 64-34 in favor of Biden instead of President Trump? It's just bizarre. If you go over to Minnesota, it's 59-38 in favor of President Trump. And again, these are the early ballots. Michigan, Trump has it's 57-40. So now, obviously, you'll see what the day of voting pans out. But I had heard earlier today that the Democrats were sounding alarm bells that they actually didn't get the numbers they needed in early voting, because you just can't assume that there's a lopsided percentage of those early voting are going to be for one side or the other. They're going to split somewhat. But even if you went by the polling or the prognosticating and propaganda by the media, that was supposed to be 60-40 Democrat. And here we see them being tabulated, and there's a huge advantage for President Trump. I will say that Ohio and North Carolina is bothering me a little bit. But I see the lead in Ohio has narrowed, and the outstanding counties where there are votes, those are Trump counties. What has concerned me is Biden has flipped several Trump counties in Ohio, and I equate that to the fact that their turncoat Benedict Arnold governor, just recently retired Governor Kasich, went around and became a Lincoln Project, Lucy Lou. So that may have had an impact there, and we'll see. Pennsylvania, there's less than 1 million votes that have come through.
Yeah. Okay, let me play Nate Silver. Thanks.
What happens to your projection if Donald Trump actually wins the state of Florida?
So yeah, let's see. He's at 10%. It's going to shoot way up if he wins Florida. It's going to take a little bit of time to calculate here. But Trump, if he wins Florida, is much more in the running. He's about a 1 in 3 chance of winning overall. The one silver lining for Biden a bit is that this seems to be mostly concentrated among Cubans in South Florida. It might not translate to other parts of the country. But, Florida would be the first step toward a Trump upset.
Okay, Nate Silver, thanks for...
Yeah, so essentially Donald Trump triples his chances of winning the presidency by winning in Florida. Okay, we'll keep our eye on everything that's going down. Get a little bit here from Karl Rove.
League, by the way. Go ahead, Karl.
Carl,
Well, I don't know what that means, but I'm looking at the numbers. I've been playing with them. Right now, this lead is statewide is relatively close, about 105,000 votes. And you're right, about 40-some-odd% of the vote is still out. Bexar County, San Antonio is 88% in. Dallas is 81% in. Harris County is 82% in. Travis County, my home county, is 90% in. All of those are strong for Joe Biden. Tarrant County is 90% in. That's Fort Worth. And Trump leads there by 1,000 votes. So if you're a Democrat and you got 40-some-odd% of the vote out, and the big cities are largely in, that 105 is going to disappear when Taylor County comes in, Abilene, when the East Texas, Piney Woods, Smith, Longview, others start coming in. If I'm looking at this, I'm happy if I'm in the Trump headquarters. I'm saying once again, it hasn't happened if I'm sitting in the Democratic.
Carl, what do you think the margin is in Texas right now as you look at that?
105,000.
Right, but percentage-wise, what would that compute to over time over the next few hours?
Oh, it's over the next couple hours.
Yeah.
I think it's going to end up being a 3%, maybe 4% win for Trump.
Do you believe that's tighter than you expected?
Well, no, because we got a problem in the suburbs, and the problem that you're talking about in Ohio and some of what we've seen in other states, in North Carolina, Virginia, it's present in Texas. And look, one of the certainties of presidential politics is there are always changes. There is no continual certainty. No, West Virginia is now reliably Republican, used to be reliably Democrat. Other states, Kentucky and Arkansas, they used to be reliably Democrat. They're now reliably Republican. Things go both ways, and Texas is changing.
Do you think that calculation puts John Cornyn in trouble?
No, not at all. Cornyn has been consistently running ahead of the president in
Cornyn
Texas.
won.
In fact, tonight I bet the big story inside Texas will be that the Republicans will keep control of the state house, even after tens of millions of dollars have been pumped into the state. There's a guy I've never heard of in Silicon Valley who spent $11 million in state house races, which means if you got 25 races that everybody was sort of looking at, $500 to $1 million in each of those from either Bloomberg and Barack Obama and Eric Holder, who had an effort involved in this, or the Silicon Valley guy and a bunch of others. The money that they poured into an attempt to grab control of the Texas House so they could control redistricting for the U.S. House of Representatives that has to be done next year in our legislature is extraordinary. And you can understand why. I mean, we're a growing dynamic state that next year will gain 2 or 3 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. And so the Democrats went all out, and it looks like we're going to keep control of the House.
See, Brett, I told you know it, right? Yeah. I mean, come on.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt.
There,
Right
and he's
there,
got his scribbling. I want to go back to North Carolina really quickly, because that seems like a race where Joe Biden, for all of the time that he put in there, and they had Kamala Harris down there, Joe Biden visited there, it seems as time goes on that he's expanding that lead.
Yeah. North Carolina?
Yeah.
That's nonsense. My God, Fox is so far off. Wow. So Trump is going to win North Carolina, is going to win Georgia. So the New York Times says 90% likely that Trump wins North Carolina, 84% likely that Trump wins Georgia. Trump is now in the lead in Texas. Fox News says that the Democrats have held the House of Representatives, and Fox News predicts that they will actually gain 5 seats. So let's go to Carter Gottfried.
Or certainly the overwhelmingly white Travis County. So that is interesting. It shows that Hispanics, to a much lesser extent than is the case in Florida, but Hispanics in Texas are slowly beginning to save the day for Trump. It wasn't this sort of epic save that you found in Florida. So it's very interesting what's going on there. In Kansas, Biden is ahead. Trump is at 46, Biden is at 53, but no need to be alarmed. That's because of the areas that I've reported in thus far, namely Johnson County, which is suburban Kansas City. It used to be very Republican. It's where Overland Park is, but now it has become quite Democratic, and Biden's winning it by 18 points. But Wichita, which is Sedgwick County, with 62% of the vote in, Biden is down there, down to Trump, which is very interesting. Wichita obviously is a major city. So, Paul, it would seem that all major cities are not created equal when it comes to their politics. Like Wichita is still going for the GOP. Tarrant County, which is Fort Worth, is still going for the GOP. Let me check Oklahoma. Not much of the vote in really gets to make a determination, unfortunately. But you see all this stuff going on, and all these cities are not created equally once again. Any thoughts on why some of these cities are doing better for the Republicans than the Democrats?
Well, we're looking at Kansas. Is there Shawnee Mission, which is just that is very what should we say? Limousine liberal, yeah. And I'm wondering how well Biden did there. I would assume he cleaned up in Shawnee Mission. Yeah.
In the county, he's getting 18% over Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So
those are the soccer moms.
Yes, Paul's favorite group.
My least favorite group on the planet.
I'm just being jocose. I was going to say that. I was going to say that in Indiana, a call has been made. Donald Trump has won the state, according to the New York Times. Not a surprise. It was something that I figured would be called 4-9, and it turns out right. But he has won the state, and it took long enough. I'll say that much. But his lead there is remarkably steady, and I think that it's going to be. I think that Indiana will never, it's not part of the swing state now, even though Obama would, but I don't think it ever will be again in either of our lifetimes, considered as such. Now, in Kentucky, something very bizarre has happened. Trump is still crushing it there, but in Fayette County, which is Lexington, 58% of the votes are in, and Biden has 69% of the vote, and Trump is 29%. Traditionally, Jefferson County was more Democratic than Fayette County. Jefferson County is where Louisville is, but 86% of the vote is in Jefferson County, and Biden is at 59%, and Trump is at 40%. That is not at all what I expected. I expected it to be a margin there, like in Fayette County, and a Jefferson County margin. And I expected.
Okay, Trump on betting market, Smarkus betting markets, 52% chance of winning the election right now. So the betting markets have shifted towards Donald Trump winning the election.
The Fayette County margin in Jefferson County and Jefferson County margin in Fayette County. I have no clue why the Republicans have so done so well in Jefferson County and so poorly in Fayette County, but they have. Paul, I don't know if you have any thoughts on this, but if you do.
No, I think it's just some kind of fluke. They both have large black votes, don't they?
Yes.
Louisville has more
yes.
than Lexington, but it could be that the black vote was different. That there was a higher percentage of blacks who actually broke for Trump in one than the other. I'm just speculating. I am surprised. I mean, as you are, that in Lexington the margin was so much greater for the Democrats than around Louisville.
Yeah, I mean that's insane actually. In Michigan, with 12% of the vote now in, it was 5.
And Nate Silva has just tweeted essentially that this is now a 50-50 election between Trump and Biden.
Donald Trump is at 57 and Biden is at 40. Not much of a change there. This is not. I said from holy Moses in Kent County, which is Grand Rapids, which Biden wanted to win, traditionally Republican area that had tilting Democratic. It's where Justin Amash is from. Trump is winning it with 34% of the vote in, 57 to 40. That is much better than he did last time.
Right.
He's also winning Genesee County, which is home to Flint, Michigan, which is a Democratic.
Yeah, which is heavily black. It's a heavily black.
Heavily black. And 28% of the vote is in, and Trump is at 59, while Biden is at 39. So it's a huge lead. And that's difficult to make up after a quarter of the vote is in a 20-point deficit. Paul, what this says to me is that in Michigan, the electorate has become much more Republican, and I think it's probably a reaction to Gretchen Whitmer. And in Flint, it's probably a finger to the Democratic Party there for whatever reason. Maybe they blame it for water prices on, I don't know. But this is strange. And right now, buckle up for this one. In Washtenaw County, which is home to Ann Arbor, with 19% of the vote in, Donald Trump is closing in on Joe Biden. Trump is at 45%, Biden is at 52%. So that is unbelievable. That is I never, 1,000 years thought this would happen. That is. I'm hoping that John James wins the Senate race. Me too.
I can't imagine he's not leading. He's running against a Biden-like corpse in his fellow people.
And on Betfair right now, Trump is now a 60% odds of winning.
Who's been there, I suppose, for about 100 years, and just sort of raises his hand and votes for the Democrats every time. I would, if Trump really trounces Biden in Michigan, it's highly unlikely that James is going to lose the race.
Yeah, I agree. Very interesting thus far. I'll get back to the minute super chat. Some more came in. But talking about what was it we were going to talk about? I was going to bring up. There's so much stuff here to look at.
I can only be on 5 more minutes because I have to call up my associate editor at Chronicles a little after 9. So
no problem.
Okay.
I guess what we'll do then is get to the super chats. And okay, everyone. I don't imagine anybody else has anything for Paul, but I know there's some stuff in the live chat, so we will get to that right now. If I can just bring it up here. Okay, I'll stay on for longer, obviously. But from Andrew McDermott, nothing is. He just sent a super chat, $4.99. It's very generous of him. I don't know if he intended to leave a message, but Andrew, if you intended to have us address something that's reasonable and responsible, please do leave it in the live chat. No need to do a super chat again, obviously, but leave it in the live chat, and we shall get to it. Thank you very much in advance. Or just want to do the super chat. That's very generous of you. Thank you for that. In any case, from Blog of the West, what about the idea that Jews' role in Christian prophecy is the most anti-Semitic notion there is? I've heard this from Jews on the hard left. That is out there. Traditionally, of course, the Christian community was profoundly anti-Semitic, but in Protestant countries, it became much less so as time went on. Not so in Eastern European Orthodox countries or in Southern or Latin European Catholic countries, but eventually most Latin European Catholic countries went away. To a certain extent, but I really don't consider that Christian prophecy thing to be anti-Semitic. I don't think people who hold fast to it do either. That's certainly not the way I'm viewing that. But everybody has their own view there. But some people do find it profoundly offensive. I think it's nonsensical, but in many cases I believe it's supernatural. But that's that's just my point of view. But I don't take offense to it as far as I find it. Paul, anything to say here very quickly before we get to the other stuff?
What is the question? Whether Christian prophecy?
What about the idea that Jews' role in Christian prophecy is the most anti-Semitic notion there is? I've heard this from Jews on the hard left.
What is the most anti-Semitic notion?
The idea that Jews and the fundamentalist Christian idea of Jews in the end times, that kind of thing. That's what a lot of the West is referring to.
Well, the problem with making that kind of argument is that the view of the end times, which you find among dispensationalist Protestants, is not shared by most Christians. It's only shared by a small minority of them. And I'm not quite sure that all dispensationalists have this view, of the Jews being destroyed in the apocalypse or something like this. This is by no means an authoritative Christian view, nor do I think it accounts for anti-Semitism. In fact, dispensationalist Christians, whatever they think will be the Jews' fate in the apocalypse, have not been historically anti-Semitic. So, I think there are other reasons. One of them is the view of Jews as Christ killers. Although it is not an orthodox Christian belief, it was a widespread notion that became grafted onto other prejudices against Jews, in some cases going back to pre-Christian times, the ancient Romans. So, but I think it's the view of Jews as Christ killers, or Jews who reject Christ and are therefore become a wandering people, something like that, which may be the belief among Christians in earlier periods of time which nurtured anti-Semitic feelings that were there anyhow. I don't think Christianity, is by any means the whole story of why people dislike Jews in the past or dislike them now. But I don't think the dispensationalist belief about the end times has anything to do with anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I agree. It's anti-Semitism. Unfortunately, I mean, people hold they views they have their anti-Semitic for many different reasons. And I mean, I know why the West isn't doing this, but to put it to dispensationalist Christians is not fair in the slightest. From Jay Galt, 1776, New Hampshire going red. Dr. Gottfried, also great show. Many thanks. Well, you're welcome, Jay Galt. Paul, anything to say about what Jay Galt just brought up?
New Hampshire going red?
Yes, he says New Hampshire is going red. I'll check on that.
Are they? I would be very surprised if they vote.
It's coming up.
Okay, let's go back to Fox News here. Molly Hemingway in the House.
0.1% turnout. And the Villages, conservative bastion, senior citizens in Central Florida, 88% turnout. So it looks like President Trump is so far running up big margins in conservative areas and keeping it close in Miami-Dade, likely through strength with Cuban voters and Hispanic voters. Finally, officials here say things have gone smoothly. The polls opened on time, there have been no security incidents, and the early ballots were processed and counted and posted early. Martha, back to you.
Steve, thank you very much.
Democrats retaining majority of the House, even picking up a few seats tonight, as we just told you. We're also watching the Senate very closely, specifically North Carolina, a race that could be a decider whether Democrats take control of that chamber. Mark Meredith is on the ground at Republican Senator Tom Tillis' headquarters in Mooresville. Mark?
Right, good evening. Here at Tillis headquarters, they've been watching the numbers very closely. And within the last hour or so, they have seen this race tighten to less than 2 percentage points that they are trailing the former state senator, Iraq War veteran Cal Cunningham. This is a race that, of course, is not important just only in North Carolina, but everyone that's going to be looking at the balance of power is going to be monitoring what happens here in North Carolina. This was a state that saw record early voting turnout. We saw people that voted the second they could when absentee ballots first went out, as well as October 15th, the day that early voting began in this state.
It looks like Trump is going to win Virginia.
And it was amazing to see that it was so calm because so many of millions of North Carolinians had already taken the chance to vote. I just got done speaking with one of Tillis' supporters as well as advisors.
So it looks like Trump is going to win Virginia, and Trump became the favorite on the betting markets at 6:20 p.m. West Coast time. So 12 minutes ago, Trump became the favorite on the betting markets.
And again, we're looking at those numbers very closely, remaining somewhat optimistic, but also not certainly popping any champagne corks here at any point. This race is also just so fascinating because it's tied to the presidential race so much. North Carolina, that swing state, 15 electoral votes. Brett and Martha, as you know very well, if the president were able to carry this could be good news to bring Tillis over the finish line. However, of course, if Joe Biden ends up catching the state, this could also be a big boost for the Democratic Senate candidate. There's also a governor's race here in this state that we're watching. Democratic governor doing very well. This has been a big referendum on him when it came to the state's COVID restrictions because in this state, compared to other states like South Carolina, Georgia, you still see several different restrictions in place for businesses. And while you have plenty of Republicans that are saying they want to see the state reopen, the governor taking a much more cautious approach. And it's been curious to see whether or not that was going to be what voters were focused on the most here, not just where we are in this part of North Carolina, but throughout the entire state. At Tillis headquarters, it may look like there's nobody right here behind me, but there are plenty of people in this room. Everyone is wearing the masks, not just the media, but also Tillis' supporters, an indication that they're taking things seriously, not only with just COVID, but with how the state sees their operation here. Brett and Martha?
All right, Mark, thank you. Just pointing out, we've already called the House for control to the Democrats, but interesting races along the way. Madison Cawthorn will win in
Trump 66% on Betfair.
Seat had a bumpy road there in the campaign. He will become the youngest member of Congress.
He's paralyzed from the waist down. People might remember him from the Republican National Convention, standing up on the stage during that, but he ran into some controversy along the way and secured that seat. Ronnie Jackson, also of note in
CNN is walking back its call of Virginia.
Texas. Not a huge surprise win, but you may know that he was the president's doctor at the White House at one point, and Ronnie Jackson will now also be a member of Congress.
So through the night, we'll pepper some of those interesting races, even though control will stay with the Democrats.
So let's get some analysis from Molly Hemingway, who is joining us now, senior editor at The Federalist, and Byron York, Washington Examiner correspondent. Both are Fox News contributors. Great to have both of you with us this evening. Molly, your observations on the evening so far?
Well, we know a little bit about a lot of states. It would be nice to know a lot more about a few states that are out there. But one of the things that is definitely an emerging story is about the closing of the racial gap. There's usually a pretty big racial gap in voting where minorities strongly favor Democratic candidates. And Donald Trump obviously is doing very well in Florida on the strength of not just Cuban voters, but also Venezuelan and Colombian and other minority voters. And there's starting to be an indication that this is happening in other states as well. You know, in Texas, Joe Biden is underperforming, in Ohio and Georgia, in these minority communities. It is really stunning that it is Donald Trump, someone that the media have painted as, you know, a racist racial demagogue, who is managing this transformation of the Republican Party toward a more multiracial working class party. And regardless of what the eventual outcome is tonight, that's something that Republican strategists have to be thinking long and hard about, that the way that Donald Trump has been able to get more outreach and
Lindsey
get more
Graham has kept his seat in North Carolina
has been through this conservative populism that he advocates. It's a really interesting thing that we know thus far as we wait to learn more.
You know, Byron, Republicans, Trump supporters say not only was he running against
Trump
Joe
closing
Biden,
in
but he was running
Ohio
against the mainstream media over 3+ years of kind of really battling back and forth. Your thoughts about this race, where it stands, and kind of that framework?
Yeah. Well, you know, I spent the last week of the race in Pennsylvania talking to a lot of Republicans who all strongly believed that there was something they called the hidden Trump vote, that there were people out there who intended to vote for Trump, but who did not tell not only pollsters, and that's where the media comes in, because they associated all pollsters with the media and they did not trust them, but some of them also didn't tell their friends or their coworkers or even their family. And I talked to some pollsters who are working for the larger Trump effort, and they believed it was 2, maybe 3 percentage points. Maybe that's what we're seeing in Florida right now. On the other hand, not sure you can make that case in Georgia and North Carolina right now, but clearly the level of hostility and distrust toward the media among Trump supporters is just off the scale.
Byron, just staying with you for a moment, when you look at what Molly was discussing, you know, we see in a number of states the president coming in the 30% range with Latino voters in places where there's a large presence of those voters. Do you agree with Molly that we're seeing, you know, sort of an attraction to President Trump from those voters that we haven't seen in the past?
Yeah, that's a potentially huge development. Remember, after the 2012 presidential election, Mitt Romney lost to Barack Obama. The RNC, the Republican National Committee, did this huge study. They called it the autopsy. And the only conclusion they came to was that Republicans had to do more to attract Hispanic voters. And if President Trump is in fact attracting more minority voters, black and Hispanic and other minority voters, I mean, that's a very, very big deal for him. It's kind of ironic that some of the people who were involved in the RNC study opposed President Trump very, very strongly. But nonetheless, this is something the Republican Party has been trying to do for a long time.
And in addition to all of that, Molly, COVID is basically on this ballot as well.
Well, I think that is another issue that has been a very important thing for the Biden campaign to push, and also many people in the media. I think it is interesting that you were just talking about the feeling that Trump is running not just against Joe Biden, but the media. There were so many different ways that the media assisted the Joe Biden campaign throughout his entire campaign once he won the nomination. Prior to winning the nomination, they weren't so sure, but then they all got on board. Whether that was hiding negative stories about Joe Biden, hiding...
Betting markets have now moved Pennsylvania into the Trump camp. Betting markets now make Trump the favorite in Pennsylvania.
Positive stories about President Donald Trump hiding successes or whatnot, elevating the campaign themes that the Biden campaign wanted, or really an overemphasis on polls. We know enough right now to know that there has been too much emphasis on polling as opposed to the larger issues. Florida was supposed to be a win for Biden. Some people had it a strong win for Biden. It is not going to be, and that is interesting. And if we could have covered more about how the Democrats' left-leaning push toward, you know, some of these socialist messages, how that didn't resonate with minority voters and other people, you know, that would be an important thing for us to know, that if we rely too much on polling, we...
Betting markets now place Trump the favorite to win Virginia.
Miss some of these stories that we could find out by talking more to the people who will be voting.
Last thing, turning to the Senate, Byron, we've got the race in Michigan, John James versus incumbent Gary Peters. That seems like it's a very tight race, and there was a lot of prospect for John James. And as you look at it here, again, this is only 19% of the precincts in Michigan, but how the president does in Michigan will affect this race.
And Henry Olsen, the Washington Post, says, it is clear that Joe Biden is not going to win the national vote by anything like what every major poll's crosstabs implied. This means another polling error of mammoth proportions. The polling industry will have a lot of serious thinking to do.
going in, James was outperforming the president in some polls by a couple points.
I think you're going to see in some other states the Senate candidate outperforming the president. That one would be a very big deal. We all assumed, although it hasn't been called, that there would be a Republican pickup in Alabama, where Doug Jones would lose his seat there. In Michigan, you have a Republican challenging an incumbent Democrat. So Republicans, the way they had looked at this race is they got 53 right now. They pick up one with Alabama, and then they start subtracting. And Cory Gardner has already lost tonight. Michigan could be a huge, huge factor in Republicans keeping the Senate.
Molly, let's take a look at the South Carolina Senate race as well. Lindsey Graham versus Jamie Harrison. This is obviously a race that's gotten a ton of attention, millions of dollars poured into this race, and this is how it shapes up right now. Also pointing out that we're just at 29% of the count in there, 54% for Graham, 43% for Harrison.
Yes, this was a race where, again, you had some early polls showing that Jamie Harrison was really strongly contending with Lindsey Graham. A lot of savvy South Carolinian watchers said that wasn't actually true, that these Quinnipiac polls were quite wrong. And I think tonight you will see evidence of that. However, those polls were very important for getting money to pour into that state. That race saw so much money raised to defeat Lindsey Graham. I think he'll probably do fine. But also, I just want to say it's a good thing to remind people that a lot of these
Trump about to take the lead in Ohio.
Results that we're seeing when states first close and you're starting to get results are those early votes. And it's worth remembering that the Democratic strategy was to get as many people early voting as possible. And so I think sometimes people are surprised when they see a race flipping so much from strong Democratic support initially as the early votes are returned into the later results. And part of that is a reflection of slightly different practices in how the Democratic Party voters and the Republican Party voters go about things.
Yeah. Molly and Byron, thank you so much. Very interesting. Speaking about flipping, our casino owner here in
So Trump is now a monster favorite to win in the betting markets.
Britt Hume follows the betting odds, and you're saying the betting odds have just flipped?
The betting odds have flipped completely. You may recall that they were sitting about 64, 65 for Biden, and then went down to 59. Now they've completely flipped. 64.8% Trump, 34.7% Biden. Now, this is shades of 4 years ago when that race turned around, something like this time in the evening, the betting odds led the way. Now, look, they're just betting odds. They're not votes. They're not electoral votes, certainly, but they're interesting. Something's going on. I mean, I'm hearing from various corners that North Carolina is looking increasingly good for Trump, that Ohio's looking good for Trump, that he's certainly got Florida. So Pennsylvania, here we come.
Yeah,
wow.
Harrisburg is really lovely this time of year.
Can I just say that, in fact, nothing surprising has happened tonight. In fact, each team has held the states they were expected to win. They say in a battle.
Oh, what a moron! Nothing surprising has happened tonight. I mean, Fox is so out of it. Ugh.
Come on.
Live streaming is on.
And we're back. Sorry about that, folks. It happens sometimes. An hourly skip. I think there's like one or two last things for Paul. He does have to go now, though, so I will get to them. YouTube is doing its spin of death when it comes to refreshing the page to see. But I'm going to check on New Hampshire right now while it does that to see what the hell is going on there. In 1 second. Well, there are a whole bunch of calls, actually, that I'll get to in a second. But in New Hampshire, with 14% of the vote in,
Trump
Biden
takes the lead in Ohio.
Trump's at 46%, which is not bad. Trump is close considerably, and he's winning quite a few counties in the eastern part of the state, with the exception of Stafford County, which is very close. That's where Dover is. So we'll see. He's cutting it very close in Hillsborough County, which is where Manchester is. He's winning Rockingham County, which is a very well-to-do coastal area north of Massachusetts and south of Maine. Not where you would expect Trump to do well, but he's doing well there. So we shall see. I wouldn't surprise me if Trump pulls it out in New Hampshire. But the calls that I must make now from the New York Times. Donald Trump wins Louisiana. Donald Trump wins North Dakota. Joe Biden wins New Mexico. That's important because some people said New Mexico would go for Trump. I said it would not. Some people got angry with me about that, but now they have to deal with the situation. Joe Biden wins New York. What a surprise that is. Donald Trump wins South Dakota. Donald Trump wins Wyoming. Donald Trump wins Nebraska. Now it just says Nebraska. Let me check to see if that includes that congressional district.
In Omaha.
It just says, actually, it's not giving me any differentiation here. So I don't know. We'll see. That's a little weird to me. That's not giving me any differentiation. I can't imagine that Trump is winning that district this early. We'll see what happens there. But anyway, to get to, so Paul can go.
There's still no call in Florida.
no official call, but it's done. It's done. The New York Times has it more than 95% vote for Trump. That is over. They're going to hold off on it just to be nasty and argumentative, that kind of deal. So that is what's going on there. Let me see if there's anything else here for us in the live chat that just came in. I don't see anything. There was something I will say though from Andrew McDermott, and I didn't see him leave it in the live chat, but I'm going to check again. Andrew, I presume you're still watching this, but let me see. I'm looking for Andrew McDermott. So Paul, while I'm looking for this, since you're going to be leaving us momentarily, any thoughts on how the election has gone thus far and what you think might happen next, that kind of thing?
No, I mean, there have been no surprises until now. It looks pretty much like the election 4 years ago. I mean, Trump is winning in those places in which he won then, and he's typically. Although I think we are having some surprise. Michigan he's doing better in Michigan and not as well in Texas as he was 4 years ago. But I expect Texas will end up in the Trump column, and Michigan will again vote for Trump. They voted for him 4 years ago. The only mild surprise is how well he's doing in Florida. I thought that'd be much more of a cliffhanger than seems to be the case. I would imagine that once the Panhandle reports, Trump's lead would vastly expand over what it was, an hour ago, before the 2 hours ago, before the Panhandle reported. Has there been any change?
Check that out. I just checked briefly, but something is here from Top Tier. By the way, one second before we get to what Top Tier said, because Paul does have to leave. But Andrew, I didn't see anything that you left in the live chat. But if you did want us to address something just one last time, I'll ask. Please do leave it in the live chat. No need to do a super chat again. Just leave it there so I can see it, so we can get to it. Because Paul is going. I don't want intended for us to have anything to address as reasonable as possible. I don't want to miss out on it. So please do leave it in the live chat. No need to do a super chat again. I am now getting back to. I forgot I was getting back to. There's so many things here to do at once. Oh yeah, Top Tier scholarship. You did leave something in the live chat, which I shall address. If I can ever get to it. From Top Tier, and this is a good question. Why is Fox worse than the New York Times now on percentages? That's a good question, Top Tier. I think the New York Times is just, perhaps they do have a good track record when it comes to actually breaking election results, so maybe they don't want to lose that. That would be my guess. But I think that the Fox News is on a leftward drift, and they are trying to incorporate everything they do into that, everything, period, with the exception of their opinion programming, some of it at least. And that is going to be the course of actions they take over the years to come. But yeah, the New York Times is far more reliable than Fox tonight, so I decided to go to them to get the election information. Paul, anything to say about what Top Tier brought up?
Yeah, I think one reason for that, at least why Fox is not reliable, is they're desperate to be socially respectable. The New York Times may lie the rest of the time. They may represent or illustrate what Trump calls the lying media. But when it comes to reporting these election results, they're fine. I haven't turned on Fox, but the negativity toward Trump was sort of getting to me, particularly when I looked at their news analysis that was probably carried out by Democratic pollsters, which they usually use, and their prediction that Biden had an 8, 9, 10 point lead, whatever it was. Again, one of the people that they hired to cover the election tonight was a Hillary Clinton worker and somebody high in the Democratic Party. They're very concerned that the Democrats like them, that they're seen as moderate, that nobody associates them with God forbid paleo conservatives or anything to the right of Dana Perino or Karl Rove. So I think they are very much concerned with their image. I know they're always being attacked on CNN and by former President Obama as an extreme right-wing television channel. I'm always saying, were they that? Which unfortunately they're not. They sort of represent, I suppose, the Romney-McCain wing of the Republican Party. They're always sort of looking to the left for respectability.
And Trump leads in the betting market 64-35.
And I think it's reflected in the way they're handling this. They seem to be unable to talk about the election without giving you Donna Brazile, who's left over for the Democratic National Committee. She was the chairwoman. Then they have Juan Williams, who's a very, very left Democrat, black Democrat. And they always try to bring in other people. I can't remember their names, but they had what's that lady's name? Harper or something. The one who.
Yeah. I forgot her name. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, who simply gives you the Obama position on everything. They have lots and lots of these people. And then if you look at the Fox News All Stars, they have Jonah Goldberg and they have A.B. Stoddard, who's a hardline, and then they have what's her name? The one from National Public Radio with a funny name, Mara Eliason, right? It just gives you the party line every time she opens her mouth. They have and then they have this Charles Lane from the Washington Post. They work very hard, at showing you they're not right wing, which is their image, and they're trying to work against that by bringing in everything on the moderate left that will allow themselves to be bought off by Fox News or to be turned into Fox News All Stars or something, or the Fox News team. So as a result of this, they become extremely unreliable. I've just stopped watching them on elections. If you listen to them later on in the evening, Sean Hannity may be a windbag, but he at least has on these people from Trafalgar Group and Matt Towery and others who have taken into account the shy Trump voters, who understand the defects of the polling methods being used by the sort of mainstream pollsters, the ones that Real Clear Politics typically look at, the CBS, Fox News polls, and so forth. The Fox News has its own polling, which is usually more pro-democratic than the CBS polling. They look at this, and their analysis of political attitudes among voters, convinced me that the one that they kept interviewing was AOC. There was no one to the right of AOC who would have given you these answers. So for all those reasons, I do not rely on them for election analysis.
I don't blame you, neither do I. From Cameron Collins, a super sticker, a pair, throwing out a cup of coffee, not in an aggressive way, but handing it like in victory. Thank you very much, Cameron. Awesome of you. And then also from Cameron Collins, a super sticker with a thumbs up. Thank you, Cameron. Very, very cool of you. And also
Okay, here's Steve Deese on
Throw
Virginia.
some numbers. This is from Sean. I just want to reiterate again, they need to retract the call of Virginia.
Yeah.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
Virginia is not called. Let me throw some numbers. This is from Sean Davis over at the Federalist. I want to give him credit here. Northern Virginia there, Loudoun County, that's an area heavily, a lot of government employees and stuff in that area.
Big time blue.
Trump lost it by 17 points 4 years ago. With all but one precinct reporting in that county, Trump is winning it by 13 points.
What?
You need...
Look how the Fox pollster dude is sweating. He's sweating like a pig.
Right? Is the turkey done? And the turkey's done in Virginia.
You're sure?
Yep.
Okay, if it's not, you're coming back.
Look at his sweating.
I'm happy.
Look at him.
I'm happy.
Sweaty
as a West
pig.
Virginian, I'm always happy to come back and talk
He's a
smack on
sweaty
Virginia.
pig.
Okay. Well, let's go to Florida, right?
Yep, let's go to Florida.
Oh, this guy, what a loser. A big Democrat supporter.
Need all of you, very irresponsible, frankly, and Fox, especially you, because these are supposedly your viewers, and you did this to them. This is voter suppression. You need to retract the call of Virginia and let the vote tally in real time play out a little bit longer. This is criminal.
Is this Fairfax County?
This is Loudoun County, not far from the area you're talking about, though. This is Loudoun County in Virginia. All right. Trump lost this county, okay, by 17 points, over 30,000 votes 4 years ago. With all but one of its 99 precincts reporting, Trump is beating Biden by 13 points in that county. Okay, so if he's doing that in that county, you go downstate in the rural areas of Virginia. What's going on with the turnout there? Remember, it wasn't until Obama in 2000, in the George W. Bush years, that Virginia was even a battleground state. Mm-hmm. It was a solid Republican state for generations. Mm-hmm. Then it was a battleground state, and now it is a blue state just recently. Hillary only won this state by 5 points. Joe Biden is underperforming where she was 4 years ago.
And
they need
Trump
to retract. He's way overperforming. They need to retract that call. Doesn't mean that Joe Biden still won't win. I'm guessing there's a mound of early votes there uncounted, but they at least need to retract the call.
And Chinese yuan is tanking. All right, Chinese yuan is absolutely tanking on the foreign exchange markets. This election's direction very bad for China. They thought that they had it in the bag with the Biden crime family. Doesn't look like it's going to work out that way.
Stuff if you compare it to 2016.
By the way,
don't worry about it.
The sizes of Donald Trump and Joe Biden accurate.
Yeah. We can count on Donald Trump winning rural America, and probably in some cases by a substantially wider margin than he did before. But it's those cities that we're watching for right now.
6 million votes, Martha. 6 million votes from 2016. You're about 1.2, 1.1 now. 19% of the vote in Pennsylvania, Martha. And we'll see Pittsburgh, as we point out, also down here.
Chris, a couple things. You know, when you look at, we've talked so much about the 5% undecided voter. And, you know, when I go through these states, it adds up that most people, 70 to 80% basically said they've known all along who they were going to vote for. And in a place like Ohio, they're pretty evenly split. But the 5%, the 3%, whatever it is, who were undecided, what have we learned tonight so far about which way they're breaking?
Well, and don't forget, a lot of those undecided voters, or a substantial portion of those undecided voters, didn't vote, right? If you're undecided late enough, you may just say, I can't do it. I can't pull the trigger for either one of these guys.
Look how sweaty and ill at ease this guy is.
We can't dispositively say nationally in which way the undecideds broke, but we know that they didn't break for Trump the way they did when he was running as effectively.
You're a terrible pollster. You're an absolute disgrace. You suck. You've been awful. And you're nationally humiliated. Yeah. Yeah. That's the story with you, sir. As for Nick Fuentes,
tweeted in the past that Trump supporters should be deported. We've seen what Charlie Kirk has tweeted in the past. We've seen what Ben Shapiro has tweeted in the past. And that if Donald Trump were to lose this election, they would go back to their original ways and say all these different things and try to retake the Republican Party with this, the original old school Zionist neocon policies. But now, it's looking like that probably won't happen in the election. And so now our fight is to push these people out of the Republican Party, push this way of thinking out of the Republican Party, and convince younger voters that this is the way to win over voters. You know, that Trump's way, Trump's path that he has laid out for us is the way to win over younger voters, and it's the path that the Republican Party should go down. You know, the Democratic Party has taken over. You talked about Ilhan Omar, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and some of these people. They have completely taken over. The far left has completely taken over, or is taking over, the Democratic Party, and not only the Democratic Party in Congress, you know, House of Representatives and the Senate, but also in positions like the district attorneys and all sorts of other local politics. The Republicans have yet to make a real push for transforming the Republican Party in the image of Donald Trump. And you know, the Madison Cawthorn race being won, you know, him winning his race is sort of going backwards. We want to go forward. We want to push people like that out. Additionally, you asked about the down ballot races. I'm interested to see.
Okay, let's go here to Newsmax.
My contacts down in Texas, they feel really good about where we are right now. And you know what? I always tell everybody, follow the money, follow the candidates. There wasn't a lot of candidate activity or a lot of money in Texas. Donald Trump's going to win Texas.
He's going to win Texas. Can I tell you this? Look, look, this is the thing. Everyone made fun of Hillary Clinton because she didn't go to Wisconsin. She paid. The opposite may be true here. These guys spent time in Texas and Georgia. Yeah. If they don't pull it out in either way, this is
barely spent time in Texas.
Okay, but they talked it up a lot, and I think that diverted a lot of attention, which was a mistake because what happens is I think that their own base thought, hey, we got a chance here. It makes them look bad going forward.
So the message of this is basically, if you're looking at those numbers you see in Texas, just keep in mind that the bluest of Texas is already in, and the reddest is still pouring in as we speak, and these numbers are going to change. Any projection?
What are we hearing about to take Georgia? And the president is now he's now ahead in Georgia by a considerable margin. You've got a lot of the cities that have really started to come in, and you have a lot of rural counties that they're just haven't even started reporting yet. So it looks like the president is going to be able to hold on to the state of Georgia. And also at this point, Senator Perdue is over 50%, which would mean against Ossoff, that would mean that he would avoid a runoff if his lead holds.
That's a huge risk. The Democrats that really believe in John Ossoff, absolutely. Let's talk about. I just want to get back to Florida just real quick. The importance. Everybody talked about the elderly vote. Everybody talked about COVID-19. That the president, the way he handled it, he turned off a lot of the older voters in Florida. How big is winning that state when you were facing that criticism?
Huge. I was also very concerned about that, and we'll see how that older person's vote actually breaks. But I think that the president, in his outreach to Latinos and his outreach to blacks, he's been able to compensate for a decrease in senior voters potentially, and maybe even make up some of that ground that he lost with suburban women, for instance.
I'm absolutely dying to see the numbers when they come back on the Latino vote and on the black vote in the state of Florida and other states as well. We're going to take a quick break here and go out to Emerald Robinson, who was at the White House North Lawn. And Emerald, seeing who's texting you, what kind of indications you're getting? You're a very connected reporter.
You know, I'm always in between when I'm talking to you. I'm standing here texting, you know, people in the campaign, people in the White House, trying to see how they're feeling. And I can tell you that what we're seeing out of Florida is giving some here in the White House a sense of a little more relief. You know, clearly that's a big pickup for the president, something that they felt like he had to have, you know, to get his re-election bid. But also just talking to people about how they're feeling overall, right? This is maybe the longest day of what has already been the longest year. 2020 has just been unrelenting in so many ways. And I've talked to a lot of people here on the president's staff. They've had a whirlwind of the last few days. 5 rallies a day, the president making nonstop appearances, just a grueling schedule. And I can tell you that while they're, you know, excited about tonight and they're a bit tense, that they're also just tired. This has been a long haul for them. And one staffer, just a little anecdotal story for you, one staffer told me, you know, sometimes it really does seem like President Trump has superhuman genes, talking about how he's kept the schedule he has over the last few days to try to really make this push ahead of tonight and these results coming in, Rob.
Absolutely. Emerald, this is getting very, very interesting. Good to see you, and thanks for the reporting. We'll be back to you, absolutely. Somebody just go ahead.
I'll just tell you, look, this is breaking from the AP. This is small potatoes. Yeah. But Barbara Fung, who is married to the mayor of Cranston, Rhode Island, challenged the Speaker of the House in Rhode Island, a very blue state, and defeated him. Now, I mean, again, these are the kind of things, to Mark's point, this was supposed to be a blue wave, and when you're looking at Rhode Island, seeing a novice candidate, Barbara Fung, who is a novice candidate, defeat the Democratic Speaker of the House in Rhode Island. There's something going on that the media has not captured. This is huge.
Yeah. What I would say it is, my theory of this and some other races we've seen in AC, is there's an anti-establishment sentiment in this country, and it's going against whoever's in the establishment. And the press says, well, the president can't be the anti-establishment candidate. He's president of the United States. Guess what? He's the anti-establishment candidate in the minds of many Americans.
So one of the things that was interesting, after the 2016 election, I sat down with some folks at some of the major broadcast networks that begin with N. And they admitted to me that they'd overlooked a lot of these folks that Mark is talking about. Yeah. They had not been out. They think that by going to the Iowa State Fair and buying, you know, looking at the butter cow, that somehow is being in touch with rural voters. They are missing a large swath of these folks. The same thing with a lot of these polls is they're not capturing the rural voters that are fed up with the establishment, that finally think that Donald Trump is speaking to them, and they're seeing it all over the country. People are missing this.
Something's definitely going on. And I just want to ask you, look at the path to victory, because you've been the master of this all night long. We're seeing Florida go down. That's a huge one. Where the rest of them stand at this point? What are you seeing with North Carolina?
North Carolina remains the trouble, although it's looking better for the president. The vote that came in first is the mail vote, where we know in every state that matters, the president's going to do worse with the mail vote. Biden's going to do better than with the election.
And as they count, it'll get better for the president.
In theory, it should get better. Now, he has to win it. This is, you know, if I said to you, Rob, if you want to go to the men's room, there's one path to get there. It's a narrow path, but you can get there.
you'd say, okay, I'm headed that way. But you can't get off the path. It's the only one. So North Carolina, if the president loses North Carolina, he's in big trouble. Now, I keep going back to psychology, because I was really, a formative experience in my career was covering Bush versus Gore. Remember, George Bush came out and declared victory. Al Gore did not, and George Bush never gave up that advantage. Kellyanne Conway has told ABC News tonight the president plans to speak publicly. If you're Joe Biden, do you want to go out and speak publicly, having lost Florida badly? He may end up losing Florida by a bigger margin than Obama won it by. So does he want to go out and speak? Probably not. And is he going to give a good speech as the president? The president will be pumped up if he speaks tonight.
I mean, let's take this out to the whole country. What are you feeling right now? I mean, there's just a weird energy with this. A lot of people didn't think this was going to be close for the president. They thought it was going to be
Here's what it's like 4 years ago. It's not that the polls were wrong, because they weren't wrong 4 years ago. They were misread. It's the exact same thing. If you look at every poll that the press used to say Biden can't lose, the president was narrowing the gap in these significant 6 races, in every one of them, to the point where he was a field goal away from winning. If you were teaching a political science class, he said one candidate didn't have any field. They didn't knock on a single door. They didn't try to get anybody to the polls by going face to face, and the other candidate did. You'd say, well, the candidate who did probably going to do better.
Well, the other candidate cultivated a movement for 4 years.
And the other
this is the
candidate
first
doesn't excite
Republican that actually created a movement around himself, probably since Ronald Reagan. I'm sorry.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, but here's the thing, to Mark's point. The real clear average of the battleground polls had him at 2.9, moving towards 2.7. That's a field goal, right? That's less than 3 points, and that's what was needed. Now, remember, all these polls have a margin of error. Most of them are plus 3 or 4, as high as plus 4 or 5. That means that this is well within that margin of error. The polls only give you an idea of the trend, and right now, the trend has been moving in the president's direction. I'll tell you something else that mattered. The same thing happened in 2016. We combined these forces between RNC and the campaign, and reporters said, well, that's never happened before. Therefore, you can't win like that. The same thing that's happening this time. They said, well, look at all these people voting by mail. They were cannibalizing their their mail-in vote on election. All they were doing was taking election day voters on the Democratic side and moving them to early vote. The Trump campaign said, hey, these voters are rock solid, to your point, Tom. They're going to come out because of the heavy enthusiasm for the president, and no one believed them. The press just thinks whatever the Dems are doing is the right thing.
Well, that goes to the anti-establishment thing that you were talking about, Mark. And it's not just anti-establishment. It could be anti-big tech. It could be anti-big media.
Correct.
People are sick and tired of Chris Cuomo woke scolding them from New York, right? And I think that's a lot of what we're seeing in the turnout.
I can't tell you how many people I've heard from the last month who said, I'm sick of Donald Trump. He does so much I don't like, but I'm so sick of the press completely favoring Joe Biden. I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. And I would tell that people, and they say, oh, come on, nobody's going to decide who they vote for based on that. But as you said, it's not about the press so much as it's about the establishment and not wanting to let someone whose orientation is so foreign to them decide who's going to be president.
Talking down to people, absolutely. By the way, together, by the way, I think that by and large, a lot of the establishment includes a lot of these folks. That Chris Cuomo's an Anderson.
Okay, Rodney Martin, your thoughts?
Hey, Luke, how's my sound?
Sound good, sir. Sound good.
Well, about an hour, maybe a little hour and a half ago, I put in the chat that watch Virginia, I thought that was an inaccurate call. And now we're seeing some discussion openly on foul news. I don't know what, I guess I should probably be more pissed off at Fox News than Matt Drudge. But I'm telling you, Virginia, we're looking at some counties around the D.C. area where all the so-called liberals live, and Trump has actually carried a couple of those counties. And that leaves the remaining areas of Virginia, particularly along the West Virginia border. They've not come in yet. That's all Trump country. So I can't for the life of me understand why they had continue to keep Virginia. I think they called it too early, and their ego is preventing them from going back. It's almost like, remember Florida back in 2000, Luke, when they actually had to go back and pull Florida. Watch Virginia. If Virginia is one of those cornerstone states, if it goes Trump, Biden has lost the election. Of course, I think Biden's already lost the election. Trump now leads in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and he's within striking range in Minnesota. What we're seeing pretty close is a repeat of 2016. So we could conceivably have, even with Cory Gardner losing in Colorado, we're going to have, I think, possibly a pickup in Michigan and a pickup definitely in Alabama. So the Senate will be a washout in terms of Gardner's loss. And even if McSally goes ahead and loses for the next 24 months, Arizona, that'll get picked up again in 24 months. But even if it does, it won't be a net gain because of 2 Republican pickups. So you'll have essentially what we have now. We will have Donald Trump as president. We'll have a Democratic House with the Wicked Witch of San Francisco as a speaker. And we'll have Mitch McConnell as Senate Majority Leader. So I think, but overall, the Democrats will be so crippled as a party because then that schism that I talked about earlier will break wide open. The left will just devour what's left of the moderates. They will talk about how the moderate Hillary Clinton led them down to defeat in 2016 and how they all sabotaged Bernie with Pete Buttigieg and everybody getting behind Biden and that sabotage. They will just eat that party alive. And it will either, Democratic Party will either become a hard left social democratic pseudo communist party, or it will fracture into two. And I hope the latter happens, actually. But I think that we're on our way. The trend, let's talk about trends in politics. The trend do not, and the math does not favor Mr. Biden at all. And we're seeing that much earlier. Remember how James Carville said, oh, man, we're going to know by 10 p.m. Well, yes, we are going to know by 10 p.m., but not the result that he was expecting.
Yeah, Donald Trump now leads in Pennsylvania.
Yes, yeah.
By
So
two percentage points with 25% of precincts reporting.
And then as far as Minnesota, I went to the Secretary of State's website. What you have reported so far in Minnesota is the Twin Cities, the big liberal area that liked being looted and burned and self-loathing, we're all the self-loathing people. But and that's the early ballots. The today ballots are starting to be counted, and then all of the rural areas will come in. So I'm not going to hand off Minnesota yet, particularly with these early numbers. Keep in mind, Luke, in 2016, Trump did not lead this early in Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Well, he did in Ohio. Let me retract that.
Yeah.
But in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, Luke, in 2016, as you can remember, Trump did not have this early of a lead. And I go back to what we talked about in one of my last chime-ins when I called in, is all of that early balloting was supposed to give the Democrats an insurmountable lead. And by the way, Trump is leading in Iowa. In Iowa, the Democrats thought they were going to be able to snatch Iowa.
Okay. Thanks, Rodney.
That's it for now.
Take care, my friend. All right. Tucker Carlson is now talking. Here we go.
Historic evening, always, when the nation comes together to elect a president. This has been a very hard-fought race, and we still have so much that's undecided. Your thoughts at 10:01 Eastern.
I think Mitt Romney had lost by this point when he ran for president.
Oh,
So
yeah.
there's
Yeah.
a lot to learn, of course, and I sincerely don't know what the outcome will be, but I just cannot get over my total surprise at the disconnect between what we're watching on the screen and what has been confidently predicted across the media landscape for months. That there was a very good chance of a blue wave, of a total Biden blowout, of an early night. And I could get much more specific about this, and I think we'll probably spend the next couple of months doing that because it's worth doing. But suffice it to say, and anyone watching and who's consumed any media this year knows that the media, even on the basis of the data we have now, got it really wrong. And they'll claim they didn't because they always do, but they did. And we know that. And why is this a problem? It's a problem because in the end, we know who the president is because the media tell us who the president is. The campaign manager for the Joe Biden effort today sent out a tweet saying, in effect, we will, if announced that Joe Biden won by the media, then, we will consider that a victory. And then they said on background to a bunch of other news organizations, the second the media declared Joe Biden the president, he will begin, in effect, acting like the president. So you can't really overstate the role of the media in adding legitimacy and conveying legitimacy to the winner. We're not just observers, we're participants, as much as we hate to admit it. So given all of that, it really matters whether or not we're credible. And I would say in some
betting markets now at 80% that Donald Trump will win.
Very specific ways, we, the media, I participated in it for 30 years, have not been credible. We have lost trust. And that's just, I think that's really bad. And it's something that we need to fix. And the obvious problem is something we said we were going to correct in 2016, which is we don't know anybody who votes for Trump. And so you really got the sense watching everybody that, it's kind of embarrassing to support Trump or whatever. And that's why the rallies were such a huge shock to a lot of people in the last week. All these people unapologetically saying, I love Donald Trump. And it's like, I've never met anybody who says something. Who are these people? We have a huge problem in our business with being cut off from the country we cover. And I would say a lot of power centers in this country have that problem, but we have it in the media, and I really sincerely hope we fix it because we're moving toward like zero credibility, and that's bad.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Molly Hemingway earlier in the show about the president and his supporters feeling like he was not running only against Joe Biden, but was running against a lot of the media as well. He couldn't get on some of those rallies. We aired rallies from Democrats and the president throughout this process, but they always felt like it was an uphill battle. He still has a path to 270 tonight, and as Britt mentions every few minutes, the betting odds are increasing for President Trump.
Well, they are, and I have to say, because I think I'm bitter about it, and it's worth being bitter about. We found out in the final days of this campaign that members of the president's family were under an active FBI investigation into business deals that I think, pretty conclusively proved he knew about, parts of which he approved of. Tony Bobulinski was a direct participant in those conversations with the former vice president. I'm not accusing him of a crime. I'm merely saying he was involved. And that story was utterly squelched. Bobulinski's name wasn't mentioned on any other channel apart from Fox News. It was completely ignored on purpose, not because it wasn't newsworthy. It most certainly was newsworthy, but because they were taking a partisan position on behalf of a presidential candidate. Now, it's not just a matter of being annoyed that the media are liberal or whatever. They've always been liberal. That's fine. I'm not mad about that. I accept it as reality. Why it's scary is that on a night like tonight, the whole country, 350 million of us, will only know who the president is when the media tell us. And so it's very important for the media to behave in ways that allow us to trust them. It's important for the future of the country, I think.
Tucker, as always, thank you. It's
thank you.
Great to have your perspective on election night.
Oh, great. Yeah. Trump's Fox's polling's just been awful, just awful. They've been saying that Biden has a 95% chance of winning North Carolina. New York Times says that Trump has a 95% chance of winning North Carolina. Newsmax.
Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, but exactly, it's big tech, it's big media sitting around New York,
and big government.
Yeah, and saying exactly, and it's all these academics. There was someone on another, did a Twitter interview with someone, and they were sitting around their lofty area with big books saying, "I can't see a scenario in which Trump can win." That's because you've never left. You've been sitting around the same people, having the same conversation, outraged by all of this stuff that Trump does. I just talked to some other reporters today, and they go, "But what about the tweets?" And I'm like, again, this is missing the point. They get offended in their areas, their little enclaves, and don't recognize that for most Americans, they're doing better. They're bringing more home, take-home pay. This is what Americans care about. Tweets don't offend them.
It's 2016 all over again. I would love to know if any of you guys are digging around the computer. All these people have these election odds. You had 538 said the president had 10% chance. What are they saying right now?
Fox News says that the Republicans have a 90% chance of retaining the U.S. Senate.
Well, the interesting thing is the betting sites earlier tonight, the ones that actually pay out if you win, had started off with the president way down, and that number continues to shrink. Now, again, that's what they have to do. But the interesting thing is the people who actually have to put money on the line on this are taking those odds and moving them way away from Joe Biden real quick.
But let's apply an ice pack to the red America's excitement over what's happened so far. Winning the significant 6 is significantly easier than winning Pennsylvania and Arizona.
Yes. And I know you guys want to stretch your legs for a second because they're asking us to send you guys all the way over to the big board to talk about these significant 6. If you don't mind taking a little stroll, me and Tom are going to hang out.
Here we go.
But there they are. I mean, you see them on the board. You got Florida. And what about the rest?
There's still some question about Ohio.
There is.
The Republicans feel good about it, but they're not expressing the bravado that people in Texas, Republicans in Texas and Iowa are. So let's assume, again, we're not projecting a thing here, but let's assume the president, if you're going to win Florida, you're going to win Iowa, you're going to win Texas. We still have 3 of the significant 6 left: Georgia, North Carolina, and Ohio. North Carolina.
And Fox Needle says that Biden has an 85% chance of winning the presidency.
We said it all night. It's the toughest of them. If the president wins all these, I don't believe we'll get a projection from anybody in Pennsylvania tonight. I don't believe we'll get a projection in Arizona in all likelihood.
Why I think Arizona, you'll get an indication.
You'll get an indication.
Maricopa is everything.
The president's not going to give up if there's an indication, right?
No, but the thing is, if he can hold his own in Maricopa County, then I think that's going to say a lot. That's going to make Republicans feel really good and put the Biden campaign on defense.
I think if the president can win the significant 6, we're into overtime, and I think the president likes his chances in overtime. He's got a Republican legislature here, Democratic governor, but a Republican legislature. He's got a very close ally Republican governor and a Republican legislature here, and he's got 5 or 6 Supreme Court justices on his side.
I'll tell you this: the Trump campaign, by the way, will not rule out Nevada. Now that went all mail in. I think that's a significant disadvantage for Republicans, but they feel very good going in tonight about Nevada. Some of them do. I only say that because, and it's only 6 electoral votes, so that's not going to be a game changer. But come down the stretch again. If you lose by just a couple, this enters into that whole lawsuit jungle.
It is a game changer because if you win the significant 6, if you're Trump, you win significant 6 Pennsylvania, you lose Arizona, but you win Nevada, you win.
Right. That's why I'm saying that those things, or if you get close, that gives you a reason to go put all your lawyers there and argue for those 6 electoral votes.
So Sean, let me just cut in real quick. You got Florida. He's taken Florida now. He took it early. What do you extrapolate out about winning that state? You talk about all these other states, and then you get to Pennsylvania. He's got this tough road. But does that tough road look a little better?
Well, I think that the key point that Mark made earlier is important. The Democrats win tonight being very certain that if they could drive up the vote total, if more people voted, that was good for them because no one was going to go out and vote for Donald Trump. They really want to change what.
And a friend says MSNBC should bring back Chris Matthews to discuss these results. Chris Matthews is entitled to rip them for how they alienated Middle America with Black Lives Matter. He was good at telling them off in 2016 for blowing it with blue-collar voters.
What Florida showed is that there's just as much enthusiasm for keeping Donald Trump as getting rid of him. That doesn't bode well for them going into a couple of these other states, especially in Arizona, where they really thought that increased turnout was going to mean, the end of Trump.
No, I think we're going to get a result from Arizona tonight. I think that they've been doing mail-in ballots there, and considerable amounts of them for a number of years. They're used to this. It's not like a whole new system to them. And you have so many pro-Second Amendment Democrats in Arizona. And I talked to somebody with the campaign today. They were still going door to door to drive out Republican voters from the campaign today in Maricopa County.
I'll tell you one funny thing that may happen, by the way. You could see a scenario in Michigan where John James, the Senate candidate, runs ahead of the president in Michigan. He wins, the president loses. I think similarly, you could have a situation in Arizona where the president carries Arizona and the incumbent Senator Martha McSally loses to the challenger Mark Kelly, which would just be interesting because you would assume the coattails would carry her over in Arizona and convert.
Do you guys remember 2018 when polls were still open for 2 more hours in California, when Fox News called the House of Representatives for the Democrats, with polls still open for 2 hours in California? So I'm looking at a tweet now. Last time I watched Fox News was in 2018 when they called the House for the Democrats, with many hours of voting left in many states. Quite perverse.
Conversely, you would think that if the president can't win Michigan, that John James can't win against an incumbent Senator Gary Peters. But I actually think right now you're going to have John James running real ahead, doing real well with the black community in Detroit.
He is actually, and right now he is ahead, and he does have an early lead in that race.
That's a huge race, by the way. That's a massive race.
That makes Mitch McConnell's win. He not only was happy that he won tonight, but I think this gets him into a much better mood.
If James wins the race, Republicans have to sweep the Senate races in Maine, North Carolina, and Iowa to get the majority. In all likelihood, depends on how the other things fall. But in all likelihood, they can win all 3 of those.
Okay, and let's go back to that electoral map because we just got a couple of updates. Joe Biden winning the state of New York, which is a big one, 29 electoral votes, surprises nobody. Also, Colorado called for Joe Biden. He's still got Illinois, Virginia, Massachusetts all called for Biden. So we got 120 to 115 now at this early point in the night. 23 million to 22 million, and I think there's going to, there could be, what do you guys think of this election? 150 million people?
It looks like it's going to be north of that based on what we've seen so far.
And it does look like Greg Gardner at 42% of the expected vote. And again, these are early projections, but Hickenlooper is ahead by about 18 points in that race so far.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk for a second about the blue wall, as they called it in 2016. The polls just closed in Minnesota and Wisconsin. We're going to bring in 2 of Minnesota's native sons, friends of ours, the CEO of My Pillow, Mike Lindell, and former NFL player Jack Brewer. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us. 2 states. Minnesota almost went to Trump in 2016. He couldn't quite pull it off. Wisconsin, he could. Jack, we'll start with you. What are you feeling about that part of the country tonight?
I think we're going to see some exciting things happening. I can't wait to hear from my buddy.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. Let's see what Fox News is talking about.
Seeing right now, still, again, I'm an optimist. I still believe that there's a path for Joe Biden.
Wait. You still believe there's a path? There were like 7 paths when we started. You say that there's a path?
No, I haven't changed my prediction. I still believe that Joe Biden has several paths. Look, we haven't called Georgia. We haven't called North Carolina. Things are trending in Donald Trump's direction in Florida. Ohio is still up. Pennsylvania has not come in. Arizona, Michigan, Minnesota,
Trump's
Texas,
got a
Wisconsin.
4-point lead in Ohio.
The night is still young, so I'm not ready to light
Trump's
a cigar
got a huge lead in Michigan.
Pop open a good bottle of champagne because there's a lot of votes that are still outstanding.
Trump is up in
We've
Pennsylvania.
got states all across the
Trump
bottom of your
up in
screen right
Texas.
now that are too early to call, all of which are very important states in this. Carl, I want to ask you about this from Philadelphia. There's a report from Politico that says that Philadelphia officials say that they will not be reporting any more mail ballots tonight. About 76,000 have been tallied so far out of 350,000 that have been received. Does that surprise you? And, everybody obviously is watching Pennsylvania really closely. We'll probably be watching it for many days to come, it looks like.
Well, first of all, secure the ballots. Let's make certain that's done. I am a little surprised because, you'd think they'd want to get this done. And we know that Pennsylvania is going to it's going to be Friday before they're able to sort of cut it off.
NASDAQ futures are just going up, 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 up.
This is a state that was supposed to have all the mail-in ballots received by tonight, by close of business, but instead they used some administrative measures and a court decision to move it till Friday. So I'd keep the people at it, but they may just say our progress is such, give them the benefit of the doubt. Our progress is such that we don't need to work 24 hours a day. We can get this thing done in the next day or two. And certainly before the deadline of Friday. But it's better that we have these contests settled sooner rather than later.
And 7 minutes ago, 7:11 p.m., Andrew Sullivan says I just marked the time, 10:11 p.m. East Coast time, when I began to accept that Donald J. Trump could win re-election.
Even if it is an unofficial count and has to be subsequently certified by the Secretary of State.
Carl, while we have you, where are you on Texas? Are you bullish on a Trump Texas?
Texas, our Texas, all hail the mighty state. Of course.
So in the betting markets, Trump is now over an 85% favorite to win.
It's going to be red. John,
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. The one of the musical interlude here. Can I say something about North Carolina?
Wait. So you're done with Texas? You think it's GOP?
Yes. It's just a little ditty.
The Republicans will carry it on the presidential level. I'm looking at the numbers. Senator Cornyn is running like 6 points ahead of his Democratic challenger, despite the fact that something like $50 million is spent in the last 6 weeks, including $28 million by a Silicon Valley tycoon in the last week. And not only that, but the Republicans are going to keep the State House of Representatives, which, as I said earlier, was just a gigantic mound of money thrown on Texas. But we're going to hold on to that as well.
And what were you going to say?
Well, let me say something about North Carolina. This is why election nights are so interesting, because you may have just noticed that Trump's margin has grown a little bit. And not only that, but Tom Tillis is now leading in the Senate race. And what's interesting to me is it's a handful of counties. Mecklenburg, which is Charlotte, and Wake, which is Raleigh, and Greensboro, which is surprisingly enough Greensboro. They're sort of mostly all in. And what was happening is that a handful of counties, Union and Johnston were the biggest ones, and then there are Franklin, Granville, and Caswell, smaller counties. They weren't reporting votes. Union County, which is just to the east of Charlotte, and Johnston, which is just to the east of Wake, Johnston started to come in and flipped it, because these counties, Union County went last time around 81-19 Republican. Johnston County went 64-32 Republican, and there are about 200,000 votes there. And just as one of those counties comes in, North Carolina is so close that it flipped it from being from a Biden lead to a Trump lead, and from a Cunningham lead to a Tillis lead. And we got one other big county, and then 3 smaller counties to come in. Now there's some stuff in Charlotte and stuff in Raleigh. It's yet to come in, but it's like a small percentage of the vote. This is going to be tight as a tick, and we're going to literally be waiting here for all these little places there's a county, Perkins, 63-39 for 34 in 2016, and over on the Atlantic Ocean, small county, we haven't heard anything from that county. So the big city versus the little counties and a couple of mid-sized counties, it's going to be a long night.
Hello, Kirkland.
Trump won these states in 2016, small margin, and they're, as Carl just mentioned, they're very close.
Katie, do you know anybody in Kirkland?
That you could call.
Okay. What do you think?
I apologize. I don't know anybody. Yeah, Carl's going to give me the phone number to call.
Incidentally, I got some criticism for the ding on my phone. I'm sorry. It actually was my computer.
We took care of the angel landing for you, Brett.
I got an email from a friend who said that ding on air made the whole country just check their phones. Nice work.
Well, the singing we could do without, too. All right, Katie, give us your thought.
I think President Trump's still in really good shape. Joe Biden is the side of the ticket here that has been trying to explain away losing states like Florida. Georgia, obviously still in play. We may not have the results now from Fulton County as a result of the water main break for a couple of days, according to election officials there. But in terms of Philadelphia, not reporting any more absentee ballots tonight, and that may be taking a couple of days. The first explainer for that could be that, well, because they had this court ruling that allows absentee ballots to be stamped in mail past Election Day. They have some breathing room there in terms of getting them all counted and tallied up in the vote. However, there's been this massive controversy with the Attorney General there, who said earlier in the week, just yesterday, that as long as all of the votes are counted, President Trump will lose, when he doesn't know the actual outcome of that race yet. And so it begs the question about what the actual reason is behind them not finishing out the electoral votes tonight in terms of getting the absentee ballots counted and ready to go for the next couple of days.
Yeah, great point. Let's go to Bill Hemmer, who is at the Billboard.
Hey guys,
hi, Bill. Yeah. What have you got up there? After you look at that, I'd love to look at.
Okay, I want to go over to Newsmax, get some analysis here from Newsmax. This is from about 30 minutes ago.
Miami-Dade County, which went 30 points to Hillary Clinton in 2016. It turns around the president is off by, I think, a single-digit margin this time. Sean, talk to that for a second.
Well, look, I'll tell you, it's funny. I mentioned this earlier, what we were looking at 2016. At 7:01, the AP called the state of Virginia for Donald Trump. For Joe Biden, without seeing a thing. Right now, with 2,241 precincts of 2,585 total precincts, Trump is actually up there. Daniel Gade, the Senate candidate, is leading Mark Warner. There's a lot out in Northern Virginia, no question about it. I mean, there's a big chunk of Fairfax County, which is a stronghold for the Democrats, that's still out. But this is amazing that these guys jumped the gun that quick without seeing a shred of data come in, just initially put it in the column. Gade is holding his own, doing a lot better. Remember, Ed Gillespie almost beat Mark Warner last time. Gade is running a strong campaign in Virginia. I think this could be a really interesting night in Virginia. You're seeing in Virginia's 2nd district, former Congressman Scott Taylor make a strong run back there. So this is now we're seeing these House races that we really didn't think were going to be that big of a story, because we've been told this blue wave was going to push out Republicans. They were going to end up with less seats.
Looks like Ohio is going for Trump. Trump's got a strong lead in Pennsylvania, and Trump's got strong leads in Michigan and Wisconsin.
On election night, they actually may not even just hold their own. There's a possibility they could be picking up seats in the House of Representatives. The other thing is, I mentioned those betting sites. They now have it dead even on the race. So the people who are putting their money on the line have gone from calling it big time for Joe Biden to a dead even race. Again, that's not, but put it this way: if you're going to put your money down on something, that's where you're really going to.
I mean, you had to put like 250 on Biden just to win 100. I think just yesterday or something like that.
Well, now you can win 250.
Mark, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just pouring over the Florida stuff. I know we're pretty sure the president's going to win it, but there's just so many lessons there about what the president did there and what it might mean for other states. We've talked about some of them. I just want to talk about a few that we've not emphasized. One is he can overcome that vote by mail disadvantage, that early vote disadvantage, which that was the big confidence the Democrats had. They said we bank so many votes, we can't possibly see the president and his supporters surge on election day. And the other thing, we've talked about some of these counties, but the president is doing better in many key counties against Joe Biden than he did against Hillary Clinton, either winning by a bigger margin or losing by a smaller margin.
Absolutely. All right, we got to take a break so we can collect our thoughts here. More polls closing, numbers are pouring in as we speak. We're going to take a very close look at the great state of Texas. We're going to look at it by county.
Really scared the folks in rural Texas to say, you better get out there and do this. That fracking comment that Joe Biden made, that also has an effect down in Texas. And that's the thing, is that they ended up probably being their worst enemy with trying to play up Texas.
I just heard also, to go to another significant 6 state, I just heard from my best source in Ohio, Republican politics, who says the president, he's quite confident will win Ohio. That would get him if he wins Texas, Ohio, Iowa, Florida, 2/3 of the significant 6, 4 of the 6 right there. That's a big deal.
Yeah, Mark's got the significant 6. I got the important 1. That's Pennsylvania. So we got to get, once he clears his 6.
Then we move on to your 1. And then my 1, Arizona.
Guys, come on back here. You can join us back at the desk. We don't want you standing too long. Jim McLaughlin here with us. A fantastic pollster. I've been dying to talk to you for about 30 minutes. I'm glad you're back with us. A lot of it has changed since the last time you were sitting out here about an hour ago.
No question. What happened to the Biden landslide? By the way, this is exactly what we were saying all along. We knew on the Trump campaign this race was going to be close. It wasn't like, I don't know what it is. I don't know which is worse, the media polls or these.
And I'm looking now at tweets by Mark Halperin, former political director for ABC. Says it's pretty big that what Trump is doing in Michigan. What happened in Florida suggests that Trump can win big with a big overall turnout, that Trump can win with black and Hispanic votes, that Trump can win with over 65 votes, that Republicans can knock off Democratic incumbents out of nowhere, and that Trump can beat final poll numbers, that the ground game matters, that Trump can overcome very significant early by-mail vote, and Trump can do better in key counties versus Biden than he did against Hillary Clinton. And Luke, will just add that Trump is doing the same among whites that he did in 2016. He's winning them 55-43.
College polls that are totally off the map. Right. And just what Sean and Mark were just saying, I was talking to my contacts down in Texas. They feel really good about where we are right now. And you know what? I always tell everybody, follow the money, follow the candidates. There wasn't a lot of candidate activity or a lot of money in Texas. Donald Trump's going to win Texas.
He's going to win Texas.
Can I tell you this? Look, this is the thing. Everyone made fun of Hillary Clinton because she didn't go to Wisconsin. She paid. The opposite may be true here. These guys spent time in Texas and Georgia. If they don't pull it out in either way, this is
barely spent time in Texas.
Okay, but they talked it up a lot, and I think that diverted a lot of attention, which was a mistake, because what happens is I think that their own base thought, hey, we got a chance here. It makes them look bad going forward.
So the message of this is basically, if you're looking at those numbers you see in Texas, just keep in mind that the bluest of Texas is already in, and the reddest is still pouring in as we speak, and these numbers are going to change. Any projection?
What are we hearing about? What are you hearing about North Carolina and Georgia?
What I'm hearing about Georgia, the Trump campaign feels very.
And Trump is now up 5 points in Ohio and climbing.
Very, very confident. North Carolina, cautiously optimistic in both those states. And I was talking to Tom Fetzer earlier tonight, who's the former mayor of Raleigh. He feels that, again, what we're seeing is a lot of this early vote that's coming in, just like what we saw in Florida. People are saying, oh my gosh, Joe Biden's up by a couple points. It looks like, Donald Trump is going to win Florida by over 300,000 votes. By Florida standards, that's a landslide.
In talking to your colleagues in the Trump campaign, are there any irregularities in either Georgia or North Carolina that if there's a tie or a projection for Joe Biden where they feel they could make an appeal through the courts?
I haven't heard anything yet, but I know, to their credit, and Sean knows this, the folks at the RNC, they've got a lot of lawyers on the ground because they knew this race was going to be close. I've been hearing from some of my lawyer friends. I usually don't talk to the lawyers, and they've been asking me stuff all night because they're already on the ground in most of these states. And look, I think both parties have lawyers on the ground.
And have you heard anything about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania, everybody's saying the turnout was right for where we need it to be. Pennsylvania's going to be close. Remember, it was 10,000 votes last time. And look, I think, forget what the Trump campaign did in Pennsylvania. Where was Joe Biden today? He was in Philadelphia. Because
they were today.
Went to Scranton today. Yep, went to Scranton, and he also went to Philly. And I think one of the reasons why he went to Philly was because he's not getting the numbers in Philadelphia that he needs to get.
That's where that black vote's going to be important. If he couldn't bring it home, if that's going to be big. If he doesn't have the same enthusiasm that Obama had, that's going to be a problem.
Okay, we got 1 second because we got to go to Emma, or else the producer's going to kill me. Emma Reckenberg is looking at what's on social media. Emma, go ahead.
All right, sounds good, Rob. Let's talk about the state of Florida here. A major victory for President Trump, and social media is ecstatic. Florida Governor Rick Scott, the senator, former governor, is tweeting this out saying, breaking news, Donald Trump has won the state of Florida. We worked hard to deliver the state for President Trump, and our votes showed up. All right, let's show you this one here. Eric Trump, keeping it pretty simple, just saying yes, yes, yes. He was also sure to encourage voters in the state of Nevada, saying this: Nevada, get out and vote. We can take this. Of course, encouraging those voters to stay in line. Now, of course, the race to the White House is tightening up. We're going to keep you updated as the night progresses, all on social media. A lot to get to. Rob, I'll send it back to you.
Absolutely.
I'm going to continue to get good numbers out of Virginia, by the way. We are now thinking there's a couple seats that are flipping back Republican. This is going to be this has the potential to really be a good night, not just for the president, but I think down ballot as well. You're seeing this, it's really interesting. These places that the media said were going to be a big problem. A lot of folks that we've had on our show at Spicer & Company that have been on Newsmax have been talking about looking at things that have been overlooked by the mainstream media, and they were right.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we do have to take a break as we go over all this stuff. I do want to take a deeper dive into North Carolina as well. I hope we get a chance to do that after the break. All important, state of Iowa, polls closing very shortly.
of 50-60% before we start having a significant contribution. That being said, I'd rather be ahead than behind.
Here's one right here. Oakland County, Michigan. Oakland County is a suburb of Detroit. It is a place that Hillary won by 8 points back in 2016. In Oakland County, the president currently holds a 12% lead with 40% of precincts reporting.
I'll give you a number from an exit poll that the New York Times is quoting, an election poll, not just exit. Okay, so 40% of the people who voted in Michigan said that they're better off financially than they were 4 years ago. Okay, of those 40%, 81% voted for the president.
That Gallup poll recently just showed that too. You had 60% of the people saying they're better off. Generally speaking, at the end of the day, people vote their pocketbook. One of the things that people forget about the economy is everyone talks about the economy is a personal thing. It's not a number. So you can tell someone a statistic, but do they feel better? Do they feel that their job is safe? Do they feel like they're bringing home more money? Do they feel like their family is better off? And I think you're seeing this over and over again in these exit polls where people saying I'm better off. If you're better off, you're not switching horses.
We're going to send you guys to the board here real quick. While I send you there, I'm going to give you one more county. I know. Well, you didn't get a chance at the gym today. We're going to help you out. You guys go ahead. I'm going to bring up Kent County while you guys take a walk. Kent County, Michigan, is where Grand Rapids is. I used to go there on ski trips with the family. This is a county that in 2016 the president won by 3 points. Kent County. In this, so far tonight, 43% reporting the president is up by 16 points. That's overperforming. That's a big county. Grand Rapids is a decent sized city.
How many total votes did he get in Michigan 4 years ago?
No clue.
No clue.
No clue.
I'm going to look that up while John talks about it.
But again, you're looking at right now, you still have a lot of where the president will need to do well still out. This Detroit area where he's not going to generally do well, if he holds his own there, and that's where John James, we're talking about John James, the Senate candidate, overperforming against Gary Peters, the first-term incumbent. This is helpful to Donald Trump because even if he picks off one or two more, I can't answer Mark's question fully, but I will tell you that the president won the state by 10,704 votes. So you're playing on a razor's edge in this state. Those small differences can make a difference.
And could John James, this very popular senator that could take this thing for the Senate, could he carry the president in Michigan?
Well, that's the point. Is that when you're playing on a margin of 10,704 votes, if John James internally, we were talking about him being up 5 to 7 points today. I mean, look, if he can carry the president by a handful of votes in some key areas and do well in Detroit, especially among black voters, yeah, that's enough.
Yeah. So one thing that was true, the president's campaign said it from the beginning. He needed to get more votes than any state he won last time in order to win. Turnout was going to be higher. There wasn't going to be a strong Green candidate or Libertarian candidate. So right now the president's got 788,000 votes, a quarter of the vote in. I'm no math genius. 4 years ago he got 2.2 million votes. 4 times that is more than.
Okay, nasty fights breaking out outside the White House, Black Lives Matter, and Antifa beating the heck out of people.
Let's go.
Oh, and he's hit there with a metal bat. See that? Hit on the head with a metal bat by Antifa and Black Lives Matter, who are funded by corporate America. There's got to be a reckoning for corporate America, who's been funding this terrorism. Corporate America, that beating was brought to you by Apple and YouTube.
2.2 million.
And as we
so
look
he's
at
on track for more, which is what he needs.
Well,
and as we can see from the map, the Upper Peninsula is Trump country. The western part of the state is Trump country. The northern part of the glove is Trump country. So,
and to be fair, you've got Wayne County, which is where Detroit is. That's the big city, and that is only 3% in at this time. So I mean, it's going to change. Obviously, usually the big cities report earlier.
Here's a dirty little secret about people who make fun of Hillary Clinton. She's a better candidate in many ways than Joe Biden in a lot of states.
Well,
she's
that's
a better
Michigan
Michigan
candidate.
candidate, better organization, but a better Michigan candidate because she had more connection to the city of Detroit than Joe Biden does, and she had a better connection to labor in some ways than Joe Biden did. She had her husband.
That's interesting.
This is a state where the president can do better because who he's running against.
Look, you talk about trade. The president passed that new NAFTA, the USMCA. Joe Biden voted for NAFTA. The president brought that up. That's a big deal around the Detroit area. If he can hold that vote, talk about trade. John James helps him a little bit there. All of those things are important to him.
It's a great point because it's another issue. Again, press doesn't typically cover issues. Donald Trump's position on trade for people in labor in Michigan, crystal clear.
That's right.
What's Joe Biden's position on trade? He was in an administration that was pro-free trade. How much did the press ask him to talk about trade in this election? Almost none. How much did Bernie Sanders ask him to talk about trade? This much. And how much did he talk about it? This much.
That's right.
And they know it.
And that's right. But these are the folks that come to Trump rallies. These are the folks that we're talking about that want to say no to the establishment. These are those people that they've been made fun of. That the Barack Obama campaign said that they cling to their guns and their religion. These are the people in pickup trucks around Detroit. They go to work every day. They care about their job. And here's where the coronavirus comes into play. Donald Trump's been very clear about opening the economy. These are people who want to open the economy. They want to go to work.
And these are folks who also get that Joe Biden comes in and he hikes taxes.
That's
and
right.
what happens when you hike taxes amid economic insecurity or uncertain times? That creates job loss. And a lot of people are concerned.
And just to show everybody, this is the Kent County I was talking about. That's Grand Rapids. That's about half in at this point. The president with a 15-point lead in a county he only won by 3 in 2016. And then you go down, well, I can't find Oakland County.
I'll say 2 things about Michigan. If the president wins Michigan, he will be reelected. And if the president wins Michigan, his aides 4 years ago were mildly surprised he won Michigan. If he wins Michigan at this time, along with every Biden supporter, they will be stunned if he wins it. Stunned.
It is stunning. Okay, they're yelling at me to let you come on back, guys. Let me move my phone.
Come on back into the fold. Gentlemen,
We've been good.
You have been good. You've worked your way back.
Getting tired of that walk, though.
You know, I think one untold story, maybe, that people will be talking about tomorrow is the fact Americans do not like to be told what to do, how to think by mainstream media, by Democrats, by elitists. We don't like to be told that we're racist because we certainly aren't as a country. While there might be some elements out there, some rare people who are, Joe Biden and his campaign have repeatedly told us that as Americans, we suffer from systematic racism.
And our cops are all racist.
Exactly. And I think that Americans are looking at this saying, whoa, no, not so fast.
If we can divert from the Great Lakes down to the south, in what is right now the most important state in the map, North Carolina, Carolina. The president's communications director has tweeted the following thing. Don't know it's true, but it could be true. And if it is, it's vital. He says, all of the remaining North Carolina counties, in other words, where the vote is still out, are ones we won, Trump won in 2016, will be fine in North Carolina, likely winning by 50 to 70,000.
So listen, I mean, look at this right now. You have 1,977 counties of 2662 in. Right now, it's a dead heat. Precincts, right? It is a dead heat. But to what we've been talking about before, Joe Biden was up 3 or 4 points a few minutes ago. As more precincts came in, it was down to 1 point. It is now 49.47 to 49.14. The Biden lead keeps evaporating. If Jason Miller is right about this, and the counties that are remaining favor Trump, this puts Trump in a good place. Tillis, by the way, is up right now over Cal Cunningham in that crucial Senate race by just a little bit. It's funny. Tillis is actually not getting as many votes as the president, right? He's losing some, but percentage-wise, he's actually ahead of Cal Cunningham by a smidge.
What's interesting is how the president is doing this. As North Carolina looks good, I've been comparing these numbers from 2016 to now. You've got this Cabarrus County. I hope I'm saying that right. It's a suburb of Charlotte. The president won this handily in 2016. Cabarrus went 19 plus 19 to the president. Right now, he's only about plus 8. That's an underperform for the president in the suburb.
How badly does the New York Times want the president to lose?
And Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer, a liberal, he's 82. So Trump is pretty likely to be able to put another Supreme Court justice.
Laura Ingram, host of the Ingram Angle, who joins us with her thoughts on how things are looking so far. Laura, at this point in the evening, we've got some information and quite a bit more to come in.
Yeah, well, the in-person votes usually are the last to be counted, except with the mail-in ballots that are going to be rolling in, postmarked today. So we have to keep that in mind. But I think that when we look at Florida, and focusing on the GOP for a moment, Martha and Brett, the coalition that the Republicans have been able to put together in that state is really something that they should try to replicate as much as possible going forward up and down the East Coast with a strong contingent of seniors, Latinos, young professionals, African Americans. The Republicans have outperformed, it looks like tonight, across all of those categories with higher turnouts than they had in 2016. So there was a lot of talk about how Biden was going to bring all these new voters to the fore, and indeed we'll probably find that he did. But the other story, which I think you're seeing playing out in state after state tonight, is that Trump brought more people into the party and then expanded the base from those blue-collar workers on out. So we'll see what happens as the night goes forward. But to me, Florida is the future for the Republican Party.
You know, Laura, this is just an interesting thing, and you talk about this all the time, about the president's policies toward China, being tough on China. Right now, according to the Wall Street Journal, the Chinese yuan has started to tank.
I just saw that.
And what does that tell you?
It's very significant because it means, at least so far in the evening, they're looking at the betting odds. And I know you've probably talked about that already tonight.
Has.
Yeah, 64% on the overseas betting now lean toward Trump. And the Chinese are watching all of this. And right now, they are indicating to us that they believe the tariffs that Donald Trump put on a whole swath of Chinese goods, they're here to stay for the foreseeable future. And that obviously hurts their currency, at least in the short term. So that's a significant metric, but it's just how they're reading the data that's coming in right now. But I have to say, when we look at the sheer numbers of people who've turned out to vote, we had a very engaged electorate this election season. And there are a lot of people who said that, Joe Biden made a smart call and running on the pandemic and hanging back and letting Trump, go out there and dominate the stage because people were tired of Trump. I think that was a really misguided way of looking at things. I think, as you saw after he recovered from COVID, he has been nonstop. And I think a lot of folks, as time went on, began to really respect that he was fighting, in their mind, for every vote that he could get in those swing states. And it was a breakneck pace. Obviously, Joe Biden could not keep up with that or didn't want to keep up with it. And those crowds, which, again, a lot of people didn't want to talk about, they were a metric of energy and excitement that I just did not see replicated on the other side, at least the emotion of it, for whatever that's worth tonight. And I think in the end, the love for the country, the love for the average worker, they're going to say trumped the dislike that the left has for Donald Trump, his tone and tweets and some of his past comments.
Laura, a lot of people have wanted the president, people who support him have wanted him to focus more on the economy and on recovering from coronavirus. He really swung around to that in a stronger way in the final days as he campaigned through the course of these rallies. The NASDAQ futures are up over 3% this evening. And it just reminds me of, the discussion that was had in 2016. And I want to.
Yeah, this is not the 7:30 p.m. on the West Coast, 10:30 p.m. on the East Coast that all the expert promised us. Betting odds have Trump at more than an 85% favorite to win. The Chinese currency is tanking. NASDAQ futures ripping upward. Mike Solana tweets, this was not the 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time that we were promised.
I want to keep reiterating, we've got a long way to go here in this evening tonight. But, it was all doom and gloom that he was going to sort of make all the markets crash. And I think, would never, ever recover. The stock market would never, ever recover.
Yeah, it was going to be, Martha, you hit the nail on the head. In the spring, it was the Great Depression was coming. It was going to be not just a long, dark winter. It was going to be a long, dark decade. We heard some people saying, was it going to be a decade before we'd recover? How can any incumbent president overcome a depression, a pandemic, and concern about his tone? That was never possible. And I've got to say, for whatever people think about Donald Trump, the personality, he never gave up on his...
Trump looks pretty certain to win Wisconsin.
Winning formula of policies, which is America first, enforce the border, tighten the labor market, see wages go up, which you saw $6,000 for the average family income, median family income through the last year. These were significant advances for African Americans, Latinos. Some of that is paying off tonight. I think people are worried that we're going to go into a shutdown next year as they see a lockdown happening across Europe. And I think that lockdown versus liberty dichotomy, I think in the end that ended up helping with women who want their kids back in school. And I think it began to motivate even some younger voters who maybe were led to believe on social media that Donald Trump was a terrible, awful, rotten person. Again, we'll see as the microanalysis goes forward. But I think a lot of people in Trump country are feeling pretty happy right now.
Laura, thank you. I just want to point out 3.6% up on the NASDAQ futures at this point, which is a huge leap. We'll see what happens overnight. Laura, thank you.
Laura, thank you. Let's head back now across the Hudson River. Harris Faulkner live with some voters tonight at beautiful Liberty State Park. Again, Harris.
Hello, Brett and Martha. It is time again to hear the voters' voices, and we're going to get some of the grittier issues around this election, some of the things that you were just talking about, Latino, black vote, that sort of thing. Our panel voters back with us now, watching the night unfold along with much of America. Two Joe Biden supporters, Amanda A., Natalie Rojas, and backing President Trump, John L. and Janet P. You know, Natalie, I'm going to start with you because it looks like in Florida, and we can't call anything there yet. Fox News not doing it yet. But how much work to do?
Oh, shut up. Oh, shut up, you useless hacks. Like, yeah, like I really want to care what these people have to say. What a bunch of wankers.
Liz, what do you say?
Worse than anything in the world.
Their needle, which I made fun of for 4 years, but nothing. Their needle says the president now has a 95% chance of winning North Carolina. And when I called your attention to the needle, it said 94. So in that blink of an eye, it went from 94 to 95% chance.
So, yeah, as Glib Medley notes, Heather Newitt, the former State Department spokeswoman, is testing Mark Halperin with her bountiful cleavage. I had no idea that this woman was so curvaceous.
We still have to think about those early votes that came in.
Look
And
at
they
that
have
woman.
until the
Wow.
12th of November to count all of those. Now, would that potentially be enough? But they do have some time to count those.
Well, the Times takes that into account.
Oh, they do?
They know the full universe. Look, we're getting towards, we don't know about Ohio and Iowa or Texas for sure. We still don't know about Georgia for sure. But we're getting towards the point where the president might win all significant six. And we're talking about a two-state election, Pennsylvania and Arizona.
Well, just
we're
to
getting
answer your
towards that
question,
point.
Heather, the Democrats led early vote in North Carolina 1,701,336 to 1,443,882 to the Republicans. That's a 300,000 vote lead for the Democrats. But the Trump campaign felt very confident that they had that many election day voters going into today. The key thing with that is when you're a Democrat in the early vote, you know how many you had in the bank. The Trump campaign knew if they could get the turnout operation working, that they could overcome it. But you just don't know on the morning of election day whether they'll go. They are clearly feeling confident now that those people did what they thought they did.
If you look at North Carolina on the screen, if you look at what ground game might end up meaning for this race, I think the biggest irony of 2020 will be the Democrats were certain that the pandemic would stop Donald Trump from being reelected, and the Democrats canceling their ground game because of the pandemic could get the president.
Well, you just said 94% chance, 95% chance by the New York Times. Can we flip back to North Carolina real quick? Because it still has Biden in the lead. If we can just jump back to that last full screen, guys.
But what these formulas do, the way these formulas work, the New York Times or the exit or the projections, the way they work is they're not just looking at the raw vote. They're looking at key precincts. They're looking at the exit poll. They're looking at the polls of people who voted by mail. They're looking at where the vote is out.
And that's 97%.
Everybody is very cautious because of the environment we're in. So if the New York Times is saying that, they're pretty darn
Look, what is that? Is that 15? What am I? 20?
Well, I mean, it's less than
10,000 votes.
As of
it's less than 10,000 votes.
But they know where the vote is at.
Right. So you've got less than 0.3% right now. But look, I got to dovetail on what Mark said. This is crucial. After 2016, the media and the Democrats doubted the Trump campaign and the RNC working together to put together the most sophisticated data operation ground game in political history. The biggest mistake that they made this time was not recognizing that it got stronger over the last 4 years. While Joe Biden was trying to win a Democratic primary among 25 other candidates, the RNC and the Trump campaign were focused on the general election the whole time. So you think about that. That gave them a 3-year head start of recruiting
identifying
volunteers,
people, recruiting volunteers, figuring out what would get them to vote. This is why incumbents win. Because they have 4 years to do it.
Take a step back. Isn't this nuts? But the idea that all of the factors that have been against the president for this to even be this close.
No, because here's the point. The Biden campaign and the media just assumed a lot of stuff. The idea that you watched it happen in 2016 and then say, by the way, let's take all of our people off the field and do this electronically just fundamentally misunderstands what happened in 2016, mechanically speaking.
For the first time since the founding of the Republic, we've had 3 straight two-term presidents, Clinton, Bush, and Obama, and each one learned from the previous one. How do you keep from losing? Because before them was George H.W. Bush, who lost. They all looked at that and said, if you're incumbent, the Trump campaign looked at, they had 3 things to look at, 3 templates, Clinton, Bush, Obama. And it starts with, start running right away. You know when the president filed for election? On Inauguration Day. He's been running for 4 years, and this, it was what we say today with a huge
I wish I'd focused on that.
A huge crap. This is one of the hugest advantages an incumbent has. They look, and as I said over at the board, what the president's team said was, we need more votes than we got last time to win. How are we going to get them? We're going to go find all these seats.
You got to understand something. The Trump campaign and the RNC, Chris Carr, who's the political director, gave every single person on the campaign a copy of the Obama book, Groundbreaker. They were like, look, study this ground game. This is how Obama won. The idea that the Biden campaign that sat there and rode shotgun along to that campaign and didn't pick up the lesson, even if they pull out a win tonight, the idea that these guys pulled their people off the field and didn't realize that that's the reason they won in 2008.
They were the responsible shutdown campaign.
Okay.
Shut down the field operation.
We're going to jump back and just kind of remind everybody about the state of Florida, where this run all began, as the president looks better and better as the night goes on. Look at that number, 51 to 48 at this point. That's 99% in. The president winning, it looks like about almost 400,000 votes, which, as Jim McLaughlin said, is a landslide in the state of Florida, which is always tight. 29 electoral votes to the president. And what else we got in here? They want me to jump up? I'm going to leave you people now and leave you in the hands of the great John Bachman, who's going to take the big chair as we take a look at Florida. I guess we'll just do it like this.
Can we see it? Switch. Inner Sandman coming on. Okay, here's your phone. Let's get out of here.
Hey, social distancing, guys.
24:30.
Social distance. Wear your masks. Why aren't these guys wearing masks?
So, welcome back, everybody. We're kind of starting a little early. Heather, great to be here. We got Sean Spicer, Mark Halperin, kind of resetting here at the 10 o'clock hour, just a little early. Everyone excited? Great to be out here with you guys. And to start, just take a step back. If I had to ask you guys, start with you, Sean, we'll kind of go around the table here. If you had to find a good news story for Democrats at this hour, where would you look?
Pennsylvania.
In a fridge or something. I don't know that you're looking on the map because this is the problem.
Pennsylvania. You look at Pennsylvania because the president can win the significant 6. Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, Iowa, Ohio, Texas. He can win them all of which the press said, man, this is the Democrats' year. And he still has to win Pennsylvania and Arizona. And I continue to believe Pennsylvania's going to be tough. He could win it.
There's no question it's going to be tough. But again, I think you've got to remember the narrative coming into tonight. This was going to be a blue wave. They kept talking about multiple paths to 270 and beyond. And right now, you're right. We've said this all along on this network, is that Pennsylvania is going to be key. But that's not what the Biden campaign and the mainstream media was telling people. They also told us that we were going to have a tough time. There's a good chance that the Senate got taken over. They were going to talk about the fact that Kevin McCarthy was going to lose seats in the House of Representatives. I continue to look at Virginia. We now have 2430 of 2585 precincts in. Daniel Gade, the Republican, is up 52.6 to Mark Warner, the incumbent senator, 47.2. This was certainly not the race that the AP called at 7:01 p.m. There are multiple House races. The 2nd congressional district down in the Norfolk Tidewater area, where former Congressman Scott Taylor is currently up 58.5 to current Congresswoman Elaine Laria's 38.5. This is not good for.
Okay, so Cenk Uygur is apparently having a tough night over at the Young
Out of the
Turks.
way. Both Jake Tapper and Nancy Pelosi and all those and every editor at the New York Times has to get out of our way. Let us hit the Republicans in the face instead of playing patty cakes with them. How many elections are we going to get to a razor's edge with a monster idiot fascist like Donald Trump? One last thing, I swear to God I'm going to go to Ida, but one last thing on this, guys. Forget him being a racist, forget him being a fascist. The guy's IQ is lower than 70. He's an idiot. He's a total moron. And you couldn't figure out how to crush him in an election? Man, the corporate Democrats and the mainstream media suck at this. They absolutely, positively suck, and they brainwash smart people into compliance. Well, that's not what we do. Get out of the way.
Ah, what a loser.
For Democrats in a lot of states.
Yeah, Heather?
I was just saying, wouldn't it be wild if President Trump ended up getting Latino voters and also African-American voters in some places? If we talk about Michigan, we talk about Florida, and then Joe Biden ends up getting the older white vote. The older, I mean, it would just like turn everything on its head.
Well, you think back to the Growth and Opportunity Project, the autopsy report of 2012. You see, Donald Trump was never expected to be the deliverer of those objectives, but here we are, and we're seeing the results tonight.
We've talked about some of these issues before, and we've talked about how important issues are and how the press misses some of the things. I thought one of the biggest mistakes the media made in covering the president's campaign was every rally he did, every issue he talked about, that's just for the base. It's just red meat for the base. He's given up the center. For a lot of voters, getting out of Afghanistan is a centrist issue. For a lot of voters, school choice is a centrist issue. Tax cuts, regulation, these are not base issues. These are center-right issues, which, by the way, have elected more presidents than the liberal
I'll tell you the other issue that didn't get enough attention. The press mocked Donald Trump's handling of COVID. It's not perfect, and I'm not talking about the actual handling of it, but for a lot of Americans, this goes back to this idea of openers versus closers, and it breaks down a lot on party lines. It's for so many people, their jobs depend on whether or not their office is open, their small business is open. Yes, if you're a government employee or employed by a big mega network in Rockefeller Center Plaza, then yeah, your job is safe and you don't care that you're teleworking. But for a lot of people who depend on going to an hourly wage job, they need that place to be open.
Well, let's hold that thought, because I want to talk what you were talking about earlier in the day, Mark, and that is the backlash against establishment candidates, the anti-government sentiment we're seeing in the exit polls. I think there's some proof there that voters are blaming their local politicians for the failed pandemic response more so than the federal response. We can talk about that in a bit, but I do want to get to Emerald Robinson now, who's live with us at the White House. And Emerald, just outside of the White House, we've seen some of the video, some unrest going on there. Give us an update on the situation.
Yeah, we're hearing the choppers fly over right now. Clearly, you've been showing images of what's going on just beyond Lafayette Park. That's to my right. It's on the north side of the White House. That's near Black Lives Matter Plaza. That's where this group shut down D.C. that we've talked a lot about earlier today. That's where they've been organizing. There are some concerns about how they will react given more state wins with President Trump. It's kind of feeling like 2016 all over again in some ways as we're seeing these good returns for the president so far. So clearly, they're keeping an eye, Park Police, Secret Service, and also D.C. local police on this group and these protesters that are outside. Now, we've been cautioned that when we do leave the White House tonight that we need to be very careful. And there's some interesting things going on. I've heard Sean Spicer talking some about Virginia specifically. There's been some people in Trump land who have in the president's orbit who have been tweeting or texting me about what they're seeing in Virginia. So that has been an interesting story. However, there's some questions about some early ballots that might still be out there. A Fox affiliate here in the DMV region reporting that Virginia election officials had said that they're going to do a drop of about 900,000 early ballots at 11 p.m. tonight. So that could shift things a little bit. But all in all, I mean, it's getting interesting around here. It's been quiet. Everyone's just been waiting, but you can feel the tension starting to build a little bit now, especially as we've seen Florida come in and some more good news for the president. And I've heard you guys talking a lot about the media implications for this. We've long heard, for weeks now that there should be a Joe Biden landslide.
And the White House press secretary says there is no universe in which Joe Biden comes back in what is a 100% confirmed President real Donald Trump Florida landslide. This race should have been called long ago.
And that's just not happening so far.
All right, Emerald, thanks for that update. We'll continue to check back in with you and stay safe out there. All right, let's get back now and start looking at some states. We'll break it down. We're going to go to Georgia in a second. Congressman Jody Hice, Republican there, on the ballot tonight. Polls in Georgia closed 3 hours ago at 7 p.m. They're still too close to call when it comes to President Trump. But let's focus on North Carolina, Sean, as you were saying.
I mean, just a moment ago, we've now seen just over 50 more precincts come in the last few minutes in North Carolina. There's now 2,130 precincts of the 2,662 that there is. Donald Trump has now taken the lead in North Carolina by 0.5%. It's roughly 30,000 votes in the state. But again, you're seeing this incremental shift. This is what Jason Miller, the communications director on the Trump campaign, was talking about. The shift is at least moving in his direction. Tom Tillis has now taken almost a full-point lead over Cal Cunningham. So again, the direction and the movement is going in the president's direction. That's got to be good news for everyone sitting in the White House watching this go down.
Big Mo. There's another. Big Mo is exactly what I was just going to talk about. There's another. I keep talking about psychology. So important. The president right now, I bet he wants to go out and speak, and they're restraining him. Or tweet. Joe Biden's team right now, they're in a panic. Here's what's going on in their heads. How are we going to pull out Pennsylvania? Did we make mistakes? Finger pointing, second guessing. I'm getting messages from them asking me what's going on, even though they've got a giant boiler room. This is a moment. This is a moment where they can actually make mistakes that impact the outcome. Because one side's feeling great and confident and defying expectations, and the other side is wondering, did we blow this?
All right, let's get to Congressman Jody Hice, who's standing by right now. Congressman, great to hear from you.
Great to be with you. Thanks.
All right, so give us your boots on the ground assessment of how things are playing out in Georgia, and go Dogs, by the way.
Hey, go Dogs. Listen, it's a great night here in Georgia. We're seeing a lot of movement in the president's direction right now. He's at 55%.
Now putting that win, defeating Democrat Doug Jones.
And we can erase the whole Roy Moore thing, from our memory. It never happened, right? Carl Higbie's here with us. Joe Pinion also with us as well. All right, gentlemen, let's get into it. We're going to talk in a second here, but right now I want to get to Congressman Jody Arrington from Texas, who is joining us now live. Congressman Arrington, great to talk to you again, as always. talk about a few things, guys. Back with us again, Sean Spicer, Carl Higbee, Joe Pinion. Carl, starting with you, Michigan. You know, one of these situations seems like to be some momentum there for Donald Trump. And we think back to the visual not too long ago of the shutdowns of the Michigan State Capitol. You see the anger of...
Okay, what's going on with Nick Fuentes?
Sure. Yes. So
maybe
you can spell bad news.
Maybe it won't be as insurmountable as the 100,000 were in 2016, since there's just more people voting in general. I don't know if it. Well, I'm going to look up these numbers before we all have to leave. But I want to check this out.
All right. Well, have you brought in them yet, or no?
I'm going to bring them in.
Young Turk says many people of color hate themselves.
You got to use all our time, Vince. Don't want to be rushing away.
Yeah.
You got to give up your spot to Beardson.
Okay, not particularly quality content there. Let's
One
go
of the key
to
states.
Fox.
We'll keep watching them. Back to you guys.
Shannon, okay, Shannon, thank you very
much.
Stuart Varney, host of Varney and Company on Fox Business Network, joins us now. Stuart, you've been watching this. We talked a little bit about the markets, the futures. We talked a little bit about the Chinese yuan. What are you seeing?
We've seen a remarkable switch just in the last hour or so. First of all, the betting markets. About 2 hours ago, the betting was favoring Joe Biden to win. Now, the betting market gives Donald Trump a 65% chance of winning. So you've got a real switch there. If you look at the stock market, we're looking at a continuing strong rally. The NASDAQ, for example, that's the home of all those popular big-name technology companies. That is up 3.5%. That is a whopping great big gain for that particular index. Stock prices across the board on the upside as we speak. Look at it on your screen right now. President Trump seems to be putting in a strong showing, and investors like that. So the gains of the stock market that we saw on Monday and Tuesday, 1,000 points up on the Dow, that is holding. And Brett, I got to tell you, this is very important to ordinary people, if I can put it like that. Investing is no longer the area just for the rich and the elites. 100 million Americans are now investors in the market through 401ks and IRAs. And they are sitting on some very nice gains brought to them during the Trump rally of the last 4 years. They don't want to see those gains go away. If, for example, you had $100,000 in your 401k 4 years ago, you were doing well. Now you've probably got $140,000 in your 401k, and you want to keep that gain. So what we're seeing at the moment is the market suggesting that Donald Trump will win. The betting market suggesting that Donald Trump will win. It frankly reminds me a lot of 2016, where things turned around in the middle of the night. I think we're seeing that right now.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to pump our brakes because we have a long way to go. Ohio, North Carolina, very tight. Pennsylvania will not be decided tonight because of all of those ballots. So there's still a lot to work out, but you're right. All of those places seem to be reacting to the shift that you're talking about.
And Stuart, there's been obviously such a weight on the market from coronavirus and the shutdowns that we've seen in the UK and in Europe. And that's been one of the things that President Trump has said pretty much everywhere he goes, that he believes that if Joe Biden's elected, we'll find ourselves in another lockdown. Of course, he says that that's not the case, but he wants to deal with the virus first. What's the impact of that?
Well, for the economy to really emerge from the pandemic, you've got to open up the economy. States have to come back on those restrictions that are now imposed. That has always been President Trump's policy. Open up, expand, and grow. Joe Biden has taken the other tack. He's been very cautious, prepare and look at health first of all, and therefore he's entertained the idea of more lockdowns. That is not popular with investors. They don't want to see that. They want to see growth and prosperity, and you get that by opening up. And so what you've got now is a stock market that's looking at a very significant gain in the middle of the evening, even though so many races are just far too close to call, and we're in Pennsylvania, as Brett's saying, you're probably going to have to wait until the next couple of days to get a result out of there. Nonetheless, investors like what they see and are pushing stock prices higher at this moment. That could all change, of course. That's what happens on the market. But as of now, investors are putting their money into stocks, and stock gains are holding.
Thank you, Stuart. Great to have you with us tonight. So the Fox News Decision Desk can now project that former Vice President Joe Biden will defeat President Trump in New Hampshire. Let's put that up and see the impact of that on the overall numbers here. Biden 53%, 44%. As we take a look at the big picture here, you've got President Trump with 115, Joe Biden with 133. You know, New Hampshire was a state that the president lost by just close to 3,000 votes last time around. And we've talked about this, but there were a number of states that early on the Trump team was looking at as places that they could turn into Trump states, places like New Mexico, Nevada, places like Minnesota and New Hampshire. So this is the first one of those four that we're seeing tonight, and it's clear that Joe Biden is very comfortably holding the lead, even more so than Hillary Clinton did.
And the president made a stop in New Hampshire, at least one. I know the vice president went there as well. We're back with our panel. Britt, what are you seeing right now? What are you feeling right now?
A couple of things. The betting odds had once gotten up as high as 78%. For Trump, they dialed back to 60-something, now at about 70, so he's still the favorite of people who are betting their money tonight.
But put a caveat on that, because I've had people asking me, what do the Vegas casinos have better pollsters than the Washington types? It's just market money.
It's market money. I mean, that's what this is about. I mean, Stuart made the point. I mean, people are betting their money in stocks, and people in China are worried about the yuan, and the trend is in that direction. Now, look, we got a long way to go tonight. Yeah. But at a minimum, I think it's fair to say that a lot of what the pollsters were telling us about how this was going to go, and there were many that had, Trump losing on a bunch of these southern states. And
Florida, +5.
Florida, yeah, exactly. They're off again. And we've been through this before. We all thought, that the pollsters who made those projections in the states 4 years ago and got it so badly wrong would have it figured out by now. Trump may not win, but he certainly made them look bad tonight in a bunch of states, including, as you point out, Florida being one of the main ones.
Yeah, and one thing that seems clear, Dana, is that we talked about the fact that this was either going to be a landslide for Biden, that was the one option that was on the table, or a really tight race, and it's looking like it's shaping up to be the latter.
I think, any idea that there was going to be a blue tidal wave, that is absolutely impossible now, it looks like, and especially because you see North Carolina so close, and if Tillis is able to win his seat there, because think about it, Cal Cunningham, the Democratic challenger, he had a big sex scandal about a month ago on the same day that Tillis comes down with COVID. And what happened? Tillis stepped on the gas in order to campaign. Cunningham really kind of went silent. He didn't want to answer questions or anything. And so it's almost like he sat on that lead and he watched it fade. And to the point about New Hampshire, I really thought that Trump would be able to win New Hampshire, given that he'd only lost it by 2,700 votes, and there was so much enthusiasm up there for him. But think about what the campaign manager Bill Stepien did for President Trump. Takes a look at that and says, that might not work, but where did they focus? Way down in Florida. And you think about Donna Shalala, who was the former Secretary of Health and Human Services, and then she's a congresswoman. She lost her seat tonight, the Democrat. And Maria Salazar, the Republican challenger, is going to pick up that seat. Now, can they replicate that kind of support from Latinos and Cubans from that Miami-Dade area across other places? Possibly so, and that could be a big difference maker between when some of these states come down to the wire like they are.
Juan, your thoughts?
Well, I'm curious. I mean, I think the pollsters told us early on we would see what they call blue haze or blue mist.
Okay, thanks, Juan. Let's get something from Dick Morris here.
Well, I'm not sure I've been surprised. In fact, I was on your network at I think 8 o'clock or 8:15, predicting that Trump would win by roughly what he's winning by. I think I felt that he would carry Pennsylvania by 3 or 4, and it looks like he is. I felt he'd carry Michigan by 3 or 4. He's ahead of that now, but it'll work out. He would carry Wisconsin. He is. Minnesota, we don't know yet. And we don't know yet the national popular vote. But I think that the really enduring point of this is that there is a tectonic plate shift in a realignment in the black and Hispanic vote. The core of the Democratic Party, the pedestal on the statue, has been chipped away. And in Florida, when the full numbers are out, I think you'll find that he gets 20 to 30% of the black vote and 30 to 40% of the Latino vote. And that's not just Cubans. Cubans are only a small percentage of that Hispanic vote. That's Mexicans, that's Puerto Ricans, that's all of them. And I think that the realignment we're talking about is going to echo through history for the next 10 or 20 years.
You just watched Newsmax TV, America's fastest growing cable.
Okay, thanks. Let's get a little bit more here from Newsmax, live coverage.
Their fight to get back to work, and that's got to be one of the factors here at play.
And that was one of the things too. People wanted to go back to work, and we knew this was going to be an issue. Generally Americans are don't tell me what to do. All right, they want to go to work, they want to earn their keep. The other thing too is that people didn't count on here, and nobody can poll this. Is what Donald Trump has done in this election. He said normally it's 45 is your base, and then you fight over the 10% in the middle. Donald Trump said, hey, look, you 10%. If you want to come on over, great, but I'm going to focus on my base. And instead of getting 50% of them to turn out, I'm going to get 100% of them to turn out, 80%, whatever it may be. But that is what's every prediction right now. They can't seem to make an accurate prediction because people are turning out that they've never heard of before.
Well, you had the polls, and you hear the reports from the campaign staff, how many new voters are registering at these events, how many people are showing up to the Trump events who are Democrats, and we're seeing perhaps that actually turning into votes now. Let's get to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who is standing by. Governor, great to talk to you again today for the second time.
Hey, how are you?
Well, it's great to have you back because we were talking earlier today. You were predicting very confidently a big win for President Trump, and here we are.
Well, absolutely, and this has been apparent since about 8:30.
Voters with guns, they're out there filling in bubbles to support their candidate, and that's what we're seeing from state to state to state, and that may be the story of the night. The irrational fear that the media tried to push on America when the reality was all they were doing were rebuilding President Trump's 2016 coalition and then some on his behalf.
Well, it's clear that a lot of America is wise to the media's game, these poll numbers. They want to make their own choices. All right, you guys can see on the screen right now more unrest outside the White House, folks milling about out there. Black Lives Matter Square right there, again, outside the White House. And let's go ahead and check now in with Dick Morris, a presidential political strategist. He's a New York Times bestselling author and a columnist at dickmorris.com, also a Newsmax analyst. Dick, great to see you.
Well, John, great to be here with you.
All right, so some surprises out there based on everything that you've seen so far. And I think we're just seeing now that the Associated Press is calling North Carolina for Democrat Roy Cooper. But there have been a lot of surprises, Dick. What has been most surprising to you so far?
Well, I'm not sure I've been surprised. In fact, I was on your network at I think 8 o'clock or 8:15, predicting that Trump would win by roughly what he's winning by. I think I felt that he would carry Pennsylvania by 3 or 4, and it looks like he is. I felt he'd carry Michigan by 3 or 4. He's ahead of that now, but it'll work out. He would carry Wisconsin. He is. Minnesota, we don't know yet. And we don't know yet the national popular vote. But I think that the really enduring point of this is that there is a tectonic plate shift in a realignment in the black and Hispanic vote. The core of the Democratic Party, the pedestal on the statue, has been chipped away. And in Florida, when the full numbers are out, I think you'll find that he gets 20 to 30% of the black vote and 30 to 40% of the Latino vote. And that's not just Cubans. Cubans are only a small percentage of that Hispanic vote. That's Mexicans, that's Puerto Ricans, that's all of them. And I think that the realignment we're talking about is going to echo through history for the next 10 or 20 years.
And Dick, I want to sound like a wet blanket here, but there's still lots of, of the map to be decided tonight. Is there anything that you can see that should temper our expectations or things that you might be concerned about?
Not a damn thing.
That's a pretty definitive answer. Not a damn thing. You're not concerned about Pennsylvania, Ohio, none of that?
Nope. Ohio's already in. Pennsylvania it looks pretty good. He's ahead in Michigan and Wisconsin. As Alfred E. Newman said, what, me worried?
So there you have it from Dick Morris. There's not a darn thing in this map right now that he's worried about. Dick, great to see you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get over to Jessie Jane Duff now, an advisory board member for Women for Trump, also a co-chair advisor.
And Trump is now up 7 in Ohio. And let's get a little something here from Brett Hume.
The betting odds had once gotten up as high as 78%
for Trump. They dialed back to 60-something now to about 70, so he's still the favorite of people who are betting their money tonight.
But put the caveat on that, because I've had people asking me, what do the Vegas casinos have better pollsters than the Washington types? It's just market money.
It's market money. I mean, that's what this is about. I mean, Stuart made the point. I mean, people are betting their money in stocks, and people in China are worried about the yuan, and the trend is in that direction. Now, look, we got a long way to go tonight.
Yeah.
But at a minimum, I think it's fair to say that a lot of what the pollsters were telling us about how this was going to go, and there were many that had, Trump losing on a bunch of these southern states. And
Florida, +5.
Florida, yeah, exactly. They're off again. And we've been through this before. We all thought, that the pollsters who made those projections in the states 4 years ago and got it so badly wrong would have it figured out by now. Trump may not win, but he certainly made them look bad.
So don't expect,
So that's Pennsylvania and Georgia.
That's Georgia
that we're not going to get any answer on tonight.
No Philadelphia count, no Fulton County count until tomorrow. So those are huge chunks of votes in both of those states.
So we got North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Iowa all seem to be tossed up still at this hour, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Absolutely.
And we still haven't called Florida, right?
We have not. But, somebody on this
It's a little
desk called Florida and they had to take it back 20 years ago. We're still reeling from it.
And the call turned out to be right, didn't it?
It did. I'm just
37 days. 37 days later, it turned out right.
It was right all wrong.
All right, 4 more states closing at the polls. In coming minutes, we'll have some new info on the other side of the break. And as Democrats hold on to their majority in the House,
Republicans are...
Okay, let's see what else is going on here.
Veterans for Trump and a retired gunnery sergeant from the United States Marine Corps. Gunny, great to see you.
Good to see you too, John.
And you are one.
Vote in the president is pretty far behind. So the question is, what would happen?
Care benefits update brought to you by EasyMedicare.com.
Hi, I'm Joe.
Okay, so right now, betting markets are at about 70% likely that Trump will win. And it was up as high as over 85% at one point, come back just a little bit. New York Times also dialed back just a little bit with their calls for Trump to win North Carolina and Georgia, but still over 90% likely that Trump wins North Carolina, over 80% likely that Trump wins Georgia, according to the New York Times figures. So still a strong Trump surge, much better than all the pollsters thought. Just a slight dialing back on expectations over the past 30 minutes. There's a raucous crowd gathering outside the White House. Joe Biden's team having a watch party that is quite subdued. I wish someone could give me a link to coverage of the Joe Biden watch party. I want to see the tears. I want to see the tears. Give me a link to the tears.
Vote for America here on Newsmax TV. I'm John Bachman. We're going to go over to Mark Halper now, who's standing at our monitor. And Mark, we've been looking at these significant 6 all night. A couple of states we wanted to talk about specifically, Michigan and Pennsylvania, but also Arizona. And one of the things that's kind of possible, maybe plausible more at this point, is that Trump might actually win Michigan but could lose Arizona. Talk to us about how things are changing.
Well, I think the main thing we've learned tonight is the president's a big man, but he can walk a narrow path. Because right now he's doing it. We haven't projected any of the significant 6 except for Florida, but it looks very good for him right now in all 6. So Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, Iowa, and Texas. The president wins those, he's 2 states away from winning. Now, I had said he had one path to win, and that path meant Pennsylvania and Arizona. And that if he lost a single one of the 8, he couldn't win. Well, right now, we're not going to know Pennsylvania tonight. Philadelphia's having trouble with counting. There are a lot of absentee ballots, mail-in ballots still out there. He may not win Pennsylvania, but his team's feeling pretty good about it. But if he wins Pennsylvania, he still needs Arizona, we thought. Arizona right now, 75% of the vote in, the president is pretty far behind. So the question is, what would happen then? Well, one thing is the president has some pretty strong allies in Arizona. The governor is a very strong ally of his. The state legislature is controlled by Republicans. We all know that this process could get very complicated. But there's another possibility for the president to still win, which deviates from my significant 6+2, which is Michigan. Sean and I earlier tonight and several times mocked the president for going to Michigan twice. He did what he did 4 years ago. He had his final rally after midnight in Michigan on Monday night. We thought, well, that was a big mistake. But it turns out it may have been the president once again showing he understands how to win presidential elections because he could substitute in Michigan. And Michigan could substitute in for Pennsylvania if he won Arizona, or could substitute in for Arizona if he won Pennsylvania. So right now, if the president wins a significant 6, and he's on track to do that, even though we've not projected that, the president would have to win 2 of the 3, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, 2 of the 3, and he would be reelected. And it is the case still on the Senate side and in the presidential race. All the news has been positive for the Republicans, not very much positive news at all for the Democrats. They're feeling like good about Arizona, but they recognize that Michigan could be a problem. We've seen in Michigan that the Senate race there, where a Democratic incumbent is being challenged by John James, a very popular candidate within the Republican Party. That could be a case, once again, where the president defies expectations and does what he did 4 years ago, which is to win Michigan, a state he was not given very much chance to win by me, but also by his own team.
Well, is there anywhere besides Arizona right now that Democrats can look at and say, hey, look, this is a glimmer of hope here?
Well, Pennsylvania. We just don't know what's happening in Pennsylvania now. Too much of the vote is out. As I said, city officials in Pennsylvania have said they're going to stop counting because of some problems there. There's lots of mail-in votes. So this great night for the Republican Party and the president, where they may win the significant 6, where the president clearly avoids a blowout, where Republican chance of holding a majority in the Senate is very much alive. That whole thing could come aground if the president is unable to win 2 more states, whether it's Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona. If he can't win 2 of those 3, despite having a miraculous night by almost any expectation, he still loses. He loses close, but he loses.
Yeah, and it's so important to emphasize this, Mark. It still is on a razor's edge. This thing could go either way. And we're talking about very small geographic areas in these states where the race is actually going to break, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, the vote is out in some places. We just had in North Carolina, a county reported 30,000 extra votes for the president. And when you're talking about projections, when you're talking about vote counting, the media doesn't have the capacity to know if mistakes are made typically. Sometimes they can notice a mistake. A county might report, more votes than number of inhabitants of the county. But in this case, the mistake was not noticed right away. And so we may see in some of these states where we believe the president's going to win, we may see things come back and say, you know what, too many votes were given to the president. Ohio and Iowa are states where we still don't know. We now believe we won't know who's going to win Ohio tonight. So things could still happen. But we go back to all the lessons we see in Florida. Florida, a state where the president narrowly won 4 years ago, far closer than Ohio and Iowa were, for instance, where he won with a high turnout. He won with support from African American Hispanics. Right. He narrowed his losses amongst older voters. So there's lots of reasons to believe that the president's success in Florida can translate elsewhere.
And we tell you this, too, because it's not time to get calm yet. Stay tuned. Stay with us, because there's still a lot to go tonight. And we're going to check in right now with Ellis Hennigan, a columnist for Global Metro Papers, and also join Joe Conason, editor-in-chief of the National Memo. Gentlemen, great to see you both.
Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
It's been a while since we've spoken, but I wanted to first start with you, Ellison.
Okay, so Donald Trump took the lead with the betting markets at 9:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. 2016, he took the lead in the betting markets at 9:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in 2016.
How are you feeling about the night so far?
Anxious the way I always feel on election night. I mean, it's a close race. We still don't know what's going to happen in that dangerous blue wall. And so, yeah, I'm on pins and needles like I've been all day.
Yeah, and Joe, there was some talk a couple weeks ago about the neglect really from the Biden campaign in South Florida, and that if this does break the wrong way for the Biden campaign, that Florida, and really South Florida, Latino voters specifically, would be Joe Biden's Michigan or Wisconsin for Hillary Clinton.
Well, it's true that Biden has kind of had difficulties with the Cuban vote in South.
Yeah, Joe Conason doesn't quite know what to say. So Trump is combining modified Karl Rove and Steve Saylor strategies, tweets Second City bureaucrat. Let's go to Nick Fuentes.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. Really great commentary, top two stuff. This is the most talented panel there is. Everybody's brilliant and funny and everything. And of course, I encourage everybody to check you guys out when you're doing your thing. But thank you guys so much. And hey, good luck, everybody. Good luck to you guys. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night with the election. So we're now. So I'm going to take a look and see if is everybody still in the Discord. Okay, I think Steve remains there, but
Trump leads by 440,000 votes in Pennsylvania right now.
We're going to transition. We're going to bring in the other guys. We're going to bring in Jake and Jaden and Patrick. I think Patrick's running a little bit behind. He said that he is going to come on at 11 and not 10. So I don't know what is this guy doing? But hurts my ears to have these big cans hanging off.
To Stuart Barney's
them.
point, the taxes.
So
and
we're going to wait on Patrick.
Also, one of the things that's been researched in the last few months is that cancel culture was a really big deal for some of these suburban parents. And I wonder if some of that is starting to show up tonight. So I'm watching that. And I also feel like the Democrats put so much money into races that were probably fool's gold for them. If you think about Jamie Harrison in South Carolina. Now, he's a bright young person. I'm excited to see where his future lies. He's going to do some pretty amazing things. But he wasn't going to beat Lindsey Graham for $100 million in South Carolina. Amy McGrath, another $100 million in Kentucky. You think maybe they should have put that money someplace else. Last thing I'll mention that I'm looking at, the DCCC chair, Sherry Bustos in Illinois. She had a pretty tough race. Usually the chairmen of those committees have tough races. And just looking at it right now, she's a little bit behind.
That's interesting. Let's do some Senate races real quick. Put up, if we could, the balance of power in the Senate. Again, we started the night 53-47 with Republicans controlling over Democrats. Democrats have to pick up a net 4 seats or 3 plus the White House. And here we have, it's kind of populating as we go along. I haven't asked specifically for these races, so bear with us. John James in Michigan, let's take a dip in there against the incumbent Gary Peters. And he is closing, Chris. He's a really strong candidate that the NRSC, the Republican Senate Committee, believed he had a chance to pull that off. We haven't called the race yet, but he was leading early on.
Yeah, that would be interesting. First of all, a lot of people think John James is a rising star in the party. He ran for governor and lost. Now he's running for the Senate against Gary Peters. So, one, if he wins, it would be a big new presence in Washington, Senator John James, if he wins, in addition to which it would make the Democrats' chances of taking over control of the Senate that much harder. We've had an even split. Colorado went from Republican to Democrat. Alabama went from Democrat to Republican. So the 53-47.
I'm going to interrupt you.
Sure.
We're going to make a big call right here. The Fox News decision desk can now project that President Donald Trump will win the state of Florida, 29 electoral votes, and he will win it convincingly.
Absolutely. 51.3% and 47.8% for President Trump and Joe Biden, respectively. Joe Biden spent a fair amount of time in Florida. The president put a huge press in Florida, spent a lot of time there. It's his home state, as he refers to it these days, with his home there in Palm Beach. We've seen a great turnout for him among seniors, among Hispanic voters, very strong support for the president among Cuban Americans. A lot has been said about his effort to reach them with stories about socialism and the prospect for a more socialistic government in this country, something that resonated quite a bit with Venezuelan and Cuban residents in the state of Florida. So, it's obviously a very interesting dichotomy of the state of Florida, Brett, as you take a look at it. And it is a real cross-section of Americans. So many people move from New York there. So many people move from all over the country there. And it's very representative in many ways.
Well, in light of the pandemic, of course, in light of the pandemic, of course, we got a lot of people who went there to get away from it and never left. And so one wonders going forward how much the demographics of the state of Florida will change. But I think, we're looking at things tonight that we thought, it was thought for a while that Trump might lose the elderly vote. That appears in a meaningful, big way. It appears that that's not happening. And I don't know how many people, everybody thought, I guess, that he would do better among Hispanics in Florida than he had before, but not to the extent that he has. And that may indeed tell the tale that he held his own with the seniors. And
Mark Halperin tweets, Let's reset. Trump is not a lock to win the significant 6 states, but he likely will. I was wrong. Trump might have more than one path to 270 electoral votes. Democrats who are looking to Arizona or Pennsylvania to save them. Michigan, Nevada might be in play. Trump could win 2 of those 4 and be reelected.
And did so well with Hispanic voters, which may prove a trend that we'll see in other states as well. A word about the Senate here. Either way this goes for the presidential race, the Senate will be critical. And in fact, if Joe Biden wins, in my opinion, if Joe Biden wins, it will be a benefit to him if the Democrats don't get the Senate. And the reason I say that is that Biden will be under tremendous pressure from his party's left wing to act out the agenda that he agreed to with Bernie Sanders. Biden, by temperament and instinct, I think won't particularly want to do that, but he's not the strongest guy that ever lived, and he will be under terrible pressure. If his party has control of everything, I think he'll be powerless to resist that. If, however, the Republicans hold the Senate and will block that, I think that will leave him in better position going forward. The other side of that story is that if Trump wins and the Democrats control the Senate, I think it'll be pretty stymied there between the House and the Senate for him going forward, and that would be true even if the Senate stays Republican. So what the next 2 years are going to look like, a lot will depend on how that.
If President Trump were to win and lose the Senate, you'd be looking at the kind of history that we've seen from the House across both houses. And it's worth pointing out as well.
Gridlock, which people may like.
Yeah, with Florida, Florida was a must-win state for President Trump.
Absolutely.
So he has checked that box successfully, and it's as we begin the process here of going through these battlegrounds.
No
Republican has won the White House without winning Florida.
Correct. And what strikes me out of Florida, early in the evening, I was talking about the Latino vote. Hillary Clinton did 10 points worse. 10 points worse.
Okay, thanks, Juan. Thanks for playing.
Results are not coming in. In Nevada, the results aren't coming in. In Arizona, they're not coming in. Very slow in the Midwest, and this is typically what happens. They all release. The early states are called, and then it's a bit of a slog when it's closer. So this is to be expected, but 52,000 viewers at our peak, bigger than Chapo. We're right up there with the Young Turks, virtually. We're right up there with Tim Pool. Huge stream, and I want to thank everybody for joining me. Thanks for your super chats. I don't know if I'll even be able to read all the super chats tonight, but I'll try to read as many as I can.
Okay, I wonder what's going on here.
And I don't think that's terribly surprising, but you're right. If he can't get through in Florida, then it's going to fall on other places where the Hispanic vote is key, like Arizona. And it's a different Hispanic vote, but still, if they have not managed the Hispanic vote as well as they should, that could come back to haunt them.
Gentlemen, we have just about a minute left. I want to ask you this question. We talked about South Carolina earlier. So much hope in Democrats placed on the candidate, Jamie Harris, and didn't turn out the way Democrats wanted. Just wanted to get Alice, your reaction to that, and then Joe, follow up.
Well, it's a dream, but it's still a long way away. If you're trying to figure out what's happening tonight, though, don't think about that. Think about Michigan, Pennsylvania, the surprise in Arizona. Boy, that's the thing that's got me titillating over here. South Carolina was a nice dream, and it can happen this year.
Oh, that race is 701.
Do we have Joe with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I agree with Ellis. I think South Carolina was always a bit of a dream. Lindsey Graham seemed vulnerable, and he was right. Lots of Democrats wanted to see him defeated and poured money in there. But South Carolina is still South Carolina.
Yeah, it was a very expensive dream. We can say that. Gentlemen, great to see you both. Thanks so much.
Okay, John.
All right, let's get back to the panel now. And we got Sean Spicer, Mark Halpern here, and Tom Basilia joining us again. And we want to talk about Ohio now, Tom, because I know you've been on the phone talking to some officials there, seeing what's going on. And one of the things that we've been talking about is the paper trail, if you will. How many ballots are still out there uncounted right now? What's the situation in Ohio?
Yeah, so there's still over about 200,000 provisional ballots and absentee ballots that are outstanding in the state of Ohio. But in just the last about 30 minutes, the president's lead in Ohio has now surpassed that number. He was behind, it was then very close, and within that margin. If it stayed within that margin, we wouldn't know about Ohio until November 28th. So it looks like the president's team is in better shape in Ohio now, and we may know tonight whether or not we can call that for Donald Trump.
And Sean, that was a conscious decision made by the Trump campaign a couple weeks ago to pull out of Ohio. They felt like they had it locked up. And
well, it wasn't just, let's be clear. They pulled out after the Biden campaign pulled out. They have resources on the ground. They have over 100 staff who are still doing door knocks. The Biden campaign was down to low teens, so they mirrored that, but they still actually kept a significant amount of resources in the state to make sure that they didn't take anything for granted. I was in Ohio last week. The chair of the party there, Jane Timken, has done a phenomenal job of really deploying all the resources throughout the state and making sure that they keep their majorities in the state house as well. The race that was supposed to be tough there, the Steve Chabot race, looked a little bit, had tightened up a little bit on the Republican side for him. So, I think at the end of the day, this may have meant another lost opportunity for Democrats, but Republicans did their job and got the vote out.
Yeah. And Mark, when we talk about this every week, we talk about the data that matter and the data that don't. One of the things you said a couple weeks ago was the advertising dollars, and that was more I was talking about, the money that was pulled out of Ohio in advertising spending. You said it doesn't matter at this point because of the ground game.
Yeah, the ground game stays. One of the things that happened in Ohio that I don't remember ever happening in my career is that one of the local officials there, a former party official, still a big supporter of the president, told the Trump campaign, the president doesn't need to come anymore. Now that runs counter to what always happens, which is state officials say, we need 7 more visits in the last week. They said, Mr. President, go someplace else. We will win Ohio for you with the ground game. That could have made a big difference. If he ends up winning this presidency because he wins Michigan, which he went to instead of Ohio, that'll have been a very fortuitous piece of advice that the president got.
Yeah. On North Carolina, still a very, very close race. But Johnson and Union counties, two very big Republican counties, have come in just the last 45 minutes or so. And you see now the president is up. He's up about 2 percentage points, but still within that 120,000 vote outstanding absentee ballot margin. So now instead of Ohio, we're looking at the possibility of a very long night or a very long week in terms of counting in the state of North Carolina.
I've got one other bit of piece of news. We talked briefly when I was at the board about the president perhaps having 3 states now from which he would need 2. there may be a fourth state added to that list.
Well, hold that thought, because it's now the top of the hour. It's 11 o'clock here. I want to reset a little bit and welcome everybody back in. And if you're just now tuning in, 11 o'clock here on the East Coast, a very exciting night so far. With me here on the panel tonight, Sean Spicer, former White House Communications Director, and much more, of course, Mark Halperin, Newsmax analyst, and Tom Basile, former GOP official, still GOP official, right?
Well, host of America right now.
And a host of America right now, of course. Not, saving that one for later. But so here we are, and a lot of excitement from Republicans tonight. And at this point, there's still a lot up in the air, and we want to kind of remind everybody on where things stand. So let's just kind of break down. Sean, we'll start with you. Give us your kind of 30,000-foot view on where things stand so far.
Look, I said this in 2016. When you lose and you know you're going to lose, it still doesn't feel good, but you kind of expect it. When you win and you knew you were going to win, it feels good, but not great. When you win and you thought you were supposed to lose, that's what we felt in 2016, right? We won with 306 electoral votes, winning states like Pennsylvania, Iowa, Michigan, and Wisconsin, states that Republicans had won since 1988 and before. I think you're feeling a similar setup tonight, where it's not just whether or not the president's going to pull out a victory or not, whether or not we're going to hold the Senate, or whether or not Republicans are going to lose a few seats or gain a few seats. The expectations set by places like the New York Times were so out of whack with reality. This reminds us again of the lessons that weren't learned in 2016 by big tech, by academia, by the mainstream media. This is a reminder, regardless of how it wins, but how wrong they were. The people we have on Newsmax every single night across these shows, I think, represent a different mindset that the mainstream media just isn't picking up.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And Mark, you talk about this all the time. There's a certain amount of this aspect that's not captured anymore by the modern, or the kind of status quo processes for gathering this information.
I've said this the entire cycle. It's hilarious to me that people who made mistakes 4 years ago sat down and looked at this and said, you know what, 45% of the country is a bunch of racists, a bunch of know-nothings, a bunch of people who are out of touch with reality. There are people who don't believe that we should have safety. There are people who believe that their kids should just dangerously go to school. There are people who believe that Facebook and Twitter are against them. And they, once again, whether the president wins or not, they've proven that they do not understand that this is a country that's more than Cambridge, Massachusetts, Manhattan, and San Francisco.
John, you mentioned that 4 states, because I want to get to that. Yeah. We're talking that we needed to have 2 states. Now it looks like there's 3, and maybe even 4.
Well, I've just been told from one source, but it's a very good one, that the Biden campaign is now worried about Nevada. That they now are phone banking into that state. So if the president wins a significant 6, before I said he needed to win 2 out of 3, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Michigan, if there's now that 4th state on the board, now we're talking about lots of paths.
Right.
And the president now can look at the possibility of winning this race. Maybe he wins all 4 and winning it close to what he won with last time.
And I almost joked earlier tonight about it's not really a race to 270. It's more like a race to 290, considering we might not know those 20 electoral college votes. And if you can start to smell that 290 number.
Let me tell you how you're going to smell it. You just said a lot of these things. Let me pull up. We see it on the board over there. New York Congressional District 11. Current one-term Congressman Max Rose being right. But you look at he's faced off against Staten Island, New York Assemblywoman Nicole Maliotakis. She ran for mayor last time in New York. Didn't do very well. She owns that part of Staten Island. Max Rose has been all over the New York airwaves, distancing himself from Nancy Pelosi, from Bill de Blasio. Look at that lead right now, 127 to 91. Yeah. That's not a squeaker. You're seeing this now in New York, in Florida, in Virginia, all over the country, where these House races are starting to tell you something that's going on.
He's a good politician. And he tried to be an outsider.
He tried to be a Republican.
But he tried to be.
Okay, let's welcome Rodney Martin back onto the show. Rodney, any thoughts?
Well, look, I'm actually going back and forth between your show and Press TV.
Thank you.
Well, and I thought I'd counterbalance, since it's an Islamic Republic and you're a Jewish show, so that way I just keep everything balanced. But I want to just follow Mark Halperin, and by the way, I'm sure glad he found work here at Newsmax, since the MSNBC and everybody else threw him under the bus. He just mentioned about the country is more than Massachusetts, more than New Jersey. And that is fundamentally correct. The United States has historically, as a nation as a whole, not a nation, I mean a country, we don't meet the definition of a nation, has been a center-right country when it comes to the country as a whole. And, Jimmy Carter, people forget the last, Barack Obama did not run hard left or progressive left. He ran on this feel-good hope and change, and he also ran on the incompetence of George W. Bush. But in his platform and such, keep in mind, it was Joe Biden that claimed to persuade Barack Obama to support gay marriage. Obama ran both in the first time and second time opposing gay marriage. Bill Clinton had to run as a new Democrat and really had to move way, some people would say to the right, move the party to the right. And Jimmy Carter ran as an evangelical Christian. And a lot of Republicans supported, in fact, a lot of Reagan supporters who, when Reagan challenged Ford in 1976, in 1976, when the general election came along, went ahead and voted for Carter because he ran as an open evangelical Christian. So the Democratic Party even used to understand they're winning candidates, and of course JFK could not even be a Democrat today with his tax cuts and his foreign policy and such. But here you have, in the last 2 elections, you had Hillary Clinton. Even as she's accused of being a centrist and a moderate and such, but she was trending that way to the left. And Joe Biden, I mean, opening his mouth at the last debate saying he's going to ban fossil fuels, he's going to have a discussion on all of these really lunatic left-wing policies, and then not strongly and firmly condemning the riots and the looting has showed that that's just, the party has marginalized itself. And if they don't address those issues, they're going to continue to just be a party of the coasts, with the exception of Colorado in Illinois. And then one final comment, I was just did a live commentary on Press TV. I was followed by a progressive Bernie Sanderite lady out of none other than Portland. And she announced on that show that she withheld her vote from Biden. Now, not that Portland would matter, but you got to wonder how this translated across the country, that she had withheld her vote from Biden. She did not vote for Biden, and she didn't buy in to the, Trump's evil, so we have to all come together. She felt it was better to let the Democratic Party crash and burn and then, pick it up from the ashes as a progressive party. So in 2016, we had those 5 million black voters that did not show up, that people say account for Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. I wonder just what the tally is going to be of Bernie Sanders voters that just stayed at home tonight and said, let it burn.
Great. Thanks, Rodney. Good to talk to you again, my friend. And talk to you later on. Whenever you have any thoughts, come on back, Rodney. Good chat, man. Okay, let's get back to Newsmax.
The voters of Staten Island saw right through that. Right now, I want to get to somebody who knows a little bit about New York, and that is Andrew Giuliani joining us now. He's the son of the former New York City Mayor, Rudy Giuliani. Andrew, great to see you.
John, no one thought that was possible, but it's because we have so many people on the ground, 2.5 million in this.
Well, that's just a handful of tweets recognizing our coverage, and we thank all of our viewers for joining us here at Newsmax. John, back to you.
That would accrue benefits. Absolutely. Tell us.
Nancy Pelosi could eventually confront this reality. Congratulations, you're Speaker again, and you're working with Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and President Donald Trump for 4 more years.
She could wake up being a smaller majority. That's going to be a problem. I think Nancy Pelosi has stemmed a lot of the concern at the beginning of that last cycle from the AOC. She was challenged by Tim Ryan of Ohio. A lot of it was taken back by people saying, wow, she's a brilliant tactician. If she ends up going into the next Congress with a smaller majority, there's no question. You're going to see AOC and others challenge her, if not just superficially, but that's not a good place. They expected to be picking up seats, and Kevin McCarthy was going to be questionable whether or not he was going to be. He may be the brilliant guy. Tom Emmerich, the Congressional Committee chair there. These were all people that places like Politico were writing were on shaky ground going in tonight. They may be coming out big heroes.
So right now we've had one switch on each side. The Democrats have taken a Republican seat in Colorado. The Republicans have taken a Democratic seat in Alabama. So that's net zero. We suspect there'll be a Democratic pickup in Arizona. If the president's reelected, in order to get the majority, Democrats need to pick up not a net 3, but a net 4. And there's fewer seats left on the board.
And look, he's looking good in Georgia.
Exactly.
Dave Perdue, the senator there. But the red 2 Georgia races. One of them's a special election. We got 21 candidates running in it. It's there's no way you're getting it.
I want to get back to Georgia and we'll talk more about the red firewall holding in the Deep South. Let's get to Emma Reckenberg now, who's going to give us an update on social media. Emma?
Hey, John, a lot to get to on social media. First, we did want to give you an update on that 11th district race in North Carolina. We know Madison Cawthorn has won it. The 25-year-old will be the youngest person serving in Congress. And since we have been watching social media all night, I wanted to share that Newsmax is actually trending right now on Twitter. People like what they're seeing. Here's conservative radio host Eric Metaxas tweeting this, saying, breaking, I'm calling Newsmax over the incumbent Fox News, which is my family and some Twitter people I follow reporting. But he's actually not alone. Actress Lee Allen Baker saying this, watch Newsmax for real news. And Trump advisor Sebastian Gorka saying this, biggest loser so far could be Fox News. Well, that's just a handful of tweets recognizing our coverage, and we thank all of our viewers for joining us here at Newsmax. John, back to you.
We certainly do, Emma, and thanks for that. And we're going to take a short commercial break here. But before we leave, we're going to take you live now to a polling location just outside Philadelphia. You can see votes being counted feverishly, but we might not know what's happening in Pennsylvania. Probably won't know. But the vote tallies count continues. We'll be right back after this.
Okay, Newsmax doing a far better job than Fox News tonight. Who would have expected that? So right now, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Texas, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Montana, Wisconsin, leaning Trump, leaning Biden, Arizona, Iowa, Minnesota, and Maine. And what's going on with Nick Fuentes? Whoops. Come on, Nick. Come on, Nick. That's not time to be playing music, is it? All right. Let's see what's going on with Joseph Cotto.
So there's finally, I saw what, but he is there. He is at 50 to Biden's 48.6 with 1 point win. I think Trump will win easily. I'm glad the video is back, everyone. I'm really glad the video is back. I was getting a little nervous there for a second, but that is what happens when it comes to, especially again with any kind of streaming service. But Jitsi is free, and I can't complain. I really can't. StreamYard is free, but they have a limit, 20-hour limit a month, and I refuse to pay to stream. So the Jitsi does work sometimes. I might have used StreamYard tonight actually, but this has been on for 4 hours, over 4 hours already.
Okay, so that's Joseph Cotto, Nick Fuentes, everybody feeling the strain many, many hours into the coverage. Let's see what's going on here with Robbie Starbuck.
The conservatives said, we're not going to rule on it now, but after the election, when you've suffered harm, bring it back to us.
Yep.
So I think there's they may try and pull it, but I don't think it's going to stick. I think the conservatives were signaling, we'll shut it down later. We just don't want to do it first. We don't want to do it pre-election. Let the states run their election, and if they cheat, then we'll go back and look at it.
What the hell is going on with Fox? Fox just called Arizona for Biden. There is not the data to support that at all.
Fox just called it for Biden?
Fox just called
Arizona. Yeah, I just saw that. I've got a buddy who follows this stuff so closely, and all night in a chat he's been cursing at Fox. I mean, really, it's just, it's heavy shit. Wow. And they're losing,
right,
you know what they're losing? I just tweeted, they're losing millions of votes, millions of viewers tonight, because tonight it's not like, oh, okay, we have one show that sucks or something like that. People say, I'm going to spend all night watching something because I want to know what the fuck is going on. So they're seeing Fox and they're saying, you know what, I'm going to go and I'm going to look around. They're finding Newsmax, they're finding OAN, and, they may not come back. And I hope they don't. I mean, Fox needs to hear this.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. They haven't called Ohio. They haven't called Texas, but they're calling Arizona.
And Andrew Sullivan tweets, I thought a more multiracial conservatism could succeed despite Trump. I didn't understand it could happen because of Trump.
And they're calling Arizona. We literally have an entire county that has not reported any votes yet in Arizona, and it's a Republican county.
The New York Times hasn't called Arizona. I mean, come on. When Fox is calling a state for Biden before the New York Times is, we got a problem.
Look,
that won't happen on Starbucks TV.
Look, I gotta say, when I'm forgetting who it was, I think it was Paul Sperry tweeted that the guy, the person who runs Fox election gave to Democrats and blah blah blah. I thought maybe it's overselling it because nobody wants to be wrong, but shit, man, maybe he was right.
You kind of immunize yourself. That was what I thought. You immunize yourself from saying, "Oh, we're just right wing, partisans doing this." If you have a Democrat running your decision desk. But then if you start doing stupid shit like this, you do what Robbie said. You lose viewers. I haven't had Fox on for the past couple hours, partly because it's more fun to watch the people on MSNBC suffer, but because if they call it, then it actually happened for sure. With Fox, we don't know where they stand anymore. We don't know whether they're good, bad, or indifferent. I don't know what team they're on. With the other people, at least I know what team they're on.
These people are animals.
Ah, that's a patented Dave Reboy right there. You need to, dude. That is yours.
That is
I
mine.
use it a lot. It is one of your
Really?
your best.
Good.
Yeah.
Memorable.
Because they are animals. These people are animals.
Yeah.
They have stopped acting like human beings. Pennsylvania. Nice.
Yeah, I'm still befuddled by Arizona. Doesn't make any sense, but Trump has won Ohio. It has been called by Decision Desk. Ohio. Yeah, Ohio's called.
86% of votes in
so
Ohio.
Let's take a look here real quick at our outstanding electoral votes. So Ohio, we've got 18. Texas, we've got 38. Grab a calculator real quick because I don't feel like doing it.
The comments are so funny.
46%
Robbie, you're obsessed with Arizona.
I told you guys from the very beginning I had a bad feeling.
Okay, so here's what's going on according to the New York Times. In Pennsylvania, with 46% of the votes cast, Donald Trump has 56% and Joe Biden has 43%. So Trump up by 13 percentage points with almost half the votes counted in Pennsylvania. In Ohio, 86% of votes have been counted. Trump up by 8 points. Michigan, 44% of votes counted. Trump up by 11 points. In Wisconsin, 53% of votes counted. Trump up by 4 percentage points. In Minnesota, 54% of votes counted. Biden up by 13 points. In Iowa, it's neck and neck with 64% of votes counted. In Texas, 85% of votes counted, and Trump is up by 5 percentage points. In Montana, 19% of votes counted, Biden up. In Arizona, 75% of votes counted, and Biden is up by 8%. And no indication yet for Nevada.
Interns.
Is Robbie Starbucks.
Somebody we can
team.
flog. Get me another energy drink.
Okay, so Trump is actually at 2. Is that right? Yeah, 224 right now. Biden's at 209. Outstanding states would be Nevada, Arizona, Montana, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Maine. Those are the only states I see. And Alaska and Hawaii. Sorry, I didn't add Alaska. Alaska, that's 3 more. 27. It's easy to forget about them. And 4 for Hawaii for the Dems. So it's kind of a wash. So yeah, Trump's ahead electoral college-wise right now as we head into basically Montana, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Maine. Those are the ones that, those don't look like terribly Democrat-controlled areas to me. I think we've got a really great position here.
I want Wisconsin bad. Robbie's obsessed about Arizona. Wisconsin's my home.
Hey,
so.
I will trade Wisconsin for Arizona any day of the week. Any day of the week, I'll trade Wisconsin for Arizona for sure.
Look, he's ahead in Wisconsin. Trump's ahead in Wisconsin.
He is 57. Michigan, he's ahead too, and Minnesota not doing as well. Montana, they haven't counted like almost any votes yet. Trump's ahead in Pennsylvania by a lot. 56.
Yeah, but remember, Philly's not in. If Philly's not in,
so Philly did how much of their vote? They did 33% of their vote.
So Trump is up
So we
100,000
can at least,
and they're
votes
not
in
done
Virginia.
unloading panel vans yet.
We can kind of.
Trump is up 100,000 votes in Virginia with 94% votes counted.
3%, it's 209,000 votes. You're looking at about 420,000 votes. So you just look at it and say, okay, where are we making that margin up? If they got 420.
And Trump campaign disputes the call of Arizona for Biden. So Fox is going way out of its way to call things early for Democrats. They did it in 2018 with the congressional elections, and they're doing it again tonight.
Pennsylvania is going to be one of those 1-2 point races. Let's see here real quick.
Dude, Wyoming is the only legit.
And wondering what tricks the Democrats have up their sleeve right now, tweets Michigan Wave. They're going to hold back some city counts, which will report late and magically have just enough to make up a gap where they contrive staffing or computer problems and cook some votes late, where they make GOP votes mysteriously end up in dumpsters.
Next to Wyoming, you've got Oklahoma, Arkansas, but everything else is close.
Yep.
Everything else is
Yeah,
close.
but here's the nice thing though. We can run people. Are we doing Civil War scenarios now? I think if we win, we don't have to, right? If Biden wins, we have to do the Civil War scenarios.
No.
Yeah. You've wanted it for a while.
No. I mean, it's not a matter of wanted it. It's just I just see it creeping.
And Chadwick Moore tweets, the networks already know who won. They just have to draw it out all night. It's just entertainment for them.
There it is.
Right there by Wisconsin.
Yeah.
In the important part of the country.
I've been there. I drove through it.
So
you didn't fly over.
It's forgettable. Yeah.
223.
And Martha McSally, singularly responsible for turning both Arizona Senate seats blue in the space of 2 consecutive cycles. That's really something, Martha McSally. What a horrible, horrible, horrible politician.
You know, you're looking at states that are very, Trump's got a really great chance in them. Okay, can I go get another drink, you guys?
I think you have to, man.
I'm parched. I'm thirsty.
Maven and I will talk Civil War while you're gone.
Yeah, see if just see
Cal
see
Cunningham's
if we could just get this whole thing called while I'm gone.
731. Again, you're seeing that momentum move in the direction. That seat is really important for the balance of power in the Senate. You got the pickup in Alabama with Tommy Tuberville defeating Doug Jones, the Democratic incumbent. That's a pickup for the Republicans. Tom Tillis holding the seat in North Carolina is a big seat. That was one that Team McConnell went into the night really worried about. Obviously, the Trump campaign went into it worried about it as well. But when you're seeing this kind of a lead come out of North Carolina, almost a full 1.5 points now for Tillis, that's big. Because right now, you start to realize that there's not a lot of ground to make up. And going back to what Jason Miller said a while ago, a lot of these counties are where they expect Republican votes to come in. So this is good news for Tom Tillis, it's good news for Mitch McConnell, and it's good news for Donald Trump.
And you're also going to have a lot of outstanding military ballots in a state like North Carolina. That would accrue benefit absolutely to Tillis.
Mark, Nancy Pelosi could eventually confront this reality. Congratulations, you're Speaker again, and you're working with Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and President Donald Trump for 4 more years.
She could wake up being a smaller majority. That's going to be a problem. I think Nancy Pelosi has stemmed.
Now, that we
Biden. All right, let's get to Emerald.
Set out to create a better home selling experience.
Just having an idea of what's happening inside of her body, it just takes a lot of the burden.
Okay, we'll get back to Mark Halperin. I like his analysis. I think he's an excellent political reporter. I don't care if he gropes some women. I don't really care. It's like I don't care if my defensive end, the Dallas Cowboy, gropes some women. I just want him to be good at his job. So I'm glad to see Mark Halperin back on TV. Newsmax, not quite political director for ABC News. I'm sorry that he's not doing any more Game Change books with his partner, because I really liked the Game Change books on the 2008 and 2012 elections. It's really looking forward to what they do with the 2016 elections. And Newsmax has 55,000 people watching right now. A lot of people on the right are probably going to be disgusted with Fox. Okay.
Johnny's good, right? All right, I gotta go.
All right, welcome back. We got some updates to give you now. First, we want to talk about Ohio, and we are going to call or project Ohio for President Trump right now. 99% of the votes are in, a total of 18 electoral college votes, and we're going to go ahead and put Ohio in the win column for President Trump. Other states to talk about, the polls closing at 11 p.m. on the West Coast. No surprises here. California, Oregon, Washington State, and New Mexico all going for Joe Biden. All right, let's get to Emerald Robinson now, our White House correspondent, who's joining us live at the White House. Emerald, what do you got?
Hi, well, you know what? It's ramping up a little bit here. We're seeing a little more energy here as these results are coming in, seeing some more good news for the president. Of course, you just spoke with White House advisor Andrew Giuliani to get a sense of what's going on inside. Yes, there's a lot of positivity that we're hearing about, discussions in the White House, how they're feeling about the president. The president's been watching these returns come in the residence, but the party is getting started in the East Room. We are hearing and seeing some social media posts. There's about 200 guests in there. They've set it up with video screens, lots of American flags and chairs for the guests. There's somewhere around 200 guests. As I said, including Steve Mnuchin, the president's Treasury Secretary. He responded to a social media tweet suggesting that he had been spotted there. He simply replied, yes. So the party is getting started. There is a hesitantly hopeful sense here at the moment. We do expect to see the president in the East Room shortly. I'm actually going to be in there, and I'm waiting to get taken back, and it sounds like that could be happening sometime in the near future. So hopefully we'll be bringing you some scenes from in there as well soon. John?
Let us know what happens, and we'll check back in with you when you are available. Great to see you.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right, let's get back to the panel now and welcome in. Sean Spicer is still sticking around with us. Mark Halperin's here. Heather Nauer coming in with us.
Hi.
Great to see you, Heather. Thanks for coming back with us.
First good news to the Democrats since a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while, right?
Fox News is projecting Arizona goes to Biden. Now, we're not projecting that, and no one else has, and perhaps they won't. But Fox News, like the other broadcast and cable networks, pretty cautious. So we go back to the past for the president. Starting tonight, I didn't think the president could win without Arizona. Now our attention has to turn to 2 states, Michigan and Nevada. Mm-hmm. But if the president can't win those, and he still hasn't won Pennsylvania,
right?
He comes up short.
There was some warning about this red mirage at the beginning of the night. Mm-hmm. Does this represent that, perhaps?
No, I mean, the red mirage was supposed to show up in places like Florida or places, some places in the significant six, or in Pennsylvania. We just don't know what's going on in Pennsylvania because the vote there is not going to be done tonight. So if the president loses Arizona, he's got to find a place to make up those electoral votes. And going into tonight, I didn't think he could. It's not clear that he can. Right. But we're now back to him winning states that very few people, even I'll say again, his own advisors thought he could win.
All right, let's get to Betsy. Hold on, we'll get to Betsy in a second. But Heather, go
Yeah,
ahead.
sure. I was just going to add, in the state of Arizona, there's been a bit of a lack of enthusiasm among regular Republicans for Senator Martha McSally,
Yep.
who's fabulous, by the way, and absolutely should be in Senate leadership among the Republicans. So she's had a really tight race that she's been running. But you had Cindy McCain, who went out and campaigned on behalf of
Okay, let's check back in with Rodney Martin. Rodney, what are your thoughts?
Hey, Luke, let's look at the maps right now where the states that, faux news has not called, but Trump is leading, and the trend has been Trump for the last 2 hours. Montana, they haven't called that. Texas, they haven't called that. Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. You add those electoral votes, not counting Nevada, which is still out. And I think Trump's going to carry Nevada. That Trump's at 290 electoral votes.
Wow. So let me just tell you, this is on all the toss-up states, according to the New York Times. Trump's won Florida. Georgia, Trump is up 9 with 68% reporting. In Iowa, Trump's up 2 percentage points with 69% reporting. North Carolina, Trump up 1.4% with 95% reporting. Ohio, Trump up 8 with 88% reporting, and Texas, Trump up 5 with 86 reporting. So all of these toss-up states of Florida, Georgia, Iowa, North Carolina, Ohio, Texas, Trump is solidly in the lead in all of them.
Yeah, so I mean, I said earlier in the chat, or if you saw it, Arizona, I'm a problem with. And keep in mind, I think Virginia will get recalled before the night's over with. So that's not even counting Virginia's 13. Biden is in serious trouble because all of these states that I just read, I'm not counting Nevada, not counting Virginia, and that's conceding Minnesota. Trump's at 290, and then I went into each individual state and looked at where the votes are at that are yet to be counted. Biden has already blew his load. All of the metropolitan area, the cosmopolitan area, the university areas in these states have all reported. Virginia is the one that I just dumbfounds me because the traditional Democratic strongholds in Virginia have reported. The remaining areas that have not reported are all Trump country, particularly along the Kentucky and West Virginia border. So I'm just kind of confused as to why, where Fox is getting that. So, but keep that out. If Virginia gets recalled, then that's just even more icing on the cake and could even secure, say, for instance, Biden somehow pulls out Wisconsin. So this is interesting. Maybe they're just trying to prolong this into the night or tomorrow to keep people from rioting.
Yeah.
Just a theory. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, as you know. It's just, it's a theory. Because people are already starting. I just heard from my daughter that people are starting to show up on the streets in downtown Phoenix.
Okay, Rodney, keep checking back in if you can.
Very good.
Okay, thanks, man.
Of Joe Biden. Jeff Flake. You've got to win Maricopa County, which is where Phoenix is, right in that area, in order to do well in that state. And so they've had some problems in their own internal politics.
Well, look,
in Arizona
he's down.
Republicans.
The president is down over 203,000 votes right now with 73% in. That's a lot. When you're talking about a total universe of just under 3.
So overall, Donald Trump is down 5 with white men. But with every other demographic, he is doing better in 2020. He's up 2 with white women. He's up 4 with black men. He's up 4 with black women. He's up 3 with Latino men. He's up 3 with Latino men. And he's up 5 with everybody else.
3 million votes. I mean, so that's a lot to make up. I don't know that we're ready to make that call yet. But, you've got a part in the northeast of Arizona that is still yet to come in. I just don't know. In Maricopa County, I don't think that he's got enough there, and that's going to be the problem. That's the nut of that state.
We'll get to that in a second. We'll follow up on Arizona now. I want to get to Betsy McCoy, the former lieutenant governor of New York and Newsmax contributor as well. Betsy, great to see you.
Thank you. So if we're looking at places where Trump has to gather electoral votes to offset this likely loss in Arizona, What's so disturbing to me is what's happening in Pennsylvania. Now you have 7 counties that went for Trump last time and are likely to be for Trump this time, announcing that they will not be counting their absentee ballots tonight. This is a very troubling development, along with the Pennsylvania Supreme Court saying they're going to count ballots next week that may lack signatures or lack postmarks. People really have to focus on Pennsylvania. You can see now how critical it will be.
Yeah, critical indeed. And what do you see as the remedy for this situation? They're not going to count the ballots tonight. We know there are going to be legal challenges. How long is it going to take, Betsy?
It's hard to say how long it's going to take, but let's not kid ourselves. We need answers to why those 7 counties are not doing what would be routine. We're not talking about waiting for ballots that may come in over the next 3 days, but it wasn't until tonight that they said they're not counting the absentee ballots that they already
And
have.
also they were
That's
very quick on the
unusual, and it appears that Pennsylvania doesn't want people to go to bed tonight with Donald Trump in a significant lead in the state.
And Betsy, as we see on the screen right now, vote counting happening in Pennsylvania, live vote counting outside of Philadelphia. Betsy McCoy, the former Lieutenant Governor of New York, we appreciate her time. All right, let's welcome back out the panel now. Mark?
I want to talk about another path, which is one that people have talked about for 4 years, and I never took all that seriously, but now a 269 tie.
Wow. We joked about this a lot.
Yeah, and I'll tell you,
I feel like this is like a parlor game that you play. You never think it's going to happen.
So the president, let's say he doesn't win. Let's say he wins a significant 6. He loses Arizona, loses Nevada, loses Michigan, wins Pennsylvania. That puts him at 267. How does he get to 269? The electoral vote in Maine in 2nd district and Nebraska 2nd district. So the president now has another path to a tie, even if he only wins Pennsylvania and nothing else.
I would say that the interesting thing is that Maine 2 he won last time. I mean that's
he won both.
Yeah, that's a tough. I mean right now Biden has a decent chance of both. That 2nd congressional district in Nebraska is the Omaha, right, the area where Biden's actually done okay. You saw the president make a stop there the other day. Well, they knew it.
The 2nd congressional district might as well be the Upper West Side of Manhattan.
Right. But that tells you, I will say, that shows you that the president's campaign was smart enough to double down on that one electoral vote. And God forbid we end up there tonight. That whoever made that decision to go to Nebraska is going to get themselves a race.
Susan Collins in the early returns is doing pretty well in Maine, and that's going to require her to do well in the 2nd congressional district. It could be ticket splitters, obviously, but that is a path for the president to keep this thing alive, even if he's unable to win the 2nd state after Pennsylvania.
I'll tell you, we've mentioned this before with respect to Arizona. The president had to do well in Maricopa County. There is one candidate recently that did win statewide without winning Maricopa County. I think it was a school board or something. I mean, it was not a significant position, but they did find a path there. The president's down significantly in Maricopa County. So I think it's going to be very hard for them to make up the ground in Arizona. Who knows what the campaign's going to say, but I think he has to start looking at other paths right now. The good news is, we went back to this earlier, in North Carolina, his lead is pretty much cemented. We have everything but 10 precincts of 2662 total precincts in. The president's up by over 1.5 points. That should make them feel very good that they can count that as part of Mark's significant 6. Now they can focus on where they need to. He's still up in Georgia. He's up in the places where, again, now you got to really start to focus on that Pennsylvania.
A slight delay in the vote counting in Georgia. There was a pipe burst at the State Farm Arena, which caused a delay in Fulton County. So it's going to be a little delay there, one of those weird 2020 things. But Heather, you think about this scenario, a 269 and 269 tie would be maybe the most 2020 thing to happen in 2020.
It certainly would, wouldn't it? I was going to get to Mark's point in talking about Maine, and Maine has 4 electoral votes. If we're talking those kinds of numbers now, looking at those states that have such few votes, we could look at a state like Montana, which has 3 electoral votes, and it looks like it's heading toward Biden right now, at least taking a look at some of the numbers that have come in thus far. But they also have an important Senate race there. And so one that Republicans have been watching very, very carefully was Steve Daines.
All right. Well, let's get to Craig Shirley, a Ronald Reagan biographer, presidential historian, and New York Times bestselling author. And Doug Weed is also here with us, author of Inside Trump's White House. He's also a presidential historian. And gentlemen, we were talking about this scenario. It's kind of a parlor game, as Sean was saying, maybe some fan fiction if you're really into politics. But think about this, if you will, gentlemen, the historical significance of a 269 tie and the Electoral College. Craig?
Well, people don't realize, John, the 1976 campaign was almost that close. Is that Carter won, but barely in the Electoral College. He only won Ohio by 7,000 votes out of 3.2 million cast. And he only won Hawaii by only 2,000 votes cast there. If both those states had both flipped to Gerald Ford, and the fact that there was one faithless elector from Washington State that year who voted for Ronald Reagan, it would have been under 270. It would have gone to the House of Representatives. There's no guarantee, even though the House was firmly in the hands of the Democrats, is that Gerald Ford, of course, it was a creature of the House, had a lot of friends there. Carter didn't. So nobody's to say that that Ford wouldn't have won a vote in the House of Representatives on a 269 to 268 tally in the Electoral College.
And that's the scenario that sets up. The vote goes to the House of Representatives. It's determined by which party has the most state delegations, and Republicans have that. Doug, would you ever even flirt with this idea that we could have a 269 tie?
Well, it could happen, and it's ironic because Donald Trump is constantly.
Okay, let's go to Steve Bannon.
% down in Arizona.
Yeah,
right? That is, of course. But as you say, Bill, there are counties to be reported. There is Apache County to be reported.
But there's not a ton of some of these counties. Arizona's got some huge counties with no bodies.
Right.
I mean, this is it's the desert Southwest. You've got the Navajo Nation up there near Four Corners. I think it has one of the largest counties in the country up there.
So I'm running them at a 53-minute delay.
But not a big amount of population. It all gets down to Phoenix. It gets down to Maricopa.
Just bring you a little bit of colour that's coming in here from the New York Times. Katie Gluick says, as the Biden outdoor watch party gets underway, a few attendees are dancing, some are anxious, it's a drive-in rally, and likely designed to only include a fairly small crowd. So I'm not sure that the Biden camp still believes that there is a really broad path to victory here.
You're not buying, Raheem, that there's a path to victory that does include Pennsylvania and Florida?
That's correct.
Yeah, and they clearly had some ideas about Georgia. They had some ideas about Arizona.
And on Twitter, I'm seeing that Biden supporters do not see a path to victory.
They knew something was going on there. Bill, before Midge, you've got more breaking news. It's pretty stunning. Now, realize I don't think the polls have closed in California yet, so just use it as a caveat. But it's pretty stunning news.
Yeah, so clearly things are going to change. California's still not in, but Fox News is now reporting that Trump leads the popular vote by 2.5 million, and it's just fun to watch some of these lefty outlets. Like I've been checking in with the Young Turks who are already in complete meltdown over there, which it just makes me smile.
This is a worse night than Cenk Uygur finishing 5th in the primary with like 0%. I love you, brother, but man, you did not represent that day. So it's a worse night. The Young Turks are in meltdown.
Already, yes, they are losing it.
Sorry, not sorry. No, this is. I got to tell you. You want to talk about a national security problem? You want to talk about the firewall that the oligarchs in Silicon Valley have put around the deplorables? Our Twitter feed was locked. We were locked out of our Twitter feed at the beginning of this broadcast. They knew they were going to do it. Jack, they knew that we were going to set a new, really standard of getting hardcore details. Remember, for all the deplorables watching us, for everybody out there, they think you're too dumb, you're too stupid, you're too easily, the next shiny toy gets your attention. What we try to do on the show every day, whether it's Stephen Hatfield and Jack Maxey talking about the pandemic, or whether it's us talking about capital markets or finance or geopolitics or politics, or the data, the math that drives politics, we try to get you more granularity. Yes, sir.
Where is Jack Maxey?
Jack,
You're very quiet tonight, Jack. The audience is asking where you are.
Jump in. Jack was going to say right next to me, but then I upgraded to me.
I have been the guy saying that I think he's going to win the popular vote. Everyone's been telling me I'm crazy. And you know what I said? 5 million new gun owners. Let's presume half of them are Democrats. That means 2.5 million people are not voting for Joe Biden.
Hey, I got to tell you something. In Pennsylvania and in Wisconsin, I think you're seeing some of this. When he was talking about there are the silent Trump vote, the quiet Trump vote in these suburban counties with these women, those are the women that went out and bought guns. I'll bet you can do a correlation directly of first-time gun owners, and they said, hey, at the cocktail parties or at the PTA, yeah, Biden, he's good. I can't stand Orange Man bad. But when they went in, they pulled the trigger for Donald Trump. That's why you're seeing some prizes. And of course, the mainstream media had the whole thing about the gun owners. Oh, no, they're going to break 50-50. You're not buying it, Jack?
No, I'm not buying it at all. In fact, you've seen some fairly progressive people. You remember Tim Pool, who's one of the more famous podcasters on the left. And he came out 3 weeks ago. He said, I used to be 100% for gun control. Then the riots started. I went out and bought some guns, and I will never vote for a politician who will take them away again.
Well, I think when we get Richard Barris back, we're going to go back to Wisconsin. Kenosha, Racine. I think you're seeing some of that vote. There are people saying, hey, I may support the Democrats on a lot of policies, but this defund the police thing, I'm not into, and I particularly don't like the riots that are taking place. So I think we got a big feel for there. Yeah. Any other? Maybe
well,
jump
I
in
just
here.
wanted to
You got to fight for the mic. You got to fight for the mic.
I just got to chime in on that. That we're already seeing. I'm following along on Twitter. We're already seeing violence erupting outside the White House with these, BLM and Antifa has already been spotted out there. They've got people hitting counter protesters over the head with a baseball bat, and this video is already going viral on Twitter. And it just makes you think it's only that video was posted at 10:30 p.m.
Can we get that video over to Vish? Is there any way we can get these things up? I don't know if it's too hard or not. We want to try to put some of the. What else is happening on Twitter, Jack? Anything happening on Twitter by the White House? I know they put up that fencing today. Yeah. You got to remember something. The whole Chinese TV team of G News and G Media came here, and it's kind of embarrassing, Jack. I know you and Raheem went over a couple of nights ago. Bernie Carrick and I were there last night. The W Hotel, the old Washington Hotel, sits right across from the Treasury Department on 15th Street, right next to the White House. Or in fact, from that restaurant up top, you can actually see the White House. We go over there. And they're getting ready. The National Guard's going to come out. They're putting barricades around. You've got all these protesters putting this fence up that you can't climb. And you're sitting there going, how embarrassing is this for our country? I mean, it's one thing to have protests. It's another thing to have people that have basically left China, because of the torture of the Chinese Communist Party, where the Chinese Communist Party is trying to shut things down. And they're here in the United States, supposedly the greatest democracy in the world. And you're seeing what they're really. Every store is boarded up. Everybody's getting ready for these riots. And guess what's happened? We're getting close to 11 o'clock at night. We're just about at the 11 o'clock hour. President Trump is clearly not getting defeated in a landslide. He looks like he's competitive. A couple things go his way. He could be reelected, right? And what are they doing? All of a sudden, they're going to start with these riots. Start with this anarchy and this chaos.
Look, the president is up 15% in Pennsylvania at the moment. Okay, we've had 40% reported, and he's up 15%. They didn't think they'd ever be in this position. Why do you think the riots are starting now? I mean, here's the thing: you got to consider all the things we've been saying on the war room in the last couple of weeks, between the Red Mirage, the Transition Integrity Project. Bill, it's very clear that the Red Mirage. This is not a red mirage. Those numbers are not a mirage, right? Like, that's real.
Look,
don't worry about this.
The explanation that they gave for the red mirage was that the president was going to be up on election night, but as the mail ballots came in and started being counted, that this whole thing was going to flip, right? And the presumption was the president wins election day, but Biden wins the election through the mail-in ballots. What we're seeing is the number of states that are being called. This is not a red mirage. This is the election process. Right. And what we need to do is everybody needs to understand this is going to take a while. All the votes need to be counted. Pennsylvania, Iowa, Arizona, right? And all of the others. And what we're going to see is I think the president's going to be competitive, and we're going to live to fight on Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan.
The one thing I said to Maria Bartiromo today, it's not a red mirage. This is the bold red predicate. This is going to be the predicate for his ultimate victory. This was the deplorable showing up on game day and representing, taking the burden off his shoulders. He taking the ball all the way downfield. The deplorables had to punch it in. They took it today and had mass turnout. When you see these kind of numbers we're seeing in Pennsylvania, you get to understand what's going on. When Richard Barris comes back, my phone is blowing up. That's one of the reasons I'm looking down. I've had a colleague I know very well. He says the Young Turks, to draft off Mitch's comments, he said the Young Turks are on TV right now. He's watching both of us. He goes, who are these Democratic strategists and why do they have jobs? So you're starting to see the beginning of the meltdown of the left is already starting.
Somebody has to be a Democratic.
Well, listen, this is why Chris Wray should be fired tonight. If Chris Wray had turned over Jack Maxey's, before Jack Maxey got through Hunter Biden's hard drive, if Chris Wray had turned it over, Bernie Sanders would have been the Democratic nominee. I think the first thing they should do is find out why the neoliberal neocons are always protected by the apparatus. Okay, we don't believe in conspiracy theories in the war room, but we don't believe in coincidences. The FBI covered for Hillary Clinton, and they covered for Joe Biden. Joe Biden finished 5th in Iowa, 4th in New Hampshire. He should have been dead. He lived to fight another day. Why? Because the apparatus protected him. I want to go back to Raheem. One thing I do want to say, Jack Maxey has been on me me the entire time when I keep talking about Trump could lose the popular vote by 5 million. Jack goes, yeah, no way. He's winning the popular vote. I don't care how California comes in. How did you know that, Jack? How do you know he'd be leading this time of night?
You know why? Because I'm very optimistic about the American people, and I know when they wake up and they see the truth, they know how to respond. This has just been our history from day one. Whenever things get tough, we get the grit going and we do what's necessary. And I just saw the attitudinal change in the American people as they started to wake up and realize that this guy wasn't against them. He was actually with them. And particularly, I see that in urban communities, minority communities. This guy has everybody's back. He wants to carry the whole country forward, and they're starting to be seen, and we're seeing this in the vote right now. I think California's going to be a big surprise for people, too. Not because we're going to flip anything necessarily, but I think the turnout is going to surprise people.
Okay, we're going to get Richard Bears here in a minute. I want to go Raheem. Raheem, what do you got for us?
Yeah, so look, it's just 11 p.m. Eastern time, so we've got a flurry of new results coming in. The AP is calling Idaho for Donald Trump, and the AP is calling Oregon for Joe Biden. At the moment, we've got a ton of House races and others coming in right now as well. AP calls Florida 27 for Republican Maria Salazar over Democrat Donna Shalala.
Wow.
That's the biggest upset of the night so far, I think.
Bang.
That is
Florida. That is what Jack Maxey's talking about, right? That's the Hispanic community coming out and having the back of Salazar. She's a rock star, known her for a number of years. She's really something very special, and she defeated somebody from Bill Clinton's cabinet, Donna Shalala, I think was president of the University of Miami.
Miami, yes.
So that is a big win, and that's a big win in this realignment because that's going right into the heart of what has heretofore been areas that the Republicans really couldn't be competitive in.
Very interesting will be, and I know we're loath to necessarily go about the Loomer race in West Palm Beach is going to be a big tell on Florida for sure.
Where do we stand with Loomer right now? She's running. I tell you what, she's running a heck of a race. She can get out there. She can get out there pretty quickly on you, right? But she's
in your face.
She's in your grill. I'm telling you, she's a fighter.
Early in the night, I was hearing though that they had already called it, that she had lost, but I don't know if that's like coming from the Fox News team or who that's coming from. But that was what I was seeing.
Because Maricopa, and when we polled this, and they told us this, that Maricopa would look the best for Biden right now, and then it would close. We did see basically 3-1 voting with Republicans today. So there's about, on the high end, there could be about 27% left. On the low end, about 15-13. He really needs it to be closer to the high end, and it does need to break 3-1 because he doesn't need to win Maricopa, Steve, but he's got to bring that margin up. He cannot lose Maricopa by 140,000 votes and carry the state of Arizona. That's how he beat Hillary Clinton, in fact. And then Pima down here, very similar situation, only a little bit less of the vote out, but he's got to get to 38-40%. He's got to get around that ball game.
Why is he? Why would he be underperforming in Pima County?
You know, that's interesting. I think part of this may be who told us they were going to vote when. I'm not sure we could say he's extremely overperforming with any group yet, but it would probably be that Biden did a little bit better with Maricopa, definitely with seniors in Maricopa, and then maybe Hispanics in Arizona are not moving like we're seeing Hispanics in some other places. Because everywhere else on this map tonight, Steve, his increase among Hispanics has blunted the damage from where he lost white voters in some areas. Clearly not in the Midwest, but other areas: North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, the Sun Belt. And then when you go out to Arizona, very similar to some of these states out, places very similar places in Texas. So that could be it there. But again, that margin is not impossible. And then there's also nothing out of Apache yet, which will go heavy for the president. I do want to note, in order to get him to a small lead in our poll, I needed to see 63% in Yavapai. Right now, I'm seeing about 60.5. That's got to tick up higher.
So he seems, from your polling and what the analytics, you believe right now President Trump is in certain areas underperforming. I don't want to say significantly, but underperforming.
Yeah, absolutely. In Arizona.
In Arizona.
And even in some other areas. North Carolina was 3.5 last time. It's now 1.7. It's the professional class here, Steve. That's what it is. When we asked about generation, first generation voters, ironically, the top 5 states: California, Illinois, New York, Ohio, and Florida. That's who moves to Arizona. And they were actually his best group at 58%. Second generation, professional class. So you moved to Arizona, had kids, they grew up, you put them through college, the liberal system made them liberal, and now they're liberal, right? And then you get to third generation and you're back on the Trump train, but you're only on the Trump train 52% now. So that must mean somewhere some slippage with seniors in Arizona. Has to be.
Okay, I want to ask you, he's underperforming for seniors. What about the Republican establishment? You and I talked about, I think it was 7% of registered Republicans were not voting for Trump when you did your poll. And your poll basically had Trump winning at about 2% to 2.5%. Do I remember that correctly?
Yep, that's it.
Okay.
If there's a miss tonight, it'll be here.
Fine, but 2 and 2%. But where do you think that miss came from? Right now, do you see establishment Republicans coming back home because of any state? This is where you had the McCain factor. This is where you had Sidney McCain. The Lincoln Project was all over this. You had, obviously, you got, I think it's around Casa Grande. You've got the Jeff Flake crowd and others. Have they come home? Did Glorious ACB bring the establishment home in Arizona? Are they still, is this Never Trump movement out there? Is this having an impact tonight?
That's why I need Maricopa to update, because this next wave, if it is not as strong, Steve, as it has been in everywhere else, Georgia, Texas, North Carolina, if it's not strong like that, then it's that they made a bigger impact than in Arizona because they have more influence there than in the rest of the country. But either way, I think it's a pretty safe bet. There's about 7.5%. That's what they represent out there. And in an election like this, you really can't give that up. I also will say, too, though, out here in Navajo, all right, that just now, if we look at the Senate map, it just now got almost half. This is that male voter I was telling you about that gave Trump a little bit of an edge, and she's not pulling it off here. This is a real problem for McSally out here. That tells me they didn't do it. They just couldn't. They'll vote for Trump, but they won't vote for her.
Okay, I want to go to Wisconsin. If for some reason Arizona is a defeat tonight, that makes Wisconsin absolutely essential if Donald Trump wants to win the re-election here. Let's go to, if we quickly, we only got you for about a minute. Can we put that Wisconsin map up? Can you update us on where you think we stand in Wisconsin? Because I got to tell you, of all the things, I had Wisconsin in my 289 that I played out yesterday. I thought Wisconsin and Pennsylvania would fall, but I also thought we'd get Arizona. What about, and I thought it was a reach on Wisconsin at the time. You had, I think, Biden still up 3, but you thought it was trending to Trump, and I think your final number was Biden 2.5 or 3. What are you seeing tonight that's different? And directionally, do you think this is something that Trump can pull off?
Yeah, so here's the thing, and this is why we did see some of that. Here's the late vote breaking in Ashland. This is a county where establishment Republicans, your Mitt Romneys, your Paul Ryans, they'll just get creamed. And then here's Bayfield. That is about what I expected. Douglas Donald Trump is carrying. That is a pivot county. You go back to the Supreme Court election, the conservatives get romped here among these northern counties. This is why I thought it was trending to Trump. A couple of points for Biden meant a bigger win in Ashland, a bigger win in Bayfield, more like 33, 35% for Trump. Douglas, Biden carries. What we're seeing here, Douglas is widening out. And then down here in Milwaukee, Donald Trump actually ticked up in the last increase in Milwaukee, and he's just under 40% of the vote. Joe Biden is significantly underperforming here. They got about half their vote in, maybe even potentially 6 out of 10. It's just that Biden needs this to widen out. Dane County now is almost in. At most, they have a quarter left. So this leaves a lot of Trump votes still out, half. Look at Washburn. That's only 16% in. Trump's killing it there. And down here, Racine tightened a little bit, but I mean, it's going to be hard for Joe Biden to flip at this point. And then you have Kenosha, the scene of the riots, a lot of votes there, half left, and Trump is doing very well there. So this would have to be his path because I do think Green probably will flip when it comes in, and then Iowa is too close for comfort for Joe Biden. So if really Trump just starts taking all this, leaves Dane, leaves Milwaukee, yet he's performing better there, then that would be his path forward. He lost lacrosse last time. He's competing for it tonight.
Okay, last thing, 30 seconds, you got to go. If you're in Joe Biden's camp tonight, if they're looking at that map in Wisconsin and they understand they could lose the presidency right here after potentially having an upset in Arizona, and you're looking at that map, something that the Washington Post told you less than a week ago that you were up 17 points, where are you looking that you're going to get votes? What are you praying that happens in what sections of that state?
This has to be a fluke. Milwaukee has to be a fluke, Steve. It has to be. He can't be at 39, 40%. He started at around 37 there and started to tick up. Dane has to have more votes than they thought before, and that's really, I mean, it's starting to look bleak. That's really it. That's the path.
You think that there could be an upset in Wisconsin tonight for Donald Trump if this trend continues?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
If you had told me at the beginning of the week, sir, that he would lose Arizona and win Wisconsin, because I thought I went
Okay, apparently CNN has called Virginia for Biden.
really on a limb on my 289 to pick Wisconsin, but God bless you. Okay, Richard Barish, you're the best in the business. You've proven it tonight. You've proven what you've done over the last couple of weeks. We're going to let you go. We're going to get you back here in a little while, and we're going to take a short break, let everybody refuel. We're going to let Barish go back to his computers and his analysis and get some updates for us when he comes back. We're going to have other guests. This is a dogfight. The one thing we know, that there is a bold red predicate being set tonight. Jack Maxey, you're absolutely correct. Jack Maxey, when he heard all this about a blowout, about a Mondale-type crushing of Donald Trump and the Trump movement, he laughed at it. He said, this is nothing but information warfare. This is all nonsense. It's not going to happen. And I think we're seeing that tonight. Donald J. Trump, win, lose, or draw, this is going to be tight. This is a fight. There's no Charlie Cook and you guys. Last night, Charlie Cook, you were a disgrace. You were a disgrace. You ought to hang the cleats up. To go on Lawrence O'Donnell and mock and ridicule the President of the United States, said he was going to lose in an epic, historic landslide, just shows what a complete hack you have become. Okay? And the other guys were hacks beforehand, but at least Charlie Cook and some others had some reputation. Before we go, Midge, what do you got for us?
I've got a little bit of breaking news. Some projections. Fox is projecting that Alabama Senate seat will flip from Democrat to Republican, with Tuberville, the Republican, over Jones, the Democrat. Yep. And NBC is reporting something similar might happen in Michigan, saying that we might pick up a Republican.
John James.
John James.
The attack helicopter pilot from West Point is one of the greatest candidates out there. This would be amazing. And if John James wins.
Finally, as us, you are only the letters in their salad in the daily life.
Okay, I want to announce here briefly, Raheem, we've got some, by the way, Richard Barris is going to be joining Fog City Midge, myself, Jack Maxey, Raheem Kassam in about 10 minutes with an update on Wisconsin and Arizona. But Fox News, I think, is called Arizona for Biden. That's a major blow. We should be very watchful now that Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan become absolutely essential in this. Midge, what do you got?
Well, on that note, apparently the campaign's not happy. A lot of people are claiming that it's too early to call Arizona. Sarah Huckabee Sanders is live outside the White House right now making a statement about that. And Jason Miller tweeted, it's way too soon to be calling Arizona, way too soon. We believe over 2/3 of those outstanding Election Day voters are going to be for Trump. Can't believe Fox was so anxious to pull the trigger here after taking so long to call Florida. Wow.
And also they were very quick on the trigger. Fox was very quick on the trigger. Kind of gave a misdirection play about Georgia earlier in the evening. Raheem, what do you got about
Well,
this?
here's the thing. I mean, we heard for so very long about the farcical nature of calling the results earlier, right? That's what the Transition Integrity Project told us, that all the others told us. And yet, without all of the results in currently, they're trying to call Arizona. Now, look, does Arizona look bad for Donald Trump? Yeah, it does, okay? There's no doubt about that.
No, he has to get 3-1. He has to get 3-1 out of Maricopa County.
Fine, but we were told no early calls. We were told that you are not allowed to misrepresent the thing until every vote has been counted. And every vote has not been counted 100%. In Arizona, and yet the establishment media is making calls. That's a nonsense by their own terms.
You got an update on the Senate seat in Arizona?
And they're also saying that Democrats have flipped an Arizona Senate seat. Mark Kelly, Democrat.
Captain Kelly, the astronaut, Gabby Giffords' husband. I want to go back quickly to Dr. Yan. Dr. Yan, Fauci comes in the other day and says that the worst of the pandemic hasn't hit us. I want for our audience right now, there's supposed to be a vaccine. President Trump has kind of been pushing this. From your...
So not even CNN or MSNBC have called Arizona for Biden.
Opinion as I think the smartest person. You've come out of China. You're both a doctor and a PhD. You ran the lab that was the WHO lab. If you were an American, would you be at the two foundational elements we said we needed? Ohio and Florida. It looks like you're holding 2 out of the 3. We're still not sure about North Carolina, but it looks like Georgia, North Carolina trending towards President Trump. Arizona. Of course, the White House is very upset about this. Particularly Fox News called it before CNN. Fox News is a little quicker on the trigger on the Biden calls, aren't they?
Yeah.
Just saying.
Extraordinary.
Right now, with 88% reporting, Donald Trump has a +8 in Ohio.
plus 8. I got to tell you, maybe they're going to do what they did in 16. At one point, with 49% of the vote in, he was, 12 points down, 15 points down? So I think it started 20 points down. It was a real, it was a kind of a nail-biter there. What else you got for us, Mitch?
So an interesting, this is coming out right now, Kenosha, Wisconsin, is reporting 63.9% for Trump, 34.5% Biden. And remember, this is a heavy Democrat area, so clearly the law and order messaging is coming through loud and clear, and the people are choosing Trump because they want law and order in their city.
Reince Priebus, you got to be very proud. It's the hometown of Reince, Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Wow.
I got to tell you, that the size of the victory coming out of Kenosha, and where you're seeing other people in Wisconsin that want law and order, this could be another massive upset. Washington Post, ABC came out with a poll, 3 days ago, heading 17 points down. That's purely information warfare. That's a suppression move to try to get you to make sure that you don't vote in Wisconsin. It looks like it hasn't worked. How much is he up in Wisconsin right now?
He's up by 51% to 46, so he's got 1,090,000 votes versus 995,000. His spread last time he won by 31,000 votes.
Wow!
And right now
no,
he's already
not
100,000 votes.
Not in Wisconsin. Much less than that, wasn't it?
I think it was like 30.
And talked to Sean Davis tweets, I've talked to several Trump campaign advisors. I cannot convey how furious the campaign is at Fox for his completely unjustified Arizona call for Biden. They say when not even CNN and MSNBC have called a race for the Democrat, you know something is up. Fox is effing us hard, says one Trump advisor.
No. I think it was 21 because, and I think it was 10 in Michigan. I might have this reversed. It was 42, and I think it was very tight. So
have we done New York 11, Max Rose?
No, we have not. Staten Island. There's
Vishboro.
Vishboro.
You got to get in the shot here, Vish. Local daily Staten Island advance says Republican Nicole Maliotakis has declared victory over Democrat incumbent Max Rose in New York's 11th.
Max Rose is a combat Marine, but I got to tell you, Max, you can't walk back. Didn't he vote for impeachment? People in Staten Island got a long memory.
I tell you what, Steve, this is to me
that's a stunning.
upset.
That's a huge upset.
Remember the woman who we talked to yesterday is one of our fans in Long Island, and she said this was coming, and she's been contacting us for weeks. She said you go into every pizza place, everyone is quietly giving each other a fist bump for Donald Trump, and there we see it happening.
These are two massive upsets. I think Staten Island's an upset. Max Rose was one of the top guys they had in the Democratic Party. He was a combat veteran. He really played to that Staten Island crowd. So huge patriots. He beat a great guy. Was it the U.S. Attorney Donovan, who was there, had been there for many years. And I got to tell you, this is a big win. Just like down in Florida, Salazar winning against a former cabinet Clinton cabinet member. Those are two big upsets in the Hill. What do we have?
Fox News just gave Trump a path to 273 tonight, and that's without Pennsylvania.
Without Pennsylvania.
That's what they're reporting.
Okay, we got to get back at that because that must be Michigan and Wisconsin tonight.
Okay, let's see what's going on with
coverage,
Trump
and we've got a lot happening. A lot
Fox.
of states yet to call. We're still watching, obviously, the Senate races. We're back with our panel. Britt, what's the casino look like?
The casino has, as we mentioned earlier, has retreated a little bit from its view that Trump was the likely winner. Let me see if I can bring up the current numbers. 60% for Trump. Now, it's seesawed around. It got all the way up to 78% for Trump in the betting odds and has retreated. Now it's 57. It's shifting around quite a bit. But remember where we started this election night with Biden a prohibitive favorite in the betting odds, 65 to 35. So that's completely turned around. But I think what we're seeing now is an outline of the fact that Trump still has to win a lot of places where it's by no means certain that he will win. With Wisconsin and Michigan and even North Carolina still out. It seems to me that people are becoming a little more sobered on their.
Well, you were talking about Michigan, and obviously we just talked about the spread there.
Right.
But we also just showed John James, who's outperforming where anybody thought he was going to be, based on the vote that's there.
Right. Yeah, that's right. I mean, and he was another guy who was favored. Now the problem is, we're looking at this. In cycles past, we would always weigh late polls, exit polls, and all that sort of thing. After 2016, we've all become very suspicious of those things. So, we're waiting for more and more of the raw vote than we ever used to have to because we don't necessarily feel that we can trust the polling to guide us as to how to assess these races. So here we are, counting votes.
There's a lot of pushback.
Yeah, let's take a look at Arizona and just put it up on the screen for everybody because there is a lot of sentiment out there that should not be called yet, that there's more vote coming in. We just heard from Chris Darwalt, who said that he believes that they stand firm on that call. And I think there's only about 22% of the vote in Arizona at this point, and it shows
74.
It shows, there we go. It shows Joe Biden at 53% and the president at 45%. But there is, by all accounts, quite a bit of vote out there that is still not in. So,
but both the Senate race and the state called.
Yep.
Right. Meanwhile, I actually have some news. A Pennsylvania court has agreed to hold a hearing tomorrow on a GOP effort to invalidate some votes in Pennsylvania that were, quote, fixed or cured in legal jargon, where apparently that these were mail-in ballots that had some problem and that somehow they were altered to be counted. The GOP is making an effort to
And Reuters has called Ohio for Trump.
Validate those counts. I'm also told that in Pennsylvania, a significant percentage of the vote has yet to be counted in Delaware County, Allegheny County, Montgomery County, and Philadelphia County, which are all Democratic strongholds. So Pennsylvania, one, very much up for grabs. Two, you're going to see some lawsuits in Pennsylvania. There seems to be no question about that.
The Secretary of State there, we should point out, says that Philadelphia workers are counting through the night. They're working on 8-hour shifts, counting around the clock.
It's worth
not stopping.
It's worth keeping in mind as we follow these lawsuits that what they're really mostly about is what state law, that is to say the law passed by state legislators, says are the rules and regulations of an election. And some state legislatures adjusted their rules and regulations to accommodate COVID-19. Some states did not. But the Constitution grants the authority to set election rules to state legislatures, not state courts, not state election boards, but state legislatures. So what these Republicans are worried about is monkey shines of the kind that might be suggested when you hear that votes are being altered to make them count, which otherwise would not have. So this is where we are. But you're going to hear a lot of talk about vote suppression. In some cases, that might be true. But in a lot of cases, it amounts to an insistence on following the law.
And there's another issue here, which is that every state, and by the Constitution, every state sets its own rules for elections. So, you know, Pennsylvania's rules can be utterly different, and that's completely legal if it is done by state officials. And, we've seen it here. Some states count early votes first, some count them last. Sometimes there are variations within counties in the same state.
Chris, it's not the state officials. It's the state legislature that the Constitution confers the authority to set the rules. And if state officials come along later and say, well, geez, you know, we got this pandemic and isn't it awful, they don't have authority to change that.
But then you have to interpret what the legislature has done in the...
Okay, great, Juan Williams. Steve Saylor notes, why are Democrats doing worse than they expected during 2020's racial reckoning? I said in 2009, the only long-term option for the Republicans, the de facto white party, is to rebrand the Democrats as the de facto black party. But the Democrats did it themselves. Let's see if I can move past Juan Williams.
In the midst of this pandemic and all that rest.
Right.
And then you get the courts involved as to say, did you in fact violate what that takes us down a road of great contention.
Well, I know, but if you have a deadline in law, right, and somebody says, well, we're going to count votes that are after the deadline, there's not a lot of interpreting to be done there. Votes are late.
It's more complicated than that, because look at Texas, where a couple of Republicans tried to block Harris County, Houston, which put in drive-through voting places. It wasn't the state legislature, it was Harris County election officials. And the state Supreme Court and a federal court have struck down the Republican efforts to invalidate 127,000 votes. All I'm saying is this is complicated, and we'll see.
Well, it's very complicated, and it's a federal office, but there's not a federal standard.
That's right.
And Ryan Leeser, left-wing news reporter formerly for The New Yorker, saying his sources say there's no path for Biden for victory. Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks tweets, I've looked at the polls 1,000 different ways. This election is beyond over. So even the Young Turks think the election is beyond over.
Right. For every state, they all handle it differently, which is why it gets so complicated.
And in Harris County, the question was whether or not they had the authority to institute drive-in voting.
Right.
And that was the question that was raised by the GOP, and it was overruled.
But not to say it's not going to go to the Circuit Court of Appeals or even the Supreme Court. And there's it won't matter in Texas.
And watch Tucker Carlson.
Okay, well, it's past midnight. We should point that out.
Tucker Carlson's about to call out Fox News on
and
Fox
we
News.
have a call there. Hawaii, no surprise, is going to former Vice President Joe Biden. So those electoral votes go into his column. And joining us once again right now, Tucker Carlson. Tucker, there has been pushback to our call for Arizona to be in the Biden column. And my phone is lighting up with Republicans saying, you can't do it. And you just heard me kind of grill Chris Starwald on that. They're standing by that call as of this hour.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a great deal of pushback from the president, his staff, the governor of Arizona, apparently more than 1 million ballots still to be counted. I'm not privy to the math. I'm not certain how that, even after the explanation from Chris Starwald, how that decision was made. So I'm sure there was a reason for it. I don't know what it is. I do know that people are very concerned about the media in general. I think our viewers trust us, but people are concerned. I do know it's a factual matter that the claim, and I think I'm quoting now, our pre-election polls were really, really good, is just not true. And if that were true, then the New York Times wouldn't have given Joe Biden a 70% chance this morning of winning Florida. Some polls were good, a lot were bad. And I know that the impulse always, for everyone, me, you, I mean, everybody, is self-justification, et cetera. But I mean, we should be honest about, and I'm not specifically talking about Fox News, but the media more broadly, we should be honest about the times that we were wrong. And some of these polls were wrong, and I think many of them probably were wrong for honest reasons, but wrong nonetheless. And that's a problem. That's misleading, and we should cop to it, I think.
But one of the reasons that they may be wrong, Tucker, is something that we've talked about so much, which is this shy Trump vote, right? So you look at Florida, look at Ohio, look at Texas. You've got the president winning those areas by, I don't know, roughly 4 or 5%, something in that ballpark. And every one of the polls that we looked at, even the ones that tightened in recent days, had them in razor-thin margins in all of those areas. So it raises that question, how much is the shy Trump vote, right? Is it just the people that they're talking to are telling them the truth? They're just not talking to the right people?
I think you're absolutely right. But the most basic question it raises is this a free country? If you are afraid to express a legitimate political view in public, if you believe you could be fired for it or banished from polite society for it, is it a free society? And the answer, of course, is no, it's not. And that's a betrayal of the basic promise of America. I'm not overstating this. And by the way, if this were happening to Joe Biden voters, whom I did not vote for, I would say the same thing. You don't want to live in a country where you don't feel free to tell others who you're voting for, especially if it's a major party candidate. So that's a huge dysfunction at the center of our society. And the fact that we just accept it as normal, I think says something bad about us. And we really should, no matter who wins tonight, work to make this a free country going forward. Can I say something really quick?
Yeah.
I just think we should pay attention to the realignment underway. Again, this is separate and distinct from the ultimate winner of the race. There's a county in Texas, many counties in Texas, but Starr County, Texas, which is right at the bottom of South Texas on the Mexican border. It's one of the poorest counties in the country, I think the third poorest. The per capita income is $7,000 a year. And it's the most Hispanic county in the United States, 96%. So 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton won this county. A Democrat has won it every year since Benjamin Harrison. She won it by 60 points. Joe Biden won it by 5 points.
So that's in the most Hispanic county in America, a swing of 55 points over one presidential term. So that is a huge change. And the thing, from my perspective, that it tells you is that not everything is racial. White liberals tend to racialize everything, but for most people, economics and culture make the difference. And you're seeing the Republican Party become a party of wage earners in a way that it never has been ever since Abraham Lincoln started it. And I just think that is maybe the biggest change to come out of the Trump first term. And I think it's something that will kind of define politics in this country for a long time. And we should pay a lot of attention to that. Again, people are voting along economic lines, not along the clean racial lines that intersectionality and all these other dumb theories suggest that they would. People who make less are voting Republican in bigger numbers. That's just a big thing. It's never been that way. Now it is.
Is the polling industry dead?
You know, I really hope so. And I could name some of the people who should be fired immediately. And I think I will. I just need to calm down enough to get their names on paper. But clearly, look, the instinct of every, I mean, this is true in every industry because this is a function of human nature. But you cover for yourself and you think of an excuse, your children do it. Well, you know, there's a good reason I did. Okay. No. You screwed up and you have to acknowledge it in order to get better. But we in the media, I think, are particularly good at pretending that there's some reason that we misled our viewers or our readers. And we really should stop doing that because too much is at stake. And the first way to fix it is by holding the people who screwed up accountable, and that's just by firing them. And they can go do something useful like hang drywall or learn to paint or do something else. But they cannot keep discrediting the work of the rest of us by screwing up in the way that they have. I think that's a fair ask.
Yeah, I mean, I would just mention with regard to your earlier thought, Tucker, about the shy Trump vote and then the polling on top of it. If pollsters, the freedom of expression, I've seen so many front lawns during the course of this where there's signs for the Republicans who are lower down on the ticket, but not a Trump sign, right? So it's like shy Trump voter, you know, up and down the street because they are afraid that if they put a Trump sign out that, you know, something might happen to their house or they don't want their neighbors to know who they're voting for. But, you know, it's evident. So it's clear that a lot of these pollsters are not, no matter what they do, they're not going to be able to reach some of these folks.
And they should open restaurants. Do you know what I mean? Or learn to fix transmissions. And that's great. Those are honorable jobs.
Tucker, as always, thank you. Congrats on the ratings. Let's go to Bill Hemmer. Bill, you still up there?
Sure am, guys.
Okay,
How we doing?
Let's do a little what if again.
Okay.
Because we are in the what if territory.
Yes, we are.
All right. You know, I have my board. You have yours.
Okay, right on. Let me cue it up.
So
all right, go for it.
Let's just say, and Martha's in this too.
Yeah.
Let's just say Georgia, North Carolina, Iowa. Okay. Alaska.
Let me follow along with you.
Montana.
Got it right on. Yep.
All right. Now, let's not touch Pennsylvania, but let's go out here. And
Alaska.
Nevada. I've got Alaska. Maine. Gotcha. Or Nebraska 2 goes to Biden. Nebraska, Maine congressional district goes to Trump. Okay, now, Wisconsin.
Okay, so we've got a senior Trump advisor saying Fox News is behaving like a super PAC for the Democrats tonight. I have no idea what they are thinking, were thinking. We will win. They have misled America. Who is going to be fired for this at Fox News?
Wisconsin. And then we go to Minnesota.
Maybe.
And then
maybe not.
Then you're at 258. This scenario, either one of those, let's say Republican, Michigan, he wins. Donald Trump wins if he wins 2 of those.
Yeah.
He also wins if he wins Pennsylvania, if he wins Wisconsin. Now I'm splitting the congressional districts, but then it's Pennsylvania and Michigan if he wins Wisconsin. And it's possible that he could win Wisconsin.
Yeah. Here's what I did a moment ago. I almost kept up with you.
All right.
But it's midnight, right? Here's what I did a moment ago. Apologies about my math. I'm doing it on the fly. So I got out the calculator a moment ago. Martha, we were talking about Wayne County. That's Detroit, okay? 300,000 votes back in 2016 separated Hillary Clinton from Donald Trump. 300,000. Tonight in 2020, statewide in Michigan, bear with me now, you have roughly a 300,000 margin in the state of Michigan at the moment. A few of these rural counties, Upper Peninsula, still have not checked in. You got a few down here. Let's just see what these counties did 4 years ago. All right? They're all red. This is red. No, sorry. Berry County. So that was a difference of 10,000 votes from 4 years ago. And as of tonight, Berry County is not checked in yet. All right? So that's an outstanding vote, clearly. It's razor close here. All right? We were talking about Milwaukee County a moment ago. I got out the calculator. Wanted to make sure I could get this thing down here, 2020. All right? Milwaukee County from 2016 now was decided by Hillary Clinton by a margin roughly of 162,000 votes. So come out statewide, 2020, where are we now in the state of Wisconsin? By my math, we're about 124,000 votes that separate Trump and Biden in Wisconsin.
I mean, that's not a small margin.
No, it could be significant in a massive way. And Brett, you're talking about the pushback. Everybody's getting the pushback on Arizona. I don't know if it's going to change or not. You know, listen, our decision desk went with it. They're telling us there's 1 million votes out there. We'll see if that's the case throughout the night. But to your point about Wisconsin,
Bill, you know what's really great about you?
Sorry?
You produce, you and Styrewall, whenever you're on. Fox News Decision Desk can make a call. And that is Iowa for President Trump. He will win the state of Iowa, the 6 electoral votes in Iowa. That was tight as you got towards Election Day. He will win Iowa, and Joni Ernst is there as well. We haven't made a call on that race yet.
I would just point out that it's a 7-point spread, exactly what the Des Moines Register said it would be just a couple of days ago. So once again, there is a pollster out there that is doing a good job tonight.
I was thinking about that.
Okay, so New York Times is now moved the needle for Georgia back towards Joe Biden, now having him at a 61% chance of winning, and New York, and also getting reports of Minnesota being called for Joe Biden.
That over the weekend, guys. And I remember we were at the Super Bowl in Miami, right, on that Saturday night before the game. And then the Morning Register was coming out with his Iowa caucus poll, and they held it back at 11 o'clock. Remember all that? Sure. It was the gold standard. It was never released. The next day they played the Super Bowl. The next Monday we're in Iowa. They never give us the results from the caucus because they got the data all confused. The day after that, we're in D.C. for the State of the Union address, and by then America had moved on to New Hampshire, the
retracting
primary.
their
We forgot all
Arizona
about
call.
Iowa. I thought that poll on Saturday night, a 7-point advantage for Donald Trump,
Biden
a 4-point
will
advantage
speak.
for Joni Ernst, was substantial. Ann Seltzer wants to get it right. And I know she was very embarrassed by the poll in early February.
In an hour.
And I bet they worked very hard to make sure that they were spot on. And tonight, at the moment, it's exactly what they said, 7 points in Iowa.
Can we just get a look at the Joni Ernst, Teresa Greenfield board there, guys?
What I can do here for you.
I think we've got a race board here, a Joni Ernst race board.
Look at this.
There we go.
You got it? 6 points at the moment. 92% of the votes been counted. See that guy?
Republicans are feeling confident about that race. If she holds on, that's a big, big get, and one of the vulnerable senators that will get by.
Just watching this here, if you guys want to hang with me a moment, Wayne County, not a ton of movement right here. So in Detroit, so
Fox News favorites Katie Pavlich, Tucker Carlson, essentially revolting against their own network. Terrible look for Fox and for their main pollster, Chris Stirrawalt, who been a big donor for the Democratic Party, and not a man to ever miss a buffet.
well, okay, you guys ready for this? I mean, I just showed you from 2016 the counties in Michigan that were still outstanding. One was blue. That was right here, Muskegon County, Michigan, from 2016. In 2020, this just clocked in. Trump with a 4,000 real vote lead along Lake Michigan. Listen, right?
There you go.
Right,
Keep talking.
there's that Senate race. Magic. If we talk about it, we're able to call it. So that's Joni Ernst over 51%. Teresa Greenfield.
And Wisconsin says there's no way they're going to announce a winner tonight. Michigan says they need until Friday. Pennsylvania isn't coming out anytime soon either.
Gave her a good run for her money. That was a very tight race. And Joni Ernst has secured her spot in the United States Senate and her seat for the Republicans.
Well, let's look at
to hold on to the
net gain, the 53-47 we started with. The Senate board now with that win. That's a hold, obviously. So Republicans holding that seat, and it's still a net gain of 1 for Democrats if you put Mark Kelly out there in Arizona.
I'll let you do the Senate in a moment. I just want to point this out, guys. It's pretty obvious to me what's happening in Michigan. I mean, this is something you really have to follow closely. I don't know what happens in Detroit overnight tonight into the day tomorrow, but this was a county that the president won 4 years ago. These counties all up here, too. They were all red, okay? Exception here. And now they're filling in. Well, we have some grays still, but at the moment, he's in this thing in Michigan.
And a Biden advisor, the first time we're seeing confidence from the Biden team, a Biden advisor just tweeted, we're going to win.
A big way, and we can't ignore it. 10,600 votes from 2016. Seems to be razor tight again this year.
Interesting. All right, Phil, thank you so much. We'll be back to you in just a minute. We're going to take a quick break here. Iowa was just called for the president as the results continue to trickle in. It is after midnight on the East Coast. We're going to have a lot more for you from our decision desk right after.
Okay, so things are tightening up.
With losing Arizona, I'm not sure if that math works, but let's go for it. What is Fox saying on that? We're going to get Richard Barris back here in a minute. 273, ladies and gentlemen, would be a victory, right? And if he gets a victory, if he can get a victory tonight without Arizona, that is a stunning, stunning upset. I think it far outweighs 2016. Because in 16, remember, they didn't take it seriously. They thought we were just this kind of, ragged band of pirates that had kind of gotten on the Trump train, and that Donald Trump was a joke. They thought he was a reality TV star, a failed entrepreneur, a failed real estate developer. They mocked and ridiculed him the entire way. Hillary Clinton didn't even go to Wisconsin. She didn't think it was worth a trip to go to Wisconsin to talk to any of the blue-collar Democrats there because she didn't, she thought she would blow Trump out. This time, for 4 years, they've been waiting for him. I mean, the tech oligarchs, the mainstream media, the entire Democratic Party, corporate America, the
Fox
Wall Street,
News has
everything Trump's trying to
retracted
do,
his
particularly
call on
taking over the
Arizona.
County Party, they have pushed back on. And I got to tell you tonight, particularly when he's been so down, and I got to tell you, the guy who's, I think, the end of the career tonight, if I can say it, is Matt Drudge. You've been an embarrassment. You have been part of the information warfare of the elite, of the establishment. You try to destroy Trump. All your headlines are garbage. You've been pushing nonstop that Trump is going to lose in a landslide. You're just dead wrong. It's been a real embarrassment of what
We
you've
have an
become.
announcement if you want to do it.
Okay, so speaking of that, Raheem, why don't you go ahead and tell us what we got and tell us what we're going to put up tonight.
If you're not happy with Matt Drudge, if you're not happy with the current state of news aggregation that's available out there right now, we have a very special announcement for you right now. We teased it on the War Room this morning. Bannonswarroom.com, that's Bannonswarroom.com, is forevermore from here on out, and as we announce it here on the rooftop overlooking the Capitol building, historic night, Bannonswarroom.com is going to be your news aggregator of choice. You head on over to Bannonswarroom.com, and you'll be able to get all the latest breaking news as Stephen K. Bannon sees fit?
Well, it may look like a certain type of website. We wanted something that people can feel like they're home, but this is going to have the populist nationalist perspective on it, and we guarantee it's going to be not just real news, but we think we do a pretty good job between the hedge funds, the capital markets, finance, geopolitics, and populist economics, and also the central thing is taking down the CCP. You're going to get all of that in one news aggregator, and then access to everything else. We're really proud. I'm really proud of the team of putting it together. We also want to make sure Jack Maxey knows he's the new editor-in-chief. Raheem and I will just give some guidance. So Jack will have a new toy to play with come the morning.
Hoorah!
Hoorah! Okay. Do we have our guy Barris? We're going to get him back in a minute. Give the update. What's Fox saying about Wisconsin right now?
Well, they're just saying that we've got 71% of the vote in Wisconsin, and Trump is up by 5%. So that's sort of what's leading that projection.
I tell you, if Donald Trump can close on North Carolina, close on Wisconsin, close on Pennsylvania, you could lose Arizona. Unbelievably as it sounds, you could lose Arizona and still win the presidency tonight or early tomorrow morning. So we've got, of course,
so we did have the manpower and resources in the United States to count votes through the night.
The news media is not his friend. Okay, we're going to go to Richard Barris. I want to thank Dr. Yang. We're going to be back over to the.
So you might be wondering, why is Georgia so inefficient? Like, what is it about Georgia that is so like third world? And I think, and I don't understand how Georgia can be so primitive.
The Trump campaign believes that there may be enough votes there to put President Trump over the top in Arizona. Frankly, there have been public calls for Fox to pull back that call. I'll leave that to the decision desk, but that's what the Trump campaign is saying. Clearly, they're very happy about the results in Ohio, very happy about the results in Florida. It looks like we're not going to know what happens in Georgia, maybe not even Pennsylvania tonight, North Carolina. They like the fact that the president is leading, but they do not know if that one is going to be called tonight either. It's very puzzling to everybody as to why it's taking so long for the counties around the Philadelphia area to have the votes tallied. But they do like the position that they are in Pennsylvania. They also like where they are in Michigan as well, particularly Kent County. President Trump is vastly outperforming what he did in 2016 in Kent County. Don't forget, on election eve in 2016, the president did his last rally in Grand Rapids, which is at the heart of Kent County.
Wins,
and
this is your future. This is what's going on.
They believe that doing
Washington,
that rally in
D.C.
Grand Rapids
right
in 2016 was the secret sauce that gave him Michigan, and they're hoping that repeating that we'll see lightning strike twice again. But back to where we started, the Trump campaign seriously disagreeing, and that's a euphemism, with our call on Arizona. But I'll kick it back to you, Brett and Martha, to figure that one out.
No, we've been asking about it. We've grilled Steyerwald about it. We've talked about it with Tucker and others. And we're going to get them back here and see what else the decision desk can tell us. But you're right, Maricopa County is saying there's vote out there.
Well, there's clearly vote out there. I mean, there's only 74% that's in, and you've got about 3.5 million, or almost 3.5 million votes or 2.5 million votes that have been counted. So that leaves hundreds of thousands of votes that have yet to be counted, with the two candidates separated by a margin of about 200,000. So,
well, this is why we're transparent. We're going to lift the curtain. We're going to ask the questions and say, is it good or not?
What's going on?
John, as always, thank you. We'll check back in.
We're going to also talk to Karl Rove in a minute and get his take on the Arizona situation coming up. But let's go to Team Biden. Peter Doocy standing by in Wilmington, Delaware tonight with their campaign. Peter, what is the mood? And are we actually going to hear from Joe Biden? We've got a shot of the stage there. What's going on?
We are going to hear from Joe Biden now, the day after Election Day, early Wednesday. The campaign started to advise that it was going to happen at 12:30, but based on the way that it works, it seems like it is going to take a little bit longer than that for him to get there. And what I mean by that is they take a press pool that's been waiting at a hotel nearby. They drive them over to the Biden house, where the Secret Service sweeps or inspects all the stuff that they've got. And then they roll back this way with a motorcade as part of a protective bubble. So 12:30 seems like a very ambitious time because they just left and he lives about 15 minutes away, even though there's probably not a whole lot of traffic at this hour. As
Trump
for
has
the
won
mood
Montana
at the Biden campaign, a lot of enthusiasm about the Arizona call, which is quite the opposite of the reaction that the Trump team has had. And one of a deputy campaign manager, Rufus Gifford, actually posted on Twitter a few minutes ago, "We're going to win," which is a different tone than I have seen with some of the Biden folks that I have had a chance to speak to in person. They have not been as chatty yet, just because they are waiting for more information to come in. Same as the folks here at the drive-in. They lined up about 300 cars nearby, and they slowly but surely, after a couple hours of waiting nearby, came in, and there hasn't been a whole lot of excitement. They're watching a broadcast. There's been one race call, Virginia, on that for Biden, that elicited some light scattered cheers, but that was brief, and now people are just sitting and waiting, and that's what we got from Wilmington. Martha?
Familiar posture to some extent. Peter, thank you very much. Peter Doocy joining us. Let's go to our Washington panel and check in with them. Carl, let me see if I can bring Karl Rove up here and talk to us a little bit about your read on Arizona. Obviously, there's a lot of dispute about it, and it's becoming more clear than ever that it's a very important state to both of these campaigns and their path forward.
Yeah, it's on each campaign's path to victory. And look, there are more votes out there. Last time around, there were about 2.4 million votes cast. This time around, there are about 2,573,000 cast. So you'd think that given the rest of the country where we're seeing a significant increase in turnout, that there are some more votes out there. And you know, the issue, though, is how do they have to divide? Right now, if you're up by basically, it keeps changing here, about 300, call it 200,000 votes, then you got to win. You got to win about 600 to 400, and that's entirely possible. But I'm not certain I disagree with the call, but I think maybe it's a little premature. I'd be careful to understand how many more votes are out there. I'm confident the desk is doing that, but this is one where a little bit of caution might be useful.
Okay, we do have another call to make, and that is a major call to announce the Fox News decision desk can now project that former Vice President Joe Biden will defeat President Trump in the key battleground state of Minnesota. There was some hope in the Trump campaign that they could pull out Minnesota. It was very close last time around in 2016, but the decision desk now calling Minnesota for Joe Biden.
Yeah, that was one that Amy Klobuchar has obviously spoken a lot about, very near and dear to her heart, her home state. She said that she felt very confident that Minnesota would stay in the blue column, and indeed it has. So these are the numbers that we're at right now. 237 now on the path to 270 for Joe Biden, and the president is at 210 at this point, with a lot of states out there still to call. Brett, yeah.
Just thinking, you know, here we are 4 years later, and we've been through these 4 years of unbelievable turbulence and turmoil and all this stuff going on. And so far, one state has flipped from 2016, right? One state is all. That's all that's happened so far. So, you know, people kept saying to me throughout the fall that, you know, this is the most important election in our lifetime. My view kind of was it was the most important presidential election since the last presidential election, and it's kind of turning out that way, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's a good point.
Donna Brazil?
Tells you something about Arizona.
Well, I told Katie if you called on me, she's a native Arizonan, so I wanted Katie to talk about Arizona.
Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you, Donna. I appreciate that. Yes, we are hearing from the Trump campaign, as John Roberts said, that they are livid. I've also heard from a number of people in Arizona who cast their votes who don't believe that Arizona is at least this far gone this early. You also have the Arizona governor, Doug Ducey, tweeting. He said, "It's far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election day votes are not fully reported, and we haven't even started to count. Early ballots dropped off at the polls. In Arizona, we protected Election Day. Let's count the votes, all the votes, before making declarations." There are a number of votes in red counties that President Trump visited and campaigned in, and people who have been working on the ground with the ground game there believe that with 2 million plus outstanding votes, that it's been too much of an early call.
All right. Thank you, Katie. I just want to mention there's some suggestion that Joe Biden could be speaking within a matter of minutes. We'll obviously take you there if that happens. That raises all kinds of questions about what he might say at this point in the game.
Right. Why?
He had said earlier that if he felt that he was ahead, he was going to come out and make that declaration that he was ahead.
Donna, why would he speak?
Go to bed.
I have no indication that he will speak, but if he decides to, perhaps it's.
Okay, so there are a lot of comments on Twitter that Fox News has retracted its call in Arizona, but then I'm seeing other comments on Twitter saying that that's not true. So let's keep an eye on that, and let's go back to Steve Bannon here.
To the Chinese side that's doing a great broadcast, G News, GTV. We're going to bring in Richard Barris, our analyst, the guy at Big Data Polling. So, Richard, first off, Fox News has called Arizona as a defeat for President Trump. They called it for Biden. But Jason Miller, our old wingman here, our co-host.
And this is 37 minutes old.
In the war room is out. I guess he's out in front of the White House saying that absolutely no way. It's too early to call it. There's plenty of votes there. So what do you think?
I agree with him. Steve, this is crazy. Fox News is clearly playing a role here. They're using Arizona to hold off counting on the rest of the country and to make this seem like it's not over tonight, that the president's path has narrowed. The fact of the matter is, he has been doing two things tonight that makes calling Arizona incorrect. He has been defying his Election Day vote total, and he's been defying that break. He has routinely erased 15-point leads in early votes. For them to do this, yet wait 2 hours to call the state of Florida, when Fontes, the Maricopa County recorder, just decided not to. He just stopped. It froze. It's outrageous. I mean, Steve, it's outrageous.
Okay,
I've never seen anything like this in my life.
I think this is Fox. I think this is Fox News, which is different than the opinions. I think it's Fox News picking a side. But let's go to the map. Let's go to your best when we were talking about the data. Let's go and make your case of while Fox News was quick on the trigger. We got Fog City Midge. She's all worked up about this one, right? She's been a Fox fan for a long time. It's breaking her heart.
It has been breaking my heart. What's going on over there at Fox? I'm concerned. They've been making some good calls tonight and some bad calls tonight, so I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so let's get the Richard. If you can put up your chart, let's put up your map of Arizona, and I want to specifically
take a look at.
Yeah, I want to take a look. And listen, let's go back in time. You actually, in your polling, in your analysis, and you get deep into these states. You actually, as we talked about the other night, you were doing Arizona, one of the last ones. We talked about how critical it was on that second tranche, the tranche of North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona, that would stay on the foundation of Ohio and Florida for a Trump victory. This was one, quite frankly, that I think you felt the most comfortable about. Your final number was around 2.5 or 2.7%. Let's go through that, where we are now, and I want you to make the case for our audience of why you think Fox was too quick on the trigger for calling this against President Trump and for Biden. And all I can tell you is the great guys of the campaign, led by our old partner here in the war room, Jason Miller. He's taken the analysis, I'm sure, of all the hard work of Greg Manns and Steve Cortez, but they're fired up over the White House right now. They think this is outrageous. Why do you agree with them?
All right, let me give them the data behind that, right? I'll save the yelling for them, but it is outrageous, Steve. The bottom line is we're talking about an 8-point lead, routinely erased tonight, and here's why it can happen. Maricopa County right there, 54-44, with actually less of the vote reported than the total vote statewide, okay? In the end, and then Apache came in for Joe Biden, maybe a little bit, a couple hundred votes, maybe that's what they're thinking. But in the end, what we saw in our polling was that the voter in Maricopa was going to come home and he was going to basically fight him to a draw in Maricopa, but it had to be done with that Election Day vote. In that first run of early ballots, in that first week, the polling was horrible for Donald Trump on who voted. In that second week, it got a little bit better, which is why it looks now like 10. And then in the Election Day vote, he could have fought that to a near draw, basically. And that's what he was doing in our polling to pull ahead. In Pima County, there's still a lot of vote in Pima. He needs to get to 40, but this has been the trend all night where he absolutely could. So this call was early, and frankly, it makes no sense when you put it up against Florida being over 2 hours before they call that. By the way, I can also say Texas is safely in the column of the president.
What do you think Texas is going to end up? What kind of spread? That's the thing about that. Texas is now turned in. I think it's pretty big. It's over 5%.
Yeah, it's we got it right now, almost 6. There is a little bit left. If we take a look at the map, which we could do right here, the burbs around Dallas. See them? This is Dallas, guys. He didn't do that bad there, but he got killed, of course. It's basically in. Dallas is in. The burbs around Dallas really needed to go for Biden for him to put a run on this. In truth, Biden is underperforming Beto pretty significantly.
Okay, so contrary to many different tweets, Fox News has not retracted its call of Arizona.
This is not even a Beto Cruz map. This is a dominant Republican map, or at least it will be, although I would worry about it going forward. Here's Harris, by the way, also another stronghold for Democrats. Steve is at 42%, the president, 42.5% in Harris. There's just nowhere else for Biden to get votes. And as this map fills in, it will get more red. And I think the president's headed for an 8-point win in Texas.
Wow.
I really do.
I got to tell you that.
Georgia, oh, look, the decision desk finally called it. I did say I was going to do it. When I got on with you, I said, listen, Texas is over. We're calling it. And then Georgia, too. Georgia is on the way to being called. The president just keeps widening out his lead there.
And what is Georgia going to come in at?
Well, this is why I think a lot of the vote is remaining in some of these smaller counties. You see 7.
Okay, let's go to Rodney.
Hey, Luke, on this Arizona, since I'm sitting right here in Maricopa County, the governor has just issued a statement that is spot on. I'm not usually a super fan of Governor Ducey, but there's 1 million outstanding votes that have not been counted that were cast today in Arizona. So I don't know where Fox News is getting this projection. But when you have 1 million outstanding votes and look at the percentages and where those votes are, they're in the outlying area. Maricopa County is a huge county. A lot of people think it's just the Phoenix metropolitan. In fact, it stretches all the way down south, almost to Tucson, all these outlying areas. And with the exception of probably 4 areas in the greater Phoenix area, most of the East Valley of Phoenix is solid Republican. And then the outlying areas of Maricopa County. But take that aside, 1 million votes are still outstanding. And the Maricopa County Elections Office was reported today to just be an absolute mess, having to process the in-person votes. They were issuing an excessive amount of provisional ballots because their voting system, computerized system, had not caught up. Arizona is one of those states where people do move and relocate quite a bit within the state. People moving from the outlying areas into Maricopa County, seniors moving from Phoenix proper and Mesa into, say, Scottsdale, Fountain Hills, and Paradise Valley. So there was a huge number of even provisional ballots because the voter address in the files didn't match at the station. And what those people had to do was then go down and show proof of ID to have that ballot. And that's what they're dealing with. That's part of the million votes. So I'm still not convinced that Arizona has gone for Biden. Martha McSally losing, yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. She was a pathetic and horrible candidate that the Republican establishment got behind not once, but twice, and they should not have gotten behind her after she lost to Sinema. And still, the last thing, Luke, watch Virginia. If you go into the Virginia Secretary of State's office, Trump still leads. And if you look at look at where those votes are, I'm going to say it again, they're along the West Virginia and Kentucky border. That's Trump country. The Democrats in Virginia have already shopped their wall. They've already voted in the D.C. suburbs and in Richmond. So it wouldn't surprise me before this is done that Virginia gets clawed back.
Okay, thanks, Rodney. Let's get something here from Dick Morris.
Well, tonight's the night that American conservatives learn the difference between old Fox and new Fox, and between Newsmax and Fox in the way they've handled these calls. But let me look at an overview. The Fox and the other networks are very reluctant to call states for Trump because they don't want to say those words, Trump is reelected. But it's pretty evident to me at this point that Trump is going to win 301 electoral votes.
You just watched Newsmax TV, America's fastest growing cable news channel, now in more than 70.
Okay, and let's go back here to Steve Bannon's show.
74% here, but most of it is basically in. And then the blue counties, Biden won. He's got some. That's less than 99. That's about 99. Same thing, 99. So he's about maxed out. There are some votes in the Atlanta suburbs, but not enough, Steve, to offset what is 450,000 margin. And then you'll have some of these smaller red counties. See, Lumpkin over there. You can have some 1,000 spread here, 1,000 spread there. The president's going to come in pretty big in Georgia. I think it's going to be pretty big. It's going to be like I would say 11 points. It's going to be big.
Hold on. He's going to win Georgia by 11 points?
Yeah, he seriously could win Georgia by, well, if it shrinks down in the burbs and these others don't come in, maybe it goes down to 8 or 9. But I would say low end 6.5, high end 11.
6.5 to 11. We were worried about that one at the beginning of the broadcast. Let's go to North Carolina. Let's drill down there.
Yeah.
Where do you think you've called Texas? You basically called Georgia. Put that in this category. What do you talk about North Carolina right now?
So this still looks like 1.5, 1 to 1.5. If some of the counties come in a little bit better, he could inch up to about 1.7. But this is another race. Honestly, we're on the brink of calling. Orange is almost out. Guilford is out. My argument here is this, Steve. Mecklenburg is at now 100% almost. Are they supposed to tell? I mean, really, what is the likelihood that over the next 9 days they find 100,000 ballots and they break for Joe Biden 90-10? We have seen nowhere in the country where anything broke for Joe Biden 90-10. So that ends us up really where we started, around 1.5, 1.2.
Okay, I want to bring in Bill real quickly. When you say on North Carolina at 1% to 1.5%, how many mail-in votes are not? How many mail-in votes, Richard, are that not included? Can this be called tonight? I mean, can we put this one to bed? Or at 1%, are they going to say that's too tight and it's just going to be hanging out there? Since ballots that are postmarked by tonight still have 9 days, and I don't know what they're doing for mail delivery down in rural Carolina, but 9 days. Is there that many votes that are potentially outstanding with mail-ins that have not been counted that they couldn't call North Carolina tonight?
No, they're not there. That's the point I'm trying to make to Decision Desk and others right there. They have the numbers like I have the numbers. North Carolina, there were only 1 million, not only, but compare this to the actual vote share. 1,455,328 total ballot requests for absentee. At the time that voting began this morning, there were already 4.6 nearly million votes cast. So the president got out about another million voters, and this is why he was able to dent some, leads everywhere. And think about that, Steve, what I just said right there. He got out another million, basically, and yet he won them by such a big share, he erased Biden's 12-point lead in that 4.6 nearly million votes. That is why I am saying what Fox is doing in Arizona is derelict. He took 1 million votes and erased a 12-point lead in a 4.6 million voter pool. That's less than a quarter, folks. That's less than a quarter. Do some quick math in your head and tell me how much the president's been winning election day votes. 3 to 1.
Okay, I want to give Bill McGinley, just after we finish with Richard, I want to give you a heads up. We're hearing from people in Pennsylvania. They've cut off counting in Philadelphia.
They have.
Yes. I mean, is this where the games start? Is this where they're going to start to try to play Smash Mouth? They're going to hold back Philly until they got to find out how many votes they got to make up in the rest of the state. Then they're going to be voting by the ballot down there. Is that the situation? I mean, Richard Ferris, I want to go to you first, and then Bill McGinley. Why do you cut off counting in Philadelphia right now when this whole thing hangs in the balance? And why are you not going to call North Carolina when there's not enough votes out there?
Donald Trump flipped Bucks. That decision came. We heard that right after Bucks flipped. They've been fighting with a 2-point lead there. By the way, I just have to say, because you got to own it when you own it. Biden did take Lackawanna a little bit, but Monroe did go, and it went big, 24 points for Donald Trump. And almost 30 points in Luzerne. So Trump has a big lead here now. Even if they got another 500,000 votes, that would net Biden about 280,000 in what's outstanding in the Southeast. It wouldn't be enough. That's my point. It would not be enough. And we know we went into Election Day. We looked at the numbers before we came on. It was only 660,000 in Philadelphia. This is where the game begins. I hate to say it, but that's the reality, Steve. It really is.
So, Bill McGinley, for Richard Barris, do you agree in North Carolina and in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, they're starting to play the games now?
Yeah, well, look, this is where the lawyers got to step up and be pretty aggressive, right? I mean, the first thing that's probably going to be happening, especially in Philadelphia, is that the Trump and Republican lawyers are going to be out there contacting the election administrators, seeking explanations and assurances that these ballots are going to be secure, right? They're going to start pressing them on what's going to happen tomorrow morning, who's going to show up, and which watchers are going to be permitted into the room. The Democrats are going to be doing the same thing. We've seen this before where they pause the count if they don't think they're going to get through the evening, and they're going to try and do this. But this is where the lawyers on the ground in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina, got to step up and make sure that those ballots are secure and make sure that nothing is going to happen to them. There's any number of things that could happen here. My guess is that the Democrats are starting to go back and do exactly what I said. They're going to start thinking about the postal office. They're going to start thinking about what ballots could be on the ground in the postal facility.
They got to find votes right now, right?
Yeah.
They know they got the denominator. They know what the target is. They got to solve for their part of the equation, which we've got to find more
and
on what these out.
Credit where credit is due. Democrats typically have pretty good data. So my guess is that one of the things that they're doing is they're going back, and their data and political folks are going back through to find the voters who requested mail-in ballots to be able to contact them to find out whether or not they deposited into the post office. Because if they did, they're going to start getting affidavits from those folks and use it as a predicate to go in and start searching the postal facilities. The Democratic lawyers are thinking addition, right? And in some ways, the Trump campaign needs to be doing the same in North Carolina, Arizona, and Pennsylvania. They need to be going back through their data to see which voters that they have who requested ballots, put it in the mail, and didn't get in. You need to prepare to be adding whether you're on top or whether you're on the under the underdog. This is something that needs to start happening now.
I want to go back just for North Carolina. It hasn't been called. You're not prepared to call it yet. It's very tight. But do the math for the audience about the number of votes are outstanding, because this is the concept of being able to call it tonight instead of this, you got to wait till November 12th till all the ballots are in. Do the math for us, Richard, once again, where you're saying this is nonsense. This could be called tonight.
This can be called tonight. They're ballot hunting. They're ballot fishing. There were 1,455,328 absentee ballots requested during early voting. There were already 4,561,016 votes cast before Trump got another million to the polls. So in the end, he won 1 million voters, so big that he erased that lead that Biden had, 12 points out of nearly 4.6 million votes. The idea that those ballots, first of all, Steve, have not been requested anyway. It's just not reality. The math is not there. It's just not there.
And this is also your argument for why you think Fox is calling Arizona quickly, because Trump has shown the ability. Your argument that, hey, he could close on 3-1 as you get down to Maricopa County and clean it up in the last 20%. He's done it before all night, and this is why you think they're way too quick on the trigger for calling Arizona. And clearly, Jason Miller, our former partner here in the War Room, the guys in the campaign are outraged that this thing was called.
Then they should be, Steve. They should. He's been doing it all night. That's been the pattern.
Okay, can we go?
And they know it.
I want to go up to Michigan. We got a Senate race up there that looks tight. But is Michigan? Jack Maxey keeps giving me the elbow. Is Michigan in play here? Could Trump tonight recreate taking down the blue wall of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, get the trifecta again? Is this going to be as you see it today, right now? Is there enough votes out there for Biden to come back and really take on Trump in Michigan?
Yeah, let's take a look at the presidential race first, and then we'll go to John James, who is doing just a little bit better than Donald Trump. But the fact of the matter is they're both doing what they need to do to win. Here's the secret sauce for Michigan for a Republican candidate. You have to lose open count. How much are you going to lose it by?
We believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. Yes. I've been talking to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and vote in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Yeah, this reminds me of John
Joe
Podesta.
Biden and his wife Jill Biden.
Yeah, so he doesn't say he won. He just says he's confident. So remember when, was it John Podesta came out for the Hillary Clinton campaign?
We had Trump down by 16, Steve. 16. He's only losing it by 7 points right now. And it does look a little bit better for Biden than it did earlier, so I'll give him that. But this is not the margin that Biden needs, because to win, you have to use McComb right here, which Trump has increased his margin by nearly 10 points, roughly 10 points, folks. That's big. And you use McComb to fight Oakland to a draw, nearly a draw. Then you use Monroe, which Trump is carrying overwhelmingly, to outweigh that equation. Then you have Wayne, you have Washtenaw, and you have Ingham. You have to use almost everything else in the rest of the state. This is going to flip soon anyway. I guess it has. It came in 6 points for Biden. Still not a big deal. Trump has the momentum. He has the numbers in these other counties to offset Wayne. And if you go to Wayne, something very interesting, both Donald Trump and John James are performing exceptionally well in Maine. Exceptionally well. They're both in the 40s, which is stunning.
And Donald Trump has tweeted, I will be making a statement tonight, and he says a big win.
And there's, dare I say, there's just no way to do that without getting a decent lion's share of the African-American vote.
But is this what Jack Maxey, Richard, is this what Jack Maxey's been saying about there's a realignment going on, and you can see it in South Florida, you can see it in Detroit, you're seeing Hispanics and African-Americans start to respond to the populist economic nationalist message of Donald Trump.
And Donald Trump has tweeted, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Now, remember, it was Politico had the big scoop that Donald Trump was going to declare premature victory, and it turned out to be Joe Biden doing that.
Trump, Maxey's been beating this drum for a long time. Do you see that? Do you think right now in Michigan tonight, because you and I walked through what could be a path for Trump to have victory in Michigan, and this is exactly what you talked about the other day. Macomb County is the home of the Reagan Democrats. He said he's got to win Macomb, he's got to win it big, offset Oakland, and then he's got to fight. He's got to get in there and take some votes out of Detroit. Is this what you're seeing?
Yeah, this is what he's got to do. I'm seeing, and just to bring it up and see what we're talking about, he would not have done as well as he has done tonight without this realignment. There's just no doubt. In Florida, in Texas, he did exceptionally well among Western Texans in areas that Republicans don't do well with. That is a Mexican working class vote out there. And there was some hint of that, even in the New York Times poll, which was abysmal. Obviously, they were horrible. But there was hints of that. They chose not to believe that voter, Steve. And from this point forward, what Donald Trump has proven tonight is where the path is forward for the Republican Party. They need to not they need to not resist him like they have been doing over the last 4 years, because there's just no doubt this is the only path if the Republican Party wants to be a national force in the future.
Okay, by the way, let's report that. That's Biden deputy campaign manager saying what? Is that just false bravado?
That's Rufus Gifford saying.
And Chadwick Moore tweets, Biden just conceded the election because it's bedtime, but he let us know the lawyers got it from here. All right, I'm playing Steve Bannon's show from 34 minutes late. So 34 minutes in the past, playing it at 1.75.
We're going to win.
Is that just putting the stiff upper lip, or they know something we don't? Before we let you go, Richard, we know you got to jump here. You're going to be back a little later. We now are in the 4th of November, the year of our Lord 2020. We've actually gone to the next day. But remember, when we won in 2016, it wasn't until 2:30 in the morning. So, Richard, I just want to give a snapshot in 60 seconds. Now you got to bounce. Wisconsin and Michigan. Where do you think we stand right now? And do you see Trump having momentum that these two, which to me would be a major upset, that he would take both Wisconsin and Michigan, that you had polls coming out in the last week that showed him 12 down, showed him 17 down, that basically these were not competitive. Where do you see these two before we let you go?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, they lean to Trump right now. Michigan and Wisconsin lean to Trump. Steve, he's doing what he did in 2016, but he's doing it bigger. Again, I go to Michigan and I point out these two because this is really what it's all about. Here's Macomb. He's winning it by 33 points. He only had 56% of the vote there in 2016. I don't mean only, because that was a feat for a Republican candidate back then, and nothing like that since Reagan. We're now at 66%. And in Oakland, Biden is only up by 7. This is more than a draw, folks. This is more than a draw. This is turning into a thumping in Michigan. More than a draw.
What about, real quickly, what about Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, similar thing playing out there, although it did tighten a little bit. What we see is really, here's Milwaukee, Donald Trump at almost 40% with about half reported. That's way above the performance in 2016, and Biden is also below, which is important. In Racine, it tightened, but Trump just has to carry it. And then in Kenosha, he is romping. Not just winning. He's romping. A lot of votes there, and it's causing a big spread. That leaves Dane, and they're in, Steve. They're in.
Okay, Richard, Richard, we're going to let you go. We'll have you back in a little while. Freshen up, do your other stuff. We'll have you back. People love what you got
Trump's
to say. They love
going to declare.
Thank you very much. We'll get back. Richard,
he's ready
Richard,
to declare victory.
Barris is the head of Big Data Polling. He's a guy who called it in 2016. He does all the hard work, sir. Thank you very much. We'll see you in a few minutes.
All the best, Steve.
Okay, I want to go to McGinley. We're going to get an update from Jack and Midge and Raheem, but
ballots are alone, yeah. Maybe when they're not having the observers in there, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's happened before. It's happened in a recount I've been involved with. We brought the sheriffs in and to sit with the ballots, and we also assigned observers to stay overnight, just so that everybody had full confidence in the process. So it's not unheard of.
Why would they stop? I don't know what they've said, what their public statements are, but why would they stop counting in Philadelphia, knowing how important this is, how the whole nation? You're down in Michigan, you're down in Wisconsin, you're down in Pennsylvania, you're down in Georgia, you're down in North Carolina.
He's got 41.
He's going to come out and he's going to say, we're leading the electoral count, 213 to 145.
Right.
There are 180 electoral college votes to do this. The states are making plans to count all of the outstanding ballots.
Oh, you're saying he wants to go to bed?
Yes. He's going to say, now is the time for us to be patient. Now is the time for us to let the process work itself out. We're staffed up. We've got the team. We're monitoring the situation. But as it looks right now, he's going to say, we are confident that when all the votes are counted, that we will prevail.
After victory. Yeah. But we have to wait. Everybody go to bed.
It's classic recount messaging.
And I'm going to be the president. That's what he's going to say.
He's not going to come out and declare victory. He's going to say, we are confident that when all these votes are counted, we will come out on top.
Yeah.
Let's let the process play out. It's important that every vote is counted. That's going to be his message. That's my guess.
We're going to go to Biden or we're going to go to Barris? Let's go to Barris. And we'll cut in. We'll have to tell Rich. Hey, Rich, how you doing? Rich Barris of Big Data Polling. He's been a rock star tonight. I want to go to let's go to North Carolina quickly. Rich, I think there's 94% of the vote in. It's Trump 50.1, Biden 48.7. Are there enough votes outstanding out there for Biden to catch him right now?
No.
So why?
That's the short and sweet of it.
So why is this not being called? Why is the Associated Press? Why isn't the decision desk not calling this?
That in Georgia really starting to perplex me. We got Biden coming out now, Steve. The only thing I can conclude, I'm a numbers guy. I'm looking at this from a numbers perspective. Even over a 9-day period, turnout in North Carolina was so high. There's just not that many ballots left. It doesn't make sense that it's going to Operation Red Mirage, apparently, right or left. It should make everybody uncomfortable. Mathematically, Steve, some of these victories are going to be bigger, it looks like, than 2016 in the Midwest. So it's not like North Carolina the ultimate outcome is really in doubt. It's not like the ultimate outcome of Georgia. We could take a look at that now too. Texas has been called, but
hang on. I want to go to Georgia after, because it's going to be tight in North Carolina. But you're saying that there's not enough votes there for Biden to overcome Trump. In Georgia, the New York Times is playing around. You said when you left that you thought it was going to be a 6 to maybe 11-point victory. The New York Times, it's got its needle that's saying it's tightening up. What say you? Is this the New York Times once again trying to play games with people?
Yeah, I think that it is. It really is. There are some counties they're waiting on. Putnam County, for instance. Washington is in. Baldwin is in. The suburbs of Georgia have DeKalb. But look at that margin. That's 80,000 votes. Even if DeKalb does give it another 80,000, we're not there yet, Steve. I know Fulton is this is what they're waiting on. I get that. But there are some red counties out that still have some votes here and there. I just don't see it. If it winds up tightening something like a 2018, maybe that wouldn't be all that shocking. But to overcome 300,000 votes at this point, it strains credulity.
I got to tell you, Jack Maxey might want to the New York Times just made a major announcement. Only 3 hours after Rich Barris of Big Data Polling, only 3 hours afterwards, the New York Times has now called Florida for Donald J. Trump. And AP just called it. So Rich, you're only 3 hours ahead of these guys. I knew they finally.
Unbelievable. And that's what some of this stuff doesn't make sense, Steve. Out in Arizona, to not even see that election day break and to make that call. I understand now their decision desk is debating that. We're not calling it. It's the fact of the matter is the president has demonstrated he can undo leads.
Let's talk about that. Raheem just mentioned there's a bunch of stuff going on Twitter. When you say their decision desk is debating that, where do you get that? We've been trying to find that. Have they actually said they're debating that, or is that just a scuttlebutt among you analytical types?
It could be. That's what we heard with one of our partners on the other show. They said that they did some digging over there, made some calls, and that's what they heard out of Fox. But they didn't. They were looking like they were leaning towards uncalling it, but then they didn't. So I think they're going to use Arizona, that uncertainty in Arizona, to really hang on.
Rich, we're going to cut to Joe Biden right now. His statement. We'll come right back to you.
CNN finally called Florida too.
Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long.
Is almost totally reported.
Michigan, I'm said to the T. Just read off a teleprompter.
Yeah,
did he just read off a teleprompter?
Yeah, he was reading his pre-written script. Yeah.
This is live TV. This is our comms director, beeping horns.
Yeah.
Did the cars have masks on them? Okay,
Can you say something here?
Here's amazing.
At the beginning, I called it exactly right what he said.
No, I want to go back. I wish we could play the tape. You guys absolutely said to the T of what Joe Biden was going to say.
Yeah.
So let's go back and say, McGinley, why strategically did he say that to position himself for tomorrow?
Because he can't prematurely declare victory.
Because he's losing.
Right, because you can still lose it. But for rallying the base, rallying the troops, energizing the donors to give the money, and to keep everybody engaged, he has to talk in terms of confidence of the result, the need to count every ballot, which has been a theme for their election, which is the American thing to do, and the Trump campaign believes the same thing. But at bottom line is that what Joe Biden was laying down a marker, he's not going to concede anything. anytime soon, even if he gets upside down in some of these states. This fight's going to go on for a while. The grind has begun. The battle is engaged. And now it's time for everybody to rally.
I love it. McGinley and Barris are always ahead of the program. What we just kind of serve it up. You said, I think it was an hour and a half ago, the grind is on. And now it's not just grind is on, game on, right? Okay, Barris. Joe Biden kind of said, Richard Barris is a lot of talk, but I know where the votes are. He says, I'm going to win Wisconsin, I'm going to win Michigan, I'm going to win Pennsylvania, and by the way, I think I got a really good shot in Georgia. Is Joe Biden spinning? Is he doing what McGinley says? He's got to keep everybody motivated. He's got to keep the donors active. He's got to keep his campaign alive. He can't admit that he's getting smoked in all three of those. Is there any reality? Can he come back and win Wisconsin? Are there enough votes there for him? Are there enough votes in Michigan? Let's leave Pennsylvania aside for a special case, but let's go to Georgia first. He sits there and goes, hey, I wasn't planning on it, but I think I got a really good shot in Georgia. Does he have any shot in Georgia?
I mean, it's mathematically possible, I suppose, if that's why they're not calling it. Here's the problem. These votes tighten up more and more. Now that Cobb is almost totally reported, Donald Trump is actually at 43% of the vote. So even if we go around the Atlanta suburbs, we go to Gwinnett, we go to DeKalb, these margins are tightening as the more votes are reported. So you can't take the net on its face right now and then try to say, well, maybe you'll get another 40 net out of here. Maybe you'll get another 40 net out of there. As Cobb showed us, that's not at all.
Okay, let me, for people who may not know Georgia, Atlanta, because people would be saying, hey, Atlanta's where these votes for Biden are going to come from. Has Atlanta, how much of Atlanta and the surrounding areas, what percentage of that has reported?
Right, so you have these surrounding areas. You have Fulton. It's anywhere between 60 and 70% in. That's an area where they're really trying to run it up. Here's the problem with that. That's a net right there of about 120,000 votes, well, a little bit more, 140,000. All right, but Joe Biden is currently trailing Donald Trump by about 300,000 votes. And when you go around the rest of these areas, the net Donald Trump, it's got 20% more max in Gwinnett. That margin is also tightening. It's not reversing for Biden. It's tightening. These are the surrounding areas. You have, of course, Rockdale. That's 70-30. That is totally in. You have Henry. It tightened, and now it's almost in. Tops 25% of the vote. Biden only netted 12 there. Maybe in that.
And Trump campaign staff say they are very confident in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, which will give them victory.
Another 2,000. The number simply, and Clayton, in Fulton. Again, that's really what they're looking at. Fulton, Steve. And I just don't see those numbers. I don't see them.
Okay, really real quickly, we got about a minute. Just real quickly, Wisconsin and Michigan. He said, I'm going to win them both. What would you put that probability? What would you put the probability of a Trump victory in Wisconsin and then a Trump victory in Michigan tonight?
Likely. If they keep reporting. I mean, Donald Trump's at 41% of the vote in Wayne. I would expect that to decline, but that's only a net of 60,000 votes. There are a lot of red counties in. What really we're looking at is Macomb right here. Can he use Macomb to fight Oakland to a draw? Oakland has widened out a little bit to 10 points. We expected Biden to take Oakland by possibly 16, 18, or more, but Macomb went so heavily for Donald Trump, 33 points. Add Monroe to that, which is going to be even bigger. That's a wash, and that's how a Republican wins the state of Michigan. There was talk of Livingston. I want to go here, part of the 8th Congressional District. There was talk of Livingston giving trouble. There was bleeding in Livingston. It's a almost 30-point margin in the county of Livingston. They're just, Steve, I don't see it. It's not there.
Okay.
Right now, it's not there.
Richard, we're going to let you pop. Donald Trump has tweeted out that he's about to make a statement in his thing. Big win, as only Trump can do. Richard Barris, thank you very much. We're going to have Richard back on a little later. He's done a magnificent job. Joe Biden came out and made a statement. My two colleagues nailed it beforehand of what he was going to say. But principally, he called out the fact that, hey, I can win Michigan, I can win Wisconsin, I can win Pennsylvania when all the votes are counted. We got to take our time. And he can also win North Carolina. And he said he actually could win Georgia. So we do know that Iowa's been called for President Trump tonight. So that's one of the original package in 2016.
Look, he rallied the base and he telegraphed his punches. That's where they're going to contest.
Those states right there.
Those states. The states that he named are the ones where the lawyers are going to deploy, the political operatives, the comms people, the admin people. They are deploying to the states. They said before the election, the private planes are on the tarmac and ready to go. My guess is they already have assets on the ground, both for legal, comms, political, and data. But if they need to supplement because things are going to get pretty heated, then they're going to shift around their resources. The Biden campaign is ready to fight.
Mitch, you got some new news on a popular vote?
Yeah, we got a popular vote update with Biden leading the popular vote. He's up by 1.5 million, and that's coming in from Fox.
That's a big swing there.
Be very clear about something. So the Arizona numbers currently show Joe Biden in the lead by about 200,000.
And Twitter is currently removing Donald Trump's tweets.
Votes, 53.6 to 45, and Fox has seen fit to declare that. The Pennsylvania numbers so far, with 64% reporting, show Donald Trump with a lead of about 600,000, 56.8 to 41.9. So there are major calling discrepancies as far as I'm concerned. What I would be doing is not calling any of these at all right now, right? Taking a step back and saying, hey, we don't actually know where the following results are going to go. And the president himself, Steve, as you say, I think we should make it very clear for the audience, the president tweeted at 12:45 a.m. Eastern Time, that's 8 minutes ago, he said, quote, I will be making a statement tonight, a big W-I-N in all caps.
I think we said early in the day, Maria Bartiromo at 7 a.m. President's got to step up with the bold red predicate and take command of this, right? I think he's got to take command. He let Biden speak first, but I think he's got to take command of this narrative. I think he's got to declare himself either the winner or close to being a winner, because right now Biden's down in all these states and we just don't see where the votes are going to come from, particularly where the votes are going to come from in Michigan and Wisconsin. So Richard Barris will be joining us back in a second. Jack Maxey, give us your thoughts here. What do you think we stand on this?
I think we stand pretty well, Steve. I feel like we're better.
Okay, so what presidential tweet is Twitter censoring right now? Donald Trump says we're up big, but they're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. And Twitter wants to stop that kind of tweeting by the President of the United States.
better than I would have thought we would have been at this moment, and you know that I get accused of being overly optimistic, and I have made that error in the past. I like to think of myself going in for the kill with a smile on my face and a tear in my eye. But I think that we're doing better than I could have imagined. I mean, I'm looking at Minnesota. It looks like we may have picked up 2 congressional seats in Minnesota.
Boy, if that's the case, that flips that congressional delegation. That could be big in January, as Mr. Bill McGinley tells us. Don't think this may not.
And Twitter's working overtime to censor tweets by the President of the United States and his supporters.
Come down for a vote in the House. By the way, if there's certain things that would roll out here, if you lost Pennsylvania and I think gained Michigan and Wisconsin, you might have a 269 to 269, or could get close. You never know. Go to the House.
They go to contingent elections.
Bill McGinley's the one that pointed out in Minnesota that when the marijuana party dropped. Go ahead, Raheem. What do you got?
Sorry, the president has then subsequently tweeted, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after polls are closed." And Twitter has now blocked that tweet within a matter of seconds.
Wow.
Twitter blocked the tweet of the President of the United States?
That is correct. That is correct. As of 6 minutes ago, the President of the United States, I want to make this very clear, tweeted, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed."
What did Miles Guo say, was it 6 weeks ago? That the most dangerous weapon the Chinese Communist Party has is social media. And we have been saying here for weeks and weeks and weeks, and you saw this on the hard drive from hell story when the New York Post put it up. Twitter didn't like it because they knew they could change the direction of the election. They completely froze the New York Post, one of the biggest papers in the country, the oldest paper in the country, founded by Alexander Hamilton. It made everybody's job tougher, although I think more people wanted to see it. And we said, Jack, as you know, we were talking about on election night, they're going to sit there, Jack Dorsey, that punk, is going to sit there and start to take down what the President of the United States is communicating to the people. I said it on Vice last night. They made a documentary. They came and made a documentary. I think this made it into the documentary. I've seen the whole thing. If I was President of the United States, I'd call a national security emergency use. I think it's Section 232. I'd send U.S. Marshals in. Jack Dorsey would be arrested tonight. Not even a question. If some punk that runs a company's got 9 people that work for it, right, and got a $2 trillion market cap, and he's going to sit there and take down the Commander-in-Chief's tweets, right, a form of communication by the Commander-in-Chief, I think it's a national security problem. I would throw Jack Dorsey. I'd send U.S. Marshals in tonight.
It's not retweetable, so I've just tried. I cannot retweet the president's tweet. I cannot share it. Now, bear in mind, we just heard Joe Biden go on television and say that he has a path to victory. He is making a claim about where the election is going to go, as we were told that social media firms would not allow this evening. The President of the United States is not making a call here. What he's saying is, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. Yep, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls close. And his tweet is shut down.
You know, this is war. Bill McGinley got him worked up. Bill McGinley, they're watching the broadcast. Bill McGinley said, now starts the grind. President took it to heart and goes, hey, they're trying to steal the election.
Look, this is where the campaign needs to be right now. They need to let the president, he's going to go out and say what he's going to say. We've all worked for him. You know how he is. He's going to say whatever he's going to say, and God bless him.
Exactly.
Yes, he's very direct. It's part of his charm. But bottom line is that the campaign, the lawyers, the data, the political types, the folks on the ground, they need to be conducting a very sober and objective analysis of the votes, of the data. They need to be playing both offense and defense. The offense is going out and finding those Republican voters who cast absentee ballots that didn't arrive at the station, didn't show up in person, and go out there and try and get those ballots into the pile. I don't care if you're up or down. Addition.
You're saying the very first thing you do, go on offense, and that's to get more ballots.
Yes.
Go find out how your pile gets bigger.
You get two benefits from this, Steve. The first benefit is you're going to be successful in some cases, and you're going to add ballots to the pile. The second one is you just force the Democrats' hand to expose them. This is not an angelic crusade because it's all about the vote. This is about raw power. They will turn on a dime, and they will argue photo ID, signature mismatch, and everything else if they run the numbers and they think that those ballots coming in could be decisive. This is about raw power for them.
This is not a search for truth.
No, this is a search for power. The defense that you have to play is, number one, you've got different county registrars across all these states. In the Democratic counties, are they going to have a more relaxed standard than the Republican counties? They're going to pride themselves on following the law and the regulations in place when the election began. And what the Republican lawyers need to be doing in these states is making sure that all votes are treated equally. What goes for the Democrats goes for the Republicans. What goes for the Republicans goes for the Democrats. Everybody is treated equally. And this could take a long time because a lot of this stuff could be litigated if we end up there.
In real time, we're seeing something really extraordinary here, okay? So the president has just tweeted something that is manifestly true, that is verifiably true, and Jack Dorsey and Twitter have nixed it. As far as I'm concerned, US Marshals should be walking into Twitter HQ right now and seizing every computer in there and stopping Twitter doing what it's doing. But what I've done here is I've tweeted what the president just tweeted. I copied and pasted this tweet, and I've said everyone must tweet what real Donald Trump did before getting suppressed by Twitter. Copy and paste his tweet. And then I've put in quote marks exactly what he said. We're up big, but they're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls close. Within less than 1 minute, I've got 1.6 thousand retweets on this, and everyone must do this right now. This is it. We go to the wall on this. We go to the mattresses on this. This is it. This is the night.
You think this is the inflection point?
This is the point.
Okay, we talked about this coming for weeks and weeks and weeks. Bill McGinley outlined it. There was going to come a point on the evening of the 3rd or early morning of the 4th, there was going to be war. Okay, now this is what they've stopped counting votes in Philadelphia. They're playing games in North Carolina. They won't call Georgia. They're saying right now, Joe Biden goes out there and says, I'm going to win Michigan and Wisconsin when he's far behind. And now the President of the United States, after Joe Biden came out and made demonstrably false assertions, right? Demonstrably false assertions. President of the United States tweets out something that's true, and he gets taken down on Twitter. This is social media trying to suppress your voice. It is now game on. And I got to tell you, at 1 o'clock, it's now 1 o'clock on the morning of the 4th of November, the year of our Lord 2020. As Bill McGinley told us an hour ago, the strike of midnight, the grind is now going to start, and it's not going to be over anytime soon. This is going to get very nasty.
And Steve, let's be clear. The team with the best war dance is not the team that's going to win. You got to have the best warriors who can exercise good judgment and make intelligence decisions about what happens next and how you're going to deploy resources and what tactics you're going to deploy to protect your votes. Let's be perfectly clear for all the haters out there. Every vote should be counted. Every legitimate vote should be counted. I want to make that absolutely clear.
It has to be counted.
It must be counted. Yes. That is our system.
Yes.
That is how this works. The candidate with the most votes wins.
Yes.
We've been hearing all night that based upon the models, based upon the projections, based upon the votes that have come in, the votes that are outstanding, the President of the United States has a very good chance of winning Wisconsin, is contesting Michigan. The campaign has said, hey, we're looking at the data. They called Arizona too early. Arizona is still in play. And for the life of us, we can't figure out why people are talking about Georgia right now. But we need to get, we need people who with access to this data to start explaining, why they think Biden can actually do this, because everything that we're seeing is the president should prevail in Georgia. If he starts taking down these states and starts winning these states, President Trump gets in the second term.
It's been 5 minutes since I tweeted what the president tweeted, and we're now at 5.2 thousand retweets on this right now. No, that's unprecedented.
Wow.
These are incredible numbers.
Wow.
And they're incredible numbers because people are seeing what's going on here.
Yes.
This is a mass suppression. Remember, one side is allowed to declare victory here, but Joe Biden went on stage and said, I got a path. We're going to win this. And when the president did the same thing, his tweet was suppressed. You cannot view it without going through the firewall of Twitter, and you cannot at all retweet this tweet by the president of the United States right now.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Comms is
Who would have thought that the party of Davos would be making their last stand in Palo Alto, right? You got Facebook, Twitter. These guys think that they're going to lay down the law with 330 million angry Americans.
Okay, we have breaking news. I want to go from the sublime to the less sublime, or maybe even the more sublime. Kanye West has conceded his 2020 presidential run. Just a duly noted. Actually, I got to tell you, that commercial that Kanye made, I know that Tucker Carlson was very, very impressed with. I was very impressed with. I thought it was the pro-life commercial. It was quite powerful. So Kanye, maybe pull a group together, start to study up on stuff, get an economic program. You never know. Donald Trump got to be president of the United States after being an entrepreneur, being a real estate developer, being a reality TV guy. Any kid in this country can grow up to be president of the United States. That's what I like to say. So let's go back to what do we.
By the way, I mean, Georgia is in the margin of error here, right? So the New York Times is putting all this stuff out about why did we turn the needle blue in Georgia, and it's 14 minutes ago. They've tried to justify the thing. But if you look at their actual needle right here,
Midge rattled me.
It's 0.2. That is within the margin of error. It's nonsense. You cannot make statistical claims of this kind. Any mathematician would say that. When we have Barris on the next thing, you can't say a plus 2.2% is worth moving the needle over. This is ridiculous. We're seeing it's 1:45 a.m. on the East Coast here in the United States, and we are seeing
105.
105. Sorry, and we are seeing
you're on Greenwich Mean Time.
We're seeing the cheat set in.
Let's stick to the reality, though. Trump is ahead by 300,000 votes in Georgia, with 81% of the votes already in.
Okay, I'm gonna go to my producer. Let's go. Is Barris up and ready to go? Good, perfect.
I'm here.
Hey, how you doing, brother? So
living the dream.
Okay, we want to go to the direct challenge that Joe Biden threw down for you, and we want to go with Raheem was just saying about the New York Times. Raheem, go back to your point. You wanted to ask Richard Barris. Richard Barris joins us from Big Data Polling. We think he's a guy called it in 2016. You can actually see all his crosstabs. You can see all the detailed work that he does. He's quite extraordinary. He's had a run of calls tonight. Of course, Arizona be the one miss, but as Richard Barris, Raheem Kassam, and I think everybody else is arguing, particularly the Trump campaign, way too early for Fox to call that. I might want to add that nobody else has called Arizona. But let's go to Georgia. Georgia is a particular thorn in the side right now of the New York Times. They're getting lit up. And so let's go to Georgia, and Raheem makes the case. You want to, Raheem, state your own case here?
Yeah, look, Richard, and you tell me if I'm wrong about this. I'm not a data guy. You're the data guy. You're the boss in this scenario. But I think it's a manifest nonsense for the New York Times to be moving the needle 0.2% and 0.2% the other way. They're trying to justify their claims in their live blog by saying, oh, well, the Atlanta area was really good for Biden. But again, 0.2 is, as far as I'm concerned, statistical insignificance in a race like this at this point in time, considering how much has been called. What say you about the way they're dealing with this?
I didn't look at their needle. So where is their needle at that they're moving now 0.2?
So their needle now is, it's a very good call. I don't know if Mitch has it up there as well, but let me grab their needle for you.
I want to know that before I say.
Yeah. So bang in the middle here. 85% reported, bang in the middle, but 0.2% to Biden, and then their win probability is now 57% to Biden. Now remember, their needle has gone back and forth over the night in Georgia, and I just don't see any reason why they've been playing around like this.
Yeah, so I had up DeKalb, right? So look at DeKalb. Let me tell you where they're looking at. And there's that 100,000 vote spread in DeKalb for Joe Biden, and they're about 40% in. And they're looking at the 250,000 vote lead, which just ticked up for Donald Trump a little bit. And they're thinking, well, there's 100,000 votes in DeKalb. There's another 170,000 votes in Fulton. Fulton's almost in. It's 74% at most to 87.5%. At the highest. By the way, folks, there also is red vote still out. All right, a little bit here, a little bit there, but that's how you offset some of this stuff. Here's Cobb. Cobb was looking like a huge spread before for Biden as this was being reported. The trend throughout the night has been when you get to right about where Fulton is now, and when you get to a little bit more for where DeKalb is now, that's when it starts tightening. So even if you were to say, well, maybe there's 100,000, maybe there's 100,000 votes here, maybe there's another 70,000 votes here, it would be very difficult. You'd have to assume no other red vote is coming in. That's number one, which is, I think, a little bit ludicrous. But like Cobb, all these other counties are much more likely to tighten as things come in, which will shrink that hypothetical margin for Joe Biden. And that is the crystal clear pattern tonight, even in even in urban areas. So Fulton at 87% reported. Gwinnett, by the way, tightened as well, 82.9%. And this is what I'm talking about. This is the pattern. Gwinnett before was 68% for Joe Biden. Now, Fulton is the biggest spread, and I wouldn't expect to tighten a whole lot, not too much, but we're already 25% out the most. The most. They're looking at it like there's another 180,000 votes there. 243,000 votes. Can it tighten? Sure. This is the needle, by the way, that and that's why I asked you that, because that's what it seemed like on election night in 2018 as well. And I haven't had a chance to go around. There were some eastern counties that were, looks like much of them, that was what that update was, widen Trump's lead out almost 10,000 a second ago. But Floyd's going to knock a couple off, 1,000 here and there. This is what, I mean, I see what they're saying, but the needle goes back and forth because the truth of the matter is they don't know.
Yeah, they don't
know.
Can I
Abraham still has votes.
Well, I have the microphone.
Yeah.
Can I just quickly ask you, Richard, about Virginia right now? Because Virginia, it looks like there's 9,000 votes in this right now, with 80% reported, 49.3% place 49% in Virginia. So why are they so comfortable calling it for Joe Biden here?
Yeah, because of where it is.
Sure.
I'm actually, look, I'll tell it how it is. Yeah. I'm actually with them on this. I think Loudoun, Donald Trump was performing pretty well in Loudoun County. He did collapse as more came in, and that was what happened in Virginia as some of the early vote was reported after. Fairfax does still have a lot of vote out. So even, I got to say, the rural Virginians put up one heck of a fight, but this is not the win that they had really hoped for. Chesterfield, look, still has some vote out. So it looks, Virginia's one of those states where as it's coming in, it looks to be like a Republican victory is possible, but you really need this to fall off. Fairfax is basically in, but they'll hold. They'll do what everybody else is apparently doing tonight, they'll hold it.
I've got to ask a question about Pennsylvania. I think somebody's tweeting out, Richard, and I'd like you to confirm this, that Lackawanna County, that you said that Trump would win by 4%, I think it was, and that was aggressive, and I think you had him up 18%. Yeah. Their tweet, I think I just saw a tweet, or people from Pennsylvania are telling me now that Lackawanna County flipped for Biden. How does that possibly work? That's got to be impossible.
It did flip at that actually defied the trend. So Trump was up there about 10 until he got at 83, and then that flipped. That was one of the counties that defied that trend. That's the only one tonight on the night. Monroe went though, and this is why even though Lackawanna looks like it widened out a little bit from Hillary, we're only talking about 10,000 vote difference. He really didn't get it. He really didn't overperform as much as they had hoped. There's no doubt. And then Monroe went for almost 30 points for Donald Trump, 23 points. Luzerne did go almost 30 points for Donald Trump. Erie County went, it's at 15 right now. So and by the way, Bucks County, look at that.
Okay, let's see what Britt Hume has to say here. Fox News.
In Ohio, Trump is up 8.
Right.
8. That's a 12-point swing.
Quinnipiac is having a bad night. Quinnipiac polls.
No, but I mean, pretty much all the polls except Trafalgar.
Des Moines was right.
And Des Moines Register was right.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's up 5, 6, 7, 8.
more than 8 points. That's a 12-point
You know, what's
swing.
interesting about that Des Moines Register poll, because we've all learned through the long years of covering the Iowa caucuses that they do a great job out there on that poll. That's a very well-regarded poll, and with good reason. And when it came out and said that, you know, Trump suddenly was up 7 after having been, you know, up slightly or even down in the number of those polls.
He got lambasted by Democrats.
Well, a lot of people thought it was off base or whatever, but I mean, I wonder what that shouldn't have been more of a wake-up call to the nation's pollsters than it was.
But what's interesting is that I think, you know, we talk about some of these public polls, but all of these candidates and campaigns have their own internal polls. And from what I've heard from friends that work on a lot of those races, and I will include Iowa in this, that when that Seltzer poll came out on Saturday,
that's the Des Moines Register,
the Des Moines Register poll. Thank you. It was dead on with what the Republicans were seeing in their internal polls. So it could be that sometimes your internal poll might be a little bit better. I don't know. And you don't get to see those, and they always tell us that their polls are better, but maybe in this case they were.
But, you know, the thing about the Biden campaign is they had a lot of money. And when you have a lot of money, you can put a lot of money into polling. So we don't know about their internal polls. But what you do see in this moment is that if Minnesota goes for Biden, and we've said that, then you have Wisconsin right next to it. And you have, as we've been discussing, that pocket of votes still to be counted, not only the mail-in votes, but the votes that were still uncounted, but the actual people voting in Detroit. So in all these cases, it would look like there's an opportunity there in Biden's favor. But the key here, to my mind, is the president coming out, you know, here we are in the wee hours of Wednesday morning, and what he has to say about this, because all the polling now, it's in the history books. I think now we're into the period where we are anticipating litigation and exactly how you go about properly counting the votes and people contesting votes. And I just hope things don't get ugly.
Yeah, I mean, there's potential that it could be in more than one state as well, which is kind of a terrifying thought
I can
as
also,
we look ahead.
I can also tell you that this is the worst nightmare of those 9 justices on the Supreme Court. That I talked to a few of the justices after 2000, and they were very unhappy that they were put in that position. Now, none of them regretted the vote they had taken, given that. The Republicans all thought that they should stop the recount. The Democrats all thought they should continue it. But one of the things John Roberts, as chief, has tried to do is to keep the Supreme Court as out of the politics business as possible. You've sometimes seen him make decisions like on Obamacare that have given conservatives heartburn, and some people have thought he was doing it to try to keep the court out of the political fray.
But President Trump would argue that by extending Pennsylvania's deadline, they are not getting out of the political fray.
They would say, I mean, in his ruling, he said, I'm deferring to the state authorities on that. My only point is, it may be forced on them, and they may have to make that decision. But they don't want to do that. I promise you, none of those 9 justices wants to sit there and basically decide who the next president is. And with the litigation you're talking about, Martha, that is possible.
Martha, Twitter has now taken a stab at explaining himself about the warning that it put on President Trump's tweet about the election.
Which is very 2020, by the way.
Isn't it, though? This comes from accompanied by a statement of their civic integrity policy. Quote, we placed a warning on a tweet from Donald Trump for making potentially misleading claim about an election. This action is in line with our civic integrity policy. This has really reached a kind of a stage of absurdity, because anybody who's covered political campaigns over any long period of time knows that they are full of statements on both sides that are arguably true and arguably false. And they're filled with exaggerations and dire threats and pointing with pride and viewing with great alarm, and it's all grossly overstated, and always has been. And that's the rough and tumble of politics. And when you've got this social media outlet which is deciding it's going to be careful about potentially misleading claims. I mean, there's no end to it.
And it's a claim that's about to be made to the entire country, and it's in the public domain anyway. So
I mean, it certainly defeats the claim that they are an open platform and not a publication which they are editing.
We have a call to make here. The Fox News Decision Desk now can call that former Vice President Joe Biden will win the Nebraska 2nd District. That, again, is one of 2 states, Nebraska and Maine, that pulls out the 1 district, so 1 electoral vote. President Trump winning the rest of the votes in Nebraska.
I don't expect that to stay.
Electoral vote
if it
will
does, then that's incredibly bad news. I mean, if you guys were listening to what Biden said, he held the bare bone minimum for a Democrat. It's not a good performance. This is a bad performance. Look, Donald Trump creeped up now to 36% in Allegheny. This margin's going to rise. This is I don't know what Joe Biden was talking about at Allegheny. I'm hearing good things out of Allegheny. We were told to get ready. Trump's about to jump from 17 to the mid-30s, and now here he is in the mid-30s with, by the way, about 38 to 45% in. I think he's going to hit 38, 40, and because, again, that's the trend. Really, his sweet spot, guys, is that 60 to 70 report. Once he hits that, that's when that acceleration of his reversal begins. That's been the case all night long.
Richard, hang on. We got Bill McGinley. We're going to lose Bill McGinley. I want Bill McGinley. Give us a summary of where do you think we stand at 1:15 in the morning, on November 4th with the grind. This thing is stopped. They've kind of stopped. Let's say they've stopped counting in Philadelphia. Just set the framework. Tomorrow we'll have you back on the show in the morning. But tell us, where do you think we are right now? And what do you think the President of the United States should do when he comes out and addresses the people?
I think the President needs to be positive. I think the President needs to lay the predicate that this fight is going to go on, that the data and the information that he's seeing from the various states that haven't made the calls yet indicate that he's
And Fox remains the only outlet that is called Arizona.
Can achieve 270 electoral votes, that they are going to participate in the process, that he's not going to let his voters down, that they are going to make every effort to make sure that all these votes count, and that he's confident that at the end of it, he will be reelected to a 2nd term. I also think that the campaign senior staff right now is meeting because they need to start allocating resources, personnel, and everything else to these various states to make sure that they have enough coverage for the morning when these counts resume or while these counts are continuing to go on. This is now becoming an exercise. How do you allocate the finite resources that you have at your disposal? What do you need to bring in? How much money do you need to raise? You need to start laying out the comm strategy, and you really need to make sure that you're going forward and being able to press this case. This is now going to be a multi-state front, and this is go time. The grind is on. The battle is engaged, and the President and his campaign team and the army of lawyers now need to do their job.
I got to tell you, Bill McGinley's kept us ahead of this over the last 3 or 4 months. He's the first guy to identify all these issues. He's bringing it home, and tonight, I got to tell you, the grind has started. This is #war. Bill, we'll have you on the show tomorrow. I can't thank you enough. The service you've done to the people here has just been incredible, and you've been so ahead of things of what's going on. So hopefully we can get your voice can be heard, because I think it needs to be heard by certain people in senior positions. But we'll make sure we take care of that. Sure. So Bill, thank you very much. I want to go back to Barris, Rich Barris. So let's go back to Pennsylvania. I want to go back to Allegheny, because here, again, he's challenging you specifically. He goes to, what is this thing about Allegheny County? I thought you told me, I mean, where does he come up with this stuff? Who and somebody on his staff is putting the bug in his ear about this? What are they telling you? I mean, put yourself in their position. How can they come up with, hey, we're doing really good in Allegheny, and there's a lot more there for us to get?
As he was talking, Steve, it went from 17% to 36%. And I got the heads up. Here we go again. As it comes rolling in, and he takes these big leaps when these chunks come in, and they didn't even hit the 65% mark yet. That really has been the target. Some counties at 60, some counties at 70, and then Trump just ticks up. Why? That's the election day vote, guys. And he's winning that election day vote. This holds for urban areas too, which Nate Cohen, I guess like he polls in Florida, doesn't seem to understand that. This is happening everywhere. So, and I don't know who's telling him these things. Go to Michigan, if you don't mind. Look at Michigan. We projected Biden could win by 2. If he won Oakland by 18 points and kept Trump under 56 in Macomb County. Right now, and by the way, look at Trump in Wayne County, 41% of the vote. Wow. Tell me that's not black vote share. Tell me that's not black men voting for Donald Trump in Detroit. It is. And then you have Oakland over here, 54-44. That widened out for Biden. Most of the time, Oakland's almost all in. Most of the time, Biden had a 6-point lead, maybe 8-point, kept bobbing up and down. I wouldn't expect that. We had him at 18 if he was going to take the state. And then right over, the magic formula for a Republican to win is to use Macomb to wash Oakland out, and then use Monroe to overtake that and get a net plus, and then use the rest of the state to drown out Washington and Wayne. I mean, there is not a serious person out right now who could tell me that this map is not stronger for Trump than it was in 2016.
Oh, 100%.
This is unreal.
100%. Not even close.
Not even close, Steve.
No, you're talking about something that could be a big win. I mean, we won by eyelash. You're talking about something that could be a real win. That's why I don't see how Joe Biden can sit there in front of the American people and really say that I'm going to win Wisconsin and going to win Michigan. Can we go to Wisconsin and let's check it there? Walk through what Joe Biden has to do to turn the situation we have now into a victory.
Okay, see, this is a great example. We should see tightening as some of these other bluer areas come in. Pennsylvania, expect some tightening. Even Michigan, when Wayne comes in a little bit more, expect some tightening. But there are magic formulas in Wisconsin for Republicans, just as there are magic formulas in every other state. Here's Dane County. It's in.
That's it. That's their strongest county and the largest margin any Democratic candidate is going to get at a Dane. If much more comes out of there, guys, then that would be inexplicable. It's 99% roughly, greater than 99%. Milwaukee does still have half its vote out, and you could look at that and say, you know what, maybe I'll end up with another 40,000 votes. Well, that would put Joe Biden at about 1320. 65,000 vote lead for Donald Trump. The problem is Joe Biden needed to blow him out in Douglas. This is how the liberal Jill Karofsky Supreme Court candidate, she was a fantastic candidate, had a lot of money behind her. This is how she overtook the incumbent. She crushed in Douglas. She crushed in Bayfield. Republicans are not supposed to be in the 40s. And this is because, and if you want to really get into the history of this, guys, this is the birthplace of labor progressivism up here. And Donald Trump's working class message is enough to take a bare bones 27-32 margin for any other Republican and drive it into the 40s in Ashland. He's outperforming in the northwestern 3 counties, the blue counties. He's outperforming even our polling over here. And really, the rest of it's in. That's it. I mean, Kawani's in. Wood has got about 25 tops, but the margin is 2,000 votes. Eau Claire, 99% in. La Crosse, Donald Trump is making a play for it. At the end, it's tightening. And Donald Trump lost La Crosse. It was a smart campaign move to go to La Crosse. You got to stay in the 40s. He's going to do it. Fuck. Dead even. I think Donald Trump will probably flip it with the last 25%. And Iowa County has tightened. Biden had him down in the 30s at one point. And Green is dead even. Donald Trump will probably flip that. That's been the trend. And again, Dane is in. Rock is in. He has nowhere else to get votes. He's got Milwaukee. Excuse me. He's got Milwaukee. Chunk it in, guys. Chunk it in. Show us your 50. Let's add it to the board. And then let's just keep going because Columbia still has vote. I mean, they're playing games over here. You're going to overtake Columbia with another 64% to report. Let's get over this. This is, by any measure, over.
Okay, here's what I want to do if we can. We've got you for a little while longer. Can we go to Nevada? I know there hasn't been a lot reported there, but Nevada, I think since Iowa has been called, Minnesota has been called, we've got a couple free out there that you're deep into, but right now Maine 2 has been called. We haven't talked about Nebraska 2, and we haven't talked about Nevada. Nevada really being the last potential battleground state. It's also one I can tell you, the Trump campaign thought they were going to have, they could be very competitive out there. Part of it is because the mail-in ballot situation, the strip is shut down. A lot of the unions have all been kind of sent home. They didn't know if there's enough people around. So, Rich, take us through your assessment of Nevada right now. How did you poll Nevada? Before we started, where did you think Nevada was going to come out?
I thought it was going to come out a solid Biden 2-4. And then as a public polling project, we had to make decisions on where to allocate it. So at that point, Republicans are always overrepresented in Nevada. It would have to be something very significant to change the landscape. However, there is something.
Hey, Rich, let me just give you some breaking news. There's a tweet out that says, update, there's an issue with the transmission of reporting votes. They're essentially doing a reboot, and then results will start to flow here in Allegheny County in Pennsylvania. So we'll get back to that. I know you're going to want to see that. Let's go. So in Nevada, you had it at 2-4?
Yeah, we did, and that was in September. It was a low point for the president, but still, anytime we poll Nevada and we see a 2-4, it really means a 5-6. I always tell people with Nevada, we're talking about 6 electoral votes. I know in a close election it could matter, but if you're going to make a real play for it as a Republican, you've got to win back Reno. Washoe County is that county that when that went, so did Nevada. And Trump is making a comeback here. There's no doubt, but it's got to tighten a little bit more with that 15%. He's going to do better than I thought he was going to do. And I think that's pretty clear. In order to win Nevada, you got to, as a Republican, you've got to get to 45% at Clark County. He has steadily ticked up and up and up. So that would be the magic. We have nothing from the biggest county, Douglas. Nye was 51-46. That will widen out. Esmeralda is huge for Donald Trump. We expected a big rural vote. And then we have Story, big for Donald Trump, but almost all the way in now. Lyon was a very big vote for Donald Trump. It could be 17, but likely is almost in. So we'll just see. Some of this is just estimates. Unfortunately, we don't have a certainty. Churchill, very big for Donald Trump. In the end, it'll come down to whether he tightens Washoe. Technically, a Republican doesn't have to win Washoe, but they got to get pretty close to a draw. Given the pattern, it's close. It really is. With 13% left, he needs to tighten it a little bit more than that, unless he overperforms in Clark. He's at 44 right now. You need to be at 45 and then fight Washoe to a draw. Clark is interesting to me. There's no doubt. But 45-46, and you got a race.
Yeah, let's go. Can we go to Arizona for a second? Because Fox is trying to defend. Their calling of this right now. Midge, you want to read what we got? And if we can go to Arizona for a second, Rich, what do you got, Midge?
So Fox is standing by their decision to call Arizona early. They claim that Trump needs 61% of the remaining Arizona vote, and Fox is claiming that he will get about 45%. So they made the call. They're standing by it.
You know, all I can say about that, Steve, is they're using voter analysis to do that. Their voter analysis stinks, clearly. I mean, this is supposed to be the replacement for the exit polls. This is the same voter analysis that told us Bernie Sanders had no mathematical chance to lose the state of Maine. He won with every age group. He won with every education group. He won with every gender. And yet he went on to get spanked by Joe Biden.
Okay, tell the audience what's the difference between voter analysis and exit polls. They've made this big deal from 16. They were getting away from exit polls. They were so embarrassed. We're going to go to a new system of analyzing what happened in the pregame. And I got to tell you, I think the exit polls are the decision, whatever you want to call it, did not work. Because my understanding is that the exit polls and ones I saw were way off where we are tonight. So what is this new thing they're using? Why are they using it? And how accurate do you think it is?
So I had faith in it when they first announced it because we do believe in a lot of online sampling. There's a lot of value there. Unfortunately, like anything else big media touches, they pervert and destroy. And they blew it in 18. They blew it in the 2020 Democratic primary. They abandoned the exit polls after the loss 4 years ago, showing a rout. And exit polls are traditional. But if you look at some of those questionnaires and the order in which the questions are asked, they're highly skewed to the left. They're large panels, folks. We're talking about very large panels. And I think theirs is America Speaks, but they partnered with AP to do it. And it's unfortunately, I don't have an inside look at their operation. I really do think that there's promise in the idea. It can't be run by them. I don't know what else to say. It can't be run by them. It could have been a good thing, but the fact of the matter is, guys, he showed the propensity to win 60+% of the vote.
I want to ask the whole group here. Why it's 1:30 in the morning. Biden already went out with his statement. The president's tweeted out something. He's been shut down. Why do you think, I'll start with you, Raheem, and Rich, I'll get to you in a second, but why is the president holding back? It's 1:30. The audience is not going to get any bigger, right? Some people got to go to work. A lot of people are just getting tired, had a full day. They'll get up in the morning or get up early in the morning. What do you think? Maybe I'll start with Jack Maxey. Why do you think the president of the United States is not already up there telling us what, Joe Biden read it off a teleprompter. President Trump will just get up there and give it from the heart, right? We want Trump to be Trump.
And by the way, the Biden campaign is now called a lid. They
have
legit lid. Yeah.
Wow, they've already.
Are they goofing? They're trolling. They're trolling the war room. Well, you know how much we like lids. Last time they had a lid, it was. By the way, if they want to do that, Jack Maxey's going to go back to the hard drive and start dumping some more stuff. Right? He'll give him something to put a lid on.
We'll have to get a new Twitter feed until Jack Dorsey decides we can start speaking freely again without his editorializing.
Dr. Yanov has got us kicked off of YouTube because starts to talk about hydroxy. Right? That's what. Okay, so Jack, why do you think the president's waiting? It's 1:30 in the morning. The audience is not getting any bigger. Maybe the audience holds, but why is he waiting?
Because I think the guy has confidence and he has resolve that tomorrow morning the whole world is going to wake up and see his victory.
Oh, you don't think he says anything? You don't think?
No, I think he's trying to avoid creating chaos in the middle of the night. I think he'd rather have America wake up with the certitude that everything is fine. I think there is something to be said for saying, look, they are threatening to steal this thing. We have Philadelphia saying that they've got now 275,000 mail-in votes that they are refusing to even count until tomorrow. So there are going to be some hiccups as this thing goes through, but I think he's still showing steady leadership. I think when he drops the hammer is when there's no question as to his victory, and then he can beat Trump. Right now, I think he's playing the game with the opposition, and I think he's confident. I think he's doing what...
Okay, so Fox is defending their calls.
Until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Standards about levels of certainty, but we're also, keyed in on things like, there's no automatic recount, but, there are provisions for recount, there are provisional ballots that are sort of in play, and so there's both the raw number and then, the raw number separating the candidates isn't very great. All these other factors come in. So we're being pretty conservative with respect to those calls. The president's position in North Carolina is pretty strong right now, but we're not comfortable calling it. And the other state I believe that's was Wisconsin?
Michigan.
Michigan, again, we expect a lot of the vote to be outstanding. And in fact, they've sort of let us know that it probably won't be until around noon on Wednesday until they hit, a very considerable portion of the vote. There's not going to be that much outstanding. We're not sure when they get to that point tomorrow morning that there's going to be enough difference separating the candidates that we're even comfortable calling it then. Trump has been surprisingly strong in these upper Midwest states. And that's, that's evident in the votes that you guys are looking at right now. We expect the mail-in votes and the votes that are counted after the fact, the ballots that are opened, that were mailed in a few days ago or a few weeks ago, to skew heavily Biden. So the question is it enough? And we're not sure we're going to have enough difference, enough daylight between the candidates to make a call not only tonight, but maybe even into tomorrow.
So wait a second. Now you're saying Georgia is probably not tonight. Michigan is probably not tonight. Wisconsin's not tonight?
I think there's a good chance that that's where we're sitting.
And Pennsylvania is not tonight.
Pennsylvania is strongly signaled, both before and during the counting, that they're not going to have enough of the vote counted so that we can accurately classify what's going on there.
And North Carolina's not tonight?
North Carolina's counted a lot of their votes. It's possible to make a call in North Carolina tonight.
I should not say tonight. I should say this morning.
This morning. Yeah, no, that's good. And actually, I should be careful because this morning runs all the way up till noon tomorrow. So, noon today, sorry.
Right, but I mean, you guys are in touch with these folks about their counting. Yeah. It's possible that we're looking at 5 states.
It's possible. I think that's right. And then you recall also that Nevada is still out there, and they've only begun to count. Nevada tends to count their vote pretty quickly, but yes, that's the situation we're in. And remember, this is a function of, in some ways, the pandemic and the adjustments in the voting rules and regulations that have occurred in light of the pandemic. A bulked up mail-in program means that, these election administrators are, by state law, in many instances, not able to count these until election day or sometimes beyond as mail-in ballots come into their possession. So that's all factoring in. Close elections, right, plus significant mail-in votes and slightly different election laws create the potential for this. And we thought this might be the case, and in fact, I think it's playing out right in front of our eyes.
Is there anything that has surprised you so far tonight, Darren?
It's interesting. We were discussing this in the decision room. I mean, it looked like heading into this night that the president needed to run the table in 5 or 6 states where he was kind of trailing a little bit in the polls, right? So, your Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, et cetera, right? Ohio, et cetera, the states we've been talking about. And he's managed to hold most of those. We think he's not going to win in Arizona, and he may hold on in Georgia, but those states are sort of out there. If he loses those states, he's in a tough position. Pennsylvania obviously continues to be decisive. I think Georgia still surprises me a little bit, given what else has happened, that Georgia is still a possibility for Biden. And Arizona basically ended up exactly where it was polling. So, those states, I think, could be the president's undoing ultimately. But as I said, we got a long way to go. And I still think Pennsylvania, in a lot of ways, is going to settle this thing.
Because both of them could get over the hump, you're saying, with Pennsylvania.
Yeah, there's a hackneyed phrase, right? You're saying there's a chance. Yeah. Well, I think for both candidates, yeah, we're saying there's a chance.
Well, Darren Shaw, we appreciate your time. Usually every time somebody comes to the decision desk, you guys have a call. So get back in there.
Yeah, hopefully they've called it by the time I get back there.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the time. And we love digesting all of those numbers. Back with the panel. Chris, your thoughts on what was just said?
Well, there is some news, and that is that the Philadelphia election commissioners have now said that they're going to have no update until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
No, this morning.
Yes, this morning, sorry. And so, we're not going to have a Pennsylvania answer until well into tomorrow, if even then. I mean, we're not going to get it tonight. There's no chance of that.
By the way, you guys can't leave.
I was just going to say,
until we have a result. But you look at these states, and we're down to counting individual votes, and it's completely up for grabs. The presidency of the United States is completely up for grabs. We're going to have to cut. The polling goes out. The voter profile analysis gets out. It goes down to counting individual votes, and we will know when we know. And my guess is we probably won't even know tomorrow. I mean, with the Pennsylvania, and remember, in a lot of these states, in Pennsylvania, they can count ballots unless there's a change in the court situation that have a postmark of today until Friday. In North Carolina, they could count ballots that have a postmark of today until November 12th. So this could go on for a while.
Well, not only that, but you have, as I mentioned before, these absentee ballot requests and then the absentee ballots that came back. And there are hundreds of thousands in each one of these states that didn't come back.
But they would have to be postmarked by today.
Or maybe not in Pennsylvania if it's a smudge and it looks like it says November 3rd.
I think a lot of people simply didn't vote. I mean, when I got my absentee ballot from Florida to vote, I sat down to fill it out right away. There's all kinds of races on there and judicial district decisions and judges I wasn't any aware of. And I thought, I ended up putting it off. And I suspect a lot of people put it off in a lot of places and never got back to it and either didn't vote or maybe went and voted in person if they could. So I think a lot of those votes will never be counted because they were never cast.
Yeah, but the whole notion that people requested ballots suggests that they're of their own volition, that they wanted to vote. And it's a little bit like military votes. They often are counted subsequently.
Yeah, but cast when?
It doesn't matter when they're cast. If they're cast before Election Day, but what I'm saying is it doesn't matter if they get to the Elections Board by Election Day that they can be counted.
But those are often overseas ballots. I mean, that's the provision for that. I mean, how long does it take to get them?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So the suggestion that somehow it's out of order or a matter of ineptitude or corruption is not fair.
Who knows?
Well, there's a group saying count every military ballot, and I'm all for it, but we're going to have plenty of time. Something tells me on a number of these states to count a lot of ballots.
John James won the Senate seat in Michigan, flipped a seat red.
And you've got the 2 o'clock, and you've got the 5.
And it'd be great if you would all join me for that one.
Aren't you going to do the 2 a.m. as well?
No, I think Shannon Bream is up for the 2 a.m.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm out of here, too.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks for letting
That's
us know.
Producers, just note that down. We've got the Brit schedule now.
I think that, it's interesting. 2016 was such a year of disruption that the country wanted change, and they got it. And this is kind of like a status quo election in a way. Like we're on the edge of our seats. Like, what's it going to be unless some of these other ones come in and flip? But if you think about on the Senate races in particular, incumbents are very hard to beat. It's like Tillis in North Carolina. It's a tough race. It looked like Cunningham had been in the polls leading all along within a margin of error, but there, Cornyn, that was not close. Jamie Harrison in South Carolina was like the Beto O'Rourke of 2020. He spends a lot of money, doesn't even really come close to beating Graham. Joni Ernst wins. Here, Susan Collins is doing pretty well. And so you have Martha McSally, I know she's not conceding yet, and Cory Gardner that don't win. But incumbency is powerful, and it's really hard to beat them. And so I think that in a change year, that's what you might have seen more of. But this time around, incumbents are going to hold on.
I mean, when you think about the fact that there has been this resistance to the president since day one, since the night that he accepted the presidency, there has been this enormous force in the country, that comes out to a very close division, as we can see playing out here tonight, to get rid of him. And that urge is not being satisfied tonight. I mean, that desire to see the president tossed out of office and everybody down the row with him, regardless of the outcome at the presidential level, is simply not playing out tonight.
That's one thing we didn't hear on the campaign trail that much from Democrats even, is the impeachment. It didn't come up.
That vanished completely. It was never part of the campaign issue. I remember Nancy Pelosi saying with such confidence after it happened, he will always be impeached, not to mention the fact that he will always be acquitted as well. But the point is that sank out of sight. And you would have thought in any normal year that if a president had been impeached and was up for re-election, that would carry through the election, and it didn't. It was looking back, we can say that was an utter failure. Because it didn't work
for
the Democrats at all. And they didn't run on it.
Not a campaign commercial? Nothing.
I mean, it's impeachment.
Yeah.
It didn't even get mentioned. Okay, we're going to head to break. Let's put up the Georgia numbers real quick, because getting word from DeKalb County elections, due to technology limitations, the precincts accidentally reported 0 of 191 until all precincts were uploaded and tabulated. We're working diligently to compile all votes, and we'll continue the effort of processing absentee ballots at 11 a.m. Wednesday, November 4th. That is
today. State that is not going to be reporting.
Right, DeKalb is right outside
We'll be
Atlanta.
here at 11 a.m.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm ready for those results.
I just want to mention the city of Milwaukee says that they will have all of their votes counted by 3 a.m. So it's possible that we might get a call tonight on Wisconsin.
What do you mean by we?
Yeah, 3 a.m. except for Fred. And Joe Biden, who's also probably gone to bed.
3 a.m. Central Time. That's 4 a.m.
Correct, that's 4 a.m.
That was my bedtime.
Joe Biden's called to live. We're going to take a break. We'll try to keep Britt here. And on the other side, we're going to talk about the legal efforts with some legal experts about Pennsylvania and whatever else. Keep it here.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on everything that's going on. Let's check in here. Steve Bannon.
What you should do. Mitch, what are your thoughts?
I mean, Biden sounded very certain of himself with Pennsylvania, and it's unbelievable to me because if Trump had come out and made such a bold statement claiming this kind of victory, the media would be all over it. And yet Joe Biden gets a complete pass and just gets to go to bed.
You're saying that would have been fake news? They would have taken it down if he had tweeted it out?
Yeah, of course. But, Joe Biden gets to go back to bed.
Okay, Raheem, why is Trump at 1:30 in the morning, why is he not up in a command position in the East Room or wherever it is in the White House addressing the American people and letting Trump be Trump?
So the current state of play is 223 to 212. That's Biden to Trump at the moment. As far as the all of the calls that we can rely on are being made. So only 7% of the vote has been counted in Nevada. You've still got Arizona in play as far as most people are concerned here. Wisconsin has 77%. Michigan has 66% of the vote confirmed so far. So I think what the president's doing is trying to play it with a straight bat, right? He's being a decent candidate here and not going out and doing what Joe Biden did and saying, hey, by the way, when you wake up, I'm going to be president of the United States, because that's for so long what the media has demanded that Donald Trump does, and Donald Trump is playing the rules of the thing. And meanwhile, he's being the one suspended on Twitter. Here's what I want to know as well, by the way. That tweet from the president of the United States that got suspended was 43 minutes ago. I want to know, and I want to know from the Trump campaign, can Donald Trump even tweet at this point? Is he restricted from tweeting?
Wow.
We don't know that right now. Because surely, he said 47 minutes ago that he'll be making a statement tonight. I want to know where the statement is. I want to know if he can tweet himself. Because it's, and by the way, okay, let's look at this. And this is just Raheem, talking as Raheem. I'm not a data guy like Richard is, but I think the president's path to victory is actually much better than Joe Biden's path to victory right now.
Why do you say that?
I say that because I'm looking at the numbers as they're coming in across the states that the people need to win. Okay, so Joe Biden can win Maine and he'll get 4 more electoral votes off that. But Wisconsin, Michigan.
Not 4. You can't win Maine too. You only get 3, I think, right?
So Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, right now, North Carolina, Georgia. You don't even necessarily need to have Arizona, Nevada. I think the president takes those, and that gets him over the line.
So, Richard, to Raheem's point, the path. Who's got the easier path as you see it right now? Joe Biden or Donald J. Trump?
The president. Donald J. Trump. There's just no doubt. This Midwest performance is stronger than 2016. By the way, I did get word when I was waiting to come in that Allegheny's going to start counting some votes. York is going to start counting some votes. And by the way, there's the update in Allegheny right there, Steve. Look at his margin in Allegheny County.
Wow.
Did I not say he would cross 40%? He has indeed done that.
Wow.
Everywhere else is red. Now Joe Biden, folks, when we went into election night, just so everybody understands, when we went into election night, the total votes that they were showing cast, and they're only telling us there's what was it, 250? Just so I get so there's 250 mail-ins left. That means with 389 on the board, that means there's not enough, even if 100% of them in Philadelphia are Joe Biden's. That is not enough to overcome his current margin in the state of Pennsylvania. And there are still votes in Lancaster. There are still votes in York. Currently, Dauphine is in. Center is almost in. But by the way, our polling suggested that Donald Trump really did have a chance of taking the last blue bastion in central Pennsylvania where State College is. They were trading leads like crazy out there.
State College would be the home of Penn State, right? The biggest university.
That's exactly right. And I really thought, maybe some of this is noise. It's possible. But as the vote's coming in now with 83 to 99 in, I wouldn't be surprised if that gets dead even. Joe Biden is sinking there. He is not rising. He's been steadily sinking. So then that leaves nothing. Lackawanna is in. Luzerne look at the vote. It's still out in Luzerne. Where is he coming up with this? Carbon, Monroe, which Trump flipped. Big. When we said we thought Monroe was going, Hillary Clinton held it with 3 points to something, 2-3 points. When we thought Monroe was going, I meant 5 points. I did not mean 23 points. This is outrageous. It's outrageous. And then Erie County, which Trump is carrying by 15%, still has vote in. Guys, right now, Chester is slightly tipped to Donald Trump, which also our polling suggested he would do better in Chester. This is a county Mitt Romney brought back into the fold. It barely voted for him, something that looks a lot like this. And then Donald Trump lost it because that's very, very much in that southeastern area. Delaware does have votes, so there's votes there for Biden. But if it's let's give him the 60% benefit of the doubt, that's a net 40. If we assume Delaware doesn't tick higher for Donald Trump, what I'm saying is it's just not here. It's just not here. And look, Montgomery, one of his best counties, is in. You can see what's happening here. Donald Trump is boxing him in. And Bucks at 42% for Joe Biden. That's a stunner. I think that will get better for Joe Biden. I do, but that's a stunner.
Rich,
that shouldn't even be there.
Let me walk through some simple math that I think the campaign explained today and see how close we are to that. They were, I think, making the argument that there was a net 750,000 positive votes coming out of the mail-in votes for Biden, and that today you would see on game day 2.5 million votes for Trump, 1.5 million votes for Biden, and if you added the net 750, you'd still have a 250,000 roughly. Is that correct? 250,000 vote victory, which would be what 8 times what we did or 5 times what we did in 2016. Is that math holding true at all as you see it now?
It was modest at this point because there's still vote out here. And if Joe Biden doesn't flip Bucks, and I had this official out in Bucks County emailing me, and he was saying, listen, you're wrong in Bucks. Don't worry about the requests. There are some automatic triggers that send out these requests. At the end of the day, and he sent me all of the internal stuff from the party, at the end of the day, there will be more Republicans who voted in Bucks. And if independents are going to Trump, he does have a real chance to perform strongly in Bucks County. I think he's right. We're about 50%, 35 to 40% of the way there. There are a lot more votes in Bucks. But even at this point, Steve, like I said, Biden was leading there before. It seems like this is the case everywhere. The more votes are counted, the larger the percentage ticks higher for Donald Trump. So this is, again, we would have given Chester to Biden. We would have given Bucks to Biden. Chester is more reported than Bucks is. So they're very similar, only Bucks has a lot more working class Italians. Chester has the stiff upper lip, kind of educated, affluent, southeastern Pennsylvanian. And so you would expect that Chester would have been worse for Donald Trump than Bucks County. And yet here we are. right? It is. But in the end, Chester is telling us that Bucks may not tighten as we expected.
Hey, Richard, hang on for a second. Midge has got something from CNN. What do you got, Midge?
So CNN is saying that there's almost 600,000 plus mail-in ballots still waiting to be read in Pennsylvania, and sources are saying that a call will not be made on Georgia or Pennsylvania tonight. They're not going to complete.
They're not going to make a call. Whoa.
That's just what my sources are saying.
Whoa. Rich, how can you not make a call on Georgia? Pennsylvania, I can see. Pennsylvania, you got the situation with the ballots. You got the situation. But how can you? North Carolina and Georgia, stone cold, you can make those calls, correct?
Yeah, I mean, North Carolina, I even feel more strongly there, even though it looks like it's tightening. The fact of the matter is there just isn't anywhere else to get these votes. Can it tick down to Trump 0.8? Sure. But he's more at this point. I got to say Trump is this call. They're just not doing it because they gave themselves this 9-day window. I just looking at the voter file. We're already at 5.5 million voters. Are you telling me we're going to be at 100% turnout? Because North Carolina is almost max, Steve. That includes inactive voters and voters with change of address flag. So I mean, are they going to do this and hope that some?
Hold on, let's just do the math for the audience. At 0.8, that is how many? That's how many raw votes? How many aggregate the actual number of votes? What would that be?
At 0.8?
Yeah.
You mean his margin right now?
Yeah, if that was his margin, what would that be as the absolute raw vote that Trump would win by?
About 60,000, roughly.
So what you're saying is that you got to assume, because they counted everything else, you would have to assume not to call it. I want to make sure my math's right. That there are 60,000 ballots, all for Biden, right? All for Biden that are somehow in the mail system that got postmarked tonight that won't arrive for the next 9 days. Is that correct?
And actually, they're assuming more, Steve, because he's up bigger than 60,000 right now. He's up just under 80,000. So what they really need is 100,000 that break 80-20 for him. That didn't even happen in the early dump of early vote. He had a measly 12-point lead. The poll showed that he would have a 20-point lead. And just so everybody understands, there are 7.3 million records on the voter file in North Carolina, but take away the dead and people with change of address flags, and you're at 6 million. We're already at 5.5 million. Are you seriously telling me everyone in North Carolina cast a ballot? I mean, folks, just stop. This is entering the realm of Twilight Zone stuff. It's just not credible.
So why are they holding off? What officials are holding off? What officials are holding off from making this call?
Yeah, I think that in the end, once they got those 9 days, they don't need to explain this math to people, right? Once they got this 9 days, they could pretend like they missed. I don't know. Maybe they inaccurately call 50,000 ballots for Donald Trump. Makes their life a little bit easier. There really is. We're talking 10% maybe likelihood less that Donald Trump could lose this state at this point, and that would be. It's actually less than that because that would defy the trend, and that just doesn't happen in election. Just doesn't happen.
What is the path here? Even if you don't get Pennsylvania, help me out with the math here, Rich. If you don't get Pennsylvania and you get Michigan and Wisconsin, we're at 271. Am I correct on that? If we get
260. Oh, go ahead.
I'm saying Georgia and North Carolina because I consider those. And why did you say? I just want to make sure for the audience. You said you thought Georgia was in a tougher place to call than North Carolina. You would make the call in North Carolina right now, would you not? To call North Carolina for Trump?
I would, yes, because I know the voter file. I know where it is. I would. I just don't see how you can sell to me that 100% turnout happened statewide in the state of North Carolina. That's what it's going to take. And then in Georgia, the only reason why I say that, let's take a look at Georgia. We're about now at 115,000 vote lead. That means Fulton came in a little bit more maybe, or yeah, it's already now too. See, they were really waiting on this. Fulton came in a little bit. Now we have DeKalb all the way up to 83%. So that gave Biden a big chunk. That's how we got a little bit closer. But again, this is why. See, 16% in DeKalb, that is something that hasn't changed. Clayton now is all the way in. This is why Biden's margin went. Douglas is all the way in. And I think when it was all the way in, yeah, it's not, but I mean, it is now. I'm not sure if it had anything before the last time we looked at it, but I mean, at least there are votes here, Steve. That's why I'm saying that. At least there are votes still out in Georgia. If you go to North Carolina, the Democratic strongholds in North Carolina are done. Mecklenburg is done. Buncombe is done. Wade, it's finished. It's Pitt is done. Even New Hanover, Biden did, well, there he really probably shouldn't have carried that state, that county, but they're done. So you go all the way, there's Wake, there it is, they're done. And by the way, the rule of thumb in North Carolina is do not fall below 35% in Wake County, and Donald Trump's at 36.
So the breaking news is that the president will address the nation from the East Room in the White House within the next 20 minutes.
Okay.
So it's going to be worth. I know there's a lot of you watching on the live stream. By the way, hit that subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything.
All free.
And by the way, Steve, what did I say this morning? I said we wanted to hit 150,000 subscribers.
Yes.
On the thing by this evening's coverage. We are at 149,000 subscribers. So make sure you guys are subscribing on the YouTube channel. It's worth staying up because within the next 20 minutes we have word that the president will address the nation from the East Room of the White House.
This is history in the making. As Bill McGinley, the partner at Holtzman Vogel, that's our chief legal analyst and strategist, said, the grind is now on. Is that not right, Fog City Midge and Jack Maxey? At midnight, he said the grind is on, and now we're in the grind.
I feel like the grind has been on. I'm so nervous. I've been sweating all night. I'm like, what is happening?
-1 degree Celsius.
I know, but I still feel like I'm
Midge,
hot.
how do you sweat? It's like 23 degrees out
and
here.
it's
with
getting
the wind.
colder, but I am like nervous energy over here. I cannot rest until a final decision has been made.
Well, I can tell you guys, in 2016, I was so unnerved about the president that I literally spent from 1 in the afternoon till 2 in the morning splitting wood. I put a floodlight out there. I couldn't look at the television, and I was so upset. And I walked in at 2:30, and he'd won. And I feel like it's going to be the same thing tonight.
I got to tell you, Rich, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the president's in better shape
into state law
now.
But when a state ruling came up, Roberts had a bit of a sticker shock and said that he felt he would leave it as it stood. So nothing has truly been resolved in many of these contests. We started yesterday in the red zone. That's the difference from from past presidential elections. We usually get to litigation at some point by the end of the day. We were already triggering or seeing these lawsuits triggered in each of these swing states. Now, many of those cases are placeholders. You bring the challenge in case the vote is closed, and you have a foundation to try to challenge the results. But we have a lot of challenges, including one out of D.C., where the United States Postal Service failed to comply with an order of a federal judge to do a nationwide search.
Judge Sullivan.
And that judge is Judge Sullivan, who many conservatives feel is anti-Trump administration. So that could be very lively.
Jonathan, I look back to 2000. I covered Tallahassee recount there, 37 days and nights and hanging chads. And I remember at the beginning, Democrats felt that their PR message, their talking point, was that you have to continue the count. You have to count every vote. We're already hearing that from the former vice president tonight, count every vote. And it does sound like a good thing to say. Sure, count every vote. But Republicans, in some cases, are going to be saying, no, stop the vote.
That's right. And when you hear that line, some of us who were involved in covering 2000 crawl into fetal positions because it's a real nightmare. And part of the problem, by the way, of these challenges in places like Nevada, the Republicans are arguing that the way that ballots are being handled is going to make it difficult for them to essentially walk this cat backwards, to try to look at balloting that might be improper. So there are layers of challenges here which are going to create serious problems for the court. And when people say count every ballot in a situation like this, it could prove utter madness. We're talking about millions of ballots that have come into these polling centers in a fairly novel and new way. It's not that mail-in voting is new. It's just mail-in voting to this degree is new in places like Nevada and other states.
And then you get into the inevitable debate in those counts of whether or not they're valid, whether the signature matches, like the instance in Pennsylvania and in other states as well. I mean, Andy, there's going to be a lot of subjectivity in the question of whether or not all these ballots are valid in many cases.
Yeah, and I think to the point that Jonathan just made, a lot of times things get sort of sketched out in front of an appellate court, and it sounds like it'll work just fine. But, the fact that you represent to the Supreme Court, as Pennsylvania has, that they will segregate the votes that come in after November 3rd, that may sound great in a courtroom, but whether as a practical matter they'll be able to carry that out, we're already hearing some rumblings there that at least some places it's hard to canvass and segregate at the same time. I've wondered from the start, what happens if they come back and say, gee, we goofed? Sorry, we couldn't segregate them. Then what?
Yeah.
So we have a bunch of, disaggregated bunch of ballots, and they can't segregate it.
The one positive, I suppose, is we are at 1:50 in the morning East Coast time, and there aren't any riots or looting, even though we're boarded up here in Manhattan and Georgetown and Washington and other places around the country. But as this protracted effort goes on, Andy, the potential for stuff happening goes up.
Yeah, of course it does. And I think, obviously
Okay, let's go back here to Steve Bannon.
Than we were in 16. I realize we won 306 electoral votes, but if you look at the jam right now, Wisconsin looks strong, Michigan looks strong, Georgia looks strong, North Carolina looks good. I think you feel comfortable calling North Carolina. Pennsylvania is going to be a dogfight. But correct me if I'm wrong, right now we could actually lose Pennsylvania, win Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and he would get to 271, would he not, sir? Is that essentially the math?
If you lose Georgia and you carry, you could.
No, he's got to win. Win. I'm saying for Trump, if Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Michigan, okay, and he loses Arizona and loses Pennsylvania and loses Nevada, he would still be at 271. Is that the math? Do I have that correct?
He'd be at 275 actually, because he's going to win Maine too. And he did lose Nebraska too. Listen, for all the Republicans out there, this is what you get with Trump. Nebraska too has been running away since John McCain, and it just is the way it is. Omaha, Gallup, Prudential. This is not the same Nebraska too that everybody remembers. It's a very professional class service industry, not what you would expect from any Republican anymore, let alone Donald Trump. So it was barely won in 2016. I actually expected Nebraska 2 to go. I did, or at least I'm not surprised. But yeah, he could do that. Or Steve, they could miraculously take Georgia from him. He wins North Carolina, and he wins Pennsylvania. Because I got to tell you.
But hang on for a second. I want to go back to Georgia because I think this is very important before the president comes out here. I want to walk through the math one more time. How possibly could it's 115,000 vote difference right now?
Yes.
115,000 votes. How many precincts or how many counties? What percentage of the vote is in right now?
About greater than 99, but it's a little lopsided.
Hold on. Hang on. There's not 99% of the vote has not. They reported 99% of the vote in Georgia.
They keep, in truth, that's what it's reported here because, as usual, the uncertainty in this election is high. It's lopsided, and that's why they're feeling the way they're feeling right now. But we're still
brother. There's 115,000 votes. And am I wrong? Is it 99%? They have
125, 120, something like that.
There's 125,000 votes. They got 99% of the counties, and they're sitting there not calling.
In Wayne County that are out that are in the Upper Peninsula, and so far today, it seems to me, at least where I'm looking at the New York Times county list, where they make a projection as to how many votes are left out in a county, and I've taken a look at a couple in North Carolina and tried to see what would the relation. They would say, 25% of the vote is in. So, what is the 100 equal? And it's pretty good, but it's not reliable. But so there's got to be a big difference between Detroit. There's going to be
you just mentioned North Carolina.
Out there.
Sorry, you just went to North Carolina. Did you go there for a reason?
No. That was where I did my little experiment to find out how good they were doing on estimating, saying we think a quarter of the vote is out, and they were there, but it wasn't like you could just say, okay, this is 25%. If the total is 100,000 votes in, that means there's 400,000. Or if there's 10,000, that means there's going to be 40,000 eventually. It'd be off a little one way or the other. So, the one way to do this is to take a look at how much we think is out there, and I just think it's going to be hard to do that given the fact we can't look at past patterns to divine what's happening in this election.
You don't think we can?
I think it's harder because,
maybe from now to 2012 it's harder, but it doesn't appear it's that difficult between now and 4 years ago.
Maybe. I still think this is the way. The reason this election is going to be hard to call is because we don't know what we don't know. And there's so many things are different this time around in the way that people vote, state by state. Some states adapted more easily to having a lot more mail-in ballots. Other states had less adaptation of mail-in ballots, but moved easily into early voting. Go
ahead. Your gut tells you what? Go ahead.
My gut tells me that as you're looking at how to resolve Michigan, it's more important to look at Wayne County than it is to look at the Upper Peninsula.
Okay, absolutely. That much is clear. Can I move you to Wisconsin?
Yes, let me pull up my version of Wisconsin.
Go
I'm
ahead,
looking at from the New York Times.
88% on my map is in, 12% outstanding. I'll let you get that queued up. You got a 4% difference between Trump and Biden right now. I think you're going to talk about Milwaukee County. That would be my guess. The difference 4 years ago was 162,000, and we haven't moved a ton here. Statewide, the difference is about 100,000, 110,000. What do you see there?
I got 107,000.
Pretty close.
Yeah, close.
So can that break for Trump?
It could, because we're looking about, I'm just going to try and simplify it. Milwaukee, what the New York Times is saying is 41% of the estimated vote is in. And right now they've got about 220 some odd thousand votes in. But then take a look at the Republican suburbs next door. 76% are in Waukesha. 83% are in Washington. 98% plus in Ozaki. And so, you have to do some math and scribble around. But, are there more votes in the city of Milwaukee to offset what's left out there in Ozaki and thereby reduce Trump's margin?
Okay, fair point. But this is where it was 4 years ago. It was 22,000.
Yeah.
I mean, right?
Right.
Take it back to Michigan. 4 years ago, it was 10,600 in Michigan.
Yeah. Well, here we're trying to figure out what's left out there, and what's the predominant color. It's what we've got 10 guys sitting there, and 10 guys and gals sitting there in Nerdville, doing right now that we're just talking about what they're doing.
They're still awake.
Yeah. But look, my gut tells me that this is why this thing is going to have another couple of twists and turns. We mentioned Georgia. Mm-hmm. You've got all that, the mostly black inner city suburbs of Atlanta that are still out, more heavily out than the rest of the state. Milwaukee's got a higher percentage of its vote left out than rural Wisconsin. The city of Detroit, the Wayne County, and some of the suburban counties have a lot more vote out than the Upper Peninsula or rural northern Michigan.
We're just looking at DeKalb here, right? I mean, they said they had a bit of a problem counting. It looks like they're counting pretty much right now at the moment here.
Yeah.
Carl, thank you, sir. I'll let you get back to the internet and all that stuff that you look up and find that we can't. Thank you, sir. Back downstairs.
All right, Bill and Carl, thank you. Let's head over to John Roberts at the White House. We're hearing there is a 5-minute warning for President Trump to speak to reporters and the nation. John, can you hear us?
Yeah. Hey, Brett. Yeah, the press pool was just called in. That's what.
Okay, so we'll go to the president, obviously, as soon as he
How's
comes on.
Associated Press not call this? Are there mail? Is there any mail votes that have not been counted yet?
Yeah, so here's the number out of Georgia, okay? So there were 1,603,306 absentee ballot requests. That's it.
Yep.
Before we started Election Day,
Yep.
there were 3,905,142 total votes cast. We now are looking, obviously, at a lot more than that, and it doesn't get any, like I said, the Election Day vote gets better for Trump. The one county that is defying that is DeKalb, right? Or I keep getting yelled at. People say it's DeKalb. I always thought it was DeKalb. It is DeKalb. Okay. So here we are at 16% for Donald Trump. But look at how much is already in. There's 83 to 97, and the truth is, it's probably closer to the high end. How do we know that? Because we're looking at the vote shares right now and the total votes that are cast. It's probably that one is probably closer to the high end. Even if we give Fulton, which is possible, that there's 25% left, that is, he's got right now a net 183. And they're looking at that and they're saying, he could possibly net another 40. But again, the problem with that is they haven't been seeing consistent margins as the vote shares increase.
Yes.
And again, it tightens. See, we got some a little bit, but it gets better for Trump. So if you netted on average, if you break that down into fours and you net, that's 40,000 votes. But in truth, you can pretty much take to the bank that it's going to be more like 36 because as the day goes on, and we saw this for those of you who remember the special election fight in Karen Handel versus John Ossoff. Fulton came in 72-26, just like that in the early vote. And then as time went on, it chipped away. Handel, I think, got to about 30. So that is what you would expect to happen. Now, this is Trump's worst potential scenario, but the good news is for him, it's almost totally in. And there is a few votes here and there out in red areas, but not much. I mean, I can go around. You can see 99.
So why do you think that what is your logic for why they would not call Georgia right now for Trump? Why do you think that their AP, Associated Press, Decision Desk, all this, what do you think they're thinking through?
I think there was a game plan, Steve. I honestly do, because the cynic in me and us, when we were talking around here, this is how it would play out if this was cooked from the beginning. This is how it would play out. I think that if they let this go on and they keep this going on, then they'll feel better if, tomorrow somebody claims to have found a bunch of ballots in the trunk or something. That's just the way these guys operate. It is. That's a shame, but again, it's still a lot to overtake. We're talking about 125,000 votes. Could it be close? I'm sure it will be. There's still blue stuff out there, but it's still, you would have to be happy to be the president here because there is red vote out, by the way. Harris still has red vote out. Donald Trump's margin right there is 9,000. He could get another 2 to 3 a net out of there. And if you go around, there's a little precincts that are trickling in. Taylor, that's a 1,300. Every vote counts, right? So as you go around, you do see little pockets of where President Trump can have a couple hundred votes here, a couple thousand votes there. And you would really have to think that Fulton is hanging on to another 80,000 ballots. No,
that's impossible. That's impossible. What do you think the maximum number? 80,000 is impossible. What do you think the maximum number they have there?
So I'm thinking they got in DeKalb. I'm thinking they got probably around, or DeKalb. I'm thinking they probably have around 30 or 40, and maybe in Fulton, looking over there, with 80%. I mean, that could be as low as 20. I mean, 20, 30. Max 40. It's not enough to catch Donald Trump. That's the point of the story. It really isn't.
So, in your best estimate, when everything's said and done in Georgia, Trump is going to win by what percentage?
Well, now that there is that much vote out there, half a point.
because it's not going to knock it down that much.
But
There's
hang
other
on,
red vote out there.
You were as high as 6 or 8%, a
Yeah.
couple hours ago. What happened?
Yeah, what happened is some of these eastern counties were showing. Actually, there still is some vote. Some of these eastern counties were showing a little bit. I guess they reported a little bit lopsided, and we just thought there was a little bit more vote out in this area. And he did great. And look, Jeff Davis is a perfect example. This is how Kemp hung on, but there were more votes on the table that Trump could get. He did get them. It's just that they reported lopsided. So when we were looking at that, we thought there were probably another 30 combined out here, but there's not. There probably is another couple grand out there, but not at all what we thought. And so even if it does, it just still doesn't get them there.
So you think the worst? You think the worst he will do would be win by half a point, and then the best he could do is win by a point?
Yeah, it's tough because when it's this close, a lot of times what happens and Georgia is no different. These red counties find stuff like, oops, I forgot this 500. It happens. And that we saw that with Brian Kemp.
Welcome to the Deep South.
Right, and it ended up like what with Brian Kemp? A little bit more comfortable than everybody thought it was going to be. This looks a lot to me like the Kemp map, very much.
And Kemp took 6 days to work through, right? They didn't have a recount, but they had to get everything counted. It took them 6 days, correct?
Yeah, it did. About a week.
If you're at these numbers, at 0.5%, 0.5% to 1%, it's going to take them a while to count this, correct? Your belief is they're not going to call this tonight?
They probably won't either, but again, there's no explanation for why Fulton, and we'll look into that. There is no explanation for why Fulton is holding. Even in 2018, we generally knew the numbers. Stacey Abrams was telling people that they had some other votes that just weren't being reported and showed up, and they did. And they found 20,000 here, a couple grand here. They did do that, but it wasn't enough because, again, like I said, this happened in 2018. There were other red counties that still had vote, and we actually do see that there are some, not big, but medium-sized rural counties, I'd say, that still do have 20% of their vote out. Like I'm looking at Harris right now, it's potentially 20. And the reason why I say that is because look at the turnout. It probably is more legitimate looking at the vote total that there is, maybe not 20, but 15%, easy to believe. So he'll net a couple votes more out of there. That'll help offset that. So it'll be a back and forth.
I want to go to, by the way, the President of the United States is going to be addressing the nation here from the East Room momentarily. You're listening to or watching the global coverage from War Room with our partners G News and GTV. I got Maggie Vanderberg, Jack Maxey, Raheem Kassam, Rich Barris from Big Data Polling, one of the top guys in the country. I want to read our former partner, Jason Miller, one of the guys from the War Room, just put out a tweet. Arizona is very much in play. Extrapolate this out, especially with good counties left to count. At real Donald Trump wins Arizona. Jason Miller, as you know, Raheem and Jack, he's not a guy to throw down, false challenges. So, Rich, can you take us back to Arizona and back up what Jason Miller's saying here? What is he talking about?
Yeah, so this is what I've been saying for the night when they did this. 6 points with. Really, the estimation was that there was probably only 15% of the vote out, but because of what we've been seeing on Election Day and what we heard out on the ground, it is possible that it is closer to 20. So that would mean a very big turnout. And we've seen that everywhere, and that's why it's projected as low as 78% in, as high as 93. That 93 is not going to happen. It is more. I can tell that right off the bat. Apache right now is going to Biden with a little bit half reported. That is fully and only early vote. There will be a big vote out there for Donald Trump come Election Day. And when you have smaller numbers like this, it's easier to move the margin quicker. And then Cocachino, I saw the numbers for Republicans over Democrats out there, and that no doubt will also move. Really, though, it all comes down to these two counties because the other ones will follow if these two counties make moves. Maricopa absolutely still has plenty of votes to tighten that to a draw. Trump doesn't have to win it. He doesn't even have to tighten it to a draw. He just has to lose it a little bit and not get blown out like this. And as long as he does that and then makes it 40% or better at Pima, but the bottom is 40. If he can do that, it is in play. Fox made a bad call here. And the reason why, it's just way too much. And look, in Yavapai, he's now actually he ticked up a little bit. We really thought 63 out there, but 61 isn't at all horrible. That's about where he was in 2016. He just needs to get Maricopa tighter, and that is what our polling showed at the final week in Arizona, and why he did get an advantage in the end in our polling. Because Maricopa, the later the voter, the more conservative they were. And that didn't matter if they were Republican, if they were independent. The later they voted, the more conservative they were. And then we had him at 40 in Pima, and that really needs to be the case. That needs to be the case.
I think the president's moments away as well from speaking from the White House, so we're going to make sure that the audience we can take that live for the audience. Stick around here on the War Room channel. Make sure you're subscribing. Make sure you're liking. Make sure you're sharing. We're going to record 92,000 live viewers on the YouTube channel right now.
I want to top 100,000 live. Let's get some folks up at 2 o'clock in the morning. Come on, this is history in the making. Rich, before the president comes on, I want to hear if you were the president, what would you say tonight? Joe Biden's already spoken. Obviously, people are going to probably hit the right real quickly. What do you think the president's going to come out in a second? What do you think? What do you think the president should say?
I think there's only one way to stop this plan that they clearly put together before the election and are trying to put in motion. That's to make them a Gore loser. Talk about how they're disenfranchising voters in Pennsylvania. They're disenfranchising voters in Michigan. They deserve to be heard on Election Day. The one thing that the American people cannot stand is a sore loser.
Raheem, how would you frame this?
Exactly what I said earlier on today.
Sore loser.
Americans do not like sore losers, and the president has to make this very clear that his path to victory is far wider than Joe Biden's right now. Joe Biden is being a sore loser. Big tech is being a sore loser on behalf of Joe Biden. Even Fox News is being a sore loser on behalf of Joe Biden. Americans don't like sore losers.
So Jack and Midge, what advice would you give the president before he comes out?
I don't have anything.
Come on.
President Trump
She's too nervous.
He's prepared, I think, for everything. He's got his lawyers lined up. He's been looking at everything. I mean, they've got better intel than we have. So I'm just very curious to hear what he's going to say. My hope is that President Trump is not going to say, hey, we're going to, call a lid for tonight. Let's get back to this tomorrow morning. I hope that they just continue to pull an all-nighter. I know I'll be here. You'll be here. I want a result tonight. I think it's very shady to allow everyone to go home and continue the vote tomorrow, especially when we're up in some very critical states.
Is your beard doubled while
I think it has. It did it to keep me warm.
I would say the same thing as I said the last time. I think the president's going to come out here. He's going to talk about the importance of our democratic processes. He's going to talk about the looming victory that is before us. He's going to ask his supporters for calm, because I think that there's a time for calm and there's a time for action. And I think right now he needs to be steady. He needs to not look like a sore loser. He needs to look like he's a winner with confidence that this is a done deal without stating it.
Midge, I want to give you a newsflash. I think they have shut down the counting for tonight. I don't think in Georgia they're going to count anymore. I'm not so sure in North Carolina. And I think in Rich, you have an opinion of that before he comes out. I think in Pennsylvania they basically stopped counting. Rich, what are your thoughts on that? You think they're still count tonight?
Yeah, I guess you heard me. I said, yeah, I agree with you. I think that for the most part, we will get some votes here and there. But I think for the most part, look, there's a Democratic governor in Wisconsin. There's a Democratic governor in Michigan. This is why electing governors is so important. Look at how Florida was a well-oiled machine with my good governor, Ron DeSantis. Who is stopping the count? Right? We have Governor Cooper, Governor Whitmer, Wolf. This was in the books. They're not going to count much.
Well, Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. All 5 of those states have Democratic governors. They have Democratic secretaries of state, the Secretary of States, Democratic attorney generals. Not Georgia. Georgia's got Republicans. But 4 of the 5 have Democrats. They have Democrat secretaries of states. They got to certify the vote. They got the attorney generals. The attorney general of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That guy's a bad hombre. Shapiro, right? He's running for governor on this. He's already said that if you counted all the votes, Biden would win. So he's already done voter suppression. I can tell you behind the scenes right now, I'm sure the president's going through this. I hope he's not on the teleprompter. I see the teleprompter.
I think he's on the teleprompter.
Yeah, I think that makes it much too formal. I would have it much more freewheeling. I mean, Jack, you think it ought to be more of a formal address tonight?
No, I think he should come out and say, look, we've done a good fight. Victory is ours in the dawn. We have to respect our institutions. I want my people to be calm. It's just like I always say, what were the first words of the revolution? Stand your ground. Do not fire unless fire upon. But if you want a war, let it begin here. I think he's going to come out. I think he's going to speak calmly to his troops. And I think he's going to let us know that he is a leader and that we should stand by.
It's about the time in the night that I make a call here, and I think I am convinced. I'm just completely looking over the numbers. I'm listening to Rich. I'm listening to all of this. I see that. Look, President Trump wins this election. By all the numbers, without any jiggery-pokery in the background, he has the clearest path to victory here. He really does, and he has the cleanest path to victory here. And that's what I think he has to go up there and say. He doesn't need to go up there and say we've won. He doesn't. What he needs to go up there and say is, it's very clear when you look at the numbers, Biden went in too early. He got 2 up himself, and the president needs to come out and say, look, take a look at the numbers. We can look at this in the morning, in the cold light of day. I have the clearest path to victory. Let's wait. Let's wait. He just has to say, let's wait.
I just don't think you ought to let the Democrats steal the narrative. Remember one thing that's going on. You do have this aspect where they're talking to the nation. But also, as Bill McGinley says, you've got data scientists, you've got lawyers, you've got these guys are going to go into court tomorrow. They're going to try to extend this. First thing they're going to do is go into the post offices. They're going to go into the courts and get the ability to go see if any ballots, not just ballots missing, but if anybody put in for a absentee ballot, it didn't come in. So you're going to get a real process here, and you're going to get into the courts. So, Rich, how do you think this thing, given where we are now? And I agree with you. I'd much rather be where President Trump is. He's ahead in these states right now. He's not just ahead. He's ahead where they've got very little areas they can go get votes from, right, Rich? Wisconsin, Michigan, this is going to be tough for him.
Dane County is in Wisconsin. It's in. We have a little bit of, not a little bit, it's a big county in Milwaukee. I'm going to take a look at it right now. But Donald Trump is almost at 40% in Milwaukee. So even if we assume the low end, he's not going to net another 50,000 votes like that. That doesn't happen, gentlemen. It just doesn't happen. There are still red counties out that have votes, pretty big ones. He's outperforming in places like La Crosse, but that's in. That's done. Manitowoc, a nice big-sized county, still has chunks of votes. And Kenosha still has chunks of votes. Trump is romping it in Kenosha. He won Racine 52-46.6, which tells you Kenosha is going to be a little bit more red than that. So even if it tightened a little bit, I wouldn't be surprised. But we're still talking about another net gain of roughly 2,500 votes, 3,000 votes. So all of this will offset. And that's the thing. So if Biden, looking at just Milwaukee, if Biden was to perform exactly how he's performing right now, which means the election day vote was no more favorable to Donald Trump than it is right now, then we're talking about 53,000 net
votes. And you look at the rest of the blue counties, Dane is in. Green, if it does come in more, which we're halfway there, Donald Trump has been accelerating. He's going to flip green. All right. Iowa County is getting closer. It got closer. Biden took it, though. That really doesn't shock me. Rock, that's in. That's where Biden held. Sauk is just about even, which is why, by the way, I believe that green will flip. It's very similar, and it's actually more favorable to Donald Trump. And then there are other areas where, look, I just passed it, but one's about 42% in Taylor, and there's just a few votes here and there for the president, and Joe Biden has one county where he may net 40,000 votes. It's not enough. If you go real quick, if you got a second, if you go to Michigan, Monroe hasn't even reported. We polled Michigan several times, and we had Trump. The highest was at 62 in Macomb, but he was most of the time at 56, 58, which is roughly what he got in 2016. He's outperforming, and there's a lot of vote left in Macomb, which may get even redder. Monroe is the other key to that, is the other piece of that puzzle. A win in Michigan because you got to offset Oakland. Biden's actually starting to widen out now, about 12%. They just reported some, but it's almost in. And Monroe hasn't done anything. So you use Macomb and Monroe to more than offset Oakland, and then the rest of the state to offset Ingham, Washita, and Wayne. He's well on his way to do that. He's well on his way. You know what a real big story is tonight, Steve? The president's chair in urban areas. It's incredible. Mitt Romney would have cut his left arm off to do this.
Hey, I got to ask you, CNN and Fox, I just got something sent from the staff. CNN and Fox are discussing now how Biden can actually win in Georgia. Let's go back to Georgia. I still don't understand this. The path to a Biden victory right now, how many raw votes is Biden down in Georgia?
So Biden's actually down a little bit more now than the last time we looked. That's probably because see if Troop came in. Troop still has some, or Harris still has some. Maybe Troop, it was reported, I believe. There is a few other little red counties. Like I said, they're going to trickle. That's what they're going to do. It's like Bacon still has some. But what they're looking at right here is Fulton, which is at least 3/4 in. Biden netted about 180,000 votes there. If you divide that by 4, guys, you're looking at a net gain of 40-something thousand. If you assume Donald Trump does not increase his share using election day vote from what we know right now. That has not been the trend, but let's just assume, let's just give it to him. That's 40,000. Currently, he's up by 120,000 roughly. And then you have the top, where Biden netted 200,000 votes. They could be looking at this vote total. It's probably closer to the high end of this range, but even if we're going to be nice, give him 20%, then that means another 40,000. All in all, he comes up short 40 to 60. And by the way, that scenario I just painted was the best possible scenario I could paint for him.
Right. And again, just for the audience, we're waiting for President Trump to make remarks today from the East Room of the White House. You can see images there on your screen of the podium and the teleprompter's all ready to go. I just want to make note of 2 things for the audience here real quick. Action points, because that's what we're about here at the War Room. Number 1, Twitter suspended our account right before this live broadcast, 12-hour suspension, so we'll be back in the morning. But what we need all of you to do out there is go to War Room Pandemic, at War Room Pandemic on Twitter, and make sure you're following so that when we're back, we have an even bigger audience. And by the way, you know how I took the president's tweet and I tweeted it myself? Zapped. After 20,000 retweets, zapped.
They took it down?
Took my tweet down as well. So if you want to follow me, at Raheem Kassam, that would be very much appreciated.
One thing I think we can look forward to in the next 4 years with the President Trump is I can guarantee you he will never be on time for a speech, ever.
Well,
2 o'clock and it's already 2:14.
He's never been on time. It's one of the things about the task force I didn't like. They would start an hour and a half, 2 hours late. So it's always good. Right now we're what, 20 minutes late for when he said the time of the speech was going to start, basically. Hopefully this is smart. I don't like the fact that he's got the teleprompter up there. I think this ought to be from the heart. I think it's 2:30 in the morning, or be there by the time he gets up there. I think you ought to be very direct.
It's hard to go from the heart at 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
No, it really is.
Yeah, I got that.
I mean, I'm struggling up here right now, and I'm on teleprompter.
The only reason we're struggling is a little cold up here.
It's very, very cold.
Okay.
By the way, I just want for the new audience joining us, because we've got more people joining in, hundreds of more people joining in every second. This is not a green screen.
No,
this is the real Capitol behind us.
We're actually sitting a cantilever over the Capitol tonight, and one of the reasons we want to do it historically, the Tea Party first big rallies took place right below us. We got the Tea Party team, the guys that did the original footage and did the original shows, did all the rallies and did all the marches from here. I first met them 10 years ago for all the Tea Party. We thought it was the most extraordinary view. And here's the great news. We got GTV and G News, got Chinese from the diaspora that are fighting for their freedom against the Chinese Communist Party. They're right next to us, right over there. They got their own studio. They've been all night. They've been at the W Hotel they built a studio there. They've been doing live broadcast all week from Washington. Today they're doing it. We got John Frederick's Radio Network. We had a little mini studio up here for Real America's Voice, where they were doing pickups. So it's been quite an evening put together by Dan Flewitt, Vishber, and the entire crowd up there.
See, look, we got people in the live chat on the YouTube who are saying, "Oh, we thought there was a glass pane behind
you."
No, that you were warm. No. We are out in the freezing cold here. Wait, I got my coat on. Poor Foxy the image. It's freezing out here.
I'm on my fur gloves. I'm so cold.
At first, I was mocking Midge's gloves. Now I want to actually use them, those mittens. So no, we had an option. We could have put the plastic back there, but it wouldn't have been as beautiful a shot for the audience. So we figured in for a dime, in for a dollar, right? We're here on a historic night. Of course, we knew this was going to happen. If you've watched the War Room, we want to welcome all the new viewers. We've been talking about this really for now going on months. We had Bill McGinley here earlier, the partner at Holtzman Vogel, and we were saying that this was going to you're going to see the social
social media aspect of this. You're going to see the legal or lawfare aspect of this, the information warfare part of this. It's all come together just when President Trump was on the cusp of victory for really a tremendous come from behind victory. I think even more difficult than 2016. Of course, they got to shut it down. And you've got these Democratic governors of these states. You've also got the social media. The social media has taken the president off of, took down his tweet. I guess they're going to get ready to suspend his account. In fact, he hasn't tweeted anything since then, so he could have been suspended.
Hey, do we still have Rich?
Yeah, we got Rich Barris.
Rich, I wanna pull you over to Nevada if I can, and I just want to understand Nevada, where we're at there. 78% reported as far as the New York Times is concerned, but it looks like a pretty close race here. Where do you see Nevada going here?
How much is reporting? 78%?
Yeah, 78%.
Did we have Rich?
I don't know if I have Rich's.
We've got Rich's chart.
Here we go.
Totally. Here I am.
Go ahead.
All right. So I was talking and I was wondering why nobody heard me. All right. So in Washoe, we got about 95% in. Now, Republican really feel comfortable to win Nevada. Really needs to fight Washoe to a draw.
Yeah.
It has got a little better for Trump, but he's still about 5 points down. With the last remaining 5% of the vote, it may swing it a little bit more in his favor. But right now, Joe Biden's less than 3-point lead is looking a lot like Hillary Clinton. They have Lincoln County that needs to come in, which is solid. It will be a solid vote for Trump. And 25% of Clark. He's at 44% in Clark. If he was to miraculously build up that margin in Clark, then you theoretically could have a chance to carry, because we still have Lincoln and we still have Lander. Let's see what Douglas is doing real quick. There's line. Douglas is actually small, but there's actually a lot of votes there for a red small area. And that's about a 30-point margin. We knew there'd be a big rural vote out of Nevada, but it will net, if we go, let's say 83% left, you're only talking about a net of a couple thousand more votes. So he would really need to get this closer, Washoe closer, and then he would need to do better in Clark. He hits 45 or 46, and that's a race. That is a race.
There's not enough in Lander there in the center of the map that is not declared.
Yeah, Lander's not that big. I wish I had the way to show you the voter file. It's just a scarcely populated state, and when you look at the voter file and you say where the Republicans,
I think the president's about to come out here. Just bear with us. We got you can see Mark Meadows, Chief of Staff, coming out there. Kimberly Guilfoyle coming out there. Ivanka Trump, Eric Trump. Everybody all smiles there. Tiffany Trump, you see there. People gathered in the East Room. A familiar scene, Steve. I know you've been part of many a thing in there, and it looks like the president
It's not just for overseas military ballots and eligible citizens who cast their ballots today, but we should also ensure that all of these absentee ballots are counted as well. I'll let it go to the president.
Donna, thank you. The first family walking in. They've spent a lot of time on the trail, but now let's listen in to the President of the United States in the East Room of the White House, coming to speak to the American people.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it to support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4%. or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters, and that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan by, I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, President
Trump,
great night
with a pound fist
America. On his way out of the room, saying
Donald Trump. Thanks for watching, everyone, and good night and God bless.